nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Throws out to Bork, wide open. He feeds it ahead. In forehand, Johnston. Of course. 6 games
wanted more stars? You are getting it, according to the Sean and RJ Listener Fan Survey to start off the Friday edition on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell.
I just had something dawn on me. Do you think we had so many people say they wanted more stars because you always make Peyton turn off my mic when we talk stars?
That's I didn't even think of that.
Maybe that was just a polite way to say,
baby.
I need to shut up.
that'd be epic. That's great.
5-1. Stars over Nashville. The Stars, after struggling for nearly 2 periods, exploded, as you just heard with the call on Victory Plus, for 5 straight and won their 7th straight. 5-1 over the Preds.
And Wyatt is just on. He's on a heater, man. He is on a heater. There was only one downside of last night, and that's I hate the dark, the black uniforms with the neon. Those are my least favorite uniforms in DFW.
Oh, they're cool.
They're too much. They're too much. It's like I need a black light on those things. It's the only downside to me. Other than that, this team is rocking.
Wyatt with another goal. 6 straight games, which is the longest active run in the NHL. The Stars have now earned a point in each of their last 10 games played. 8-0-2 in their last 10. Longest point streak since 2019. Spittle with an interesting stat. Spits and Suds podcast. The Stars have now won 28 games at home. The team record for most wins in a season at home is 29, set in the Stanley Cup season of 98-99. Mm-hmm. They remain 4 points back of Winnipeg and have 2 more home games this weekend, both in the afternoon. Tomorrow against the Penguins, Sunday against Minnesota.
And they're clear of Colorado at the moment. Like they're 6 clear. They don't have to worry about them. Winnipeg, it's going to be tough, right? Winnipeg's got one more game in hand than the Stars do, so the Stars can actually catch that. But they only have 7 games left to be able to get those 4 points. They essentially are probably going to have to win out and hope that Winnipeg can't be stealing points here in overtime. They can't do that.
I got a stat for you today, actually.
Oh.
And Chop, you're gonna have to tell me if this is impressive or not. I think it is, given the reaction I saw from the NHL Twitter account. So NHL tweeted this: active players with back-to-back 30-goal seasons by age 21. You tell me if these are good players, Chop. Alex Ovechkin.
I heard of him.
Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
Evgeny Malkin.
Sure.
Steven Stamkos.
Yeah, why not?
Connor McDavid.
I think he's got staying power.
Patrick Lane.
Yes.
Austin Matthews.
Sure.
Wyatt Johnston.
Oh,
that's the list.
It's a hell of a list.
Speaking of Ovechkin, are we not hearing from him enough or about him
About
enough?
him. Yeah, about him. Because he is, 3 goals away?
Yeah.
And of breaking Gretzky's record, and we're hearing nothing about it.
Right.
Like, you'll see it on SportsCenter, just like, it's just a number. But no one's talking about this. And if this was like anything else, if this was, we heard more about LeBron approaching Kareem. More people know Gretzky's the leading, I think, to me, all-time goals leader than that knew Kareem was the all-time scoring leader. I think the casual would have thought, could have been Jordan, could have been any number of people, right?
Bobby, who is the all-time home run king?
Barry Bonds.
If someone approached that versus LeBron, Kareem, and this, how do you rank the accomplishments?
I think the home run. Because, it got objectively more at the time. It got more coverage at the time when McGuire was breaking Maris's record.
Now, who's the real home run king, since you said Bonds?
It's Bonds.
Who's 2?
Aaron. Yeah, Aaron. And then it would go Ruth. And then it would go A-Rod. Right? A-Rod's at 696.
Yeah. So he would be the next one there. It's part of this. When I was just looking it up, I was like, why is it as quiet as it is? Because I was like, did he just stack up a ton more games than Gretzky over the career? He's actually played 2 fewer games than Gretzky to this point.
And the reason I asked you about the all-time home run king, I wanted to see how quick you could come up with it. Like NFL all-time touchdown leader, I don't have it in my mind instantly.
It's either Rice or
scoring or passing.
Passing.
It's
passing.
Peyton.
It's Peyton,
isn't it? Or is it Favre?
All-time passing touchdowns?
It's Peyton.
I thought Brady broke it.
Just use Google.
Shoot, see, now I don't know. Because it's been broken like 3 times in the last 20 years.
Yeah, like the baseball ones we knew as kids because they had stood forever. And now they're all kind of homogenized.
Oh, yeah, Brady and Breeze both passed him.
Yeah.
So the 1, 2, 3 all-time
Brady,
passing-
Breeze, Manning.
Brady, Breeze, Manning. Wow, Breeze is second all-time.
Right, I know, right? It's some of these records, and this one has stood for, 30 years. When did Gretzky play last? Late 90s.
99.
Will he go down as better than Crosby all-time?
I don't think so. I mean, because City won, 3 cups? Alex has got 1. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to go down. He had a knock on him that he couldn't win. And then he finally broke through late in his career.
Has there been an older-looking guy playing as well still in any sport?
He looks 50.
He's all. I mean, he's Silver Fox.
He looks 50 years old. There is no doubt about that. I don't know how he is doing it at this age.
As someone who doesn't know hockey, but enjoys it, I'm like Kristen watching baseball. That's me watching hockey. I enjoy it. I don't totally get everything with it. Is Ovechkin versus Crosby similar to the Brady Manning discussion?
Yes.
Where it's like,
I think Peyton's Crosby and Ovechkin is Brady.
Where it's like the raw statistical freak may be more Ovechkin, but the actual like accomplishments, titles, and things like that's going to be more Crosby.
That could be fair. That could be fair because Sidney obviously he won more, but he had a better team around him too.
So would you say Crosby is who?
Like Ovechkin, Crosby, obviously he won a lot more. But I think that he's probably going to go down as better anyway. Even though he might not have the actual scoring that Ovechkin does.
By the way, the fan text correcting us because I forgot about this too. It is not A-Rod next at 696 because Pujols got to 703.
He did go to 703? Okay.
Yep.
I had completely forgot about him.
Association last night, huge game between California. The Warriors go into Los Angeles and beat the Lakers. Steph with 37. Luka takes the blame. Your typical Luka quotes afterwards. I have to be better. I take responsibility. It's the same thing. It's more generic than Dak Prescott talking.
That performance from me is unacceptable, is what he said, which you agreed with. You walked into the studio this morning and you agreed with that was unacceptable.
He has now screwed me twice in my last 2 Luka gambling plays. He's screwed me coming up just short. And he's supposed to be the lock through underdog. But last night, Luka, 6 of 17 shooting. He did not make a 3. 0 of 6 from 3. That breaks the streak for him. 19 points total, 8 rebounds, 7 assists.
Yeah, he is, when you look at how he's shot since he got to L.A., he has not been efficient at all. His lowest career shooting year was his rookie year here in Dallas. He shot 42.7%. And in 23 games with the Lakers now, he just passed his total number of games played for Dallas this season. He played 22 here, so he just got to 23 with the Lakers. He's shooting 41.2%, so that's the lowest he's ever shot in his career.
Lakers lose. If the playoffs started today, they're taking on the Warriors in round 1. How about that? That's one of those, I can't decide whether I don't want that to happen to hope to get it later, like West Finals, or just take it because you know you're getting it in round 1.
Yeah.
Because, man, you want that later on. But I think I'm just taking it. I'm taking it to get the locked-in matchup.
Yeah, you take it because then, I think that I'm not scared of the Warriors. Like, I don't know. I mean, if you were to ask, which teams have a chance to make it out of the West, I mean, they would be my, at best, 3rd choice, maybe 4th.
Which is so odd from you because you've always been at the end of the day, the Chiefs are going to get it done guy.
Well,
and the Warriors, the Warriors have shown they're pretty close to the Chiefs.
They're getting old, man. They're getting old. Like, I don't buy Houston at all. Like, I wouldn't even put Houston as one of my 5 most likely to get out of the West.
The big story, though, in the association, Ja Morant got the gun warning.
He got it again.
And then he did this.
Now Morant with 8 seconds, 7 seconds. It didn't hurt him. Go out where on Morant? 3 seconds. Morant into the paint. Steps in, steps back. Fade away at the buzzer. It rattles around and goes down. Ja Morant will send the Grizzlies off to Detroit with a last-second victory.
The game-winning walk-off on Grizz Radio in Miami. The Heat been playing fantastic after the Jimmy trade, at least in the last 6 games. Memphis wins. So the other night against the Warriors, Ja does the gun gesture. He and Buddy Hield were both warned. We didn't have enough time to get to it yesterday. We should have. What should have been Adam Silver's reaction to that first gun gesture? Because Stephen A. Smith came out and said, come on, NBA, let's not go crazy. Let the guy play. Let's not reach.
Well, the gun wasn't mine.
I don't care about it. I don't care about it.
But if you're the commissioner.
Oh, you're the commissioner.
What would you have done? Would you have done nothing, warning, fine, suspension?
Warning. I'd have just warned them.
Okay.
Now that the fact that you warn them, my assumption is they were told about the warning. I think it's a fair assumption.
Yeah.
The moment you warn them and they, if they had gone a couple of weeks and did it again, you know what? I could do a light punishment. The fact they did the very next night, that's like an in-your-face kind of I'm just not listening to you. Now you're suspended.
Ja last night, on the day that the warning news comes out, does it again.
Yeah.
He did it again. Wow.
He's either just the dumbest person or he's absolutely defiant. But this is exactly what happened with the real gun, too, where it was the next day he had another gun incident. He's just an idiot, I think is what I've come down on. But I think it's also just he doesn't respect Adam Silver. Right. He doesn't respect what Adam Silver has to say because Adam Silver is the king of the 2.5 count. It's the 1, 2, 2.5,
that line
2 3/4.
That line in your email last night made me laugh out loud. 2.5. Yeah.
That's
what would you have done after the first one? And now what do they need to do?
Fine him after the first one. If anybody else does it, warning, I think, makes sense. With him and his history, you do have to fine him, I think. Not suspend him, but just give him a fine. Just dude, you can't do that. We've already talked to you. You've been told what the standard is. This now, where you're being defiant, now you need to get suspended.
Yep.
And it's more the principle rather than the actual gesture.
I can't find a lot of post-game quotes. I don't know if he got peppered with gun gesture questions afterwards. He said after the win, he's well aware of the criticism. He said it doesn't bother him. I'm kind of used to it. I was pretty much a villain for 2 years now. Every little thing, if someone can say something negative about me, it's going to be out there. So yeah, I don't care no more. That makes it sound like he's I'm going out guns blazing.
Yeah.
You know, Reggie Miller, very famous. Choke sign, right? People have done the choke sign for years. If Latrell Sprewell had done the choke sign, the NBA would have said, you can't do it.
Right.
Other people, even if other people get warned for it, you cannot do it because you actually choked somebody. That's a thing that's in your history that got you in trouble. So you can't do the choke sign, dude.
Yeah.
So what's the amount of games? I agree, suspension.
1.
Now. 1?
Yeah, 1 game for that. It's defiant, but just 1. It's a sign.
You think just 1?
Seems a little low.
I agree.
Personally, I don't care. I wouldn't do it if I wouldn't do anything. But the commissioner already warned him, so now he's doing it defiantly. Let's see, it's
3.
They've played 77 games. Rest of the regular season, 5 games.
Ooh.
817. Why is an announcer allowed to holler bang, but you can't make a simple motion with your hand? Because Ja has literally held up a gun to people and gotten in trouble for
I'll
this.
tell you this: I've never heard an announcer yell bang and thought gun.
Yeah, Mike Breen, I don't think has this collection of ARs at home in New York when he leaves the Garden. He could, maybe.
Yeah, Ja needs to go and just do full-on bow and arrow now. It's not a gun. Same concept. Just do a bow and arrow.
Do it the next day.
Not who I am.
That is unbelievable. That is defiant. So that's last night in the sports world for you to catch up and get ready for your Friday and your weekend, courtesy of Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. They are not happy in Boston over the Cowboys' Joe Milton trade. I went and spied on the massholes. We continue to celebrate a positive Jerry Stephen move inside the Star next. But inside the Globe, that is where we are going to...
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget me.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
frankel-frankel.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
None of us know if it's going to work out. All we can do is react to the thought process and the move, and it's all praise, rare praise, for the Dallas Cowboys front office after yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour, the news broke that they were giving up a 5th-round pick for former Patriots quarterback Joe Milton and also getting a 7th-rounder back. And we like the way it looks and sounds. Joe Milton, in case you did not know, coming out and saying that he grew up a Cowboy fan. My mom always had a Cowboys shirt on. She always talked about them. Living in Texas has been a lifelong dream of mine, and now I'm with them. I am ready to work. And this was Joe Milton after his fantastic. I went back and watched his game against Buffalo.
Well, all right.
Corey Majors had said a lot of dinks and dunks. I didn't see that. Now, I didn't watch the whole game. I saw enough downfield throws where I was impressed. Now, one game, it was week 18, but you could hear the ball hitting the hands of the wide receivers with the TV broadcast. And Joe was going downfield. He was quick. He was decisive. Hopefully that continues here in DFW. And this is what Joe Milton sounds like on finally getting a chance to play.
Man, I'm going to be honest with y'all. Still to this moment right now, none of this feel real. Just because I did scouting the whole year. You know, I didn't know when my moment was going to come. You know, everybody around the building just kept saying the same thing. Just be ready for your moment. And I didn't know it was going to come, you know, today. Like I said all week, you know, if the opportunity presents itself, then I'll be ready. So none of this today still feels real. And even right now, it still doesn't. So I'm just trying to enjoy it as much as I can. But, you know, at the same time, you know, just be cheerful with my brothers and, you know, cherish the moments that I have right now before it's all over.
He was 22 of 29 for 241, a touchdown throwing. He also rushed for a touchdown and 16 yards. Todd Archer added other Cowboy thoughts when it came to making a quarterback move. The Cowboys had interest in adding Jacoby Brissett, but he signed with Arizona. They also discussed the possibility of Drew Lock. Joe Milton is under contract for 3 years at much lower numbers. And when I look at that list of options, sign me up for Joe Milton.
Sign me up for Joe Milton. He's Chuck Norris. He's Chuck Norris of the NFL.
He's Chuck Norris's age, too.
He's just a myth. All right, all the things he does is mythical. You know, it's just, you know, he doesn't just push ups; he pushes the earth down. You know, like Joe Milton doesn't throw dinks and dunks. You know, Corey Major said that the other day. No dinks and dunks. There's no dinks and dunks. Joe Milton could throw left-handed and throw the ball 40 yards downfield.
He knocks over the coffee when he tries to dunk his donut in it.
He just looks at the coffee cup. It's like the guy. He is. I gotta say, he is a mythical figure that just doesn't know where the ball's going, and that's his major flaw.
He is 2 months older than Trey Lance. He was in school for a while.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean, he's, all the traits are there. That's the thing. It is all a traits thing. And you essentially traded a 6th-round pick for him, is what you did.
Albert Breer tried to bring up the Jimmy chart for the deal. The 171st pick is worth 23 points. The 217th pick is worth 4.2. So the trade value here is 18.8 points, equivalent to the 181st pick. He was drafted at 193 when he came out. So his lone start dropped the Pats from 1st to 4th in the draft order, a loss value of 1,200 points, same value as the 12th pick in the draft, which is Dallas's first rounder. So that's Albert trying to come up with Jimmy Johnson math.
No, I mean, it makes sense, though, because that, if you're talking about how do you assign a point value to each pick, when you give up a back end of the 5th and you pick up the very first pick of the 7th round, because that's what that pick is that they got. It's the very first one in the 7th round. Then that gap that you've created is essentially where Joe Milton got picked, which means you basically got a do-over to pick Joe Milton from last year is what you did.
Yep, that's it.
And to me, there's nothing to be unhappy about when you saw he played well in the preseason. He played well in his game against Buffalo. That's enough to say, well, he showed he can kind of put the talent together a little bit, so that's absolutely worth doing it over and taking him in the 6th.
Well, they're unhappy in New England. Mike Reese, who's the Todd Archer, covers the Patriots for ESPN. Here's what he tweeted. Trade of Milton for modest draft pick return sparks a thought that it was driven as much by QB room dynamics as anything else. It clears the runway for Drake May. There's also a thought in Boston. Jordan Schultz, friend of the station, NFL insider, Ian Rappaport enemy, came out and said there were better offers. There were other offers from the Raiders, Eagles, Giants, and Steelers. They had a better offer. I should say they had one better offer, interest from those other teams, but chose to send him where he wanted out of respect? What? And that has Felger and Maz sat behind us in, where's the Super Bowl?
New Orleans.
New Orleans. Sat behind us at a table in New Orleans. You guys weren't there. It was my dinner with my LSU buddy. And they are a dominant show in New England, and they're not happy about these reports.
Well, I think the Patriots have perfected the art of giving away quarterbacks for no good return. That's what it feels like to me. Jimmy Garoppolo, Tom Brady, Joe Milton, and I'm not telling you that he belongs in the same breath as either one of those guys, but fifth round pick. They drafted him in the 6th, right? Do I have that right? Someone sent me a text today saying it was a 7th. I remember a 6th. But so that's all they could get after that, and all the hype and all the bullcrap and all these people wanted to trade Drake May. Some of them, not all these people, but that's what it is, a 5th-round pick.
Why bother trading him at all? If
I
that's
agree.
What you're getting?
You should have held on to him. You should have gotten more for him. And then some of the reports out there saying that they had better offers on the table, but they wanted to accommodate Milton. Why? Since when does he get the kind of treatment you'd give a 10-year veteran in the league? Jacoby Brissett wants to go somewhere he's put his time in. I would work with Jacoby Brissett. I would. I think his heart's in the right place. Like, fine, veteran guy, put his time in the league, no problem. You tell us where you want to go, and as long as it's not a huge difference, we'll accommodate your request. Joe Milton, who's been here 5 minutes, you got to keep him happy? Why?
I love it. And I agree. If it's true, you're accommodating him, a 6th-round pick who has been there for 1 season, not this lifelong backup. What they're trying to hang on to based upon the Mike Reese report, and you had said that he's a good kid, they're trying to hang on to he was a problem in the meeting room. Quarterback room dynamics. And the other co-host on here says, if you know Mike Reese, Patriots insider, you know what he's trying to say.
So let's just say he's a total a-hole. Joe Milton is.
It's Bailey Zappi all over again. Like, this should be my job.
Okay, so he's an a-hole, and he's a pain in the ass. He's a pain in the ass internally. He's a chance to be a pain in the ass in the room.
Good.
So you just trade him for nothing?
Right, exactly. That's the part I don't get.
As opposed to, and look, if the return's good enough, you give up on the potential. But the kid does have potential. I have no idea. I mean, no, I'm guessing he's not going to be an NFL quarterback. He's probably not. Too raw, not accurate enough, whatever. But we're wrong about this stuff all the time. He's got tools out the wazoo.
Correct.
So why wouldn't you just hold on and see? Unless someone makes it really worth your while. Dallas did not make it worth your while. You moved up from the 7th to the 5th. Who gives a rat's ass?
So they're not happy about the compensation. They're not happy about the idea that Joe was accommodated. Would that surprise you to hear, Choppy, Tennessee Vol, that Joe was raising havoc or being a problem behind the scenes?
It's everything that was like opposite of what happened in Knoxville when he lost his job to Hendon Hooker. And, I mean, they moved in together. They became like best friends. That's everything opposite of what I heard. I think the reality is that I think Drake saw him as a threat. There's your quarterback room. I know it's weird that they would say quarterback dynamic and they would just go to Joe Milton and say he was the problem. No, the reality is probably Drake felt a little bit insecure about the whole thing.
They wanted the other Tennessee quarterback. They wanted Josh Dobbs. Yeah. And once they got Josh Dobbs, then they had no more use for Joe Milton. Honestly, it was just they didn't need him anymore. And honestly, I got to look at this. when was Dobbs in Tennessee with the Titans? Was that with Vrabel?
It was with Vrabel.
So that was with Vrabel. This is Vrabel just wanting his own guy to back him up. And so that you're going to accommodate it. Vrabel probably felt bad. Like, hey, I know your expectation was you were going to be the backup here. I've got my own person I'm going to bring in. So I'll tell you what, we're going to facilitate a trade to make sure that you go where you want to go because I know this isn't what you signed up for.
You know how they do the on the Facebook, they do the meta.
The Facebook? It hasn't been called that in 20 years, John.
I know, right? They do the content summary where they'll like the comment summary.
Oh, yeah, the creepy AI summary of what we're all talking about.
Where they summarize everybody's comments so you don't have to go filter through them. On this Joe Milton story, it said, commenters overwhelmingly disapprove of the Patriots trade, feeling they received too little in return. They believe his potential and talent were undervalued. Like even Meta knows this is a bad deal.
And the Cowboys are getting good grades from the evaluators.
Seth Walder of ESPN gave the Cowboys an A-. CBS Sports gave the Cowboys a flat A in the trade. And they gave Patriots a C. Walder gave the Patriots a C for their return. So that's really, really solid. And the Cowboys they traded. They got more for a late 5 than they got for Mingo and Trey Lance.
Look, I mean,
they made up for it.
Look, I remember when Dan Quinn got hired here in Dallas. There was a handful of people, not most. Most everybody was happy with it. There was a handful of people who were complaining and just going, another dumb hire, another one. And I said at the time, I was like, if you are upset with the hire, you want to be upset. That's what you've made up in your mind. You just want to be upset about everything that happens. If you're upset here in Dallas about this Joe Milton trade, which there's a handful I saw.
Yeah.
We're just, bargain shopping again. But there's nothing to be upset about this. If you're upset with this trade, you just want to be unhappy about everything with the Cowboys. That's fine. But just recognize you're going to complain about everything with the Cowboys and be unhappy all the time.
I agree. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. We're your home of the Dallas Cowboys, and it's the return of the Rangers tonight against the Rays pregame right here on this station. Ice Cube with a personal message back to the morning show for being an ignorer and a hater. That's next. Right here, we got a final ticket giveaway for you being a Tolo during the 720 Expressway. We want you to win that as part of the 6 a.m. Club. Ice Cube fires back next. But
Uber Eats like low-fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
RJ previews the Final Four tomorrow night, coming up at 7 o'clock in your College Kegger. A final Tolo ticket giveaway after that during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. But yesterday, the KNC Masterpiece had on Ice Cube to talk about the new Friday that is finally coming back out. In Crosstalk, Bobby Belt with the embarrassing admission, really unacceptable, inexplicable, unexplainable admission that you had never seen the first Friday, and the KNC Masterpiece relayed that to Ice Cube.
What would you say to one of our morning show hosts who has never seen any of the Friday movies? We donked on him this morning for that. Well, what would you tell Mr. Bobby Belt who has never seen a Friday movie?
Where have you been?
Yes.
Like, where you been all this whole time since 95? Look, you want to laugh? You got some homework. Go check out the Friday movie.
Yes.
You can watch them in order. And, you're probably going to have a headache after laughing so hard. So
That's a fact.
do yourself a favor.
It's a very soft sell, I feel like, from Ice Cube. Like I mean, you can't give me more than that. Just then, like, you want to laugh till your head hurts?
He was speechless.
That's our Are we done yet? Ice Cube talking.
He was
there.
probably smoking weed like he did in the movie.
Probably. That's exactly.
Made it, baby.
I right there. I have a couple issues with that clip. None of them related to Ice Cube. All of them related to the KNC Masterpiece. First off, Kevin Hagelin said he donked on me. He didn't dunk on me. He said we donked on him this morning.
No.
Play it.
Donked on him this morning for that.
Wow.
That's a donked.
Okay.
That's interesting.
And then when he says, you're going to laugh till you have a headache. And then Corey like giggles and goes like, facts or something. What did he say? I don't even remember what he said, but listen to what he says. It's such a courtesy laugh.
after laughing so hard. So
That's a fact.
do yourself a favor.
That's a fact.
We're guilty of plenty of fake
No,
laughs.
hell no. I would not go facts. I would not give a courtesy laugh or anything else and say facts that I love Ice Cube. I'm totally in favor of watching the movie. I love the songs. It's one of the greatest songs of all time. But I think that if I was genuinely against it, that sell from him is not enough to pull me over.
Peyton, have you seen it? The first one?
I think I've seen the first one. Whichever one is the guy in the bathroom spraying himself, and I got fired on my day off. I saw that one with Debo. I've seen that one.
Yeah, okay. Did you think it was good?
I thought it was great.
Okay.
Great movie.
I forgot about Debo.
Kristen called me and she was like, "Why?" She's like, "You haven't watched that?" I was like, "No." And she was like, "Why have you not seen that?" And so she loves Ice Cube. She was
I'm
freaking
surprised
out.
it just never came across.
It's always on.
It's always on. I'm surprised it just never came across the TV. Like, and even if you never saw it all the way, like start to finish, like you would have seen enough of it to to basically have seen the whole thing.
I mean, I've seen those, everything Peyton just referenced, I know.
Right.
But I mean, that's just because it's become so pop culture ingrained.
A travel warning if you are heading out this weekend, like I did last week in San Antonio, be careful of leaving that toothbrush out.
So this has got over 5 million views on the social medias. But this flight attendant is warning you, when you go to a hotel room, what do you do with your toiletry bag? What do you do with your toothbrush?
So I put the toothbrush, I dangle it. I have it like on the ledge of the sink. I balance it so that the mouth part
doesn't touch anything.
is over the open part of the sink.
Yeah, I used to do that. I have like a...
Or I'll put it in like the little glass that they give you. I'll stand it up in that.
Okay, the cup. Yeah.
I don't ever pack a toothbrush. I always go to the front desk at the hotel and say, "Hey, do you have some travel toothbrushes?" And then they always give me one, and it comes in a little wrapper, and I just put it back.
Why
in
don't
that.
you travel it?
Because I know they have them up there, so I don't want to forget my toothbrush somewhere potentially, because that would be something I would do. So I go to the front desk, get one there, and then I get
But
a fresh...
you're forgetting your toothbrush at home.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I leave it at home. I'm not going to bring it with me on the road and then potentially forget to pack it back, because
You
that
don't
has
have
happened
another
twice.
toothbrush at your house? You don't have backup toothbrushes?
No, like I always have one that I'm using primarily, and then there's some others under there. But I don't want to. Basically,
You
what
use
I'll
an
do is I'll bring
electric one?
No.
Okay. I think you're putting way too much value into
Yeah,
it.
way too
I think I'm saving
You're fine
space.
with leaving computer
I'm
chargers and your bag. in
No,
your
that's
wallet, but God forbid the toothbrush.
That's an example of how much I forget and why I need it.
Yeah.
But it's easy. Just walk down and they give you all the toothpaste, everything else.
It's
I don't
really
have to pack it.
impossible to forget packing up your toiletries in a hotel room.
Yeah, it really is tough.
It really is. You walk in every room, you look at the bathroom, you look at the sink, and you take everything that's on there and you put it in your bag.
Like I've left clothes. Right, clothes fall behind
in that closet.
They're the closet. They fall behind the couch, the sofa, whatever there is. The chair, the chair, the seat chair.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk about that, but they fall behind that. But I've never left a toiletry that I could think of. Maybe a poof,
Maybe a charger left in the wall.
Yeah, maybe the charger.
I've left everything you can leave in a hotel room. I have before.
So what they're saying though is this flight attendant is saying like listen, we travel everywhere, all over the world. Lock your toothbrush in the safe with your toiletry bag, because the housekeeping, she said, you would be disgusted with what housekeeping has done with toothbrushes. But they've been caught on video cameras. People leave these hidden cameras in there. They're cleaning They're cleaning the sink with your toothbrush. They're putting it in their mouth. They're just doing disgusting things with your toothbrush. Lock that thing up in the safe.
I got to see the video. First off, I'm not laying the toothbrush in the safe. I'm not going in the safe.
Well, you would put it in your toiletry bag.
I'm not going in the safe every time to get my toothbrush out. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it. And I'm going to have to see the video. This person accusing these fine hotel workers.
I'm going
to have to see some of the evidence. I trust the hotel worker.
Well, and blindly. Where's this? Why would they have had such a problem with that person? Like, do they just when you have a messy room? Do they do this to everybody just because they're so mad at the world? They're just like, I'm going to mess with everybody.
Yeah, they just don't get in the toilet. You never know.
What is the amount of days?
Because it is a blind trust. Yeah. It really is. It is a blind
it's kind of
trust.
sick for me to assume you're going to take my toothbrush and scrub the toilet with it.
Now,
why would you do that?
I did always hear you were not supposed to. Back when they had actual coffee pots in the hotel rooms, they would oftentimes warn you to wash those before you drink out of them, because they said flight attendants, when they're going through, they will use it to wash their undergarments while they're in a layover. They'll put them in the coffee pot to swirl them around and
or
wash
in
them.
the ice thing, the ice tray. You never use the ice tray without the bag. The bag is a must.
Look, for the most part, I've given up. I've given up trying
once
to
you
fight.
have kids, you give up germs.
Well, I give up the hotel defense. Like, when I take a shower in a hotel and I get out, I want something to cover my feet.
Slippers,
Now,
yeah.
I walk around, barefoot in my house. But in a hotel, the moment I step out of that room onto that carpet, it repulses me.
Which has never been cleaned.
But I'm like, okay, it's going to happen. So unless I'm going to wear socks out of the shower to the bed, then take the socks off because I'm not sleeping with socks on like Bobby does. I've given it up. I try to like tiptoe and take 2-3 steps over to the bed, do a little combine leap, and try to get in there. And then hand the remote control. I'm not putting on gloves.
No,
I'm not doing all that stuff. But
the remote control I've given up on. It's like it is what it is. The comforter.
I'm not getting maid service if I'm there for 2 or 3 days. What is the minimum amount of days you have to stay before you have them come in and turn the room over? For me, it has to be over 3 days.
Yeah.
So I'm not even worried about this story unless we're in Oxnard. And I got plenty of other things to worry about in our hotel rooms in Oxnard than a maid. I got ant invasions and more.
Baby. If I'm with Sarah, we never get it the room clean. If it's me by myself,
why?
She doesn't like them going. She doesn't like them moving her stuff. She doesn't like them touching her stuff. Like if she has leave stuff on the bed,
okay,
she doesn't want them moving anything. Me, if it's just me, every night. Like I want the bed made every day.
You want it made every day.
Yeah, I like to be able to barely get into those sheets.
Oh, I hate that.
Be tucked in like a cocoon.
And there's nothing worse than coming back after the show and you see that cart in front of your room.
Dude.
Nothing worse. Nothing worse. I don't even want to risk it. I'd rather run out of towels. I'd rather dry myself with a hand towel.
I can't even begin to describe the defeat I feel when I see that car or see it like just down the hall and I'm like, oh crap, I got to race there and put that in front of the door because I'm not, I don't want to have to then just go downstairs and hang out for 20 minutes. But no, typically, I won't 3 days unless like Chop saying Kristen's there because then that's her job to clean the room.
Do you always, if they're in your room, like if they come to your room while you're there, do you always leave or do you just stay and let them clean while you're there?
I leave. I do not hang out with it. It's just weird.
It's so very awkward.
It's a weird
Speaking of travel, we saw Elon save the people who got stuck in space, and now we're hearing about space relations.
This is something that we've. I saw this was this something you brought up recently, Chop, where people were talking about. I'm trying to remember. Somebody had brought up that space relations has never happened, or the belief is that space relations has never happened. Well, you got somebody who used to work for NASA who is spilling the tea. She writes over at Slate. She used to be a scientist there for NASA, but she was not involved with the actual like missions or anything. She doesn't know what goes on with the astronauts, and so she wrote this piece where she talked to her friend who works for Mission Control, and she was telling her all these different things about. Yeah, we have this constant pipeline of audio that basically is streamed back to us all the time. We got to be able to hear in case something wrong happens. So we've got a constant feed of everything going on the space shuttle. She's like, wow, so you can hear all these weird bodily noises they make and different things like that? She goes, yep. And she goes, wait, you're the person to ask then. So she asked her friend if space relations occurs, and the friend confirmed that they do. And not only that they occur, that back on Mission Control, they can hear all of it. Now, she asked her a little bit. She was like, okay, well, what about, zero gravity? How exactly are you able to accomplish this and position yourself the correct way to make this happen? Well, as it turns out, it involves a whole lot of Velcro and as tight a space as you can. And I'm talking about the
kinky,
room.
Velcro.
Yeah, Velcro. And they're living quarters. They're little personal rooms, which are the size of a phone booth, so they're not floating around everywhere. They go in there, and they have these sleeping bags you can Velcro into. And so one of them will Velcro in, and then the other one just positions themselves.
I guess it's the closest equivalent to being stuck on an island. If you're like looking at some supermodel and you're like, what would it take for me to get with her? And you're like, we'd have to be Tom Hanks out there with a volleyball for the rest of the time. And then eventually she'd give in.
Give in.
Well, that's like being out in space, I guess.
I mean, it's
what other option you got?
So we call it Camp D in Oxnard, right? You don't see a woman for 2 weeks. You're like, what's going on here? Who is this that's coming to the wild?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't refer to it as that.
I just see how slow they move in the space shuttle, and I'm like, how can you? I don't know how that's possible.
It's more sensual.
I think
it's more sensual.
Hey, you know what they say though about astronauts when you're in space? They say you grow by about 2 inches. Your height.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Crack is back.
Yes. Now I love this. I absolutely love this. Okay, so I am a huge fan of the old late 90s, early aughts low-rise jeans on the girl. I love to see like a good 8 inches between belly button and the top of the jean.
That you do.
That was fantastic. And now what they're saying is crack is back. Showing off the crack, if you know what I mean, is back when you're wearing clothes. Now, it doesn't mean just the jeans.
Like plumber's crack?
Yeah, but on a girl, right? We don't call it the plumber's crack on a girl. You just call it whatever. But they're saying that the jeans, not only the jeans are kind of in, right? They're coming back to low rise, but the dresses and the clothes that show off the top portion. The dresses are cut so low that you could see like 2 or 3 inches.
All right, so this is not male crack is back.
Not male crack.
All right.
Male crack is not back.
This is like the tramp stamp.
The tramp stamp's back now too. That's back. That's back in full force.
But what can you see coming back more between the tramp stamp or the barbed wire? Which one do you judge more? You judge the female one more.
You judge.
I feel it tells me more about you.
Wire?
Well, that's judging.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm judging it. Hey, live your life. But I definitely say, oh, okay, that tells me
It tells you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Tells you a lot. But yeah, now the dresses are the girls wearing, showing off like 3-4 inches of butt crack.
And every single female bathing suit, it seems like, is just like the string right up the butt crack.
It is. It is just the string. It's glorious. It's glorious.
I wonder about that string though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like thong, ladies. It's not like
uncomfortable or
no.
I mean, it's
where it's been.
It's digging in there.
I love where it's been.
Let's stop this. That's freaking gross. 6 a.m. Club. That's what you get on a Friday edition of Sean and RJ. A final Tolo ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. But RJ Choppy gets you set for the Final Four. And who is losing on the morning show? College Kegger is next.
Let's keep it real. Starting your day right.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
It is happening tomorrow night. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, the Final Four in San Antonio. Game 1, 5 o'clock, Florida-Auburn. Game 2, just before 8. We'll probably get started around 8. Houston and Duke. They will get the prime time game with Ian Eagle and Grant Hill and Bill Raftery. And Raftery announcing he ain't retiring, boys and girls.
Onions.
Onions!
So, more importantly, the morning show stakes.
Yeah, so I read your email, Sean, and you included the odds for all the different combinations for the Final Four and how it'll end up and who will win. So I took those odds and I threw them into ChatGPT. And I told ChatGPT, I said, all right, here are the odds for each one. And if each of these results happens, here's what happens in our morning show bracket. Peyton loses in this one, RJ loses in this one. So give me the odds of who has the best shot of losing the rest of the way. So what they came up with is that given the odds, I got to clear that up. Given the odds, it's essentially a 24% chance that Peyton loses. And then it's basically a 68% chance that Chop loses. And then there's another 8% of they tie. But the best odd to occur, the two top odds to occur are Duke over Florida and Duke over Auburn. And both of those would cause Choppy to lose.
What happens if they tie?
With tie, then I guess
2 days, 2 separate days.
Yeah, we both do.
Okay.
That's more content for the listeners. That's
it is.
I'm per pro listener.
I'm down.
I've got so much work to do on my plan.
I thought you said you already started.
I've started it, but now I got to gather everything.
Gather the audio.
Gather the audio. So, yeah, this is.
Do you want to lose?
I mean, it's a win-lose, I think, for me. I'm going to be up here anyway, so I might as well get the, free content out of it, the free hosting, 30 minutes. I mean, I'm nervous, though. I am. Even though I have Duke, I just need Duke to win it. They should win it. It's been a favorite tournament, but I'm thinking an upset's got to happen, right? One of these teams has to upset the other.
Well, not for you, Peyton.
I would not hate losing. It's getting the audio together is going to take a while, but
which Peyton will have to do.
Yeah.
I assume I would do a lot of it, but
He'd pick it, but he'd have to play it.
The exact finals results, according to Bet Online, Duke over Florida is the favorite, then Duke over Auburn. So there you go, Pepe, with the Dukies as the favorites. Then Florida over Duke 5-1, Florida over Houston 7-1, Auburn overall number 1 seed.
I know they're getting a little disrespected. They're the least likely to win.
Like Auburn over Houston is 10-1, Auburn over Duke is 8-1. So those are some of your favorites.
I mean,
for
if
the
you
Final
could,
Four.
I don't think it's terrible value to put $10 on Auburn over Houston as your championship. I don't think that's terrible value at all. I mean, they're a good team. They've been number one. I mean, they were number one basically the entire year. So there's that. Now, the most important superstar on every team we know, it's Walter Clayton Jr. with Florida. It's Cooper Flagg with Duke. It's Janai Broome with Auburn, and it's L.J. Cryer. I mean, you can say Juwan Roberts with Houston. They got a really, really solid team, but they're the obvious ones. Each team's most important next guy. To me, for Duke, it's Tyrese Proctor. He's a veteran. He's been around. Houston's going to sell out. They're going to try to stop Flagg. They're going to try to stop Con Kneppel. They're going to sell out. If Proctor has a good night, Malawach, they have a good night. You've got to get a good night from Tyrese Proctor if you're Duke. If you want to beat Houston, who plays as good a defense as anybody. I think it's Arsenault and Sharp for Houston as the two guys that you want to have. If they're hitting their threes, they are impossible to beat. Impossible to beat. And if they get an early lead, they could run and hide. You don't come back on them. Their defense is so good.
Look, the outcome that, when we talk about Houston's another factor here. That's how we get the dual hosting. It's got to be Houston over Florida specifically. So that's the only one we get. Or Florida winning.
That's what I'm rooting for.
Yeah,
Houston over Florida.
Houston over Florida gets both of you hosting. Florida winning the title, no matter who it's against, is Peyton. And then everything else is you, RJ.
And everything else is me. Speaking of Florida, outside of Walter Clayton, it's Alex Condon. He's the main guy to worry about. He runs the floor really, really well for a big, active in transition. And if he is active in transition, good luck. And then for Auburn, I think it's Pettiford, his freshman, and they've entrusted him to take some big-time shots this year, late in games. You get a good night from him and from Broom, and you hope some of the other guys like Baker Mazzara do well, but you really need a good one from Pettiford. But it really is a good Final Four. It should do well in the ratings. You got a big-time name in Duke, and then you've got, two other programs that have a huge following in Florida and Auburn, from their own fan base. And then Houston has a much smaller following, but anytime you get a Texas team in there, the whole state really rallies around them. That's kind of the way it is.
So are you rooting for someone? Bracket aside, are you rooting for Houston?
I'm to win the whole thing, rooting for Houston?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
probably.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, if the bracket wasn't involved, Houston. Yeah, to me, it's very simple. Like my regional rooting interest is always, you just drill it down. It's like your zip code, your city, your county, your area, your state. Like you keep, like that's how I typically approach the Olympics.
So if the Rockets are in the NBA Finals, you'll root for them?
No, not on that one. Like to me, on a professional sports, I'm talking about on the college level where I don't follow, or like the Olympics. If you've got two Americans in an Olympic thing, and I'm like, all right, who am I going to root for? All right, you're from Texas, you're not, so I'm going to root for you to win, like that kind of thing.
It's anybody but Duke is number one.
But you don't hate this Duke team.
I don't hate this Duke team. I think I like Shire. I really like Cooper Flagg. I could do without Con Kneppel. I just don't like his name.
Yeah,
his name bothers me.
Final Four game props. Most points scored by one team in the Final Four. Over-unders 89.5. Least points scored 65.5. Longest unanswered run in one of these games 11.5. Largest comeback by any of the teams 9.5 over/under. Most points scored by one player in a Final Four game. This is the one I would bet on. 27.5. I'm jumping at the under on that.
And that's for what?
Any player, they're high.
Any player? Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I'm not picking anyone to score 28 or more.
No.
Most threes by one player in a Final Four game, the over-under is 4. Most outstanding player for the Final Four, Cooper Flagg's the favorite, almost even money, then Walter Clayton, then Broom. Injury update on Broom?
Yep, he spoke to reporters yesterday, and he says, I'm going to be 100%. So that's good news for Peyton. He says, I'm going to be 100%. I'm going to help lead Auburn to the title. We're going to be there in the title game. Here's the problem, is that he says he won't be limited, but that seems a little tough to believe because he was wearing a sleeve. Bruce Pearl was apparently like, I'm glad he feels that way. This is the first day he was able to do anything, though. So he's wearing the sleeve. He acknowledged he made the injury mad the last couple days by trying to push it. And then he said, I will be 100% this weekend. By the game. So he's projecting out. He's telling you he's not 100% right now, and he will get there. So I think he's being a little optimistic. This is like when T.O. heading into the Super Bowl was like, yeah, I'll be 81%.
Will either Final Four game have a buzzer beater? Yes is 20-1. Will either game go to OT? Yes is plus 600. No is minus 1,500. How many times will they show Coach K during the Houston Duke game? If he's there.
I would say the over-under is 4.5.
It is 4.5. Right on the dot.
Wow. Do they count that as, like, if they show image packages showing it, or does he have to be seen in the stands?
I would think in the stands. I would guess it's seen in the stands.
4.5's a lot.
How many times will they show Nance during the game? Houston Duke.
30, because he's announced his retirement. They got to give him as much time to focus on him as possible over the next 11 years.
Is this it? Is this the final tournament for him?
Oh, no, he's not doing it.
11 years from now will be his final. Yeah. So they've got to focus on him as much, though, as they can.
He announced his retirement for the Masters in 2036.
Oh, yeah, he's not doing it anymore.
Yeah, Iron Eagle's doing it.
2.5. I get Nance, Houston guy, though, so maybe he'll be there. Will Iron Eagle have an Aussie reference for Tyrese Proctor?
I would say no. It doesn't seem like a bit guy.
No is minus 300. Will they show a picture of Todd Golden working for Bruce Pearl?
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes is minus 500. Will they mention in either game that 3 of the 4 Final Four coaches are Jewish?
God, I hope not.
They will.
No is minus 800.
What's yes? Does it say?
Plus 500.
I think they will.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they would.
Who's the play-by-play?
Iron Eagle.
Is he?
Yes.
Ooh.
I don't think they would want to highlight that. Like, I think they'd just be like, that could go poorly if we say anything the wrong way in that process. Let's just not do that.
Will Duke have 3 draft picks in the top 10?
Will Duke have 3 draft picks in the top 10? They will have. I'll say no.
Okay. You had said the other day.
They have 3 NBA players. I think they'll go top 15, though.
Yes is minus 2,000. No is plus 700.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Will Broom be a first-round pick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically even money. No is a slight favorite, minus 140. Will Walter Clayton be a first-round pick?
I will say no.
The slight favorite is no at minus 180. College. Kegger with RJ Choppy on 105.3 The Fan.
All right. Do you want Mike Gundy?
Oh.
Or do you want Rich Rodriguez?
Rich Rod.
All right, Rich Rod. Boy,
I guess we should go local first.
All right, Mike Gundy. He told the NCAA to shove it. Now, here's the backstory.
Shocker.
Colorado, we had mentioned they want to have they want to do a scrimmage game against another school during spring season, right? Deion wanted to do that. Deion knew 5-year, $54 million deal for him. One of the highest paid coaches in college football. So they want to do one with Syracuse. Mike Gundy says, I want to renew Bedlam and do a spring game against Oklahoma. But the NCAA is saying, well, hang on. We got to see if this is actually legal. If we can actually do this or not. And Mike Gundy had a brief and ferocious message for the NCAA.
I mean, I think we should. I mentioned it the other day. I just thought of the deal with OU. I think it's a good deal. I would like to do it. I'd like to practice against them. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to waste my time on who's going to determine what the rules are anymore, because essentially there's not really enough of them to follow. And I'm not even sure how they have grounds to say you can't do it. Like if somebody just goes and does it, what are they going to do to them?
That's it.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do about it?
It's like John Morant towards
that.
yeah.
But, I mean, he's right. Like, the NCAA has been completely neutered. They have no control over anything anymore.
Which, it was 20 years ago, it was one of the most powerful entities that existed, and people involved in the sport, people involved under their power, like, cowered in front of them at everything. Because it's just like, oh my gosh, you could just ruin my career. Athletes, coaches, programs, everybody was terrified of them. And the NIL era in the last 5 years has just destroyed any illusion that they're the boss.
Bruce Pearl's at Auburn because the NCAA had power. And now, like, if the same thing happened with him and was Aaron Kraft and the hot dog party, he would never have gotten fired the first time.
I mean, there was a time in the 90s where it's like you had future NBA stars that were terrified to take a piece of pizza from somebody, like handing it to them. Just like, oh my gosh, can I eat this? I'm going to get kicked out of school and have my life ruined. And now they're just going like, screw you. I'm going to hold practices even though you say we can't travel together.
And Rich Rodriguez at West Virginia, he might be in a little trouble violating their First Amendment rights. Remember, he banned TikTok. He banned the dances. Well, attorneys are saying in the world of NIL, that's a money-making opportunity for them. You can't ban someone. Social media, banning them from that is a violation of their First Amendment rights.
So is Ron Washington in trouble in Los Angeles, taking away the cell phones?
That's a good question.
And is TikTok going again this weekend?
It's tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final day. We're waiting. We're waiting to see if they do another extension or if Amazon. They're saying Amazon is stepping up as a late bidder to try to purchase TikTok.
No, just like let's. I don't think I want Bezos or any Amazon power involved in TikTok. That'll just make it uncool instantly. He's a weirdo. I don't want him involved.
Who cares who does it?
I do. I care. You do.
You're a weirdo.
It's like you saying who cares who bought Twitter. You care now, don't you, Sean?
No, I don't.
It changed it. Now you got to deal with X.
I don't care at all. That type of stuff. I don't overreact to my life like you other psychos. When someone runs something or takes it over that I like or consume, I don't quit it. I buy what I like.
You don't burn it.
I use what I like.
You don't burn it down.
I don't burn it down.
I ain't quit it either, but it is.
Yeah, you're not going to quit
now.
it. So, stop talking.
Who cares if it's different? TikTok will be. You have no idea who. I don't even know who owns TikTok now.
Do you not use Amazon?
Yes, you do. You do.
You boycott
Xi
Amazon?
Jinping. What?
You boycott Amazon?
No. I don't boycott it.
Bezos.
But Bezos, we're talking about efficiency of delivery. We're not talking about algorithm. Like I'd sure.
All right. What if he says I'm not changing the algorithm?
I don't believe him. He's going to use it for all his other Amazon tactics.
A final ticket Tolo giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on, and a former NFL player says after the Joe Milton trade, it's time for Dak to pack the commercial-free expressway with Sean and RJ on the home of the Cowboys next. But it is time.
That's lower fee products. I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute hat. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
from experts.
Commercial free with our final Tolo ticket giveaway. You know what? It's Friday. Y'all been bringing it strong in this hour. Let's just do it right now, Pepe.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Alterium. Our sister station, All 103.7, presents Alterium with 311 Saturday, May 10th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We are applauding the Joe Milton deal. Love the value that the Cowboys gave up. Like the 7th rounder in return, but really like that you're not held hostage for a position when the draft comes around, and you have a developmental project. Even though Trey Lance just failed, they're furious in Boston that they didn't get more back. Pepe, stay right there for 1 second as we play Cut 10. So hang on, Tolos. He'll be right with you for the Tolo ticket giveaway. They're mad they didn't get more in return, and then they're really, really ticked off that apparently the Patriots may have done Milton a favor and sent him here when he and his family grew up as Cowboy fans.
I mean, what more were you wanting? Were you gonna get one extra round or something? What's the big deal? Just get over it. Have some class. You guys have chased away enough players. It's a new era under Mike Vrabel, and he does right by people and gives the Cowboys a massive discount.
LaShawn McCoy, consistent Cowboy and Dak Prescott hater, yesterday on FS1 said it's time for Dak to pack.
I'll just be honest, man. Listen, if Dak Prescott has a postseason like he's always had, going to that next year, right? Dak, find a realtor. Because Joe Milton got talent, he can play. And I'll say this, y'all laughing all that. I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from it.
Get a realtor.
No, get a realtor, according to LaShawn McCoy.
Man, you're picking apart people's English today.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, never mind, I'm not even going to go there with him. But, yeah, I mean, he's the most predictable individual in sports media. Yeah, like, he's going to have...
You were debating him versus Orlovsky last night.
Yeah, I don't know who I dislike more. Because here's the thing. Orlovsky, I know he's going to just eventually cycle through every possible opinion, and whichever one ends up being correct, he'll say, see, I told y'all. I've been telling y'all, and then he'll pretend like he just didn't do the others. But he knows he's lying to you. He at least knows he's lying to you. Shady is super predictable, will just aggressively lean into the same takes over and over again, and I think believes his own BS. And so I think I hate that more. I think I actually hate LaShawn McCoy more.
This is just a intellectual. It's not even intellectually dishonest. It's just
media watchdog. RJ Choppy.
Because I saw a headline yesterday. Cowboys send warning shot to Dak Prescott with a Joe Milton trade. No, they didn't.
Bro Bible. We got to call him out.
Yeah. No, they didn't send a warning shot. There's no warning shot here. They got a backup quarterback. They didn't have a backup. They had to have. Well, they have Will Greer. They had to get a backup quarterback. If they drafted a quarterback in the 5th round, you know what somebody would say? Cowboys send warning shot to Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
With a 5th round pick. No, they didn't. They literally drafted a position they needed. That's all this was.
It's lazy clickbait. That's what it is. I was expecting more Tolos to hit me up saying, and did you get this yourself? Joe's going to take Dak's spot. Dak's going to be in trouble.
Very little.
Very little.
Yeah, I was expecting more.
Yeah.
Maybe some Cowboy fans have learned that you are 0 for 2. You got made to look foolish on Cooper Rush, and you got really made to look foolish on Trey Lance.
Andy Dalton. When Dak went down, there was a whole... I clipped a bunch of... There was tons of people going, all right, your job's done. You're in a contract year, Dak. Yeah. Andy Dalton's going to show you how it can be won by anybody.
Andy Dalton has at least had an NFL career and been to a Pro Bowl, I believe, with playoff teams. The other two were just desperate Dak attempts to tear him down and try to be right. So I'm just warning you. I'm hoping that you've learned as a Cowboy fan not to try to do this again.
Yeah.
Like Shady McCoy.
Like, come on. Like, what are we doing here? We don't. Dak is signed. They're not walking away from $100 million of dead cap.
It is.
If they had signed another defensive end, another one this offseason, is Micah on warning? Is this a warning shot to Micah? We can move on from you. We can move on from you because we traded a 6th round pick for a defensive end.
I mean, Jason Fitzgerald from Over the Cap said it the other day. It is the most untradeable contract in the NFL. You can't do anything with it. It's not possible. So Shady can sit there and talk about all that, but Shady also knows that's not. It's Joe Milton. Trading for Joe Milton is not any sort of like you are on notice, bro. And the chances are he's not going to develop into anything.
If they draft Jackson Dart at 12, you're on notice.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. The voice of the Patriots, RJ booked the play-by-play voice coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Why did they deal him so soon? Why did they deal him for so little? Was it very little? Was this Drake May's move? What's Joe Milton really like? So we'll get a little Joe Milton preview from the voice of the Pats coming up in about 30 minutes. Dog Pound Bruce is back. That's what I'm calling him. I was out last week when this Cleveland Browns insider came up with this Dak Prescott trade.
Bruce Drennan. Yeah. I got a pretty good source. Couple of them.
And what he's you left out the biggest part of his title, the inventor of the phrase "ducks on the pond." Yeah.
He did like some play-by-play like in the 70s, and he coined the phrase "ducks on the pond" in baseball.
Is what he claims.
Wikipedia page. What
is what he claims?
That's what Wiki claims for him.
Well, Dog Pound Bruce returned yesterday to double down.
I stand by the statement that I laid out on you last week. This could come about. Let me reiterate what I did here originally in case you weren't with us last week. Dallas and Cleveland would make a deal. Cleveland would get Dak Prescott. Dallas would get Newsome. And the 33rd pick, that's the first pick in the second round. Now, if there's anything else involved in the deal, I don't know about that. I was not told that. I was not informed about anything else. There could be, for all I know. It's not the second pick in the draft. The Browns would keep that.
All right. Well, who is Newsome, by the way?
Greg Newsome?
Greg Newsome, corner.
Okay. That's how I knew the thing was BS, not because of the cap ramifications, not because of this and that, and Dallas would never move Dak. I'm like, Newsome. I had to go look up who Newsome is. Greg Newsome, his PFF grade. Is Greg Newsome a stud?
He was a first-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, he was he was considered to be a second by a lot of people. Ended up getting picked in the first, so was kind of like picked a little higher. But I don't think of him as a stud.
His PFF grade was a 52, so it's like, all right, at least you're giving us Newsome. I didn't even know who the hell Newsome was, but this is Dog Pound Bruce doubling down yet again.
We were sitting here last week, and we had almost gotten through the entire show without playing this moron. And then Choppy was at like 9:20. He's like, We got to play. I'm playing it. Let's play it. Let's talk about it.
Good call. We had to play it.
Good call, Chop.
We had to play it. Dumbest S ever.
We had to play it.
Well, look, I'm gonna give you my honest thoughts. I hope that it's true. I know it's not true.
It's not true.
I was hoping. I got a little excited.
Yeah.
Because I want to get off this contract. I want to start over. Now Cleveland is going to need a quarterback.
They are.
They just destroyed Deshaun Watson publicly. Deshaun Watson has destroyed his own career off the field and with his play. So the Browns are going to need a quarterback. And are they just going to have to wait out Deshaun's deal in order to get one? Or you just have to draft one because of the cheaper compensation. But obviously, this thing is not going to work out in terms of the numbers. But what I did do, all I cared about when this guy talked last week, I was like, who is this guy? Is he a joke? So I hit up a couple of Ken Carman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hit up another guy that recently worked in Cleveland. And I'm like, who is this guy? Is he a joke? And they're like, he's not a joke. He's been around forever, obviously. And I kind of respect him. So that's where I wanted to start. Not that I pretended like it was going to happen,
Right.
but I was like, is this a troll? Is this clickbaity? Is this LaShawn McCoy? And they both said no. So I wanted to start there.
Yeah, look, I thought initially this was a mole. Like somebody in the Browns was trying to flush out a mole. So like whoever the Browns president is told some middling scout, hey, who they think might be the mole, we're trying to trade for Dak.
Yeah.
And if he leaks it, now they know who the mole is. That was my first thought.
It would not be stunning to me if the Dallas Cowboys wanted to get away from the Dak deal. What would be stunning to me is if Brian Schottenheimer allowed it. After hearing Schotty in Indianapolis at the Combine, I mean, it seems like, Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know he has to say a lot of this publicly because that is his guy and there's nowhere to go with the contract. It seems like Brian Schottenheimer loves Dak Prescott.
Yeah, he does. And we've talked about it. The Schottenheimer hire there was some drive from Dak that went into this. And so they have a really great relationship. They're close with each other. They see things similarly, which I think was not totally similar to the way Mike McCarthy saw things, and that's why they partnered up, and I think he ended up with the job in a lot of ways.
So let's now throw in a lot of, well, I guess we might as well start with Cousins, because there's a report with Cleveland and Cousins, but the Browns don't want to take on the deal, so that kills Dog Pound Bruce's theory and rumor, because if they don't want to take on the Cousins contract, they're not going to be taking on, I don't believe, the Prescott deal.
Yeah, that would seem to cancel that out since Dak's making, like $15 million more than Kirk Cousins is. But yeah, he's waiting around. Apparently, the Browns are just kind of looking back and going, nah, we will not trade for that. We'll instead wait you out, see if you might release Kirk Cousins. But yeah, this is a case of, I think Cleveland is in such a weird spot.
Explain the story.
So basically what happens is that the Falcons and the Browns have had some level of discussion, according to Orlando Ledbetter, who's the number one Falcons reporter in Atlanta. He had told a radio station in Atlanta that basically Atlanta and Cleveland had talked about Cousins, but Cleveland was like, we're not taking on the money. And so Atlanta's kind of just sitting back now and waiting a little bit and trying to figure out if a market develops or if they can do something else. And Kirk Cousins feeling held prisoner is like, just please release me. Like, let me out of my deal. Let me get out of here and let's just move on. But Atlanta, for some reason, is digging in and holding on to this contract and not wanting to do anything
Arthur
with it.
Blank told Jarrett Bell, we're not trading him. He said, we got the $275 million in salary cap. We owe it to the franchise to make sure we have the backup who can step in and play.
It's so ridiculous.
It is ridiculous because what you're doing is you're ruining your cheat code. And the cheat code is the rookie quarterback deal. Like any quarterback, like if you have like a, because I saw some Shador comps. Like I think it was Mel Kiper said his comp was, it was either Kiper that said his comp was Andy Dalton or Kiper that said his comp was Chad Pennington.
For Shador?
Yeah. And like either one of those guys, you would not, if you look at the career that they had 15 years later, you would not draft them in the top 5.
Right.
But when you're in the top 5, you told me that you can get that player in the top 5 for a free contract for 5 years and then move on from them, and you don't have a quarterback, you can build a great team around him and you can win.
The most common comp Shador gets is Geno. That's who people say he's like. And he looks a ton like him throwing the football.
All right, let's get to Geno and those other stories. Adam Schefter said the current feeling is that neither the Browns or Giants will pick a quarterback at 2 and 3. So that means the Browns might trade for Dak. Oh, I'm saying that. I'm joking. Schefter didn't say that. That means the Patriots could most likely miss out on Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. So,
or both.
Schefter's saying the current feeling that neither the Browns or the Giants will select a quarterback at 2 or 3. We also have Geno Smith getting an extension, 2 for $85.5, $66.5 guaranteed. Has RJ asking if that takes the Raiders out of Shador.
I would think it does because now he is signed through 2027. So the next 3 years.
Yeah.
This is an extension on this year. So he's got this year and then 2 years. This takes his extension through 2027. And it's like you said, it's 66-ish guaranteed. You're absolutely out of the running at that point.
You agree? You agree, Bobby?
Yeah, without seeing, I was trying to see if anybody's released the details of how the structure of the contract is. It's not out yet. So,
because even if he had 2 years left in the world of, you're not drafting a total project in Shador, and you don't want to burn that up.
Yeah, you lose the cheat code. Like, why would you do that? You would not. And this is where hiring Pete Carroll, I think, hurts them because Pete doesn't have 15 years to coach, 20 years.
So how much of that is guarantteed?
66.5.
66. Okay, his current salary right now is, or his current cap number right now is $15 million base salary is what he had. I'm betting that, because he had none of his salary this year guaranteed, so 15 of that's probably guaranteed now. They probably guaranteed his contract for this year, gave him a signing bonus. That's probably another trick. I would bet you they can get out of it after next year.
Okay.
After next year. But
so
it is
after 2025 or after 2026?
I would imagine after 26 they can get out of it.
So still 2 years.
2 years.
But it's odd because, and I heard it and it made me perk up a little bit. When you mentioned Jordan Schultz talking about the Joe Milton trade, he said they had a better offer. One of the teams they had a better offer from was the Raiders. Like, why were the Raiders even talking about Joe Milton? They've already got Aiden O'Connell. They've got Geno Smith.
He didn't name the team. He just said other teams interested were the Raiders, Eagles, Giants, Steelers.
Why were Raiders even interested? Like, that's what I don't understand. The Raiders have Aiden O'Connell. They've got Geno Smith. So they're clearly still looking at fleshing out the quarterback room to some extent.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. What about no quarterback as of now, according to Schefter, for Cleveland and New York, and a Shedeur Fall?
And that's a Shedeur Fall. Now, a lot of people still think that his floor is the Jets at 7. And obviously the Raiders seem to be out of the running. And Jacksonville's not going to take him. And New England's not going to take him. So it's 2, 3, or 7. And then potentially, if he does get below 7, now you really start to worry about where he could go in the teens. And then does Pittsburgh trade up for him or something like that? That's if he gets past the Jets, the Steelers would be that team that could kind of maybe slide up and get him.
Yeah, I mean, this may be an instance of what we're kind of looking at. It feels similar to when you remember the 05 draft or the 04 draft where it was Aaron Rodgers and Alex Smith. And there was kind of a question for a while of who would go number 1. Then when it was established as Alex Smith, people were like, well, we don't know where Aaron Rodgers is going to go, but he'll probably get snatched up somewhere in the top 10. And then he didn't. Like, you could see something like that happen with Shedeur, where Shedeur's just kind of waiting, and you're going, okay, where's it going to be? Who's going to grab him?
Inside and around the NFL and your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider, Bobby Belt. Quinn Ewers is going to visit with the Saints and Kellen Moore. Last week, visited with the Colts, Raiders, and Cowboys. Kellen Moore called himself a quarterback guy. When talking to reporters at the league meetings, Derek Carr set to return. Rattler is in the reserve role, and John Gruden is doing his quarterback camp for Barstool. Here he is salivating over another dude, and he just wrapped up with Quinn, and he said, talk about arm talent. That ball went wherever he wanted on a dime every time. Great kid. He's got a bright future ahead. So that is Gruden with Quinn.
He certainly does have a bright future ahead, knowing that he's going to get some one-on-one time with Kellen Moore now to correct whatever Mike McCarthy taught him in the training sessions. So that's good. Kellen Moore going to salvage another player from the Mike quarterback influence. Look, Ewers is when you watch him, like watch his tape against Michigan, there are some moments you watch him and you are just like, whoa, okay, like he's got not only a ridiculous arm, but the touch, the way that he sees the field. It's just never consistent with him, and he seems to get rattled pretty easily.
The moment he gets an injury, his whole season changes. The moment something goes wrong with him, he just doesn't put himself in harm's way. He's a dink and dunk guy.
Like I feel like Jack Leiter, some of the stuff we talk about with Jack Leiter, where it's like he almost gets in his head a little bit. That feels like it's Ewers at times, where it's like you have the ability to do some of this stuff, but it feels like you get rattled way too easily.
Calais Campbell signs with Arizona. I was hoping for some leadership here, even from the 39-year-old. And what is going on in Cincinnati?
Well, Trey Hendrickson still is without a deal. And Katie Blackburn she's Mike Brown's daughter. Okay? She runs the team. She's the executive vice president. And at the annual meetings, she said this. Listen to this. I think he should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at. I think some of it is on him to be happy at some point, and if it's not, that's what holds it up sometimes. So, it takes him to say yes to something, and also we have all the respect of the world for him.
Oh,
sounds like it.
Yeah, and I mean, he was like... Was that an April Fool's joke that she said that?
Yeah, and he really did ask that question.
He really did. He really did ask that question. Was that an April Fool's joke? It's bad. That's bad there right now. And she is, she's now threatening to move the team. She's threatening to move the team out of Cincinnati proper, like to get a better deal. They move them across the river to Kentucky, next to the airport.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Airport, fun fact, is in Kentucky.
It is?
Yeah.
She's made yesterday it was defiant. It was like talking about like, well, we can opt out of this and we can go wherever we want. Yeah. Like, I hope people realize that. And
this year they can opt out.
It's very Cincinnati for years. I'm stunned they honestly were able to get some of the stuff done with their contracts that they have because they've just refused to pay people for years. They're very defiant in the way that they approach the league, the way they approach team building. And so this sounds more in line with them, the Trey Hendrickson and moving stuff.
This HOV portion of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. The play-by-play voice of the Patriots will give us the Joe Milton scouting report at 8 o'clock. But we continue to listen to the Sean and RJ Tolo survey. And that brings us this.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. Good to hear your voice again, CA. We're going to do life hacks here on 105 through the Fan. Unethical life hacks. As Chris Arnold just said there, we don't encourage you to do these things. No. But if you try them, let us know how they go. Let us know if, and also, as we suggest these, because these are spitballing, I want you to poke holes in these. If you see a flaw in it and you say, no, that wouldn't work because of this, poke some holes in it, or give us your own unethical life hack.
I don't even like the word unethical. Ethically questionable.
And this was a common answer in the survey?
Yes. This one got a lot of people just saying, bring back life hacks, bring back life hacks. We got this one probably 10 times, people saying that they wanted life hacks back. So we're listening. We're bringing it back. And we'll see if Peyton Russell...
And we started the show with stars.
Look, see, this is what we do. We listen. We'll see if Peyton Russell doesn't get this one canceled again. Gavin, if you have any problem with any of these, Peyton picked them. All right. No, he didn't.
Well, look, the disclaimer has to mean something.
It does.
We played a disclaimer.
You made a disclaimer.
A McAfee disclaimer.
I'm all for the disclaimer.
All right, so in the spirit of that, if you rent an all-day locker...
Good reference, by the way.
If you rent an all-day locker at an amusement or water park, instead of ending your rental, share your locker code with an incoming family when you leave.
Yeah.
That's nice. So you share that locker code.
Doesn't help me.
Yeah. Wait 30 minutes and then go back to
Karma.
claim your prizes.
Wait 30 minutes and then go back to claim your prizes.
So go rob them.
Wasn't me, Gavin.
We're telling you the moral pitfalls that exist. We're telling you these things so you don't do them. And you don't trust someone when they give you their locker code. Because that's what's potentially out there, or things like that.
Are these lockers big enough for like stuffed animals? How big are these lockers?
Oh, it's good.
I don't know if I've ever seen them.
I haven't used them before. They're similar to the ones out in the hallway. Maybe a little bigger in some instances. All right, next one here. This is great. Everybody like Girl Scout cookies?
Sure.
Yes. What's your favorite one?
Thin Mints. Frozen.
Sean?
Frozen, though.
The ones with the coconut.
Samoas.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are good. Peyton, you got one?
The peanut butter ones.
All right, well, you guys can collect, because here's the good news from Unethical Life Hacks. Most Girl Scouts can't tell if you're using real money.
You know what?
0 for 2.
No. This is again. We're highlighting what you shouldn't do.
Look, you're better off. You're better off if you really wanted to do that. I shouldn't even request.
Don't steal from the girls.
I don't steal from
Come on.
You know what I do? You know what I have done?
It's a victimless crime. It's like the banks, right? They've got insurance. They've got insurance. Just
There's
like when you rob
literally
a bank.
victim. It's called the Girl Scouts of America. Yeah, it's
all right. From now on, you send me these.
We can't send. We were sending them to you for too long, and then we weren't getting them on the air. All right, next one.
They have a lawsuit against them for something in their cookies.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten where you knew? I never have a counterfeit bill.
No.
I'd like to see them. I'd like to see counterfeit bills.
I've never. Not that I know. I'm sure. I guarantee you, one's been passed to me from a gas station.
Yeah.
At some point, I never noticed.
Ooh, 214 with their own life hack. The last time an employer pissed me off, I parked the company van at the airport. They found it a week and a half later.
I parked the company van at the airport. They found it a weekend. Okay, but did you quit? Like, did they know you took the car out?
Yeah, it's like a quit. Yeah, you just park the car there and you quit.
And then they get the charge?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not quiet quitting if you ask me.
Yeah, I think that was
And then
good.
you get charged for theft.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one that I know.
Then maybe not. No, I'm still employed.
Still employed.
I took it there.
Yeah.
that's not a crime.
Theft.
Okay, so I know.
It's unethical.
I know of exactly. These are unethical. I know of somebody who, when they used to get backed into court, if they forgot to send an email, for instance, in their office, where it's like, "Hey, I need this email." Okay, I'll send it, and then they didn't do it, and their boss had come around later and gone, "You didn't send me that email." Blah blah. blah. He would panic and he would go, "Yeah, I did." And he's like, "Hold on, I'll forward it to you." And he would take one of his most recent emails, click forward on it, and then just change the body of the email, date and stuff, and fill in all the information he was supposed to originally send. It was like, see, you lost the email, and then the boss would like apologize for, oh, wow, sorry, I guess I lost that in my
So
email.
take one I had sent. Doesn't it show the original sent time?
So it does, but it's just text. You can go in there and edit any information in the forwarded email you want to.
So did you guys send Spittle your Rangers parking info yesterday?
I texted it to him.
Okay.
I can't edit a text, so that's how you know.
Yeah, you can.
But
the iPhone can.
Yeah,
I
iPhone
can't.
can.
No, don't need it. The Android is
But
perfectly
did you know
fine the way
you
it
can
is.
see what's been edited?
I can see that it has been edited. You can. I didn't think.
You can see the edited content.
Really?
Mhm.
Well, that's stupid.
It's very stupid.
Here you go from the 817. I used my Visa gift card to get that free trial here a while back so I could watch the Mavs on TNT. It worked, and the card only had $1 on it, so when they tried to run it and renew the subscription, it automatically canceled it. That's not unethical. I think that's just a good idea. Use a gift card for a free trial. That way, when they try to auto charge it, if you forget.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think
How
that
often
one's
do you know how much is left on there, and how do you
That's
find that out?
great question.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean? I
yeah.
don't want to go through it.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a process.
It's a lazy thing.
Yeah.
Unethical life hacks. The return, at least for today, during the expressway.
All right. Are you stranded at the airport? Depending on the airport. The breastfeeding pods are a great place to get a private sleep in.
Are those pods like family restrooms? Where are they?
You'll see like it looks like a storm shelter. It's a big kind of like storm shelter looking thing that is a pod that they have periodically.
So just deprive the baby.
This door has a combination lock or a big QR code on it, and this guy says he downloaded the app with the locations of all the pods in public places with their key codes. He punched it in, discovered a comfy little space. He could charge his phone, his laptop, dim the lights, get a little nap in. He's like, I felt bad about it, but I also, he came away from it saying, they just need to sell sleep pods at the airport.
Yeah.
Because I would pay for them in all
If
likelihood.
this pod's a rockin'.
All right. You ever get annoyed when
you
people
just made an uncomfortable body gesture.
You ever get annoyed when somebody you're on an airplane or something or anywhere else and somebody's bringing their dog? You're like, why are you bringing your dog here? This is not a dog place.
Yeah.
Every time.
You're messy.
Carry a dog whistle for people who bring their dogs into public places.
Hell yeah.
After a few minutes, they'll leave with the dog.
That's awesome.
I don't know if I've ever seen a dog whistle.
I haven't. I can't tell you the last time I've seen one. They're long.
They're these long, you can conceal them pretty easily, and they don't make a noise to
Put them on your
humans.
keychain. Put them on your keychain, and nobody's going to be able to hear them.
Exactly.
That's good.
All right, unethical life hacks here on 105.3 The Fan. Hide fake money inside things at garage sales to maximize your profits. So this guy said that what he did was he took some
Again, counterfeit. Someone show me where all the counterfeit money is.
Not like just realish looking money, because you can get some there are little nuances that make it look that way. So he said what he did was he had put some stuff in just various items that cost $2 or whatever else, and people when they pick it up and look inside, they would see the money, they would close it up real quick, and just go ooh, they don't know this money's in here, and they would end up paying and he ended up selling a whole bunch more stuff where people thought they were walking away with money.
What a brilliant idea.
That's sick, and that is brilliant. Wow.
It is sick. You're right. I shouldn't have said it was brilliant. It's sick.
Who thinks of that?
Somebody very disturbed like me.
The number of men that will argue they don't need to wash their hands after the restroom is high enough that straight men can bring this up at a party to thin out the competition for straight women there.
What?
This is true. I think so basically there are enough people who don't wash their hands consistently enough and don't think it's a big deal and will sit there and argue about it, that if you want to mention it at a party and bring it up hey, do you wash your hands after? He doesn't wash his hands after. That when they lean into it, the girls are going to be disgusted by them, and then you thin out the competition because the girls go that's a gross individual. Why don't you wash your hands?
Wait, so you as the person are admitting to not washing?
No, you're bringing up the discussion because there are enough men who will lean into no, I don't wash them.
And
what are you
then
talking
you
about?
spread the word that they don't wash?
They in the middle of that debate will chase off the women naturally by the fact that they just don't wash their hands.
Okay.
Huh.
I think that one works.
It's kind of weak game. It's kind of desperate.
You got to do what you got to do.
And you know what? I don't wash my hands after every pee. I'm sorry.
See, this is the point.
Pee, no.
Come
after
on.
every pee.
At home, you do not. How many men? 877-881-1053. After every number one, you go to your restroom sink and you wash your hands. I want you to be honest. Peyton, do you every time?
Only here, not at home.
And why do you do it here? Because of the social pressure.
Yeah, the door probably here.
Work environment. I mean, I respect you guys.
But at home?
But at home, no. I walk right past the sink.
This is the example. Because if we're at a party, women almost universally disagree with men on this, and they think it's gross. So at a party, if I wanted to, even if I don't wash my hands after every time, if I wanted to, I bring up the discussion in the room, and all three of you start leaning into, no way.
Okay, so you're just assuming the woman is there and they hear it.
So you have it as a group discussion, and then the girls are like, you guys are gross.
Oh, you know what? That is good. And then I was thinking you go and you tattle to the girl. Like,
No.
hey, I was talking with the guys, and they don't do that.
No, you take your chances knowing most guys are going to, like, die on that hill. It's like, no, hell no.
Right.
And then you chase them off as competition.
Unless she does it too.
She does. Women generally do not.
And you two? After you're at home?
After urination?
Yeah.
No, unless I have to lift. If I decide to sit down in the middle of the night, then I won't. But if I lift the toilet seat,
and
I touch the toilet seat, then I will.
Okay, Bobby, be honest.
I generally do wash my hands after every time because it's just I am like again I'm the one who can't 2 hours lag time between the shower and the number two, so I got to do that. Now
Last one probably.
This era is the perfect time to find a partner that's overweight with a cute face. Lock them down now before they can afford Ozempic and graduate out of your league. What's wrong with that? That's good.
Give you Ozempic target dating. Good God. He's got to. Unethical life hacks. There you go. Wow. Just trying to imagine what Gavin Spittle's thinking
It
of
was
doing.
fast. It was hard.
You asked for it, you get it. Here, as a result of the morning show listener survey on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan and this HOV portion of the expressway driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. What's up with Joe Milton? What's he like? How much did he improve? Did the Patriots do him a favor? The voice of the Patriots tells us about our new quarterback. Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Dallas Fort Worth, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The snap to May, back 2 steps, looks to the end zone, he pumps, he backs up, he slides left, he looks in the left corner, now he rolls to his right, he pulls up in the middle of the field, Drake May eludes a defender, running to his left, looking to the end zone, trying to keep the play alive, falling down, he throws to the end zone, it's caught! He's got it! Touchdown! Ramondre Stevenson!
Let's welcome in the play-by-play voice of the New England Patriots here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. That is the voice of Bob Sochi, joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline after the Cowboys traded for new backup quarterback Joe Milton. Good morning, Bob. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Bob, what did you think of the trade compensation? Were you surprised by it, or were you and other Patriot fans expecting more?
Well, I try to be realistic. I was surprised. I thought that maybe Milton would bring back a little more, particularly, in light of some of the other recent trades for backup quarterbacks. But then you start to think about reasons why they traded him. And obviously the guy you just heard me try to describe with that sensational play in Tennessee last year is the primary reason, Drake May, his classmate. They drafted the 2 quarterbacks, as you know, together. But I think also that there's, Joe Milton had this remarkable flourish to end the season against the Buffalo Bills, and he has tremendous physical skills. But he is still, I think, very much a great unknown, and a lot of the questions that followed him out of the University of Tennessee into the NFL as a late-round draft pick remain for most people. So I think when you sit down and process it, while a lot of fans here are disappointed, I still think the Patriots accomplished what they needed to. They got another pick. They were able to move up a bit, I think 46 slots in the end. And they developed him to a point where he became an asset. And I think they traded him when his value for them was at its highest.
Bob, Mike Reese said this sparks a thought that the trade was driven, Patriots insider, that this was driven as much by QB room dynamics as anything else. What does that mean?
Well, Mike Reese is as good as they come in covering the Patriots, certainly. And I think, with Todd Archer in that group as well down there, among the best in the business. And he is a guy that certainly is well-sourced and I think has a great perspective and is not someone who is prone to hyperbole. And I think that, you look at just the recent lessons for the Patriots. They had 2 quarterbacks who came in a year apart. Mac Jones, first-round pick, 2021. Bailey Zappi the next year is a 4th-round pick. And Jones gets hurt against Baltimore early in the season, his second year. Zappi comes in and wins a couple of games. And then Jones, at that point, he is beginning his slide from where he was as a rookie. And for all intents and purposes, by the end of his tenure, he was a broken quarterback here. And at that same time, Bailey Zappi had a little taste of success early as a Patriots starter. There were calls for him to replace Mac Jones, chants from the crowd. And over the course of the next couple of years, I think that the dynamics in that quarterback room were unhealthy for both of them and for the team as a whole. You know, you had a guy that was the number one pick and was drafted to be the next franchise quarterback, and you had another guy who probably felt like, hey, I outplayed him when I got my opportunity. And, you know, and in the end, neither prospered from that, and nor did the team. And so I think, you know, that's part of it. That's the background historically in the recent past for the Patriots. But I think also, you know, in the case of Joe Milton, he's a bit older for a rookie quarterback to come in, given his experience at the college level. Like I said, he's a guy that finished, I think, very surprising to a lot of people internally, just how well he played against Buffalo, understanding that the Bills didn't really try very hard in that game. They didn't play the regulars, and it wasn't exactly the most complex defense, more like a preseason approach for them, as they were more than willing to let the Patriots win, I think, and slide out of that number one pick and fall to the fourth spot overall. But I think that's primarily it. I think I don't know any information inside regarding either personality, whether there was an issue between them. I don't suspect so. I just think it was an opportunity to trade Joe Milton coming off that season finale, but also at the same time eliminate any possibility of a reoccurrence of what took place with Mac Jones and Bailey Zappi inhabited that same room.
Bob Sochi, Patriots play-by-play, join us here 105 through the Fan. Okay, so don't interpret it that Joe has a personality problem. Interpret it as, you know, we're just trying to avoid Drake looking over his shoulder at the backup.
I think Drake looking over his shoulder, and of course the memory for fans too here locally is going to be that performance by Joe Milton. And I think a lot of people, when the Patriots picked him, thought, you know, maybe Milton, they might have something here, and especially the reports out of training camp and early in the season when the Patriots delayed the start for Drake May as the quarterback of this team, taking over for Jacoby Brissett. Milton seems like a really likable guy. He's bright. He's got a great energy about him, very positive from everything that I've seen and experienced. So, yeah, I would say don't read into it as much about Joe Milton as more or less just eliminating that possibility of having Drake May look over his shoulder and as well having the fans, you know, clamoring for that backup quarterback, that young backup quarterback who is his classmate. If there are any, growing pains this year as he adapts to a new offense under Josh McDaniels.
Bob, the tools he has are they're vast. Like, what is his issue? Is it ability to read defenses? Is he inaccurate? Like, what is his biggest, kind of hump that he has to get over?
Yeah, there's no question about it. I mean, he physically, he looks like Cam Newton. There's a couple of plays, if you go back, including one that was negated by a penalty, where it's very much like Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes spinning out of the pocket, keeping a play alive, rolling to the left, and then throwing a dart to the corner of the end zone. When you hear the term rocket or a cannon applied to a pitcher or a quarterback, I mean, this is a guy that is the definition of that. We saw that in training camp. What we didn't see, to your point, to your question, was the accuracy. And what we understood when he was drafted by the Patriots and coming out of Tennessee, big reason why he went where he went in the draft, was if not the inability, then at least I think, maybe being further behind other quarterbacks, let's say, in terms of reading and processing. In that particular game, like I said, against the Buffalo Bills, where we saw him for extended action, and the only other times we really saw him during the year were training camp and the preseason, when, again, you're going against vanilla defenses and there's very little scheming. I don't think we really got to gauge whether he could truly process. I do think, though, that the team internally was very pleasantly surprised with the progress that he made behind the scenes. Did a lot of work with visualization, some 3D technology that they incorporated in his development on the practice field. Certainly made strides in a significant way, according to coaches, by the end of the year. But I still think that those questions remain about whether Joe Milton can process what he sees at the line of scrimmage before the snap, and then his defense has changed from what he first recognized once the play begins to unfold how he's going to handle that.
Patriots play-by-play guy Bob Sochi joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Bob, you kind of just touched on it there a little bit at the end, talking about the progress that he made. The big issue here with Trey Lance in Dallas, when Dallas gambled on him, was just you consistently heard from people that there wasn't a lot of consistent progress. Was it something in New England that if they didn't trade him, were you hearing any sort of feedback that the coaching staff felt like, all right, not only is he progressing, but he's showing to be a good student, and we think there's still more room for him to tap into. We think he's capable of being more.
Well, what's kind of interesting is that you have a coaching staff now that is new from the coaching staff he had as a rookie, and it's a different offense under Josh McDaniels, and it's a difficult offense under McDaniels, even though he's, as recently as yesterday, said he's going to merge some of the ideas from people who've been around the West Coast, which is what the Patriots ran last year. And it was really a old-fashioned West Coast offense under Alex Van Pelt. And I dare to say it was a really simplified offense in comparison to what they're going to ask the quarterbacks to run this year. It's an offense that became Tom Brady's offense and evolved with McDaniels. And again, he's indicated he's going to scale it back and streamline and incorporate other ideas, but still different language. I think a lot of different things incumbent upon the quarterback in the line of scrimmage, especially. And so I think that those questions existed internally, but you have a staff that really didn't have any experience with Joe Milton. There are a couple of holdovers on the coaching staff, but really not in any positions. You know, when you talk about the hierarchy, head coach Mike Vrabel, offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels, quarterbacks coach Ashton Grant, Thomas Brown, Todd Downing, all these guys have come in as former offensive play callers elsewhere, and they're on the staff now. They weren't here a year ago. So I think that's part of the equation, too, when you consider their evaluation of Joe Milton. And I think you look at Vrabel, as I say, as the head coach taking over. Elliot Wolf drafted Milton. He remains as the vice president of player personnel. But one of the ongoing questions here, and I think we're seeing it answered on a daily basis more and more, is who has the say over personnel ultimately. And I think it's Vrabel's call. And part of the trade of Joe Milton is that Mike Vrabel, and his staff felt that, it's a move they could make, and it's a move they should make at this point in time.
Bob, how much of the feedback from fans that you heard during the season was related to, we always hear backup quarterback's the most popular guy in town, but how much demand did it feel like there was from Patriots fans who were like, let's roll with Joe Milton. We liked what we saw. We want him out there. We want to see him get a chance.
I'll say, to be honest with you, too, and I'm going to probably contradict myself in some way. I don't think we got that because what people saw of Drake May was encouraging enough, and at times, and I'll go back to the play at the end of regulation against Tennessee, they were saying, why wasn't this guy in there to start the season? Why did they wait until Houston in the middle of the season to put Drake May in there? By the end of the season, though, after that game in Buffalo, I think, I think some people, had a pretty high and inflated opinion, perhaps, of Joe Milton. In case Drake May stumbles, you would probably hear more from those people on Sports Talk Radio here. But I don't think, during the course of last year, there were any of those calls. Milton was really largely an unknown to fans, except for the fact that, they knew this guy did backflips on a daily basis on the practice field at training camp, had a rocket arm, and was big and mobile and really looked the part.
Bob, last aspect of the trade, Jordan Schultz said that other teams were interested and the Patriots had a better offer, but chose to send him where he wanted out of respect for him. Boston Sports Talk lost their mind over this yesterday. Why would you do a favor to a 6th-round first-year player? What do you make of that report?
Yeah, well, Jordan's, he's an established reporter, and I have no reason to doubt his reporting on this, and I can completely understand. I guess it goes back to my initial reaction of some mild disappointment that the Patriots dealt Milton to Dallas if they had a better offer to send him elsewhere. And maybe part of that, I don't know for sure, was conference related, division related. In the case too of a situation like this, I go back to when the Patriots traded Jimmy Garoppolo to San Francisco, and Bill Belichick picked up the phone and made a call to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and the return on Garoppolo was a 2nd-round pick, and I think that there was great regret on the part of a lot of followers of the team and a lot of criticism and scrutiny, certainly from sports talk radio, my friends on our flagship station, and it's lingered. Really, I think it lingered from that point in time when Jimmy was dealt away through the end of Bill's tenure. Frustration, like, why didn't you get more for this guy when you had such a valuable asset? And so I think that, the feeling of like doing another team a favor or doing the player, that solid, why do that at the expense of getting more for the player? And then the feeling when Belichick made that trade of Garoppolo to San Francisco is that he wanted to put him in a good place, really had a lot of respect for Kyle Shanahan and wanted to see Jimmy do well. When you had a team like Cleveland that, going back to the combine that year, was sending every signal that they were very interested in Jimmy Garoppolo, and perhaps the Patriots could have gotten a lot more in return for him. So I think that's part of the background when it comes to that discussion here locally with Joe Milton. I don't mean apples to apples necessarily, but I do understand it.
Bob, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it. Enjoy your weekend and the draft coming up. Thank you.
Guys, my pleasure. Great to be with you.
The voice of the New England Patriots, Bob Sochi. Nice get from Ralph James Choppy, giving you the Joe Milton reasoning and scouting report on the D&M Leasing Hotline. The hottest athlete in DFW did it again last night, and they're starting to attack Luka in Los Angeles. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-4817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Throws out to Bork, wide open, he feeds it ahead, in, forehand, Johnston, of course, 6 games in a row, Wyatt Johnston, and Dallas has broken it open.
The longest active run in the National Hockey League. 6 straight games, as you heard on Victory Plus, and it was a 5-goal explosion from your Dallas Stars with a 5-1 win over Nashville last night. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a messy, rainy Friday here on DFW Sports Station. The Stars have now earned a point in each of their last 10 games played. 8-0-2 in their last 10. That's the longest point streak since 2019. They're on the verge of breaking their all-time mark for home wins, getting it done at the AAC, and they're 4 points back of Winnipeg and have 2 more home games this weekend. Tomorrow against Pittsburgh, Sunday against Minnesota.
Man, I thought just for about 2 seconds there when we were coming back, Sean, I thought we were about to get to play the highlight.
I know, I thought so too.
I was really close to saying it myself.
Dude, I clicked it instead of just dragging over and, yeah.
Oh, so it was your fault.
Technically, it's stupid how this thing works. I mean,
because when you went like this, I was like, all right, that's the technology, it's the computer, but you just admitted it was your fault.
Yeah, I mean, it is Thursday after 6:40, so that's what it is.
That's right.
They've got.
Hey, he's had a good year.
Checked out.
He's had a good year. So
yes, they're trying. Obviously, they're 4 points back in Winnipeg, like you said. They do play Winnipeg coming up here at home next week, but they've got Minnesota on the schedule, and Minnesota is fighting for that spot. They have Utah on the schedule. Utah they're too far back, so they might catch them at a mail-it-in point. Nashville's already been eliminated. They've got them on the schedule 2 more times. I'm sorry, no, they just had them, so they have 1 more time still. Final game of the year. They have Detroit on the schedule, and Detroit is at the point they're not going to be in the playoffs, so when they get to them, they might be mailing it in as well.
I am going to make my first ever hockey bet on underdog.
Ooh. Okay.
My big fear is that it's going to be a goal and a half higher or lower for Wyatt. Because if it's a 0.5, if it's a half.
The half, you go with the over.
Yeah. Would they not do it? Is it too easy?
That's so, yeah, they don't.
They wouldn't do a goal and a half.
Probably not.
Right? Because they're not going to do like an Aaron Judge 1.5 home run higher or lower.
Right.
They're always going to make you gamble that he's going to hit one. So I'm going Wyatt Johnson scoring this next game.
You would. I mean, look, it's a safe bet the way kind of the heater that he has been on. And it's just like in the puck line or the run line when you're betting hockey, you're betting baseball. It's generally a 1.5, not a half. It's not win by 1. It's just win by 1.5.
Fresh Spits and Suds is up, and it's featuring Stars beat writer Robert Tiffin and his thoughts on the game. So Gavin Spittle has that wherever you get your pods.
By the way, 66.1%. Money Puck said start.
Wow.
They're starting last night. If you just type in Luka on Twitter, they're starting to pick at him. The Lakers lose. He cost me money last night again, and it's him solely. I'm winning the other half of my bet. But the Lakers lose to the Warriors. Steph scores 37. Luka does not hit a 3, and you're starting to see, if you type in Luka, this is not me, fat Luka. Luka doesn't look like he's lost a pound. Here's Luka when he's not making his threes, and it's showing like these big obese athletes.
How many burners does Nico have?
They're starting to make fun of him. 55% shooting against him as the primary defender. The Lakers were 12 of 22. There's a clip going around of Steph putting him on skates. How you letting a 37-year-old do this to you? So starting to pick a little bit at Luka for some of the conditioning stuff.
Yeah, I would expect throughout Luka's whole career that Steph was going to cross him up. Like I would genuinely expect that was going to happen. If anybody's surprised by that, you had unrealistic expectations.
Steph can still do that to everybody. Yesterday, Brendan Haywood brought it strong on this show. Bobby said, absolutely, get him on. We've heard him on, I think, with KNC in the past. And Haywood, with force, was explaining why they would trade Luka. And you had this Dip S, Candle Sniffer, or whatever his Twitter name is. He's like, thank you, Brendan, for putting these idiots in their place, these morons who don't understand why you would trade Doncic.
I love a good candle, though, man. They're fantastic.
Well, this guy's eaten too much wax, apparently, in his life, because Brendan Haywood, at the end of the interview, and I wanted to give Brendan a chance to clarify so we could have him on again, because I'm sure it was infuriating Mavs fans. I was like, just to be clear, you don't agree with just trading. You don't agree with the deal. And he goes, no, you should have gotten more back. Candle Sniffer. That was our entire point. All right? Like, trading him, one crime. The other crime is the return. We've said it 400,000 times. Stop sniffing and eating so many candles. But Brendan Haywood brought it strong yesterday. But did you type in Luka on Twitter? Did you see anything?
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at some stuff. It's, it's the Shane Gillis photos. Shane Gillis of him in a Laker jersey. The guy...
Luka, when the Lakers needed him the most, I think they superimposed D'Angelo Russell's face on him. So they're making fun of him there.
The huge guy, I can't remember who he played for. He played college basketball.
The huge guy.
Played for Fisher University, that dude.
Gentlemen.
But, it's, this is par for the course. How many of these are Nico burner accounts?
Yeah.
That he's going on there and doing?
Probably, yeah. As I said 2 minutes ago, I would say that no. This is the Luka experience, though. Like, he has bad defensive games. He plays poorly. Like, I mean, this does happen with him occasionally. It doesn't matter. Like, and it doesn't matter if this happens every once in a while. It's not enough to justify it. Like, Candleman, whatever you're saying, all the wax he was eating.
Wax sniffer.
Yeah, exactly. Like Madonna in Body of Evidence. You ever seen that one, Chop?
Good movie.
She's pouring the wax on Willem Dafoe. It's just, these sort of things have happened with him consistently. He'll go through dry spells the way he shoots. And it's just, to me, I don't think that there's still anything. If it takes you 2 months to go, aha, then it's like, all right, well, then it was bad if it still took you 2 months to even to be able to claim a victory.
Pistons play-by-play voice. Did we meet him in Gaylord?
George Blaha.
George Blaha is getting destroyed.
What a name.
Blaha.
He's getting longtime legend there in Detroit. He's getting destroyed for going after SGA the other day during the Pistons game.
31 points. A measly 3 assists for Gilgeous-Alexander. And 10 for 26 shooting. He may be the MVP, but he's not the best player in the world. The Joker is the best player in the world. Had a 61-point triple-double last night. He had more than 3 assists.
Dude, what the hell?
Yeah, that's a shots fired. I mean, he's not wrong, but I mean, he's the MVP.
Yeah.
He's going to win the MVP. Joker is the best player in the league.
Yeah.
Like, what he said was not wrong, but a measly, he just completely just taking shots at his game, like a measly 3 assists.
This guy 100% used to rag on Kobe. I didn't hear him, but I'm just guessing that's the old Kobe. He scored 50 points, but how many assists? 1? Like, it's that same criticism.
So some people, including Choppy, were asking the other day, do we need to revisit the MVP conversation? Well, on TNT, Adam Lefko asked Shaq, all right, 2025 Joker versus 2001 Shaq. And it made me wonder if Shaq secretly wanted to fight Luka.
2001 Shaq, 2025 Jokic, what happens?
Slavian chicken, wherever he's from.
Slovenian chicken?
Slovenian chicken.
Really? You tear him up?
Yeah.
What's your stat line? What's his stat line into the night?
I'm
Serbia,
40.
by the way.
I'm getting 40, and they're going to have to double me. And he probably going to pick and pop and take me all that, but he probably won't be in the game while, because after he shoot the 3, I'm running right to the middle lane and the whole arena going to get out 3 seconds, and we'll see. And I'm going to hit way more 2s than you hit 3s, guarantee you that.
So there's Shaq getting the country wrong to start
So this article just dropped on ESPN about Joker's defensive prowess, because we don't think of him as a defensive player.
No.
He is number 1 in the NBA in the defensive metric of box score defensive impact per 100 possessions.
Which is what?
I have no idea.
Oh,
I have no idea.
I don't know what that means either. What does that mean?
I have no idea. It's a plus minus type thing. It's a analytics thing that they will never tell you what it means.
Look, they're doing a topic now on this is the Luka turn. The topic is which trade is more impactful, Jimmy Butler to the Warriors or Luka to the Lakers? Because the record for the Warriors since Jimmy got there, I have it written down.
Oh, it's tremendous.
It's like 22-4, something like that. Oh, 20-4. It's 20-4. So now they're asking bigger trade impact, Jimmy or Luka. After Shaq said that, they reminded him that there's some big fellas in the Jokic family that Shaq may not want a part of.
And I'm going to make his brothers want to fight me because the first play of the game, elbows.
You don't want that. You don't want them apples. You don't want his brothers coming at you.
I got brothers.
Come on, Twitter. Come at me with the.
He has brothers.
No, have you seen his brothers?
And have you seen my brothers? Watch this. See? Yeah, see, Candace, I'm worldwide.
Serbian chicken.
Serbian barbecue chicken.
So there's Shaq wanting to fight the brothers too.
Yeah, and one of the other things in this thing, they talk about his Joker's kick ball violations, how it's like a really good defensive play because it stops the play. And like he's logged like triple the amount of kickballs that anybody else in the league has done. But yeah, I mean, SGA is the MVP this year. And Joker's got, they did a straw poll of the ESPN 100 people, and it's 77-23. So it's like, it's
for
pretty,
SGA?
For SGA. Now, look, are we going to have a conversation about Joker as where he stands in the league?
Yes.
We are. Like, someone's getting out of the top 10. When his career's over, someone's getting knocked out.
Circling back really quickly to what we just had there on Luka and all the criticism that started. That needs to be your next play tonight. Is him go whatever. I don't know what the point total is. Whatever the over is against the Pelicans, because this is what happens whenever people start being and complaining about him. Now the only thing is, are they going to play him back to back? I would assume they will. It's a home and home. They don't have to travel. But
and LeBron may not play.
Hit the over on whatever it is, because this is when Luka starts getting angry and goes like, "Well, fine, I'll score 50."
Okay, it's 28.5.
Over. Hit it.
It's high.
Hit it. He averages 28 on the season.
Points, rebounds, and assists combined 44.5. He owes me after screwing me again last night. Double-double, I could bet that. I could bet he gets a double-double, or you think 28.5 is
28.5 over.
All right, there it is. Bobby Roberto Belt with the advice here on DFW Sports Station. Are the Cowboys about to have their best draft of the Will McClay era? Next, in Below the Belt, right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Gaylord, Michigan, Gaylord Golf.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, could it be 2020 all over again with your Dallas Cowboys? Let's talk about it really quick. Over at NFL.com, Chad Reuter had a piece up that was the ideal top 2 picks for every team coming up in the NFL draft. And he just kind of lays out, like, given what's likely to be in the area, what would just be a home run selection for each team. So, for instance, for the Giants, he has on there Shedeur Sanders at 3, Tyler Booker, the Alabama guard, as the second-round pick. You get down to Dallas, and his dream scenario for the Dallas Cowboys is number 12 overall, Tetairoa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona, which that's becoming a stronger and stronger drumbeat, I feel like. Dan
Orlovsky said it would make them a sneaky good team.
That's what he said yesterday. Today, he said that Tetairoa McMillan is the worst football player he's ever seen. Tomorrow, he's going to say that Tet McMillan should go to the Giants because he's wildly inconsistent, and he'll give you every take under the sun. But no, this is actually a push from why am I blanking? What's our draft guy's name that we were sitting next to in
McShay?
Indy? McShay. Todd McShay. Todd McShay said yesterday that was one of the steadier things he's starting to hear is McMillan and Dallas. McMillan and Dallas.
Okay.
You can link that up. I think that'd be great. The dream second-round pick, Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State. Good player. Got some juice. Has like some burners to him. It'd be a good pick. Both of those would be great. So now we go over to ESPN, where one Field Yates has his latest mock draft up, which we were talking about this the other day with Field Yates. I don't know when his identity with ESPN shifted like it has. Whereas at one point he was just kind of fantasy guy, and now he's pseudo insider who talks to people around the league and like now has all this random insight, and they want to put him up there to analyze news and not just fantasy impact. But he's done something to develop some sort of level of relationships where they feel comfortable having him stretch things into 2 rounds and talk about what he's hearing. So this is his setup. You get down to the Dallas Cowboys. Ashton Genty is already off the board in this scenario. Shedeur Sanders went number 3 to the Giants. Basically, what you're looking at here is Tetairoa McMillan is the best player on the board, and that's exactly who the Cowboys take. He says some evaluators are dubious of using an early pick on a wide receiver with somewhat pedestrian speed. Scouts I spoke to timed McMillan in the high 4.5s in the 40-yard dash at his pro day. But I'm a true believer in the T-Mac camp. 6'4", 219 pounds. He's a nightmare assignment for a cornerback in man-to-man coverage. Plus, he has outstanding ball skills. He'd give Dak Prescott the second top-end receiver that Dallas has long been seeking, opposite CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, you guys have not dived into, like, study all the tape of the hundreds of players. But given the conversations you've seen around the players, is McMillan where you'd like to land at this point as we're just a couple weeks out?
As opposed to
Genty, an offensive lineman like maybe Will Campbell from LSU. You think that would have a bigger impact directly on the Cowboys winning next season, or just for the long term?
I don't care about next season. The long term.
I agree.
Man,
I'm scared of the bigger receiver, too. I'm scarred from the Detroit Lions taking Mike Williams and Kelvin Benjamin to Carolina.
Laquan Treadwell.
Laquan Treadwell. I know you got Drake London, but, man, I'm scared of that separation and speed.
Which even Drake London, when you look at Drake London, his numbers have not been, like, eye-popping throughout his career. Drake London for his career, 72 catches, 866 yards, 69 catches, 900 yards, and then last year really broke out 100 catches and almost 1,300 yards. And that's who he most frequently comps to is Drake London.
What is McMillan's 40?
So it was very dependent on who you talk to. Field Yates is saying he talked to people that said it was high 4.5s. People I talked to said it was closer to like 4.50, 4.52.
Okay. I also think of London as like a fantastic 2.
Yeah.
At 12, do I need to have a higher standard?
No.
No?
No. You're looking for, I mean, a number 2 wide receiver could be an impact player.
I know, but I mean, I'm thinking about I should be drafting a 1.
I don't disagree that you should. I think it's just you're picking 12 in a year where it's not like there's not the same number of studs that you would normally expect might be there.
Yeah, I don't care. Like the Lions drafted Penei Sewell at what, 10? He's a right tackle. What's the difference between a right tackle and a 2 wide receiver? It's the same thing. They're a starter.
I'll say this, and this is something where.
Do you agree with that? By the way, right tackle and number 2 receiver are the same value.
No, I would say
that's an interesting point. I would say right tackle
a bad right tackle I think hurts you more. Like if you've got a bad
right tackle, absolutely, yes, could hurt you more.
He also has pass game and run game capability.
But like, all right, let me ask you this: a number 2 wide receiver or a guard?
It's a good question.
I'd rather have, if they're equal, if I think they're both equally good at the job they do, and I have Dallas's receiver situation, I'd rather take the receiver.
Same.
Now here's the thing. This will come up at some point probably. You may be facing, when you're sitting there at pick 12, and I know both of you guys like this guy, you may be sitting there at pick 12 and Tyler Warren is there from Penn State, the tight end. But you feel like, is tight end a luxury, or do I just say I want the best number 2 pass catcher I can get?
I mean, is he Trey McBride?
The new highest paid tight end of all time?
Is he my boy who helped me win both Peyton Fantasy Championships in Vegas?
I don't think he's Brock Bowers.
If he's Brock Bowers,
yeah.
Give me him.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's Brock Bowers. I do think he's very good. But to me, McMillan has a chance. I told you guys before, the comp I have for him is Brandon Marshall. That's who I think he can be. So if you're telling me I've got Brandon Marshall and CeeDee Lamb,
stud,
I'll take it.
You know, we didn't spend enough time, at least I regret, not honing in enough on Brian Schottenheimer the other day saying build outside in. Because that is not what you have heard throughout the history of football.
Right.
It is inside out, O-line, D-line, Philadelphia Eagles, everyone throughout the history of the sport, but Schotty had a different perspective the other day.
I actually like it because you're looking at guys who are more on an island, and the guys, like, you need to have, when you're looking at wide receivers, they have to win their individual matchup. Corners have to win their individual matchup. So you need elite players there.
So I think what he was saying specifically, and it's to the point when you guys just said wide receiver 2 or guard. I think what he's saying is not necessarily wide receiver over the interior. He's saying I need to prioritize the guys who are on the island. So outside in would mean wide receivers over tight ends, tackles over guards and centers, defensive ends over defensive tackles, outside linebackers over the middle, corners over the safeties. Like he views the guys on the, like, out there on those edges. So he would say tackle is really important. Receiver is really important. Guard is probably less important than both of those, is how he would probably look at it. So I don't know that it's necessarily stacking receiver over the offensive line or other positions. More just in each individual position group, you need to start from the edges and build in, because those guys on the edges have to be by themselves a lot of times.
If you have like a bunch, if everybody on your offensive line is a B, you have a great offensive line.
Yeah.
If your wide receivers are Bs, you'll have a good receiving group, but it's not going to be a game changer.
You got the Packers receiving group or something like
fine.
that.
Yeah, it's fine.
We're doing the latest mock draft from Field Yates over at ESPN. Number 12 pick, he said Tet McMillan. Number 44, remember Chad Reuter at NFL.com said your dream scenario would be Tet McMillan and TreVeyon Henderson. He mocks TreVeyon Henderson, running back, Ohio State, to the Dallas Cowboys, saying the Cowboys have been frequently linked to running backs early in the draft, and Henderson is an electric playmaker, both as a runner and a receiver. Dallas averaged 4 yards per carry last season. Henderson has the open field speed to make an instant impact on the ground. Sean, you've talked about you want excitement.
Yep.
Tet McMillan and TreVeyon Henderson. Does that meet your excitement standard for when we get out to Oxnard?
All right, well, here's my top 3 excitement standard in Oxnard in no particular order. Intriguing new quarterback, check. That's done with Milton. I need an explosive wide receiver. Does McMillan qualify as that?
So, do you
and
want...
I need a new running back with juice.
TreVeyon Henderson has juice. That would be juice.
And then I need an explosive wide receiver to get me excited.
So, if I tell you Tet McMillan is a better player than Matthew Golden from Texas, but Matthew Golden is a stretch the field, take the top off type of receiver, would you rather have Golden then? Whereas McMillan is more a possession guy,
Is
probably.
Golden like Michael Gallup and it felt like it was all or nothing? Like Michael would have 140 catch a game, but he's not going to get me 7-8 catches a game? What do you think, Pepe, for Golden? You're a Longhorn kind of fan.
Yeah, I really like him. I was borderline on like at first if he was going to be first or second, but if you use a first round pick, it's not a bad choice. I mean, he's explosive. He's really, really good. But I really like Tet McMillan, man. He was really good at Arizona.
Golden is he ran 4.29 at the combine. He's so much faster than Gallup is. The thing with Golden is you might be looking at a guy who it's not going to be, he may have 8 catches, 190 yards one week, and then the next week he's shut out or something. That may be something that you're looking at with him.
I have to get a reliable number 2. If anything happens to CeeDee Lamb, the season is over just as much as if something happens to Dak Prescott. Like, you got to help Lamb out. And I don't know. I'm scared. Maybe that's the wrong way to look at it. Like, I should always think CeeDee's going to be there for 17 games. Then I can have the guy that can be hit and miss. But if something happens to CeeDee, I need consistency of 6 catches a week. And it doesn't sound like that's Golden.
So Golden can get there. Golden's not a polished route runner yet. He's working his way, but he has the ceiling to be able to become a high-end route runner is way up there because his stop-start quickness is incredible. His vertical speed's great. He moves really smooth when you're talking about his lateral quickness.
Like Jamison Williams. Is Jamison Williams a comp for him? I forget about just like style, but like, don't forget style, but 58 catches, 17 a catch.
He's a game breaker.
Game breaker. Take the top off. Is that Golden?
I think Golden, if he was ever asked to be a 1 potentially, like I think he has the capacity to be it. But I mean, there definitely feels like there's a wider spectrum to me of bust versus boom potential.
Well, guys like that, guys like Jameson or whatever, or those type of players, they'll have games where it's like 4 for 160, and the following week they get shut out.
Yes. So what's your 1, 2, 3 wide receiver list, and where's the fall? The drop off.
1 is McMillan, 2 is Hunter playing receiver, Travis Hunter from Colorado, and 3 is Golden. And then I think it is a drop. To Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State, who I think is a good player, but there's more questions there. And then really quickly, Cowboys announced OTA dates yesterday, May 19th and June 10th. June 10th is the mandatory period. May 19th is a voluntary. Those are the dates to circle to see if Micah shows up.
And my theory is that was Jerry's little hint and clue when he said at the owners' meetings, I'm going to play some more cards. You want to see them all dealt. What, for Micah to show up to prove that he's a leader? For you to finally sign off in this inevitable contract that we know he's getting? Be-Lo, Be-Bell, on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Let's win your bracket and try to make you some money as RJ Choppy breaks all the rules with a Final Four degenerate.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, for you.
Let's go, Cowboys. An Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and you know what?
What?
I think we'll take a vote. I want to know if anyone else is fist pumping. Bobby's going to get this canceled like Peyton got Life Hacks canceled. Until you heard 740 this morning with the return on the expressway. Here on Sean and RJ, DFW Sports Station on a messy, nasty Friday.
You messy.
I guess it's supposed to be the same tomorrow. And the entire morning show. We'll see you at the Rangers game on Sunday at the Globe. Rangers versus Rays. Pepe, you're going out there as well?
Yes, I will be there.
All right. So we got the entire squad out there for the game.
You mentioned a second ago how Life Hacks returned. Peyton was trying to lobby right after we did Life Hacks. He's like, I think we should just repeat what I said and see if the listeners think it was that bad and vote and see if I really got it canceled. He's like, because I don't think I should be blamed for it anymore.
Off-air conversations should not always be brought on air. Just
right. You literally said to bring it on the air, so I'm now bringing it on the air.
After?
I said that we should do it.
With Gavin listening, we probably shouldn't do that.
I said if we bring it up and it gets a complaint,
are you turning into like the rat of the morning show?
Yeah, he kind of is.
No,
he's a snitch. He's a snitch.
I'm not a snitch. He literally said, "Bring it on the air."
No, I did not.
You said we need to bring it on the air and vote on it.
That's different.
That's the same thing.
Bring it on the air and vote on it. It's kind of like talking about it on the radio. Final four tomorrow night. Championship game on Monday. RJ Choppy has a Final Four degenerate.
Normally we bet unders and underdogs. Normally. This year's NCAA tournament has been anything but unders and underdogs.
Choppy.
They have been losers in this tournament.
Is this the year, answer this on the fan text, where the surprise bracket entry has no chance of winning? Like the person in the office who didn't watch anything, they're eliminated. They're more in play. Is it actually more upsets this year in your office because of the person who didn't watch just picking the chalk? I wonder how that has worked. Take the people who watch sports and college basketball in your office or workplace versus those who don't. And I think that those who don't would have more of a chance this year just going with the safe picks. Or do those people usually go with like your wife's bracket?
I was going to say, I feel like usually the person who doesn't watch very much wins these things because they picked the random underdog that nobody would have projected to get as far as they did. Whereas this year, the person who watches and like tries to think about who's better might make it better. Or like in Peyton's case, just creates a coward bracket.
877-881-1053. It's a text.
All right, so Duke -5 against Houston. The number's too low. Duke is 8.5 points better than anybody in the country right now, at least. So Duke,
well, they have Jason Tatum, Scottie Pippen, Lamar Odom, and Kawhi Leonard.
That's right. That's the comps for Cooper Flag. I was kind of surprised when I saw this. They did his comparisons on ESPN, and his ceiling, they say, is Kawhi Leonard. His
ceiling is Kawhi.
That's his ceiling.
Okay.
His floor is Lamar Odom. His prime comp would be Jason Tatum.
Woo!
So prime Tatum. They also do a second star comp, like if he's like the number 2 on a team, Pippen. All right, Pippen. And then an out of left field comp is Andre Kirilenko.
Oh.
Who's a block shot wizard.
Ton of versatility in those comparisons.
A lot of versatility. I think he's fantastic. Easily the best player on the floor in any game that he is going to play.
Is he your number 1 pick?
Yeah. Now, look, there may be somebody from France that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as from the from the States, absolutely him. So Duke -5. I also like the over in Duke Houston at 136.5. The Houston Tennessee game was 69-50, so that was almost 130. Oh, sorry, almost 120, right? 120. And Tennessee scored 15 points in the first half. That's not going to happen with Duke. And Duke's not as good of a defensive team as Tennessee is, so Houston will score a little bit more in this game. And then I like Florida -2.5 against Auburn. That to me is the way those teams have been playing down the stretch. I know Auburn got here, and Florida's had some hiccups on the way here, but over the last month and a half of the season, there's no doubt about it, Florida's been the much better team.
Has the NCAA tournament been bad for your relationship? A sports book surveyed 1,000 couples and found 28% admit sports can cause friction. Now, when I had one of my 14 weeks off, Amanda was looking at me kind of side-eyed when I had the game still on. And I think in her mind it was, well, if you don't have to talk about it the next day, you don't have to watch 9 hours of it. But I loved the tournament so much and the drama of it. I kept watching it. I wanted to have it on.
Yeah.
I now have a new gambling habit that plays into it. We had show ramifications that played into it. So I didn't need to see the beginning, but I had to watch these second halves, and that could have caused some potential friction. Among Gen Zers, 18 to 24, a staggering 1 in 4 said they even thought about ending things because of the friction caused by sports watching habits. A relationship deal breaker, 26% of those polled agreed it is a deal breaker. 17% reported feeling neglected by their partner while they had their eyes glued to the game. Survey also found that 24% of men are not willing to budge on their sports viewing time for their girlfriends or wives, but 72% are down to compromise on sports viewing to save their relationship.
Oh, it's a tough one because there's no doubt that every spouse has felt neglected by their spouse over work, phone, TV, whatever. They've all felt that. But if the sports viewing is a problem, what do you want to watch? There's the other.
Well, they're going to have. Don't think they're not going to have answers.
They're going to have an
that.
answer. But what's the answer? So if we just say, all right, I stopped watching sports. Now you're going to be watching your shows. I'm not going to be into it. I'm going to feel like you're neglecting me.
Oh.
Yeah, see, I think with Kristen, if there's a time she's irritated about me watching something or watching multiple somethings, it's not so much like, let's watch something else. It's, let's go do something. I don't want to be here. I want to go out. I want to go do... That's where she gets irritated, which this comes up. Usually one game she won't complain about. If I have multiple in a row I have to watch, that's when she starts getting a little like, well, how many more do you have? Like, do you know when this is going to end? And it's like, no, I don't. I know generally, but...
I don't ever get bugged on weekdays. I love my wife for that. Saturday, I try to always have a family activity, and at 10 a.m. so I don't have to be in the house with them till like 2 p.m. And hopefully they knock out early. So usually morning, afternoon activity, and then Sunday is back to work. And That was part of the marriage agreement, which my wife has abided by.
Did you have a discussion about that beforehand? Like, hey, you got to understand this is what it's going to look like.
Yeah. When she saw me not answering my family phone calls, she's like, and I'm like, job, family, unless it's an emergency. And then that's the way it goes until I have children, maybe.
Kristen likes to throw this out consistently that Amanda married into this. Sarah's marrying into this. Mackenzie married into this. She was already married. I jumped into a work balance that she did not agree to necessarily.
Well, you know what you should do in reaction? You should show her.
I start literally just raining cash at her, and then she picks it up and she stops
talking.
Show her
your podcast pay stubs, and now show her your pay stub now, and say, which one do you want? Which one do you prefer?
Yeah, that's what
bam, zip it up.
Exactly, she knows.
Pepe, do you catch heat?
A little bit, because
your girlfriend, your fiance, let you go to dinner by yourself so she could watch her own Red Raiders.
Yeah, I thought the job would be a good enough excuse to let me watch sports all the time, but it's not. And Mackenzie, she doesn't get it. She doesn't get why sports take over. She's like, can you just not watch the game? Like, it's okay. Like, the game will still happen. You can watch highlights later on.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand that part of it.
Yep.
But yeah, it just sucks for her because sports is 365 days a year for me. So it's like when baseball season ends, it's then football, it's college football. Then you have Mavs, Stars, you have basketball, you have all that stuff. So it's all the time for me, no matter what.
So even when you got recognized flying out to Boston by the Tolo, that doesn't change her perspective. Like, oh my gosh, you're a Z-lister.
Well, I tried to say, look, I'm willing to go on a trip with you during your time off, while March Madness is happening. I could have said no trip because I don't want to miss March Madness, but I did that, so I think I get a pass there.
Yeah. Great point.
I
took the family to San Antonio before the Final Four weekend.
Yeah.
Look at that dedication. I could have gone during the Final Four.
You could have gone during the Final Four.
I didn't know. I forgot the Final Four was there, but that's what I would say in arguing it if it was an argument.
817 says, my girlfriend is a lame Duke fan. I'm a Tar Heel lifelong fan.
No.
I'm debating dumping her if Duke wins.
That's the one that really gets. That's what it really gets where you have a house divided.
I also don't want my significant. There was this girl in college. Oh God, this is gonna probably get me in trouble.
What was her name?
Katie. But I wasn't dating her. She would just be there a lot when we were all watching the games, and I don't want to be with a diehard sports fan as my spouse.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
You don't want to be with one that wants to argue sports with you.
Yeah.
You want to be with one like Sarah loves to watch. She doesn't really talk about it.
Yeah.
I dated this girl one time. And
you don't want her to hate it. That's for daggone sure.
She would watch all the games. No matter what game it was, though, she had to have a rooting interest. And she did those stupid Frederick. You know Frederick from
Travis.
$1 Million Listing?
Oh,
she would do the kicks in the middle of the game. Woo! Like at the most random.
Oh, that sounds really douchey.
Oh, it was
You
awful.
dated her?
I had to get out.
How did it end?
I said, I got to get out. I can't do this anymore.
And for RJ to break up with you.
I had to get out. I was like, I can't do this. This is brutal. This is brutal. You're picking you're rooting for the Patriots out of nowhere. It's a Thursday night game. Nobody cares.
And being really married to it.
And really being invested in it.
Well, speaking of the spouses and speaking of home life, a stay-at-home mom charge. This is something that Bobby and I could be taxed with here.
Yes.
Coming up soon.
This stay-at-home mom charges her husband nearly $3,000 per week to do the duties around the home. She is a homemaker. She says she put this testimonial out on TikTok, 4.2 million views. She charges $20 per load of dishes, $35 per load of laundry. Does that about 4 times a week. That costs
where
about
this is going.
$60 per bathroom clean. That ends up to be about $240 per week. So she makes about $2,700. So her list also includes grocery shopping, homeschooling, chauffeuring the kids. $2,700 for every 7 days. That's what it does.
This is $156,000 a year.
Yeah.
Why would you like where this is going?
And the researchers have determined, they just used New York City for this one. That's, I guess, is the most expensive spot. But a stay-at-home mom do about $4,300 in chores each month. So this guy's paying $3,000 a week. So he's paying $12,000 a month for the chores. I like. You're gonna like the word no when you want it doesn't exist at $3,000 a week.
3,000 a week, yeah, $156K.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume that along with that charge, then also comes
Just get 2 weeks vacation.
There's no nagging or anything else that goes with it, right?
2 weeks
If that's the
vacation
case,
and
I would
marriage,
just
sick time.
I would just then pay somebody new to do those things, and then not have to deal with the nagging that comes with it. I like that. To me, sounds like a more reasonable investment.
It's a lot. 156. Like, how much money do you have to make?
We need a new Andrew Dice Clay. That's what we need. We need a new Andrew Dice Clay.
Yes.
We need Dice Man to come up here and set these guys straight.
How much money do you have to, like, does this husband make to be able to just willy-nilly fork over $3,000 a week?
Well, that's the thing. But then it begs the question, and this is extremely dangerous territory, what is that job worth? Now, I'm not saying it's not a very, 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 very high-paying job. But if my wife started handing me bills for it, I would start price comparing. I would go on the internet.
You'd shop?
I would shop.
You would price shop.
I would be like the Cowboys front office, and I would find lowest possible bids.
Yeah. It's
But I say this every time. You could not pay me that salary to sit at home and do what she does in terms of taking care of everything and the kids like that. Hell no. Hell no.
It's a lot, man.
But every time I do ask every once in a while, you want to go back to work? You want to go back to work? She's like, no. Because
they're calling.
There's a lot of
they're calling.
There's a lot of crap that you have to deal with in offices. Yeah, you got to deal with a lot of crap at home, but work drama, all right? I'll come home and she's like, you guys bicker like women. You know, or you get into it with this or that or negotiations. And there's office drama that adds to your life. So
I would imagine
it's a matter of preference.
I would imagine staying at home all day.
Like, my wife doesn't have to have the Sunday scaries. But when I have a week off, she's not taking a week off.
Right.
She still has stuff to do every single day.
I would imagine that, like
my wife 9 to 5 is busy every single day.
I would imagine that, like, the being cooped up in the house and having as an adult very few adult interactions other than with your husband would have a major mental health effect on you.
But my wife hates people, so it's not a problem.
That would be the best stay-at-home husband of the four of us, I think, Peyton. Because Peyton, I think he keeps the house clean.
Met me?
You know, he talks. No, because it's the isolation with you. I was gonna say you, but it's the isolation. I don't think you could handle.
You would be the worst off.
Well,
not in terms of the workload, but the mental health.
I would have to golf. I would have to golf.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You have a little golf break.
Yep, I'd have the greatest
plenty
yard.
of time in the day.
Oh, baby.
877-881-1053. So enjoy the degenerate selection. So tweet them out at RJ Choppy. The massholes are not happy with the Cowboys Joe Milton trade. We'll play you their tears. Scott Tenorman, if you know, you know. Next.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and traffic attorneys in Dallas.
Shout out to a physician. We always got the big-time listeners here on the show bringing us these TikTok crazy Dubai chocolates.
Yeah. Dr. Y, UNT, sent these. He hit me up the other day. He's like, I'm going to send you some Dubai chocolates, man.
Thank you,
These
Doc.
are amazing. Thank Doc. Appreciate it, man.
My wife's
Thank you,
eyes
Doc.
lit up. I can't wait for TikTok to be canceled. I really do.
Yeah?
Because every time I look over, she's shopping or surveying something, and I know it's coming from whatever's the latest TikTok trend. Like, we had this battle over my daughter's first birthday party. And at first it was, I don't want to really do anything for Ava's party, and that's not this. Well, then the other week it was, I came up with a theme for the party. I said, what? The party? Everyone's doing Western, and everyone's doing cowboy outfits, and Ava's first rodeo, and now there's a 15-minute photography session tomorrow, a little cowboy boot shopping and all that. And I know all this is coming from TikTok. It's the influence. It's all the influence. It's the social media pressure.
Yeah.
and I think it's costing us cash.
If you're worried about the cash, then you don't want Amazon buying it. Because if Amazon buys it, they're going to streamline all the TikTok shop with their store. They're going to make it easier for you to buy stuff off of there.
The TikTok
you're
shop,
be broke.
though, man, the amount of money to be made.
So what's so special about this Dubai chocolate?
I have no idea. I think Corey knows a lot about it. His kids are trying to make them.
I'm about to eat it right now.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like cream filled though. It's filled with like pistachios and something else.
Yeah, it's according to Google, a pistachio flavored chocolate bar with a unique gooey and flaky texture featuring pistachio cream and then something I can't pronounce.
Pay.
Good crunch. That filling is really good. I'm not the biggest pistachio fan, but that filling is good.
All right, so
it's thick too. These are thick.
Oh yeah,
2 C's.
That thick chocolate in there. 877-881-1053. The Cowboys at this time yesterday. The news breaking: they trade for Joe Milton. We love the compensation that they gave up. They're not liking it in Boston as Felgen Mays. Is that a good Boston accent? On the Sports Hub, they're displeased.
Well, I think the Patriots have perfected the art of giving away quarterbacks for no good return. That's what it feels like to me. Jimmy Garoppolo, Tom Brady, Joe Milton, and I'm not telling you that he belongs in the same breath as either one of those guys, but fifth round pick. They drafted him in the 6th, right? Do I have that right? Someone sent me a text today saying it was a 7th. I remember a 6th. But so that's all they could get after that, and all the hype and all the bullcrap and all these people wanted to trade Drake May. Some of them, not all these people, but that's what it is, a 5th-round pick.
Why bother trading him at all? If
I
that's
agree.
What you're getting?
You should have held on to him. You should have gotten more for him. And then some of the reports out there saying that they had better offers on the table, but they wanted to accommodate Milton. Why? Since when does he get the kind of treatment you'd give a 10-year veteran in the league? Jacoby Brissett wants to go somewhere he's put his time in. I would work with Jacoby Brissett. I would. I think his heart's in the right place. Like, fine, veteran guy, put his time in the league, no problem. You tell us where you want to go, and as long as it's not a huge difference, we'll accommodate your request. Joe Milton, who's been here 5 minutes, you got to keep him happy? Why?
They're not happy.
Wow. Not happy. Look, I mean, I think that if you're a Boston fan, if you're a Patriots fan, it's a terrible deal. Like you probably got
terrible
less return.
Because best case was going to be a 4.
Yeah, I mean that could be 40 picks or 30 picks higher, right? It's depending on where in the 4th round it landed.
What's infuriating them even more is the Jordan Schultz report that they had a better offer, but they did Joe a solid because he wanted to be here.
Yeah, I mean, actually,
like
Cowboys.
Vrabel's getting killed for this by at least these guys because they're like, I thought you were big bad Mike Vrabel. And either Joe Milton is a malcontent. We're thinking, after having the Pats play-by-play guy on, that they didn't want Drake May feeling the heat and looking in the rear view. Mike Vrabel's supposed to be in there as the big badass to get rid of all that.
Yeah, I did hear or saw on the fan text earlier when we were talking about this earlier. Somebody did text in and said that Brian yesterday on the air had reached out to his New England folks and was told by them that they did not have a better offer and that's not true. Now, that's just... I didn't hear Brian say that directly,
so
but
Jordan Schultz is going to beat Broadus' ass, is what you're saying.
I mean, Jordan Schultz could not beat Broadus' ass.
I know,
but
it was a Rappaport reference.
But if the Cowboys 5th that they gave him, right? Let's just say that's the 12th pick in the 5th round, right? But what if the Raiders offer them their 4? Well, the Raiders have probably the 4th pick in the 4th round. That's a significant upgrade.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going from a regular 5 to a comp 4. You'd be going from regular 5 to like back into the 3rd round. 4, kind of 4th round pick.
Yeah, I mean, for Dallas, there's nothing to be unhappy about. I can't imagine they would cut them this much of a break if they had anything better on the table. I think this is probably just what they had out there for them.
Also, if you're a New England fan, not happy because Choppy says Brady and Belichick are no longer the GOATs.
No longer the GOATs. Why is that? Well, because the NFL and Derek Holland is the happiest man alive because his Cleveland Browns just got big time boosted. So last year, Major League Baseball added the Negro League records to their ledger. So any record, any number that was held by a Negro League player is now combined with Major League records. So like, the single season individual batting average champ, I don't believe is a major league baseball player anymore. Right? I think they played specifically just in the Negro leagues, and you have a lot of records like that. Well, the NFL has decided they are adding the AAFC to the record books, which means Otto Graham now has 7 titles, because when the Browns were with, the AAFC, they won a ton of championships. Paul Brown has 7 titles. He now is the most successful head coach. He has the most championships over Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And the Browns went from having never won anything to now having like 8 championships or whatever. So it's quite the difference.
Yeah, here's the only thing there. I don't think that matters totally. Like in terms of, I don't think people think of it any different.
No.
Nobody seems to count anything pre-1966 anyway. How many Super Bowls do you have? I don't care how many championships you have.
Weren't we changing the baseball records too? Didn't they add in?
Well, they added the Negro League records in last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you would see, Josh Gibson having...
Look, no disrespect. It's already in my brain. It is what it is. I didn't see him play. I'm not changing my mind about it.
But it's also just the Super Bowl era. Like that's what we count. Nobody has ever count.
The NFL really needs to do a better job, because like the sport did not start with the Super Bowl.
No, but
everybody says the game that put the game on the map was that Giants Colts 1958 or whatever it is game.
Yeah, but a lot of
you've got to find a way to marry the two.
But they did marry the two. They merged in the 70s and the first 4 years. So those years where those conferences played each other, and then the merger where the leagues were together, I think that's why people say it was a different league. You weren't playing the same teams. Like that's when the era of all these teams that play each other now, that's when it started. So that's when you count it.
Yeah, but like, the NBA, they still count NBA championships before the merger.
You know what? I just don't care. That's just me personally.
Like how many of Bill Russell's championships were before the ABA merger? I think all of them.
Yeah, but you're not talking about like the same sort of, like the ABA was not essentially as large and as prominent as what the NFL merged with when they merged with the AFL. When it was like, here are all the teams, we're all together now.
Dude, Giannis had 20 assists last night?
35, 20, and 17.
What? First player in NBA history with that stat. 20 assists for Giannis? My goodness.
Pistons love that. Pistons play-by-play guy loves that stat.
That's right. Okay, if you have technology FOMO, then you need to be in the know with the brand new emojis that have come out. Apparently, this is not saving Apple stock from plummeting, a.k.a. all my inheritance. I'm watching it melt away in the past 48 hours. But we have new emojis.
Yeah, we do. We have 8 new emojis for the 18.4 update.
Do I use the most emojis here?
I use quite a bit.
Probably, like at least in our conversation. Well, hold on. Everybody cool talking about our conversations? Yeah, sorry. But Chopper, you okay? Do we need someone from the notary public to be here and tell me I can talk about it?
I've been using the exclamation point on them, the thumbs up.
The reaction stuff, that's Chop. Chop uses the reactions.
Yeah, I use reactions a lot. I only recycle through about 3 or 4 different emojis. I don't go very deep.
What does the one still mean with the thing coming off the head?
The what?
The thing coming off the head. What is that? The yellow emoji face and the branch coming off like the head.
Is that the like
the
a
salute? Is that the salute guy?
I think.
Is it?
I think it's a salute.
Okay.
But they already say that this is going to be the most used emoji of the year. The new one that Apple has, and it is the exhaustion emoji.
Oh.
It's like your eyes look tired. You've got the eyebrows, and then like the eyebrows that are like kind of pointing down, but in a circular pattern, and then a very, very small mouth. That is the one that is going to be the most used emoji of the year.
Don't love it. I don't think that's going to overtake the other emojis on my power ranking.
Right. So the other emojis that are new this year is the fingerprint emoji. It looks like a fingerprint.
What would I use that for?
I have no idea.
What? Why? Why would I use a fingerprint emoji? I'm tracking you? Like I found you?
Yeah, I found you. A dead tree. A harp.
I have that now in my front yard.
Yeah. There's going to be a
multiple.
Harp. A harp thing.
Just bring back the gun emoji.
A shovel.
The jaw.
Just
Bring
back
is the gun
jaw.
emoji not? There's no gun emoji anymore.
It's a water gun.
It's like a water gun, or like in some instances they'll use like a little laser.
Did he get replaced by the pregnant man?
It might. It might have.
Wasn't that one?
Yeah, that is one.
That is
one.
Don't get all
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
That is one.
It was.
There's a radish. There's a splat, like a purple slime splat. And there's a flag. I don't know what flag this is. This is.
There should be only one.
Oh, the flag of Sark. It's an island in the English Channel.
Sark?
Hook 'em.
Yep. A flag of Sark.
All right, these all sound pretty useless to me.
A lot of them are pretty useless, I think. I'm going to use the exasperated one. Exhausted.
What are your do your emojis, like your most recent ones, do they cycle by your most recent ones used? Because these are definitely all the ones used. I use the eggplant a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
That's a big reply whenever I'm like if I'm asking Peyton for something, he says yes, hit him back with the
If
eggplant
I pay
emoji.
somebody on Venmo, that's what I use in the notes call, like what's it for?
I use the
Venmo.
big eye emoji, the alarm emoji. Yeah, I use a lot of these. All get used. There are times I don't have one I want to use regular that I have to go back to the main page.
I don't like that the heart I use to love something, it's always a pink heart now. I got to cycle through to find a red heart. I don't like using the pink heart.
I love a good red heart. I never use the blue heart.
Wow, pink. No support. No
All
support
right.
for the pink.
We have crosstalk with the fellas. Kevin Hagelin has promised a better crosstalk than yesterday. Let's see if he delivers. We finish up with Kevin and Corey next.
Uber Eats has low-fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Grabbed by Rantanen. The half wall finds Bichel in. He scores! 2 goals in 2 games against Nashville for Liam Bichel. And the goal-scoring party continues.
Victory Plus with the call, Spits and Suds with the recap, crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Dropping hits and dropping goals. Love me some Liam Bichel.
Do they have to win the title to not have a disappointing ending?
I think so. Like, I really do. And like, even if they make it to the Stanley Cup final, and this is what always happens. I don't want to be like, are you disappointed in the Cowboys? Yes, I am. This Stars team is better than any Cowboys team has been in the past 30 years. It should be Stanley Cup or bust.
Yeah, this is a very good team. That's their expectation. That was their preseason expectation nationally. The rest of the country was like their Stanley Cup, one of the top 2 to 3 teams.
Yeah, I feel you might be sleeping on 07 a little bit.
The 07 Cowboys? Okay.
Yeah, that was
all right. That's fair. That was a damn fine team.
That was a damn good team. 14 was really good. But I think the nature of hockey too, with upsets being so easy to get, it seems like.
I agree with you.
It's so brutal that winning the Stanley Cup is it's if you're the favorite, it's just like, God, who's going to pick us off this year?
Okay, so I'm with you on that. Sometimes I think the goaltending factor gets overrated just a little bit on why the upset happened. Like, I think after an upset, people will dissect it and be like, oh, their goalie was standing on his head. And you go back and look and you're like, was that what happened? Yeah. But, I mean, you're right. It's a slog to get through it. But how many people on this team have been through that slog only to come up short?
Right. Why do you look so nice today, Corey Majors?
Yeah, you do look nice.
I picked a shirt that was in the closet and put it on.
You don't have anything to go to after this?
I think it's because it's rodeo day.
Oh, it is rodeo day. Yeah, Tyler Durden is joining the show today.
Tyler Durden. He's
Tyler Wade, back-to-back world champion. Tyler Wade joins us in studio at 10:40. Before that, we'll have Brian Ray from the Stars. He's Dallas Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, joining us. And then at 11, we will have Rich Waltz from Apple TV hopping on with us.
Can you ask this rodeo guy a question for me? Why do women love going to this so much?
The tight pants.
Smells like crap.
The belt buckles.
Pants and the bulge.
It's dirty.
I mean the belt buckle.
No, you're right. But there's another thing to it. So
like, I asked you this. Is it the guy's version of women's volleyball?
It is, but it's to the next level, I think, because you take the attractiveness for the ladies of the men's pants in baseball and you up it to the next level that he could also take down a beast.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you're like, oh my gosh, if everything fell apart, he'll look good in those Wranglers, but he can also take down a buffalo.
Right, and this is what men we used to do. We used to take down animals.
What happened to us, RJ?
You know what? We got soft.
We did.
So we also started running out of animals.
You know what?
The buffaloes started going extinct.
We did start running out of animals. That's fair.
So this is just basically this is a meat fest for women.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Go and just look.
Yeah, we should ask him that. We should ask Tyler Durden that today. Tyler Wade.
Not Tyler Durden. He's not real.
I bet he'd want to be Tyler.
How many rodeos have you been to?
Jeez.
25. In my life?
Yeah. Or in the last 10 years?
Probably about the last 10 years, like 2. But like 20.
Like 5.
I used to go to Mesquite Rodeo all the time as a kid.
And that's the same thing. Since I grew up in Garland, Mesquite Rodeo is a humongous thing.
Are there women there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. As a kid, I mean, yeah. I met one of my girlfriends
San Antonio.
there.
No, I didn't say that.
What about San Antonio?
Oh, dear God.
You trying to say?
Nothing. You know the arena in Mesquite? I grew up when they would run the commercials for that and they would talk about the Resistol Arena.
Yes.
I, for the longest time, up until I think young adulthood, didn't realize that it was called Resistol. I thought they were saying it was Resist All. Like, come see our arena that can resist all storms and anything else. You don't have to worry about any of it.
So if there's ever a tornado, you're like, we should
I thought they were just describing it as like, this is just an impenetrable force.
I got you. It's just like getting to know Bobby.
Yeah.
Corey, I was a little jealous yesterday listening to you on the way home talk about Call of Duty. And I was like, what do I have in my life that can give me that same feeling as a child, waiting for a video game release, waiting for a show release, and I don't have anything.
Oh, really?
I
Not
don't
like
have
a brisket?
anything. Hearing you.
New smoker, a class.
I haven't had anything like that recently, but hearing your prep and your total ignoring of your family for this new video game to come out, it made me jealous. I don't have anything like that. Did it meet the hype? The new puzzle or whatever?
Well, see, here's the thing. All my squad, me and the three...
I don't have a squad like
yeah,
that?
3 of my closest friends I've known since middle school. I've known these guys forever.
Yeah.
They all, 2 of them went to the Army. One was in the Air Force. One retired Air Force recently. So, like, they're good at tactical stuff, and I just kind of follow along. I'm not good, but I love talking with them and hanging out with them. So this is our opportunity. This is like my wife. She goes and has drinks and brunch and whatever. I go play Call of Duty. That's my thing, to hang out with my buddies. So it did yesterday, although we all have different things now because we all quit for a while and then we came back to it. And so we all have things going on in our lives. I think tonight might be a little more in depth. But last night was awesome. The map looked great. It was gorgeous. We were able to get kills. It was fun.
Whoa.
A lot of fun.
I feel like yours is like new restaurants. Like if there's somewhere you've really been wanting to eat, then you get like really excited about that.
But it's really now like a new recipe because going out is so crazy expensive.
Yeah, dude.
Then I got to pay for a babysitter and
you
stuff.
lost all your money yesterday.
And today.
Today too.
Dude, seriously, Kevin, I know you said I'm not selling today, but you know how much I lost yesterday?
$0.
$0.
If I sold today, it would be a lot more than
Why
zero.
would you sell in the middle of the dip?
Yeah, you wouldn't sell
going.
now.
Honestly, we might be in just the middle of it.
Yeah, we might be at the beginning of the dip. Yeah.
Man, by the way, how expensive have babysitters gotten, man? That's crazy.
Yeah, did you hear what it costs to have a wife for some people?
Yeah.
What was that?
$3,000 a week.
Yeah, $3,000 a week for
I thought you
this.
were talking about what
Free
you bought,
if you run your household.
what you bought Sarah for.
I bought her for $76.
Sorry, what?
What?
Yeah.
I didn't
bought the
hear
marriage
this.
license. When I bought the marriage license, it was $76. I said, I bought you for 70. She pulled out her card to pay for this thing, and I stopped her. I said, no. And I did the old the metal card.
I like it.
Oh, that is
Dropped
nice.
that for $77.
Yeah, baby.
By the way, I'm not disputing that the stock market is obviously going way down.
Oh,
Not whatsoever.
Now, how much you running an hour for babysitter these days?
Yeah, so
Is it a 20?
even a family friend that I thought would hook us up,
Yeah.
and I guess they kind of did. It was like $15 an hour, and I was like, "That
Kevin,
20.
take that and run.
Yeah, 20.
You are
feels
getting
like a
hooked
lot.
up.
That feels like okay.
You are
So,
getting hooked up at 15 an
I
hour.
got some thoughts here. One, when 12 was the highest I've ever paid, and that was last summer. So 12 was the highest. That was it.
The highest?
Yeah, we were able to find some. That
You
was
live in a
obviously
really nice neighborhood. It's
yeah, the
fancy
economy
babysitters
changed
there.
after last year. But also have an older kid.
Yeah.
You know, when you have
Yeah, you
a
just gotta have an older kid.
17-year-old,
I've never paid for a
See,
babysitter once.
he does
Okay,
it for free.
and here's the difference with the age of my kid now. He's too old for me to totally force him to do things like watch the other kid, whereas Corey's kids are still in the house, and you're like, hey, do you like your
You don't have
room
a
and all
choice.
of that? Guess what you're going to do?
Like
Yeah,
that
you
car
have a
that I
choice.
got
Yeah,
you? Drive your brother
exactly.
and sister around. Go get
Exactly.
some ice cream.
I had a joke back for what you said, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
Well, no, we always
I had
had
one
family
too.
live in town, so
Yeah.
we never went out unless
Or get a mistress, and then your wife can take care of the kids.
What?
That's an option. It's not my option, but it is an option.
So, question of the day.
Who's most likely to get a mistress?
No.
Okay.
We know that.
Who's
it's
the
not
answer?
It's not a question. What should happen to Ja? He does the gun gesture yesterday on the day the news comes out that he was warned about doing it the game before against the Warriors. First off, before last night, what did you think should be done to him, if anything? And now what?
Okay, so this might surprise you. I don't think doing that stuff is that big of a deal.
Oh, RJ Choppy.
I agree.
Oh, conservative.
Okay.
Thought.
No. Okay.
Ted Cruz. No, what do you got, Ted Cruz
Rule
on?
of law only applies depending on who's in power.
No. I don't.
Why does your shirt say NRA?
It says Duke.
You know what's really sad? I was like, I thought I had my Duke shirt on. I
think
really
Memphis is the same gun laws that we do. Open carry.
Memphis.
It's an open carry.
I thought it was a bigger deal when he was like on his Instagram Live and stuff and actually had a gun. But if you're,
and he's on the court, though.
I know, but if you're like, you take your finger and you go pew pew, I don't really think that's the end of society.
I agree. I don't care about the throat slash either.
Yeah, you didn't really kill that person.
Right. But if somebody really did
kill myself.
throat/kill someone and came back to the NBA and did it as a celebration, we'd be like, you probably shouldn't do that.
I bet
you like Latrell Sprewell. This is the example.
I'll tell you this.
Hold on. Reggie Miller did the choke sign.
Yeah.
If Latrell Sprewell did that, the NBA would have said, "Stop. You stop."
Okay, but name me the person who slit somebody's throat and then was allowed back in the NBA.
So you're saying John Morant should be banned from the NBA?
No,
it's very
I'm
heavy.
saying if he actually slit somebody's throat, he'd be in jail.
My point,
just like if he actually shot somebody, he'd be in jail.
No, I hear you.
And so that's the thing. I think because it's him, you have to fine him, not suspend him. You fine him, and then when he just disregards you, well, it's like, well, now you have to be suspended.
Okay, so you do
be the commissioner.
All right, so you do the fine first.
Yeah, as just like
but you know he's not going to care about.
Well, but still, you just go.
What do you mean you don't know? What are you going to fine him that he's going to care about?
Oh, you mean like the fine? Okay, but I'm talking about stopping what happened last night.
No, I get it. So I'm saying the fine is not going to do it. So you fine him like $250,000.
Yeah,
I know that's a lot of money for a human. He'll be fine, and he'll be like, whatever. It's only the suspension, and you'd have to do it now and have it go into the playoffs for it to make a difference, and they're not going to do that.
I'm suspending him 3 games.
Okay, if you're going to suspend him after you've had issue after issue and he disregarded, you just let him off with a warning, then you have to say, I'm going to suspend you like 10 games, and so it hits you into your first round playoff series. If it's going to make an impact, I personally, it doesn't bother me that.
Why did you warn him though? If there's not going to be like I put this in my email last night. Like Silver is like the embodiment of 2.5 as a parent. 1, 2, 2.5,
For
2
sure.
3/4. That's it. He's never going to count to 3 on any of it.
Corey, what should or will Adam Silver do?
He should do nothing.
Whoa!
I'm with
you guys
him.
letting this guy just outwardly
These are the guys who are just like, I'd rather my teen drink at home. You guys, I'll give you guys the alcohol and the condoms here at home.
Or pretend to drink at home. John Morant didn't really take his gun out on the court. He goes, beep, beep.
If he brought a gun on the court, that would be a different story for sure.
Like the last Boy Scout.
He grabbed a shot glass at home and put water in it. Yeah, you're not drinking.
I'm okay with that.
No,
you're not drinking.
No. You keep responding, I think, as yourself. You cannot allow him to get away with it as the commissioner.
What if
you cannot? He's giving you the middle finger.
I did get smashed in the face with a cupcake though because I missed this bet last time. So Alec got me.
Let's
last
make
time
another
with this.
bet, Corey.
I don't know about that.
I'll bet that he gets suspended for at least a game.
At least one game. All right.
Yeah, he'll get
another cupcake bet.
He'll get suspended. Well, what if he did the old take a quiver out of the thing and do the Fernando Rodney?
It's different.
It's a weapon.
Would you feel that same way if he really had shot somebody with a bow and arrow and then he did that? You'd be like,
I feel different.
Okay.
If he really shot someone with a bow and arrow. You guys are ridiculous. I can't believe it.
You love this crosstalk.
I love if I was your children. Get away with doing anything.
Tyreek Hill got fined for faking like he got arrested right after he got arrested.
But the NFL's stupid.
No, but I'm saying, like, it's a consistent thing, though. That's how you punish people.
Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you Sunday at the Globe on the home of the Rangers, the KNC Masterpiece.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Today, that was Alec Medford's fault for making me laugh with his comment while the intro music was playing. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or you can hit us up on the Twitch or on the YouTube. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 432. Shout-out to my good buddy Daniel. This is from Dominic. Just wanted to say hi through the awesome KNC radio waves, and that is what we're here for. We're here to help out the people.
That is true.
It's because I didn't introduce him right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kevin Hagelin alongside Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how we doing today? Welcome to the program.
We're doing great, Alec. I'm excited about today's show. We got lots of guests. We get to have some fun, have some good conversations, and obviously there's a great combo platter on slate today that I can't wait to get to.
There is, but I have to admit I'm already disappointed about how the show's going.
Oh, no.
And I'll tell you why.
Because of Tyler Durden?
Because of Tyler Wade, and Corey crushed my hopes and dreams just a minute ago. So we're going to have Tyler Wade on in studio at 1040. He might or might not, mostly might, already be here. He's a back-to-back world champion team roper. And we're talking about what we can do in this studio.
Yep.
Because as you could guess, Alex, this studio is not necessarily built for team roping competitions.
At this time.
It's mostly radio, then that. And so he goes, do you want me to bring up the calf? I can bring up the calf. And I realized they probably have something they practice on, but there was part of me that was really hoping they were going to bring an actual animal up here. And then Corey's like, no, I don't think so. I think it's just, the plastic thing or whatever.
He just rolls up his pants. Like he sticks a leg on the table. And he's like, there you go.
There's my calf.
Yeah, there's my calf.
Yeah.
And it's just like super muscular. And you're like, huh, cool.
That'd be impressive.
Alec, I'll be honest. Our boss wanted to make you a sacrificial lamb. Here.
What?
Yeah, he wanted you to
sacrificial calf?
Yeah, sacrificial calf.
I have nice calves.
He wanted you to get roped by Tyler here in just a little bit. But my thought is, what happens if you cuss? There's nobody there to push the dump button and take care of the board.
I don't know. I have a theory.
No, you don't.
I have a theory that Carter has been back there long enough, and he has studied that he could run the board.
Carter just gave you the middle finger.
I couldn't do it.
That's what I'm saying.
I couldn't do it.
So what I've decided then, Alec, is I will do it. I will gladly take the roping that I deserve, if that's how it's going to be.
How'd you earn it?
You don't want to know, honestly.
Man.
It's one of those situations. So I will do it here at 1040. I will get roped like a calf.
Okay.
And maybe I'll learn how to rope a calf also. Remember when you were a kid and you went to Mesquite Rodeo and they were like, all right, kids, everybody out there on the thing, now go chase down this calf. It has a little thing on its tail.
Yes, I do.
I was too slow for that, dude. I was the fat kid. I wasn't going to be able to catch it, but I watched all these little kids that were nimble and they were tripping and falling over in cow dung, and I was like, this is hilarious, because there is still cow dung out there. So,
yes, everybody poops.
Everybody poops.
Even cows. All right. I was going to suggest we dive into the Rangers bullpen here. I would like just a little bit more time for that.
Okay.
So how about we pivot and do NFL overreaction or reality? Are you ready?
Am.
NFL overreaction or reality? You would be pumped if you never had to hear about the banning of the tush push or where Aaron Rodgers is going to sign ever again.
And now reality. And now Jerry Jones is like, hey, I got something to say about the tush push too.
Oh my God.
And so everybody has to have their say in this. It looks like it's split down the middle of the NFL.
Yeah.
Nobody can decide if they want it or not. And I did see the guy the other day that was like, I don't understand. You're just saying just stop it. But the offense knows the snap count and all these things. In my mind, the offense always knows the snap count. They always have an advantage on you. Every single
but
play.
I've seen this offensive line.
Have you
Sometimes
seen-
they don't know the snap.
We've seen plenty of false starts,
snap
yeah.
count.
But they always have that advantage. Whenever I was playing in high school, we always knew offense has an advantage over defense. Defense has the advantage that they can go full speed at you, and they don't have. You're backing up, trying to do, pass protect. There are other things that defense has advantage on. Do it yourself. Learn how to do it yourself. Figure out a technique. I'm just surprised that over these years, Florio said this, and I've been saying it all along. Nobody's figured out how to stop it, and other people haven't figured out how to do it too.
Yeah.
So, yes, move on from it. I don't understand. This is the NFL going, what other thing is a hot button topic that we can dive in on right now?
And like, honestly, I don't even care which direction they pick. I just want them to stop talking
And
about
for
it.
Aaron Rodgers,
same thing.
When he retires, Kevin, obviously Jordan Love's going to take that over. You know, it's just we're going to continue getting this cycle. Every 10 years, we're going to get a Green Bay Packers quarterback that just doesn't want to do it anymore. And it's all about them and all that stuff. So,
NFL overreaction or reality? You think Joe Milton will start 3 or more games for the Cowboys this season?
If I say this, then
it's going to get misconstrued.
I don't want it to get misconstrued.
It's got to happen.
But the reality was the same reality we had with Tyron Smith. Kind of the same reality we currently have with DeMarvion Overshown. Is injured players often get injured.
Yep.
And Dak is no longer a spring chicken, as they say. He's getting older. His body will give up at times. He's going to have to work even harder to maintain his body. And if they can't protect him and he has to do things that are out of sorts for himself, then he probably will get injured and miss some time. So I do think that that's going to happen. But that's just me being, I don't want to say pessimistic, but a preparer. I'm just trying to prepare for the worst case scenario because it could happen. And what do we do then? Well, we need to have a quarterback. And so, yes, I think that will be the option for the Cowboys.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to say overreaction. I'm going to say 2 games.
Okay.
I think it's going to be some sort of like soft tissue injury or something really minor that they're just like, hey, let's kind of pump the brakes here. Kind of like the Corey Seager situation. It's just like, we know that he could go out there and play, but we're trying to win long term. So let's go ahead and just pump the brakes a little bit. We'll give him a couple of weeks, and then we'll reevaluate from there.
You remember whenever Romo hurt his back and I'd been talking to a back doctor and he was like, he needs 2 years.
Yeah.
Like he needs a year off and then he needs to come back. The way injuries are now and how serious and severe they are and how much they put their bodies through, these guys do not get a long enough break in the offseason. That's a reality. That is a reality. And Corey Seager probably needs a year off. And Dak probably needs a year off, and then maybe his body will be better, but they don't get it.
Now, I have a plethora of draft questions for you here. Overreaction or reality? The Titans are going to trade the number 1 pick.
Overreaction.
Something feels off about this. I still think there might be something in play there.
You think something's already built in, or do you think that they're waiting for the last
I think they're waiting to the last minute because they're like, I don't really want to draft Cam Ward. Let's figure something else out.
Okay,
that's just a theory.
Are they? So you're saying that they love Will Levis and they're ready to roll forward with
Hell
him?
no.
Okay.
But they're like, we don't want, and I'm not saying it'll be the same.
Bad quarterbacks?
But they're like, hey, we caught Will Levis fever and that bit us. Let's not catch Cam Ward fever and over-evaluate.
Yeah,
that's my theory.
I understand that.
Alec, what say you?
I'm gonna go overreaction. I think they make the pick. It feels like the writing's been on the wall. It wouldn't shock me though if some kind of like middle of the pack team comes around and says, "Hey, we will overpay to get that number 1 pick." Like, who knows? Maybe Kellen Moore has all the say in the world in New Orleans now.
Oh my gosh, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, and he just says, get me Cam Ward, and we will win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. And Mickey Loomis is like, sure, sounds great to me. I don't know. Something like that could happen, but I think they make the pick.
NFL overreaction or reality? I'm not saying it has to be the Giants, but Shedeur Sanders will go in the top 3.
Oh, I think that's a reality.
Okay.
I'm not predicting it, but I think that is there is a reality world where that happens.
Yeah.
And because quarterbacks are at a premium, and the Giants might be looking at their quarterback situation saying it's not good enough. Even I know we got Jameis, I know we got Russ, but
which means it ain't good enough.
What is the future here? And if I'm Dable, I'm definitely kind of selling that. Look, if I get this guy, I'm going to work with him this year. But if I get this guy, that's the guy that I'm really hoping so he can save his job for 4 or 5 years.
Alec?
I'm going to go overreaction on this one, too. I think he slides to the 4 or 5 range, and then somebody jumps up to go get him from there. Again, New Orleans feels like a team that could make that move if he does slide out of the top 3, but I do think the Browns have a chance to make one of the best defensive lines in football.
Yes.
And then I think that the Giants have the chance to kind of spark their fan base again by adding a true superstar in a Travis Hunter, and I think that's going to be great for them for whenever they do decide to go and get that big-name quarterback. They're going to have 2 true number 1 wide receivers if they choose to play him at wide receiver, or they can have an absolute stud on defense to build around.
NFL overreaction to reality. I'm going to be fascinated to see where you guys go with this one. Ashton Genty will be taken in the top 8.
Reality. I mean, it
is looking that way.
By all
isn't
accounts, it sounds like Vegas has made up their mind that they're getting him at 6. And listening to, I'm sorry, was it their GM? They said that his son came in and was like, if you don't draft him, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm finding a new team to root for. Like it sounds like they've already got that mind made up there.
I don't trust the new GM yet, because I haven't seen him do anything for the Raiders. So I could totally see them, hey, he's a Michigan guy. Maybe he takes one of those defensive linemen from Michigan that's highly ranked up there. That could be kind of fun because that would be the most Raiders thing ever. But you know what? Dang it, overreaction. He's a Dallas Cowboy. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
I am glad that you said that.
I don't know. I feel like as a first-time GM, this is the safe pick. Like, this is an easy one to be like, get my running back, I'm good to go. But you're right. I guess you are right. The Raiders... It's a different world.
I'm scarred by Mike Mayock. I am.
Oh, my God. How did he... Never mind. All right. Overreaction to reality. Corey, I'm really fascinated where you go with this. You would be cool with the Cowboys trading up to ensure they get Genty. Now, if he goes at number 6, you're probably SOL. But if you wanted to move up to 8, let's say, that's the Carolina spot because they still need picks as well, you would have to give up your 3rd round pick to get there.
No, because I feel like there are other really talented running backs too. Listen, Broadus will tell you, if he lands in your lap, take him. He's the best one available.
And I was thinking about that when he said he's top 3.
Yeah, he's that good. He's that talented. We threw out 2 yesterday. I guess Field Yates also has those 2 listed as the Cowboys' top 2 as well. So those 2, if I'm landing a wide receiver and a running back with, as Sean says, some juice, then I'm perfectly happy and content with that. I don't need to move up, and I still have offense, defense. I have other positions, linebacker. I still have to fill voids on this team, so I need to keep as many picks as I can while also filling those voids. That's why trading a 7th rounder for a backup quarterback, you're not using that pick in this draft. You were going to use it, but now it's kind of been used, right? Like that makes sense. So keep using those picks to fill
one of their
team
5ths. Yeah, I gotcha. Alec?
There are 2 players in this draft that I would trade up for, and neither of them are Ashton Genty.
Oh, who are they? Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter?
Yeah, pretty much. And you could throw a 3rd, maybe Will Campbell. I think that if, for whatever reason, the arm length slid him down 6 spots, yeah, I'm trading up for him. I think he's going to be fantastic. He's going to be a centerpiece of that offense for whoever takes him. But, I don't see the value in moving up for anyone for Dallas. I don't care what position, really. It's nothing against the running back position. It's nothing against Genty. I just don't think you need to burn any draft capital for a first-time head coach next year when you're trying to help him out long-term. You got to play it smart.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout out to the Rangers offense. They're about to bust out tonight. I would love that. And from the 972, I like this one. Shout out to Mikey B. We miss him. Not that you guys aren't great or anything. We miss Mike too. There are certain segments, I'll admit, I miss Mike less. But there are like the Cowboys segments. But there are a lot of times that we all miss Mike and we still chat with him quite a bit. So that's a totally fair opinion. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Oh, man. Right, Corey? On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
What happened?
Dallas Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, and the man who knows everything about hockey. It is Brian Ray. Next right here on The Fan.
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rantanen was back-checking and took it away. Numbers for Dallas. Robertson in. Rantanen. Robertson in front. He scores!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is indeed a shout-out Friday. From the 806, shout out to any single ladies out there that listen to The Fan. How you doing? That's for the 806, not for me. Now,
that was right out of your mouth. Dude.
We bring on Dallas Stars TV host and analyst, Emmy Award winner, and the man who knows everything about hockey. It is Brian Ray. Good morning, sir.
Thanks for reading my shout-out text just now. I really appreciate that, guys. That's kind of you.
Absolutely. But we do have to admit one thing that you did not know and one thing that I definitely did not know. A few weeks ago, we had you on prior to that March 14th Winnipeg game. And our collective thought was, you need to win this game, and you need to win this game in regulation. Not only did you not win it, you got wiped out. Yet here we are 3 weeks later, and it absolutely feels like the Stars still got a real shot at this.
They do have a shot. I do agree with you. I do think the math is still working against them. And before I came on with you guys, I was curious about this. So they're on a 7-game win streak right now. When this heater began, they were 8 points back. So they've won 7 in a row, and they're still 4 points back.
Yeah.
So they've only made up half the ground with the 7-game win streak. And you have 7 games left in the season. So if we're going by the math right here, they would essentially have to win out. And that includes beating Winnipeg head-to-head. But even then, it may come down to a tiebreaker situation, and they're on to the second tiebreaker as of right now, if it got to that point. And Winnipeg does control the second tiebreaker. The first one is dead even between the two. The math is getting really obnoxious at this point, but it is still an uphill climb even after a 7-game win streak, which is insane how hard it is to make up ground in the NHL.
So Las Vegas really let me down last night, but...
Oh, my God.
You
had one job, Vegas.
Yeah, you did none of it. So I have Winnipeg going 3-2-1 the rest of the way and getting to 115 points. And I have the Stars going 6-1-1 the rest of the way. And also, I believe, getting to 115 points, or maybe 4-2-1 for Winnipeg. My apologies. I've got them both ending up at 115 points because Winnipeg beat Las Vegas last night. So to your notion of how close it is, that's kind of the way I think it's going to play out.
And based on, we're hypothesizing, or we're sort of projecting and speculating and hypothesizing at this point. But based on records like that, now we're dipping into regulation wins, which is the first tiebreaker, and the Stars would essentially have more regulation wins in a situation like that. Or if we need to get to a second tiebreaker, it's regulation and overtime wins. And as of today, right now, both teams have 41 regulation wins. Winnipeg has 3 more regulation and overtime wins that they're holding on to in their back pocket from a second tiebreaker perspective. And it's fun. Like the fact that we're talking about tiebreakers at this point because of what Dallas, this is going to be so much fun to watch. Obviously we would love Dallas to get this thing done and get it across the finish line and win the Central, but this is a lot of fun to watch for the last 7 games coming up here.
Now, talking about fun to watch, even though I don't particularly care for them, you would think a 7-game winning streak would mean you're easily the hottest team in the NHL, but alas, that is not the case. What do we need to look out for the St. Louis Blues, who holy moly have been on a roll?
So Sevy gave me a little grief for this last night on our show. There's nothing to look out for because I think if you're the Stars, you're focused on one thing, and that's Winnipeg. And Peter DeBoer acknowledged that last night to us before the game, that they want to chase down Winnipeg, and they want the game next Thursday to be the showdown at the OK Corral for who's going to take the inside track on the Central Division. That's what Dallas is gunning for. On the St. Louis side of things, yes, they've won 11 in a row. Yes, they are the hottest team in the NHL right now. They still have 6, 7, or 8 games to either continue ascending or cool off or whatever. But the bottom line is whoever Dallas is going to get in the first round, the Central Division has been an absolute street fight for what feels like 10 years now.
Right.
It's going to be 5 teams again out of the Central making the playoffs and only 3 from the Pacific. If you put it on me, I still think Winnipeg and Colorado are the 2 most dangerous, and I have St. Louis behind those 2, and Minnesota, if they can get healthy, they could even, be a little more dangerous than St. Louis. So if I'm the Dallas Stars, I'll worry about the Blues when I find out I'm facing the Blues. I'll worry about Colorado if I find out I'm facing Colorado. When I wake up today, the only team I have in my sights is the Winnipeg Jets. And also, and then Pittsburgh and Minnesota this weekend. Those are you have to take care of business in the games you have in front of you to try and chase down Winnipeg.
Can't just slide the puck out there, as Brian Broaddus said yesterday, and expect to get a win.
You look at those first 2 periods, I was a little bit worried that's what was happening last night.
Oh, Brian, last year we were kind of talking about this, and then, as this season's gone along, Wyatt Johnston has continued to rise. And superstar was kind of a word where we were like, I don't know, let's temper that right now. But this streak that he's going on, can you kind of explain how it's happened and why? Like, what is the reason that he's been able to hit goal after goal after goal in each one of these games?
So the how, I think, how in the NFL usually it's the 3rd year for quarterbacks. That's when a quarterback is supposed to finally hit his stride. I think we're seeing a similar thing with Wyatt. It's his 3rd full season in the NHL. And he's really hitting his stride. And look, you can talk about the Pavelski landlord situation, and those first 2 years of growth as a youngster. Those all played into it. On top of him being a really good hockey player, the why, call it mental maturity, and the thing that Sevy and I have noticed, and we've talked about this for probably about 2 weeks. His hands. You'll hear people talk about a hockey player's hands, and what exactly does that mean? He has started to deflect pucks more in front of the net, a la Joe Pavelski, it feels like, in the last month. And if you even go back and just watch the goal he scored on Eustace Annunen, the goaltender for Nashville, he broke his ankles.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, the way that a wide receiver breaks a DB's ankles because he makes a shift or a cut, he broke the guy's ankles. And it's not just it's not his legs that just do that. It's the way he froze and shimmied his whole body, but it's also his hands where it looks like the puck is going one direction, and in a blink of an eye, he's pulled it on a string in a completely different way. And he has had a handful of goals like that. That says to me his hands have gotten faster as the year has gone along. So the other thing, because you and I, we can never have a normal conversation when I'm on with you 2 guys. Nope. We have to go into a rabbit hole somewhere.
Yes. Sure.
So I have figured out how to explain Wyatt Johnston, because there's a lot of fans that want to see him elevated to the top line and play even more, but he's already played the most of any forward. Do you remember the scene in Tin Cup?
Yes.
When Kevin Costner's trying to qualify for the U.S. Open.
That's like Corey's one of his favorite movies.
Yes.
So, yeah.
He ends up breaking every club in the bag. And then he gets to the 7-iron, and he talks about how the 7-iron is the perfect club for any situation on the golf course, and it's the only club he needs. And then he pars the back 9 with the 7-iron to qualify for the U.S. Open. I have decided Wyatt Johnston is the 7-iron in Peter DeBoer's bag, because he plays on the penalty kill, he's on the power play, he's 5-on-5. Yes, he's technically on the quote-unquote 3rd line, with Jamie Benn and Evgeny Dadonov, but he's already playing the most minutes of any forward because of every single situation he has been playing in for the Dallas Stars. He is the Roy Tin Cup McAvoy 7-iron of the Dallas Stars this year. That's what I'm rolling with. That's That's how I'm going to describe Wyatt Johnston moving forward until he proves me otherwise.
I love that comparison because I get it, Kevin. Like, it makes
You
a lot
love
of
that
sense.
movie. I agree.
And all I'm doing right now, Brian, is I'm thinking, is Jim Nill Romeo to Pete DeBoer in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Jim Nill is telling Peter DeBoer to double knot his left shoelace, to put all his change in the left pocket,
Exactly.
and to turn his hat sideways just in case he has the yips.
Don't chili dip this one anymore.
Hold on. I have one more Tin Cup based question before we move on. Back in the day, especially when that movie came out, you would have said, "What's up" to Rene Russo, right?
We all would, yes.
You know what? It's 2025, and I am not about to go creeper status with you two
Valid.
on a
You know
public medium forum.
That was not a creeper question. That was a fair question.
I answered. It's okay, Brian. It's okay. Now we did talk with Mike Heike earlier in the week, and he said they still haven't played their best game yet, and he's not quite sure when that's going to come along. And I was like, hold on. They'd scored 17 goals in like the last 4 games. Explain that to me. And he said, sometimes you are opportunistic. Puck bounces out and you're able to take it because these guys are good finishers. This team is full of good finishers. What more is there for this team to work on before the playoffs to secure that they're playing their best hockey?
So I agree with Hikes that they are not playing their best hockey. And I think it's a moment of we've seen both sides of the coin in separate occasions, but we have not seen it together. So you're right. They've had some finishers. They rattle off 5 goals last night. They've had their 17 goals in however many games. But also, they needed Jake Ottinger and Casey DeSmith to bail them out on this 4-game road trip, which and DeBoer acknowledged this to us again before the game last night. There are times in the season where your offense is going to carry you, your power play is going to carry you, and your goaltenders are going to carry you. And, leading up to the game last night, their goaltenders had carried them for the last 4 to 5 games. It was a slow start against Nashville, but that third period, they flexed the muscles and exude their will offensively. So you could argue that Jake Ottinger saved their bacon in the first period. They built through period 2, and then the offense paid off Jake Ottinger with that blowout in the third period. But we have not seen both of those hand in hand, I feel like, at any point, really since the calendar turned to March. And it depends if you want to go glass half empty or glass half full. Glass half empty is, why can't they get their game together? It's the most important time of the season, yada, yada, yada. Glass half full is going to be, listen, they're not playing their best, but they are figuring out how to string together wins at the most important time of the season, and no team is ever playing their best hockey 100% of the time through the playoffs. You have to figure out how to manage games and manage situations because that team on the other side is just as good as you are going up against you. So I agree with Heike. They have not played their best hockey in terms of both sides of the coin have shown itself, but they have found a part of their game that has willed them to win hockey games in some fashion. They're figuring out how to win games. That's what veteran teams do.
I like it.
Now, the term we got last night for Jamie Benn not playing was maintenance. Do you view that as more mental maintenance or physical maintenance?
It was the way DeBoer classified it to us is he said maintenance, and then he said there was a bit of a lower body thing he was dealing with. So it tells me it's physical. Look, the guy played 371 straight games. Jamie Benn does not need mental maintenance at this point, given the career he's had and how much hockey he's played and what he's seen. I think if he's dealing with anything, there was a window last night for him to take the maintenance day. Dallas was able to win that game just fine without their captain. Sam Steele did the same thing. Sam Steele had a collision on the road trip, and they basically gave him a game off to deal with it. If it was a playoff game last night, I think Jamie Benn would have been in there no problem. But you're at a point in the season where you can nurse or shuffle a body in and out of the lineup, picking your spots. It's a balancing act. You want to put everything on the table to go chase down Winnipeg, but you're also chasing down a bigger picture here, and that's a long playoff run. So maintenance tells me I would not be surprised if Jamie Benn is back this weekend. If the word is maintenance from the head coach, that I would not be surprised if we see the captain again this weekend.
Thank you very much, good sir. You are always a wealth of information.
Appreciate it as always, guys. Thank you very much.
There you go,
guy.
Brian Ray.
He's awesome.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. He's going to text that he would have said, "What's up?" to Renee Bruce.
No, he's not. No,
Coming
he's
up
not.
next, back in the day. Coming up next, back-to-back world champion team roper Tyler Wade joins us in studio. And the question we should all be asking, will he rope Corey Majors? Next on The Fan.
mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now we bring to you two-time back-to-back world champion team roper. It is Tyler Wade, who's actually just breaking down the financial aspects of the rodeo for us.
Which you're most interested in.
Yes, I very much am. Welcome to the program, good sir.
Thanks for having me.
Now, I know we're going to have some fun here.
Let's talk clowns.
In a little, no.
You were just telling us about the clowns.
Well, first we need to get to the business at hand.
Gotcha.
Not this weekend, but next weekend. Globe Life Field, the American Rodeo. This is man, I know he joked that I'm all about the money. I was looking through the purses attached to a lot of this, and holy moly, there is a lot on the line, both in terms of prestige, award, and sweet money.
Oh yeah, it's for real. The top 5 in each event get invited, and then we get to rope for $100,000 each event. So then the qualifiers, they get to rope for that $100,000 plus their purse of $1 million. So
wow,
yeah.
Man. All right, and team roping competition, can you kind of explain how team roping works?
So, in team roping, there's a header and a heeler, the guy that ropes the head of the cow and the guy that ropes the feet.
Okay.
And so I rope the head, and then the other guy that we compete with, he ropes the feet.
And y'all are riding together out of the gate. Y'all are shooting together.
Two separate horses, and I come out and I nod or call for the cow, and I got to rope him first, and when I turn the steer left, he's got to rope the back 2 feet of the steer, and he's got to stop him too.
Which one's more difficult?
At a professional level, heading is.
Okay.
And at an amateur level, the heeling is.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because there aren't enough good headers out there?
I don't really know.
Okay, I don't either, Kevin. Don't worry about it.
If push came to shove and for some reason you guys needed to swap positions, do you think you could pull it off?
I think we would go from a top team to like a top 75 team. We would go backwards.
Okay.
But we still got a chance.
Yeah. But that is a decided drop.
Yeah,
right there.
we're about half-assed when we swap hands.
All right, now Mike Bassick was our former co-host. He was a pitcher in the major leagues, and it was from the Patriot, the aim small, miss small. Is that kind of the same thing when you're working with the rope, when you're aiming at a little spot and trying to get them?
It's more like big loop, big money. Just don't miss. You know what I mean? So
I like that saying more.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
We're on the same wavelength. Now, for some of us, we talked a lot about, and you're from Terrell, so you know the Metroplex.
Oh yeah.
We talked a lot about, I'm from Garland and the Mesquite Rodeo, like growing up. I thought that was the biggest thing in the world. And now you see not really, but you're moving into Globe Life Field and doing the things. How bigger in scope is this than what probably a lot of people associate with their more Mesquite Rodeo or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, this one's big, and it's not just a rodeo; it's a show too. You know what I mean? With
you guys have country music concert out there as well.
With the concert coming, Post Malone was there last year. I don't know how many there was, but it was huge. It was a good show. So
that's awesome. When did you stop getting nervous, or do you still get nervous in big level competition situations like this?
For me, I don't feel like I've ever stopped getting nervous, but the nerves don't affect your performance over time. You know what I mean? When you've got nervous and failed enough, you're not really scared of failing anymore. You're ready to win something.
Right.
So for me, that would probably be the biggest thing. It's just I still get nervous, but it doesn't affect the way I perform.
Do you look back at any particular competition where you're like, okay, that performance was embarrassing, but it got me to where I needed to go? I learned from that.
Hey, I don't think there's a more humbling sport on the planet.
Okay.
Honestly, just because you could win the world and the next day literally fall off your horse. So I mean, there's a lot of variables to it, and it's never easy, and you're not going to see very many guys in the rodeo world that are extremely cocky. You know what I mean? It's humbling enough. You're not going to see that very often.
The world of riding, and like, how much respect do you have for what those guys do? Also, like, that's part of the show. It's a big show.
Yeah, and those guys, every event in rodeo now is kind of turned into a, kind of be somewhat of an athlete to make it work. You're not going to see very many overweight guys out there kicking butt.
Yeah.
But like the rough stock riders, as far as the saddle bronc, bareback, and bull riding, those guys are in shape.
Yeah.
And they're built for it. And it's funny, you'll
They're
see.
a little crazy too?
Yeah, most of them are a little bit smaller, and especially in like the bareback riding and stuff. And you'll see those guys, they got giant necks, and it goes from their shoulders right in, just because they're so stout.
Absorb concussion.
And their upper body strength and everything. I mean, they're freaking stout.
Wow.
Do you think y'all? I'm sorry, I wanted to stick with that for just a second. Do you think y'all get the respect of we're athletes and everything? Because the way you describe it, I'm not disputing that whatsoever. But do you think people on the outside are like, heck yeah, those are athletes?
I think there's a little bit of both, but like you take a guy that is an athlete and put him on the horse for the first time, and maybe he'll be sore in some different places. You know what I mean? Like, I think it'll just put it in perspective a little bit.
I found out late in or middle of life, I'm deathly allergic to horses. I didn't know this. I'm allergic to horse dander at a level where the doctor was like,
horses, dairy, gluten.
No, just horses, just horses. He was like,
man, he thinks you're soft.
No. This is what, that
he
and
does.
But he said, as they were testing me, they were like, listen, you can't ride horses, and I was like, I can't ride them. They said if there's a hospital next door. And I was around horses, and I had to use the EpiPen. I was like, oh, crap, this sucks. But I spent my childhood at the Mesquite Rodeo. I was always around it, and allergies would happen, and I was like, oh, I'm fine. So lesson learned there. That being said, I can't ride horses that way. I haven't tried it as much.
I think we just get a medic on standby.
Just
you come over to Terrell, and we'll just try it out.
There you go. Do you ride your own horse always, or are you like, you know what, it doesn't matter, I can ride any horse?
You're gonna need to ride a good one. It don't have to be yours, but it better be a good one if you want to win something.
What's your horse? What's your go-to horse? Do you have your specific one all the time?
Yeah, there's one I've rode the last 4 years that fortunately he won the horse of the year this year. So,
nice.
So it's voted on by the Cowboys, and it was pretty cool that everyone acknowledged that he was a really nice horse. So
what's your horse's name?
That one's name is Spur. So we got about 40 of them, but there's only about 3 that are top of the line right now. Some of them are young, and we're still training them up. So
do they love sugar cubes? Is that a real thing, or is that?
I don't know, man, but they love Equinety.
There you go. I don't know what Equinety is.
Equinety, it's an all natural, 100% amino acids horse supplement. So
I'm talking about, dude, Equinety.
Yeah, well, you can't feed the horses anyway.
I know, unless I have a medic around.
Why would you? I mean, I'm intrigued, and we talk about the money involved. They talk about the country music concert, all kinds of stuff. There's going to be a huge audience for people listening that are like, yeah, maybe. Like, why would you encourage them to go check this specific event out next weekend at Globe Life Field?
Well, for me, like when you go to the rodeo, like they're going to put it on, they're going to put on this show and all that. But like, I mean, no, it's not staged. We don't know what'll happen. I mean, you know what I mean? Those wrecks you see, those are for real. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if that guy falls off that horse and lands on his head, that wasn't staged. You know, so that's one of the most interesting things about rodeo, in my opinion, is nothing's the same. It always changes. You know, you're not going to see the same thing happen twice for sure. So that would probably be one of the most interesting. And to see how people handle the pressure of competing for $1 million. Some of them rise to the occasion and pull it off, and then some of them fall short and, I mean, fall apart like a cheap dress. You know what I mean? Like you can just
or somebody who's allergic to horses. I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
I recommend maybe a nosebleed seat for
there
you.
You go.
You know?
All right. Yeah, that sounds fine to me. I'm okay with that. Like I said, Kevin grew up on a farm. We just didn't have the horses.
Well,
around.
there's a big screen, so I mean you're gonna be able to see it from anywhere.
Gosh, I love big screens. That's what we do in Texas.
See, but that's not. I don't know if that's good enough. Okay. Like we want you to get the real rodeo experience.
I want to experience that part of life
and
just a little bit.
I mean, we have Tyler here.
Mm-hmm.
He is a world champion.
Yep.
You can't get near horses. What if you could kind of be the horse or the calf in this instance? And we could
he brought a little baby calf in here.
Yeah, that's great. You make great cow noises as well. I think we could put you out there, and maybe Tyler could rope you, Alec. What do you think about that?
I love this idea, man.
Well, why don't
Tyler,
Alec
would you
do
be
it?
open to trying to rope Corey Majors?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna let him rope, but I'll rope him instead. If
Okay,
that's
Yeah,
hold on.
I like that better.
Hold on, I like the idea of me roping it.
Well,
now that he said
let's
that.
take a vote. Who wants to see Corey get roped?
That's not.
Jonathan's raising his hand too.
Where did he
so
even come
so is
from?
Carter.
What's he doing
yeah,
here?
so's Carter. So that's 4-2 at best too. You
All right,
lose.
that's fine. Do I have to make the cow noise whenever I get
Yes.
roped?
Yes,
All right,
you
let's
do.
do this. All right.
Even though it's a calf,
Tyler, I'm
but don't
excited
worry
about this.
that.
Actually, Kevin, he did teach me a few minutes ago. Carter, did we get that on video? All right, we do have a video. I learned how to rope a calf. Kevin, you still don't know how. So
Yes, but that's because I get to live out my true calling as a rodeo announcer.
That's awesome. And also, I did rope it from like 2 feet away. So I will.
I wasn't going to tell people that.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to magically edit it.
Let's move back and make it happen.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4131 North Central Expressway Rodeo. We are live with Tyler Wade today, who is going to be attempting to rope his most dangerous animal yet, the Corosaurus. Tyler, are you ready? He said he is ready. Corosauruses cannot speak. Oh, he got him! Corey is down! I repeat, the Corosaurus is down! He got him on the first throw. I thought he was going to wrap up his legs. That was really amazing right there. First time, Corey.
That was pretty impressive.
Could you feel the power from Tyler's loop right there?
Absolutely. And he was being nice. I had to go down just out of my own understanding. I was going to fall. He had my legs wrapped up. Now I understand what the little calf is understanding there.
You guys are just getting me started on the pressure right there, trying to catch in front of the public.
Yeah,
live
exactly.
on radio, right in front of everybody with somebody live going at it. We're just trying to get you prepared.
Trying to make a living out here.
You got it, but our built-in excuse was the studio of a radio station is probably not the best environment to be rolling this out, but you still got it done.
If you can rope a man, you can rope a cow.
There you go.
It's a good point.
Furthest you think you can throw that sucker, by the way?
Well, how long is it?
Let's say you got 100 foot. Can you get 100?
Let's mark that. Let's go ahead and mark that.
The ropes are like 32 foot long. You could probably throw like 28. 30
Okay,
feet, so
there you go.
Pretty
About
close to the
28
end.
feet, Kevin. I'm learning my life
So what I'm
lessons right
hearing
now.
is we go up the hallway.
We have a longer hallway, that's
now,
for sure.
It is very narrow out there. All right. Next weekend, anything else we need to know? It's April 11th, April 12th. So next Friday, next Saturday, Globe Life Field here in Arlington. Everybody listening should know exactly what that's all about. The American Rodeo. Anything else you think people need to know about this?
I think not only just the American, but all the rodeos around here. You know, there's a bunch of them, and they're huge. Whether you go to Puyallup, Washington, Cheyenne, Wyoming, if you're ever somewhere for a vacation spot or something, like, I've never seen anyone come to the rodeo and say, man, I hated that, I'm not coming back. You know, they always say, when's the next one? So if you've never been to a rodeo and you live close by, start here. It's a great one to see, and hope you see it at the next one.
Outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back world champion, Team Roper. He will be participating
And
next
Corey
weekend.
Roper.
And Corey Roper.
Yeah, you could add that to the
Corosaurus.
ledger now.
At the American Rodeo, ladies and gentlemen, Tyler Wade. Thank you very much, good sir. Coming up next, well, actually, believe it or not, go from a discussion about Globe Life Field to a discussion of the Rangers. They've got the TV broadcast of Rangers Rays tonight, so let's talk with Apple TV's Rich Waltz next right here on The Fan.
Inside it.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Free Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What? Was that too...
You look like you forgot.
Was that too dramatic?
You're looking over at the sign. You're like, yeah, it's still 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I got really nervous for a second that I screwed up the name in my head. And I was like, oh, man, did I mess that up? But right now, we bring to you from Apple TV, it is Rich Walsh right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, sir.
Hey, how are you?
We're doing great.
Rich, how important is it to know what station you work at when you're working in this industry?
Well, I wear a couple different hats.
That's
so, yeah, you want to make sure that I'm not saying, on CBS tonight we've got this. It's Apple TV Plus tonight. So
okay, look,
I'm excited to see the Rangers and the Rays. There you go.
Here's what happened. I know that your name is Rich Waltz, but all of a sudden Tim Waltz jumped into my head, and I was like, wait, no, that was the guy who was up for vice president. That's not right. And then I froze for just a second, and I was like, but are you sure, Kevin?
We got
and
it.
So no. Hey, look, it's so his name is spelled differently, last name than mine, but there's another politician who has the same last name, and this all happened in law. It used to be an anonymous last name, but the last few years, a few other people are using it. So
now, I wanted to know, was it in fact, I want to see if I got my research right. I'm going to try to redeem myself here. Did you dream of playing shortstop for the Oakland A's growing up?
I did. I grew up in the Bay Area, in Marcus Simeon land, and was a college baseball player at UC Davis, and wanted to play middle infield, if not for the A's, the Giants. I was the rare kid growing up that liked both those teams in the Bay Area. I was a good college player, but not draftable, so on a whim decided to try to be a broadcaster without taking any of those broadcasting classes, and so far, so good.
Yeah, it seemed to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, I know it's been in the works for a while, but I got to ask, how disappointing is it to now actually see the A's playing elsewhere, especially playing in a minor league ballpark?
It's a gut punch if you grew up as an Oakland Athletics fan. And talk to Marcus about it too. I mean, he went through, the beginnings of that, where they, essentially kind of wrecked the franchise and moved it to Sacramento. It's hard. It really is, because look, baseball is maybe the one sport that as a kid, when you're growing up, if you get attached to a team, like many Ranger fans did generations ago, the first time you walk in a stadium and see that big swath of green and sit at your first Major League stadium and then start to listen to Eric Nadel on radio and watch Ranger games on TV, and you go through the generations of heartbreak and then breakthroughs and all of that. It's such a daily companion, which is different than all the other sports, that it becomes part of your DNA. It becomes part of who you are. And for me, growing up, it was, I just grew into baseball consciousness when the A's were getting really good and won 3 straight World Series. And guys like Reggie Jackson and Vida Blue and Catfish Hunter and Bert Campy Campaneris, all those guys. And then, through high school and college, all of a sudden Ricky Henderson showed up and they were fun and good. And just as I was headed to the minor leagues, the Bash brothers were going. So, yeah, it's really weird to see them in a different place and know that they're not coming back, at least for the time being.
Rich Walsh joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. He'll be calling the game for Apple TV tonight. And locally, I think we're very close to it, and we see all these things about our team, and we criticize them a certain way. Nationally, and when you're coming into DFW and you're checking this team out, what is the perception on what they are right now and what they are going to be? Because right now we feel like, the bats are dead, but pitching's keeping us alive. But there's a lot more to this team.
Yeah, look, first I would say it's early. So any snap judgment, like are the Padres and the Dodgers ever going to lose a game, right? Yeah. Is that going to be the entire season? No. So early trends are oftentimes fun to chew on a little bit. I was lucky. I did have a CBS basketball game in Indiana on Saturday, and I had realized that the Rangers were in Cincinnati, so I took a couple days and went to Cincinnati and spent time in the clubhouse and watching the Rangers on Monday in Cincinnati. It wasn't a good game there. It was brutally cold, and they gave up a ton of runs. But the 2-1-0 wins after that.
Yeah. I
would say this. People focus on the injuries of last year, Young and DeGrom, and down years with Heim and Adolis and all of that. We have just a terrific research group. Apple TV games are produced in conjunction with Apple and with MLB Network. So MLB Network has this terrific trove of information. And one of the notes they sent along that really jumped out, I think, is a good one in describing the Rangers, because the focus is so much on the bats and the runs and all of that. And they went back over the last 7 years and looked at the starting rotation ERA. And the Rangers have had only, one winning season in the last 8 years, and that was a great one. It was a World Series championship. So that year, the starters' ERA was under 4. It was 7th in all of baseball. And through that 8 seasons, that was the only time the ERA of the starters was under 4. In fact, all the other seasons, the ERA was 20th or higher in baseball. So to me, that's the first key to the Rangers getting back to the postseason this year is starting rotation health, starting rotation effectiveness. And I think that the first start of Jacob deGrom is really encouraging. Jack Leiter's start is really encouraging. And Nathan Eovaldi, who I had earlier in his career with the Miami Marlins, to see where he's come from and gone through and where he is now. I mean, just watching Eovaldi pitch, you're just like, man, this guy has got it. He's figured it all out, and he's always had that great velocity, and now he's just a terrific pitcher. So to me, that's at the top of the list for Ranger fans is starting rotation health, starting rotation effectiveness. I think there's enough offense there that if the starting rotation is good and the additions to the bullpen work out, that the Rangers are going to be in a postseason position. And look, if you really want to go early season impressions, it looks like the American League West is not as good as it was.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think all those factors mean that this should be a great summer of baseball here.
Now, you're talking about the starting pitching. You mentioned Jack Leiter. I want to be fair. If we're going to calm down because it's early for the offense, I can't get too excited just yet about Jack Leiter yet, even though he's thrown for 10 innings and had 10 strikeouts and has a sub-1 ERA. Tell me not to get too excited about that yet, right?
I don't think you ever want to get too excited about young pitchers as they're making their way through the big leagues. The benefit of having a Mike Maddox as your pitching coach, though, is huge because he's been there, done that. Bruce Bochy is as good as it gets with managing starting pitchers if you go back to his time in San Francisco. So I think the two kids, Rocker and Leiter, are in really good hands. And I'm invested in Kumar Rocker. I like him a lot. He's had to really go through a lot with the injuries and the whole weird Mets draft situation. Yeah. Even though he did not look great the other night in Cincinnati, got knocked around. That doesn't dissuade me because I'm one of the no-hitters that I've called was his no-hitter in the NCAA tournament back in 2019. I had a chance to jump into ESPN's coverage, and it was at Duke. He struck out 19.
Wow!
It was the most dominant pitching performance I've ever seen, and I've had a bunch of no-hitters in a perfect game at the big league level. So I've seen him at his very best. I think health-wise, he's finally where he needs to be. Give him some time with Maddox and Boch and all of that, and I think he'll be good. I think Leiter's, same deal. There are going to be ups and downs with youngsters. That's why I think tonight's game with Tyler Mahle is an interesting one because he's a mystery guy because of his the lack of starts over the last 2-3 years. I think since 23, he's only made 10 major league starts. He didn't throw strikes his first time out, but he wasn't missing by a ton. He's got a lot of life this year on his fastball. For a guy with his fastball velocity at 92, 93 to get outs in the big leagues, you have to have that life. And his best season was back in 2021 with the Reds. He was 13-6 with a 3.75. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds of spin rate, but the spin rate on his fastball there in that season was really, really good. And what that does for a guy that throws 92, 93 is it gives life to it. It gives, the horizontal movement to it. He's back at that range right now. That was the rate that they captured on his last start. So I think that's a good sign for him. Hopefully the shoulder and the elbow and all that are past him. And if he can keep that spin rate on his fastball, he can get outs.
What is the perspective? Because Wyatt Langford, we were all like, oh my gosh, he could be MVP. And that is kind of like we're continuing to watch.
We rushed him along
We
a
did
little.
rush him just a little bit, but we're continuing to watch him evolve and grow. But man, when you hear people talk about him, it's just, listen to the crack of his bat. Just watch the power that he's working with and the speed. What do you see in a young player like him?
Well, there's two things. Number one, the level of college baseball is as high as it's ever been. The gap between major college baseball, SEC, ACC, all of that is the narrowest as it's ever been to the big leagues. So the jump is not. This is not like Pete Incaviglia years ago when he went right to the big leagues, right? To drop a little Ranger on you. We got to work Inky into the
for
show,
sure,
right?
always.
So I mean, when you look at modern college programs, you're almost better off there than you are in low A right now, or even double A, because the facilities are better, the training is better, the tech is better, the coaches and managers, and this is not to disparage in the minor leagues, but schools are paying a lot of money for big league level pitching coaches and hitting coaches. So when you walk out of a place like Florida and have that type of success, I think 20 years ago you're a lot further along than a guy that walked out of that same school with those same numbers. That being said, doing in the major leagues after just 47 games in the minor leagues is not easy at all. The thing I like about him outside of his skills and just watching him is he's playing for a team that has a ton of veteran hitters around him. He doesn't have to be the man. he's got Seager and Simeon and Adolis, and you got Jake Berger in there now. He doesn't have to be the guy. He can just be, he can just find his way. And if he just improves a little bit on last year, that's awesome, and that'll help. And Boch, look, Bruce Bochy in 2010 had a young catcher named Buster Posey, and everyone thought maybe they threw him in the fire a little too quickly. Boch knows how to handle those guys, and I think Langford is in a really, really good spot. Good hitters. They talk about good hitters environments in terms of stadiums and stuff. I think he's in a good hitter's environment in terms of the clubhouse.
And Rich, thank you very much for all the insight tonight. Rangers, Rays, first pitch, 7:05 Central on Apple TV Plus. Really appreciate you taking the time to jump on with us.
Yeah, it'll be fun tonight with Dontrell Willis and Heidi Watney. The Apple shows are terrific. We've got cool cameras and just tons of cool stuff. So can't wait for tonight.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thank you. K&C, Kevin and Corey, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yes.
It's like the barbecue sauce.
Exactly. Exactly.
Just tastier.
Yes. I may go try to find that for lunch right now.
I think you should.
Hey, hold on. He's in Arlington. Go visit our friends at Hurtado Barbecue right around this.
It's amazing.
Right around the corner from the stadium. Hurtado Barbecue. That's the best.
Awesome. I'll be there.
There we go.
Thanks, guys. See you tonight.
Absolutely. We just helped people out. And by the way, of course, you can still hear the game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey!
Give that guy the KNC bump, by the way, at Rich Waltz on with a T on Twitter. Kevin, I have news.
Is it John Morant news?
No.
Okay, I want that news too so we can make fun of Sean.
Jamie Benn is skating at practice today.
Okay.
So feel comfortable. I just got that from our friend Brian Ray.
Okay, he's good. Hey, what else did you get from our friend Brian Ray?
Actually, Kevin, I also saw John Morant's been fined $75,000 for his gesture. No suspension. Therefore, Alec, I give you the ability to be the silent assassin and take my cupcake to his face.
Ooh.
Yeah, whenever.
I don't like the way you phrase it.
Yeah, I don't either.
You should hear how I said how I got a beard last week. So
yeah, you're going to hear it at 1:30.
Oh, man, that was the weirdest thing I've ever said.
All right, so there you go.
Yeah.
It took, less than 2 hours for that wager to get paid or to be settled. You win.
No suspension.
Sean loses from the 682. When I first started listening like 8 months ago, I thought y'all were saying the KFC masterpiece. Hey, KFC is also delicious, but no, the K&C masterpiece. We're the K&C masterpiece. There you go. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
Oh, the run sheet says Forgiveness Friday.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I get into my groove, and then I ignore things that are happening right in front of me. Coming up next, me, Paul Skeens, and angry Eagles fans at town meetings. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Look, that Rich Waltz thing really threw me off. Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. Paul Skeens is for real. 102 on his final pitch of the day. 8 strikeouts for Skeens.
Woo, 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 woo. All right, KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Let's dive into it in Forgiveness Friday. And we start with Paul Skeens. Now, Paul Skeens got it right. Saved the day. But do you know the treacherous behavior that threatened his relationship with Livy Dunn early on?
A little bit. You kind of alluded to it a little yesterday, and I think it's unforgivable.
It is shocking. Livy Dunn said that Paul Skeens, quote, wouldn't follow me back on Instagram. I know. Calm down, everybody. It worked out. They're going to be okay.
Maybe.
She also said that at first she didn't know who he was as a baseball player. She knew who he was because he was the big, tall guy who always walked around campus and never smiled. And so, but yeah, so that almost.
And that was the attractive part to her.
I guess. Look, I didn't
wait to hook up with a tall guy who doesn't smile.
I don't feel like I got the whole deal. And then all of a sudden they were on dates and she said it worked out. And I was like, I feel like I missed something in between there. But Alec, promise us you will always follow those women back on Instagram as to not potentially run into this problem.
Oh, I always do, because I have the DMs set up to go to requests because, you know, there's a lot of bots out there and stuff nowadays. So I don't want to get the messages all the time. So, yeah, I'm not going to let something, you know, get stuck in the ether for 6 months. And I'm like, well, I missed that one. That actually happened once on Instagram. Yeah, there was a message that sat there for like 6 months, and then there was another dude in a picture, and I was like, oh, missed that chance.
Oh, and there's DM messages that like I didn't know that I'm getting.
You should not be worried about that.
What if there's somebody out there that wants to donate something to Peace-a-thon?
They want you to donate something to them.
Nobody wants me to donate anything to them.
Those bots say differently.
They know I am a married dad of 3.
And they don't care.
Yeah, I think my wife and some other ladies told me that for some women out there, they like the married man.
Oh, no.
And that is concerning and confusing.
I like being a married man. I want to say that way. But I understand. I just wanted to check and see. But is this the way that people, instead of getting a phone number, I just started watching the cartoon Invincible on Amazon Prime. I don't know if any of y'all checked that out. But his friend,
the Eagles player,
his friend walks up to him and says, "Hey, do you want so-and-so's phone number?" And he says, "Sure." And he hands him a piece of paper with a number. Now it's all, "Hey, I followed you. I DM'd you." That's how it is.
I can tell
you. The old days of phone numbers.
Those days are dead. I can tell you from listening to Brandon talk with his friends and whatnot. And he's like, yeah, and so she's going to follow me on Instagram. And I was like, all right, that's just the way it is. And there's nothing you're going to do to be able to change it.
Maybe it was all part of Paul Skeen's plan.
Oh, so like he saw her and he's like, oh, see you later, Lizzie. And she goes, it's Livy. And he goes, oh, yeah.
From
Mysterious.
Richie and Ennis, he said apparently she followed him on IG. He didn't follow back. She went 2 weeks and he still hadn't followed. She'd never experienced that, so it drove her to pursue him.
Wow.
Just think about it. Every dude that follows her probably is DMing her and trying to ask her out.
I can see that.
Now she's got somebody that she's like, or every dude she's ever DM'd has probably immediately responded.
Yeah.
And she's like, why is this guy
treating
me like I'm in fat pants right now?
And the reason was he didn't really use Instagram. So I don't think he even knew that she followed him.
Good play, Paul.
From the 806, this is kind of one of those reverse shout-outs. Shout out to my fiance who left me out of the blue 2 weeks ago with no warning signs. You can recover. This is based on a true story. I knew a person really well. It was going to get married in about 3 months. Then one day, the person they were going to marry walked up to them and was like, hey, I just out of nowhere, it felt like. And they were like, hey, I don't think I love you anymore. And it was pretty stunning. And then that guy found out that she was banging some other guy. And it was this whole thing. And they were going to get married in 3 months. And it didn't work out. But eventually, that person married somebody else who's significantly better, significantly smarter. They have a little kid with that person, and it turned out really well.
Kevin's talking about himself here.
What?
That is the instance.
Real life.
By the way, Tolo Ryan texted in and said, shout out to my son. This is the Tolo who has a daughter who is a Disney princess.
Oh, in Tokyo, right?
Yeah, in Tokyo. His son now is signing a deal with Disney to be a performer at the Orlando location. So look at the talent in that family, dude. And I met his son, I do believe, at Martin House whenever we had our event out there.
And Orlando's probably that's the hub, right? That's the main Disney World.
It's Disney World. Disneyland is in California. Yeah, but yeah.
Sure.
I believe that's the first one because they had cheap land in Florida that was basically a swamp, and Walt Disney was like, I could turn that into something, and so he did.
What else did Walt Disney think about things and stuff?
Also, the Gob. I wanted to shout out him because he got his PR. He got his personal record in Call of Duty last night. I think it was 37 eliminations. So congratulations to him. I got to go find the rest. There it is. PR last night with 37 dub in trios with the boys. The new HDR is God tier. So there you go.
From the 682, I legit just bought an engagement ring, and that text has me freaking out now, LOL. Don't freak out. You will choose better than perhaps some of us have in the past. And then from the 682, yeah, a kid that can't read. That's a fair point. He's making progress, though. He knows all of the dinosaurs. Well, he knows a lot of the dinosaurs. And so now when he gets a new dinosaur book, he's like, ooh, Spinosaurus. And so he'll open the book and he'll go page by page and he'll be like, oh, yeah, Spinosaurus. Oh, and the Diplodocus. And he can't read the words.
Are you going to show him the video of the Corysaurus in a little bit, too?
Yes. So he can't read the words on the page, but he's like, I know advanced dinosaur names, so much so that it came down to this, where he had a flying dinosaur and he called it, I forget. And Jess goes, don't you mean
name.
pterodactyl?
Oh.
And I go, hey, Jess, let me ask you this. Do you think he got it wrong? Or is that the only flying dinosaur that you know? And she goes, that's the only flying dinosaur I know. And I go, yeah, me too. I don't know.
How many flying dinosaurs are there?
There's more than one.
Are you sure?
Yes, because we saw another video where Noah showed me the dinosaur that he was referring to. Then I forgot.
It wasn't a pterodactyl.
No, it was not a pterodactyl.
Your son was the one that told me, like, how come you never hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom?
Because the P is silent.
Your son, not Noah.
This is the older son,
the other
Brandon.
one, the
yes.
forgotten one. He is.
He's not forgotten. We're gonna go to the Final Four. Hopefully.
Where is he right now?
He is.
See, exactly.
I was about to say this is the 1 or 2 days out of the week that he's with his mom. All right, let's go. Who I did not reference earlier in the story. Okay, I want to make that very clear.
Gotcha.
For a variety of purposes. All right, I'm going to take you to a town hall meeting. And an angry Eagles fan who, I'm not going to lie, I wanted to hear more on this guy's platform. I wanted to hear more about what led him to go up there and say this. So he's going to call out the mayor, this man is, but I want to know more about the specifics that led him to be upset. He'll tell you, like, why he doesn't like the mayor, but I want to know, like, if there was one specific policy or some such that led to it. But here's this local man who he's angry at the mayor.
This is what happened, guys, residents of Upper Darby Township, when you elect the Cowboys fan.
Oh, come on.
To your government. 29 years of losing with this team. What do you expect with the leadership? This is a Cowboys fan. This guy follows the Cowboys. You see what type of leadership they have. And that's what you put your trust in. A Cowboys fan. Sickening.
This dude is trying to sports up my politics. And that's something I've never asked for. All right. There's one thing that you know, Kevin, about me. Leave my politics and sports separate. Never combine them.
Right. Sickening.
Sickening.
Yeah, that's sickening.
So, in your face, Upper Darby Mayor Ed Brown, I guess you need to ask for forgiveness. I'm not, but again, I want to know, like, specifically what the policy was that drove him to the meeting. Was he like, tax raise? The hell you are. Like, it can't just be because he was a Cowboys fan, because it feels like something happened that he's like, I knew this would happen. As soon as you elected a Cowboys fan, I knew that you would go this direction. I just don't specifically know what his complaint was that led to all this to begin with.
There's some bridge that needs, like, renovations or something.
Probably.
He's against it because he's like, why would we ever do that?
Does Shiloh Sanders, look, as long as we're mentioning it.
Forgotten one.
Yeah. For Colorado, does he need to ask for forgiveness? Because if you remember back in 2023, Shiloh Sanders, he filed for bankruptcy. He had $11 million in debt. And now Mercedes.
What?
Yeah. I don't.
$11 million in debt?
Exactly.
And you can just file for bankruptcy and it's gone, right? You never owe the people that anymore?
I feel like it is more complicated than that, but I also know it's more complicated than what Michael Scott just yelled out. I declare bankruptcy. But Mercedes-Benz is making the move because Shiloh quit paying for his Mercedes-Benz. He now has a balance due of $97,239. While the trade-in value of his car is worth less than what he owns.
Wow.
So he's upside down on this car and already declared for bankruptcy a couple of years ago. I don't know if you think that means he'll have to declare bankruptcy again.
He'll be fine.
Okay.
There's money in that family.
Yeah.
I think he'll be able to figure it out. He'll get advice along the way. I think he'll be all right.
Okay.
Forgiveness granted.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Because, Kevin, all of us are going to go bankrupt at some point.
What?
Isn't that how it works? Doesn't everybody go? Is that not? When you spin the wheel on Wheel of Fortune, eventually you're going to hit bankrupt.
Okay, here we go. I've learned more about this bankruptcy.
Okay, thank you.
It's not just reckless spending. It's hurting people. So Shiloh caused injuries to Mr. Darjean
when he was only 15 years old. He said he acted in self-defense and he tried to confiscate his phone at the school. There was a scuffle. The judge ruled that Mr. Darjean was entitled to an award of $11.89 million. So it was for this incident, not just rampant spending, although clearly you see with the Mercedes-Benz, rampant spending can be an issue.
From the 214, you better call GM Justin Rudd. That's what he better be doing. Get himself into a nice Chevy with great prices.
Yes, great prices that you won't have to declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, reasonable.
for.
You'll never have to declare bankruptcy.
I don't know if they're going to make that part of their slogan at Platinum Chevrolet, but maybe they will.
It's a selling point.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Are these the QBs under the most pressure to win a Super Bowl? Next, right here on The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cook in motion. Allen in the pocket. Allen will run it himself. He pumps. Got some daylight. Hurdles to the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo.
Fancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I might need to go to Corey, it appears. Do I need to go to Corey for the Corey News Desk?
Yes.
Oh.
We will say this is a report from Todd Archer. Add Ohio State running back Travion Henderson to the list of Cowboys 30 visits this week. So,
where have I heard that name before? While watching Ohio State football.
Yes.
But also,
right here on
earlier this week on the show, obviously, we talked about that a great deal.
And pay attention. Again, pay attention to their 30 visits. And go back and look at the history of the way the Cowboys approach this and where their 30 visits are. They're very selective with it, and there's a reason that they bring them in-house.
Now, selfishly, the first story I'm going to mention, as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy,
dip it and
is
rip
that
it.
Baltimore is suing DraftKings and FanDuel for allegedly, FanDuel, I don't know, I added the S, for allegedly exploiting problem gamblers. You know who you don't hear in that? Underdog. Why? Because we make sure and read all kinds of extra language to let you know what to do in case you have a problem. If you live in the United States, we've probably got a disclaimer in there for you.
So that's a good thing.
So
that you read those disclaimers.
That's why we're not getting sued. Hooray for Underdog. By the way, something to look at. Maybe you play the under on Cooper Flag, or maybe you go lower on Cooper Flag tomorrow. Houston's got a heck of a defense. All right. Let's go from that to the Dallas Cowboys schedule. Their OTAs are going to be May 19th and 20th, as well as May 22nd.
Okay.
Then May 28th through the 30th, June 2nd through the 3rd, and June 5th. Plan your life accordingly. Then mandatory mini camp, which I feel like not all of the players will be at, is June 10th through the 12th. So just keep those dates in mind, and we will move forward with that. Geno Smith got the 2 years, and I know this came out during the G-Bag Nation yesterday, got a 2-year extension that could be worth up to $85.5 million and includes $66.5 million guaranteed. So big money right there for Geno Smith. Opportunity to be making upwards of almost $43 million per year. We'll see how that works out with him and the Raiders.
This is wild.
It really is.
We were like, oh man, subpar quarterback. Then Reggie makes this is the year prediction. He does it, and he has lived off of that essentially since then.
Man, he really has.
Granted, I will say I think he did learn a little something about being a leader at quarterback whenever he was with Pete Carroll. I think there was something that he really learned from Pete Carroll there.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see that. Now, let's go from that to, and this is what I want to know if you guys agree with this. I've been wanting to talk about this for a few days now. The quarterbacks facing the most pressure to win the Super Bowl. Alec, who do you think is the number one NFL quarterback in the lands facing the most pressure to win a Super Bowl?
I think it makes sense now that he won his first NFL MVP. I would say Josh Allen.
Okay, tell me then, I don't mean this in a sarcastic nature. Why would it be him ahead of the guy who's won 2 MVPs already?
Just recency.
Okay.
You know, I don't think there's any real football explanation for that. Me personally, it would be Lamar Jackson, but I think just front of mind, people are going to think about how truly close the Buffalo Bills have gotten, and they've just run into the brick wall that is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Ravens, it feels like they're so close yet so far away. It feels like they're a little bit further from that. You add the recent MVP to Josh Allen's resume, I think the recency bias just kicks in for people.
Kevin, I would like to make my prediction at who the number one person is on this list.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes. He did not win a Super Bowl last year, and now the pressure is really on Patrick Mahomes to get back into the Lombardi Trophy hoisting parade.
He did not make the top 5. I'm sorry to tell you.
I mean, this is a bad list then.
Okay, fair enough. In your face, Jeff Kerr. So
They had a Steve for me.
number 5, Joe Burrow.
Makes sense. He got there a few years ago. It's still weird, though. Nobody really ever expected the Bengals to be where they are and in this type of contention.
Weirder yet, I had a dream that Joe Burrow tore his hamstring running the 40 at the combine and will be out next season. I don't know why.
He's not going to be.
I don't know why he was running the 40 at the combine.
Combine's over.
Maybe it's his pro day, even though that happened years ago. But if he tears his hamstring, just know that I had a weird dream that was going to happen.
Gotcha.
Hopefully it does not. Jared Goff is number 4 on the list.
It's interesting. He lost one with the Rams, and they have been close, but not getting to the Super Bowl has been where they've fallen short.
And this last year really was a dig against him and that whole team. Dak Prescott is number 3 on the. You don't think he's under pressure to win a Super Bowl?
Nope. I don't think there's any true pressure to win a Super Bowl in a Dallas Cowboys uniform.
Whoa.
Nope. I'm really serious about this. I think they want to, and it'd be nice, but the reality of it's everything I need to survive and live and have my legacy. I don't think any of that stuff really does matter. Any of the pressure would come from Dak, and I feel like his pressure right now is to get back and be healthy and be on the field at the moment. And then maybe he wants to win a Super Bowl, but this team, man, I don't think the real expectations are there.
Fascinating. I would like you to tell Jerry or Steven that.
Okay.
And I know deep down in their heart they'll probably agree with you, but then they'll have to tell you.
And that's unfortunate, dude. That's very
I know.
unfortunate because I want more and I want better.
I agree.
I just don't know that the real pressure and hunger is there, but I hope I'm wrong.
Lamar Jackson, 2nd on the list, and Josh Allen is 1st. Do you think then, because we threw both these names out there, outside of Patrick Mahomes, obviously, do you think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are the top 2 candidates with the most pressure to win a Super Bowl?
Yes. I do. Where does the pressure lie on Jalen Hurts after already winning one, and now the pressure to win a back-to-back or a second one?
I honestly think he's good to go from the perspective of this. For a lot of people, winning that one Super Bowl will make him a perpetual top 5, 6, 7 quarterback. But if they were to go back-to-back, then I think even the most ardent Jalen Hurts haters would have to go back to the drawing board and be like,
what did we get wrong?
Not a whole lot of quarterbacks have won back-to-back Super Bowls. Let's take a look at that and kind of reevaluate. So I think he's set. I think he's a made man when it comes to pretty consistently being in the top quarter of the quarterback rankings now. All right, let's go from that to DeMarvion Overshown. Or did you want to use that later?
Oh, whenever you want, man.
DeMarvion Overshown.
I have no clue what I'm doing in the C block, so I'll figure it out.
Oh, my gosh. Said that his goal is to win Comeback Player of the Year this year. More specifically, the future's looking good, he said yesterday. Actually, you know what? You don't want to hear it from me. You want to hear it from the man himself. Give me cut number 8 from Good Morning Football, DeMarvion Overshown.
The future is looking good. Let me tell you that. Just how I came off of last year, I'm 100%, positive. I have my sights set high. Not only do I want to be, nominated for the Comeback Player of the Year, but, I'm going to be the Comeback Player of the Year. And that confident I feel with how I'm just going to step back on the field, and you're not going to see no drop off. You're going to see me exactly what you just seen on that clip a while ago doing those same things.
Kevin, I appreciate what he's saying. However, I hope he doesn't win it.
Oh, me
too. I
too.
hope he finishes second.
Oh.
Dak also was injured last year, and if we're really going to go anywhere, Dak needs to be Comeback Player of the Year, MVP, and everything else.
Man.
That's a lot of. Now let's add some pressure.
So your answer was totally different than mine. Mine was because I didn't want him to rush himself back and potentially get re-injured again.
No, if Dak doesn't win it and DeMarvion Overshown does, that means that Dak wasn't good enough. And Dak needs to be good enough this year. That was a real injury that he suffered last year, man. A real severe injury. Just as severe, almost as severe as that ankle looked.
Yeah.
Like that's a bad injury. So I hope that DeMarvion Overshown comes back and is good, but I hope Dak wins it all.
Wow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we promised it earlier in the show. Now let's take the time to dive in. A progress report on the new look Rangers bullpen a week into the season. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Hazel lady. Nutmeg maidens. No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is indeed a shout-out Friday from the 956. Can I get a shout-out for the medical staff at MD Anderson? Monday morning, my 76-year-old mom was diagnosed with leukemia and rushed by ambulance from McAllen to the ICU. As of this morning, her white blood cell count is below 50,000 from its high of 144,000. She is already out of the ICU. Now, she's not out of the woods, and there has to be chemo for another month, but she's in great spirits in fighting thanks to the good people at MD Anderson. That is super cool.
Love to hear it.
Now, this might go one way, could go another way. A progress report on the new look Rangers bullpen a week into the season. Or, Corey, I believe something has come to light for a potential on-the-spot vent topic.
I appreciate, I always hate this. I'm going to go with Dominic instead of Dominique. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to say Dominic. Hopefully I got it right, buddy. Or,
do you feel like the C
or ma'am
is Dominic and the Q is leading you down to the Dominique?
But here's the suggestion. Corey, let's do a vent segment. And 877-881-1053, you get in on the vent segments. We love this part. We always love it. How about the fact that nobody cares to pick up after themselves, whether it's at a party, a game, at home, at work, in your kid's living room. They don't have a living room. In my living room that the kids were in for just a little bit, it's a lost art of simple manners. You know what, Dominic, you are dead on. And I love it because my kids, what do you do? How many times do I have to tell you that this room right here is not your trash pit?
Yeah.
And the plates need to go. Your bedroom, that's fine. You can trash your room out if that's the way you want to live. Shut your door. I don't ever want to see it. But whenever you go into the parlor, is what we like to call it, because it's fancy. It's not really.
That is fancy.
But that's where the video games are. I go in there, there's Coke cans sitting all over the floor. There's plates, there's Reese's wrappers. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? And God forbid there be some Oreo wrappers in there. Guess what? I'm going to throw those out because I don't like Oreos. But yeah, dude, clean up after yourself. When you get done eating, take your plate to the sink at least. At least to the sink. And if you're going to use my tools, do not leave them in the yard. You put them back in the toolbox or in my tool bag where they belong.
All right, I'm in on this. By the way, one more quick shout out. They sent this in earlier, and I wanted to make sure I mentioned it. Shout out to our daughter, Melanie. She's a freshman at Midlothian High. Yesterday, she won the JV 100-meter dash and is a district champion with a personal record of 12.9 seconds. Let's go.
From the 469 plates at the gym, dude. Yes.
Yeah.
Re-rack your plates when you get done. Not everybody out there can lift the 45-pound weights like you, all right?
And it's just rude.
I can do it. That's fine. But I know that there's somebody that can't, or they're coming up to do something different. Now they got to unrack your plates for you because you were too lazy to do it.
So I work with this group on Mondays, and the kids are not from the most affluent neighborhood. They get a snack when we go back to where they live, to their apartment complex. To a person, those kids will open their snack and discard part or all of the trash on the ground. And I was like, dude, this is your neighborhood. Like, we're in your apartment complex. And you know what? Usually their answer is somebody will pick it up. You pick it up. It is your neighborhood.
Yeah, this is part of keeping up with everything, that you can contribute to the cleanliness of your environment by just picking up the crap on the floor or the stuff that you left, putting it into a trash bag, and then sending it off to somewhere where it can be part of a trash dump somewhere. All right?
From the 817, I feel like my dad just chewed me out, and I am 65. From the 972, I didn't bring this up in New York because we were on vacation, but clear the microwave seconds.
No.
Jess,
I don't care.
Left 1 second on the microwave. Like, what are we doing?
I do it on purpose.
Because you didn't want to hear the beep?
Yeah. I do it on purpose at this point. And yeah, a lot of the times it's because I don't want the beep noise
Then
to
don't
happen.
push eject or stop. Push the clear button. I know that's not the eject button, but you know what I'm saying when it fires the door open. Push the clear button. It'll stop cooking and it'll zero out the seconds.
But the door won't open. If I just open the door, then now it has stopped cooking, and I can
then
move
you
on.
can't go back and
I can
push
shut
clear?
it and move on with my life.
Would you clear the seconds if you could leave the microwave door open?
Interesting question.
Because to me, that is more courteous.
Seems like that's more problematic, though, because I'm going to walk around the corner and the door's going to hit me in the face. The seconds aren't going to hit me in the face.
Wait a second.
What?
Where is your microwave positioned in your house that you walk around a corner and just BAM!
Above the stove, so it's actually really far away.
Yeah,
But even
so that
still,
shouldn't happen.
All right, now I'm trying to cook and I have to close the door.
Yeah,
That's
well,
problematic.
Guess what? It's your door to close.
The 214, I feel called out. I agree. Listen, it is a time in life where we just need to do the little things. Just do the little things and everybody will be happy.
Now, this came up. People leave bulletins and trash around their seats at church. It's church. Come on, man. So some churches have like where you can recycle your bulletin. And if they don't, I put it in my pocket and take it home because I feel bad throwing the church bulletin away at church. Because I don't know, like I can just picture Jesus with the single tear coming down. He's like, seriously? Do you know how painful that was up on the cross? And you're just going to chuck that in the trash? And so if they had the recycling bin, I'll put it in there. We can help, with the paper waste and everything like that. But if they don't, then there you go.
D-Rock, the Ewok on Twitter said, I know it's different, but I live in an apartment and people letting their dogs go in the grass and just leaving it there. Can't open my dang windows for the smell of everyone's dog do. Hey, if your dog has to take a poo, pick it up.
Yeah.
It's a courteous thing to do.
Yeah.
Pick things up around here.
I agree. So there have been a time or two where I've been irritated at my dog because we've gone for a walk right after I put them outside to go to the bathroom, and then they still pooped. And I was like, what? We just did this. Like, I did that to avoid this exact scenario.
All right. I feel like I've vented. Alec, did you have any more you wanted to add to this?
The gym one hit close to home because that literally hit me yesterday.
Yeah.
I walked in and the squat rack where the barbell is, it was set up for somebody very tall, way taller than me. That's not hard to do. And it had, I think, 2 25s on each side clamped. So it was like they just gave up mid-set. That's why I think in my mind, because they're a loser already, for leaving that there. But 2, it also irritated me because it's like, why didn't you use a 45 and a 5? Mm-hmm. Why'd you use 2 25s? Yeah. I hate when people do weird math with gym plates. That's another weird thing.
Alec, I do. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. No, he's right.
Yeah.
I also have this weird thing. I want the rack to be racked correctly. I don't want the 25 to be here and the 7 or the 5 to be down there and the 10 to be in some rant. I want it to be racked. Like, I want all the little ones at top and all the big ones down at the bottom. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy that whenever I'm done with my set and I'm leaving any kind of free weights, I'll rearrange everything. Like, I will literally arrange them in numerical order by weight.
Same.
I have to do it because I'm like, somebody else is going to be just as annoyed as I was. So I want to make their day that much better, and they won't even know that I did it.
And I go put the benches back in order where they're supposed to go, and I just stare at the people that are around me that just watched it and let it be
great people, Corey.
Stop all of this.
Put the benches back where
You
they go.
put the benches back where they go, which is a whole lot of effort, but you can't push the effing clear button on the microwave?
That doesn't bug me.
But what about your family?
I'm not worried about them.
So you care more about
They do a lot of crap that bugs me, all right?
Okay,
so if
maybe you could all
if that's
fix it
the
up.
one thing that I do that bugs them, then fine. Other than waking them up in the middle of the night and saying, hey.
Oh, my gosh.
Clean up this stuff you left out
My
here.
wife is stupid.
Not my wife. I was talking about the kids.
Oh, that's...
Can we get you saying that your kids are stupid?
And then we'll replace that drop.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead, Alec, if you can. Give me cut number 1.
The 3-2. And that's in there for a call. Third strike. The slider over the outer half, right at the bottom of the zone. And Garcia retires the side in order here.
Now, I decided to do some looking into the Rangers bullpen because it feels like the consensus is, ooh, that first game didn't go so well. But after that, we're feeling pretty good about it. So I decided to see if the numbers back that up.
Okay.
Do you think, is that your same assertion? Are you like, this bullpen's been pretty dang good so far?
I feel like they have been. I also feel like that there hasn't been, I don't know, man. I guess 1-0 wins do kind of present themselves.
True.
But Evaldi did go in one of those.
Yes.
They've had some 1-run wins, though, and that's been significant. I don't know. I feel like it's still a very small sample size for the bullpen. I'll continue with that. But they're so far better than I expected. We blew one save.
And I'll concede that, but the reason why I wanted to go through the positive is because if yesterday we were going to take a week of Rangers baseball and be like, hey, I'm a little worried about the offense, it felt only fair to say, even though it's only been a week, let's take a look at the bullpen. All right.
Better than I expected. That's what I'm going to go.
Significantly better. Robert Garcia, Chris Martin, and Luke Jackson. I want to focus in on those three to start. So those are your leverage arms, with the idea kind of being like, those are the three guys more often than not, and like the 7th, 8th, and 9th you'll probably be going to. All right. Those three combined have thrown for 11 innings this year. I'm sorry, let me try that one more time. After the first game, because obviously Robert Garcia, right? Or was it Luke Jackson? Was incredibly disappointing in
the
that
first one.
In that first
Both
game.
of them. Garcia was disappointing, and then Luke Jackson gave it up.
So after that first game, those three pitchers have thrown 11 innings with an ERA of 0.82 and a whip of 1 flat. They have given up 6 hits, 5 walks. They have 11 strikeouts, 5 holds, and 4 saves.
Wow.
With no blown saves. Now, I realize I did cherry pick that out by taking out the first one, but I think we all agree that first one, you're like, ooh, that's not going to work. But in the ensuing days, those guys have really been on point. Now let's take a look at the Rangers while they're winning. 4 of their 5 wins have been by 1 run. All right. That first one run win against the Red Sox, the bullpen went 7 1/3. And gave up 2 runs.
That's impressive.
Obviously, that is troublesome on the front side, but we'll deal with that later. The next one against the Red Sox, 4 innings pitched and 1 earned run. Then you have the Evaldi complete game shutout. So let's always do that. No concern about the bullpen. And then you go back to one of the wins, the other win against the Reds, 4 innings pitched, no earned runs. So you look at 4 of those 5 Rangers wins that were by 1 run. If you take out the Evaldi, because it's a complete game shutout, in the other 3 wins, the bullpen threw 15.1 innings with a 1.76 ERA.
Wow.
And you can boil that down to their very last game on Wednesday. You got 4 innings pitched, 1 each from Webb, Garcia, Martin, and Jackson. They gave up a total of 2 hits while striking out 4 in the ensuing 4 innings after Jack Leiter had an issue with a blister. So you go back to game 1, and I know that was not an auspicious start. But since then, This bullpen has been tremendous.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what Boch has been typically known for, is how to manage a bullpen appropriately. And Kevin, I mean, the way he even talks about it with us, when he's talking about the other day, you asked him, hey, your bullpen's been very stressed. He's like, yeah. I mean, he's already going through the process of what I can and can't do, the way he has it split up, but the way he manages it. And then Rick Waltz, when he was on with us earlier, Rich Waltz, he hops on with us earlier, and he's like, dude, yeah, he's known very well for how he manages pitching, just the way he does that throughout a season. So we already kind of have the confidence that they know what they're doing up top, but can they execute whenever it's time they're called upon? So far, they are. And without a lot of run support to put them in nice, comfortable positions either.
Yeah, and I think that's what's been the most impressive part. So obviously the hope is, much like what we talked about the Stars, you'll see both of those things come together at the exact same time. And
Rick Vaughn.
Yes.
Some point, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Would you take a Rick Vaughn?
At what stage in his career? Because I'm going to argue that Rick Vaughn had a very limited amount of upside. All right. You go to the original Major League, he is trash to start. Takes him a while to really get going once they found out he needed glasses and everything like that. But then what happens? Does he catapult from his success in Major League? No. He gets too high and mighty, and he struggles again in Major League 2. Now, does he come in the clutch situations? For sure. But leading up to it, there's a whole bunch of junk happening for him.
I'm with this from the 903. Just keep winning, baby. The runs will come.
I think that's fair.
And at some point, that is going to happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move into the Expressway, and we're going to kick it off with this, the combo platter. Childhood memories. Give us a sports opinion first, and then what movie did you love when you were younger that doesn't really hold up? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
low in feed products? I got to remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to the combo platter in just 1 second. It's going to be our childhood memory edition. So give us a sports opinion, and then what movie did you love when you were younger that maybe doesn't so much hold up anymore? But I want to go back to football real quick for something from The Athletic. And I don't think you're going to disagree with any of these things, but I wanted to check. So The Athletic got their execs unfiltered on free agency. And here are 3 things that came out about the Cowboys. One executive said they're a well-run team, but what they want to do and what their fans want them to do are 2 different things right now. They're more serious about staying relevant and keeping that brand up high than they are about winning.
Okay.
I feel like that's what we've said numerous times and is spot on. Another executives, they're buying low on former highly drafted picks like Solomon Thomas and Kyer Elam. But how often do those guys really pan out?
Right.
Jeff Okudah is Exhibit A, 3rd overall pick, now on his 4th team in 4 years.
Yeah.
And then the last one, another executive, if you wait out Jerry Jones, he will pay. But there are people who think Parsons is a little out there and might not be worth paying at the highest level. So I'm going to be interested to see where Dallas falls on that. But the first part of that statement I thought was really interesting, that the league knows if you wait Jerry out, he'll pay.
I thought it was an interesting note or thought from Sean this morning when he said something about Jerry kind of giving it away, when he said something about playing, holding more cards, still have some cards to play. And that idea of, let's see if Micah shows up to these OTAs. If he really wants to be a leader, if he really wants that, is he going to do those things? The things that leaders do. When they can say all the things and they can, show this off, but what are they actually doing is really the actions that you're looking for. And they want new leadership in that locker room because DeMarcus Lawrence was. So is he going to be one that says, you know what, I'm going to let my agent tell me what to do? Or no, I got to go get this team. I got to rally these guys with me. I know everybody believes, and they all say it too, it's a business. I understand he's got his business he's got to take care of. But every guy sees when guys show up. They all see it.
Now, some combo platter, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys. Give us a sports opinion. And then what movie did you love when you were younger that may not really hold up anymore? From the 817, Nathan Eovaldi will win the Cy Young this season. That would be the first Rangers pitcher to ever win a Cy Young. And Anchorman, the original. I loved it when I was younger, recently rewatched it, and I was like, yeah, it's good, but... And that's what I'm curious. How many people are going to be like, no, I still like it. It's just maybe not as great. From the 817, Jalen Hurts isn't elite in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. Ooh. From the 945, the Dolphins need to dump Tua and go sign Aaron Rodgers. Woo, spicy.
Wow.
And their go-to was Flight of the Navigator.
Oh, man. I have not seen that movie in so long. But, Kevin, that's a movie that I watched every weekend as a kid. Like, all the little characters in it. You wanted to be able to fly that ship.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to go wherever I want to go. Let me take this spaceship somewhere. I loved it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Corey, I'm not saying this is going to be yours. I want to say I looked at a couple of different lists for this. And I'm going to go to cut number 11 because this movie came up on every single list. And so when we say don't hold up, maybe it's because some people got older. Maybe it's because you could look at the special effects differently. Or maybe you think this movie just would not work in the current culture.
I just saw the most amazing thing in my entire life. First, you gotta do the truffle shuffle. Come on. Do it. Come on. Do it. Cut it out, Mom.
This movie was on every list that I saw. And whether it's because of, what is perceived as fat shaming or racist tropes towards characters or any number of other things in that movie, they say the Goonies will not hold up. And so I'm curious to see what direction y'all go, but I want to throw out one more opinion real quick from the 817. The Rangers will go 160-2, and it's the movie An American Tail. Now, Corey, you and I got in an argument about this the other day, that the Rangers are on pace to go 160-2, which is factually inaccurate.
Okay.
They're on pace to go 116-46.
Alec, they have lost 2 games. If they don't ever lose again, they will go 160-2. Therefore, I think they are on pace to never lose again and go 160-2.
I like it.
Thank you.
Math is mathing for me.
Kevin's just...
No, that's not how math works.
Hold on. You've been trying to kill this dream since day one. Mm-hmm. Before the season even started, you've been trying to kill our dreams here.
Wouldn't that be day 0 or negative something?
Look at this crap. He's pulling it again. He's doing it again.
Math isn't even real anyways.
Yeah.
What? It's made up.
Yeah, it is a made up.
It's a construct. What? It's not a thing.
Yeah. It's just so the chalkboard industry could have more things to do.
Hold on. Big chalk? All right.
Dude, how amazing would it be if there's a big chalk out there that's really running the deep state?
How do they know?
The mafia runs the chalk industry.
Okay. From the 432, Jack Leiter will be a top 20 pitcher this year, and Casper. I watched it last Halloween with the girls to show them our childhood Halloween movies, and it did not hit the same. Man, when he came back to life for just a minute, because it was like the stroke of midnight or whatever, and came down the steps, and you're like, oh my goodness, this is magical. Haven't seen that movie in a really long time, so I'm not sure if it still holds up.
Adrienne used to watch that all the time. She definitely did. And she likes it.
But what is the message of that? Hopefully you fall in love with a ghost who you can dance with one time in the air and then he's gone?
But teaches you how to be kind and love.
Okay.
I'm going to play a little audio real quick here, Alec. Go ahead and get cut 6 here. Ready? I am a fan of secret scouting. And I think that secret scouting is important. You remember A.J. Preller? He used to work for the Rangers. Now he's with the San Diego Padres. They seem to be doing okay. They might
They're
go
undefeated.
160. Yeah, they're on pace to go 162-0.
Now that is mathematically
See
correct.
how it's not the Rangers, and he's like, oh yeah, let's support that one.
Big Padres guy, huh?
No, that's just how math works.
I bet you'd say the same thing about the Dodgers too, wouldn't you?
Yes,
exactly. Look at you.
But they have to play each other, so it can't happen.
AJ Preller he evidently got his eyes on Jackson Merrill earlier than other people.
Okay.
First time I saw Jackson play baseball, I kind of was trying to sneak into Severna Park area, see him on the road, not try to bring any attention to myself or mainly to Jackson. So I thought I had a good spot, road game. I was sitting in a football stadium a couple 100 yards away to watch Jackson play baseball, and it was like right after COVID, so a security guard came and grabbed me and said, you have to leave here, you can't be in this area. So I was kind of getting escorted out. All these people were like looking to see what was going on, and this one dad was like, hey, are you a scout? I was kind of like, not really, but I guess so. And he said, you must be here to see Jackson Merrill. I was like, no, I'm here to see John Smith, the shortstop. And he's right away, he said, well, that's his dad right there. Josh, come over, come meet this guy. So then for 20 minutes, me trying to be incognito, I'm now talking to Jackson's dad and, just kind of picking his brain about everything. And at the end, he's kind of like, what's your name again? I'm doing OJ. I did one of those things. And so that was probably a bad covert mission.
There you go. So
Why? Just because you talked to the dad? That is pretty bad.
I think there needs to be more secret scouting in the world so that we can see more secret scouts and players out there. But we shouldn't know about it. Maybe there is more secret scouting out there.
Ooh.
We just didn't know. But I appreciate and obviously secret scouting works because they're on pace to go 162-0.
Can you live with knowing that your dream has come true without ever knowing it? So there could be more secret covert scouting, but you just don't know because they're so good at it.
Valid. Just like there might be a ghost in my house, but I wouldn't know.
That's fair.
It's not a stupid movie.
I don't dispute that.
And my movie, which is dumb, that I loved as a kid, and Kevin, it does not hold up. Got 13.
What are you doing?
I found some blackroot. She loves it.
Blackroot? I am the father of 2 children, and you never ever give a baby blackroot.
Well, my mother raised us on blackroot. It's good for you. Puts hair on your chest, doesn't it, Dick?
Her name is not Styx. She's a Laura Dannon, the future empress of Tyrus Lee. And the last thing she's gonna want is a hairy chest.
Exactly. Thank you, Willow. I appreciate that. And that movie, Kevin, while as a child, I thought it was phenomenal. As an adult, it did not quite hold up.
Yeah.
But go watch the series on Disney. I thought it was good.
So you thought the series was okay?
It wasn't like anything groundbreaking, but I thought it was good.
From the 469, unfortunately, the Stars are going to finish in second place in the NHL this season. And it's the never-ending story. The graphics are horrible if you rewatch it right now. And also, as long as we're picking on the never-ending story, I didn't understand what name he yelled out of the window at the end. It sounded, he's like, and I'm like, I don't know what name you just said that was supposed to be this impactful thing at the end. So, there's that.
The 817, oh my God, I'm old. I just got in the car while you're playing that clip and I knew it was Willow. LOL.
That's good. That's absolutely good. From the 469, the Rangers are going to win the AL West. And they said the movie that doesn't hold up, brace yourself, is Braveheart. Seems so cool back in the day. Go watch the acting now. I can't watch it for more than 5 minutes at a time. Ouch! From the 817, the Rangers will not win the division, but they will make the playoffs, and it's Suburban Commando. It had The Undertaker, Hulk Hogan, Christopher Lloyd, I think.
I remember that.
I thought it was amazing as a kid. Not so much anymore.
What was the one was that the one where he was the nanny?
That was Mr. Nanny.
Mr. Nanny? What was the one, No Holds Barred, was when he wrestled Zeus?
That's right. And then they brought Zeus
otherwise known as Devo
into the wrestling world because they were like, well, this is a no-brainer character, and it did pretty well for them.
That's right.
Alec, what are you thinking?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. I was doing some draft work yesterday, starting to catch the Tetaroa McMillan fever.
Yes.
The more I watch him, the more I fall in love with his play style, and the more I think he is the perfect Robin to CeeDee's Batman, even though he's like way more giant than CeeDee Lamb. You get the picture. I think he's the perfect supplementary piece to go alongside CeeDee Lamb. And it goes back to what Corey was saying, I think earlier this week or last week. If I can get CeeDee Lamb mismatched on anybody because you are overcommitting to the giant man on the outside of the formation, I'm going to be very happy with a veteran quarterback throwing to a CeeDee Lamb that's being covered by a linebacker.
Yes.
So I'm starting to be okay with it because for me it was like Genty. But now I'm like, I would really be happy if Teteroa McMillan was a Dallas Cowboy. I wasn't going to be upset at any point, but I was like, running back is the obvious answer here. Nope, I think Teteroa McMillan would be a home run.
Show me your... Never mind.
No, well, let's not go there.
Back to you, Alec.
Remember the
I love that
line.
as a future saying, though.
Yeah.
I bet G-Bag and the Nosebleeders will be able to get away with that one.
They probably already have an intro made and
Probably
everything,
so.
just in case it happens. Just in case. For me, I hate to admit it, there's a lot of love with this movie, but it doesn't hold up anymore. It's the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Are you with me? To the death.
I collected all of the play sets. I loved this movie, and I still do. It will forever have a special place in my heart. Heck, in 3rd grade, I played Edmund in a play. Yeah.
Is there video of this play?
Oh, there absolutely is somewhere. We can try to dig that up. I still have the costume. My grandpa made the costume for me. Like, you could buy one. There was one on eBay at one point. He said, no, we're making this. I ate the Turkish Delight and everything as a picky eater child. That was a big moment for my family that for a play, I committed to the bit and I ate the Turkish Delight. It's a wonderful candy, by the way.
Wow.
It's awesome. So I love this movie, but watching it over at this age, it's kind of like, yeah, it's dated. You know, it's just not as grand. It's not as intriguing as it once was. It's still awesome and I'll forever love it, but it doesn't hold up anymore.
All right. I'm glad that you said that because from the 469, there are plenty of people who think the Rangers are going to win the AL West, and this is another one. But I had this clip ready just in case. I had a feeling it might come up. Give me cut number 12. This is the movie that they said doesn't hold up, and I might agree with them.
We thank you very sweetly for doing it so neatly. You've killed us so completely that we thank you very sweetly.
Let the joyous news be spread. The wicked old witch at last is dead.
If you go, I just in the last year or so, I watched The Wizard of Oz with my family, and it came out in 39 or 41, so it came out like 85 years ago. At the time, no doubt one of the most amazing motion pictures that ever been put together. But when I watched it back, I was like, these sets look so small. Like everything, it's a grand world, but you go frame by frame and every set feels so small, especially when like with the CGI that you can do now. If you go watch Wicked, it's like mind-blowing how different it is. And that's probably not fair to hold it up to that standard, but I thought Wizard of Oz felt really small when I watched it again.
I agree with you a little bit on that because it's such a small set kind of build.
Yeah.
But wasn't that the first movie? Like I feel like that's such an old. I can understand how it wouldn't hold up if it was the first ever movie.
It was not the first ever movie.
I feel like it probably was, and like then they were like, "Hey, let's add color," and that was shocking to everybody.
Sure.
So I understand if that one doesn't quite hold up at this point, Kevin. But the acting by that lion, cowardly.
Yeah. Just do one thing. Talk me out of it. I do really like that.
And we're not going doo-dooing on them, all right? We're just saying
It's
maybe
still
it
amazing.
doesn't. Maybe yeah.
From the 817.
Story's great.
This is fair. The Steelers will make the playoffs, and the movie is rad. That bike scene
doesn't hold up.
Lives rent-free in my head. I cannot tell you how many times, in order to explain it to somebody, or just because I wanted to see it again, I have brought up the prom scene where that dude flies into the prom on his bicycle and starts doing slow motion.
Send me an angel.
Yes, bicycle tricks to Send Me an Angel. And then Lori Loughlin, who eventually was in Full House, is also going to do it. And then the people are
She
just
eventually
standing
went to
around.
prison, right, for cheating and getting her kid into college.
She should have just stayed with dirt biking, and maybe that could have been their
You
career.
knew then that she was a rebel.
She was a rebel. And then, like, the people are just sitting around, and they're like, I guess, just let them do it. And so, there you go. From the 972, the Cowboys will miss the playoffs and the movie Hook. I mean, once you're willing to acknowledge the troubling truth about Peter Pan.
Yeah, yes, I know what you're saying here. Hook was a pretty good movie, but I can understand like some of the stuff, especially with all the current abilities to create imaginary worlds.
Right.
It's insane to think like they were using real things. You know, they were using real zip lines and real, real stuff around there. And now it's like, no, the zip line's not real anymore. It's fake.
Can I just ask a question? I want to play cut number 10. I just want to see if anybody thinks that this movie maybe doesn't hold up as much. Just a question. Just a question, people.
You're trying to start a war, aren't you?
So,
what movie is this?
This is Forrest Gump.
I haven't watched it in a while.
Tom Hanks is
timeless.
Is really good in this movie, but then like do you get to the point where you're like, wow, I met all these famous people, but like maybe the way we told that history wasn't exactly accurate and it is less magical. And then plus, I'll stand firm that Jenny, along with that old lady from Titanic, are two of the biggest villains in motion picture history.
Yeah. She knowingly probably gave not only the kid,
AIDS,
but also Forrest Gump AIDS.
Yeah. And I'm going to keep coming around when you're convenient for me because I know I can manipulate you. She's the worst.
Pretty impressed that she was able to do all those drugs and her teeth were still nice and white. I just feel like usually that what happens is they go yellow pretty quickly and fall out. That being said, this is a timeless movie, Kevin. I can't let you do this because
it's just I'm not doing anything. It was just a question.
It isn't, because this movie crosses generation time periods in that movie. So it has to do stuff like that. I think it still holds up to this day. Somebody did say though, their sports suggestion, MLB will finally put in Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame. Karate Kid's cheesy.
Oh, that hurts.
That one does hurt.
But you might not be wrong, because that's part of the reason I really enjoyed Cobra Kai, because I felt like they really leaned into the cheese factor.
214 Sports Opinion. Texas A&M football will make the college football playoff.
Oh, hallelujah.
RoboCop.
Oh, man.
Look, man, RoboCop, filmed right here and down in Dallas, by the way. I do believe one of those scenes, that's the building. Does not hold up at all. It's bad. I mean, everything's bad about it. But if you ever get your hands on a Robert Cop toy, make sure you enjoy that.
It's worth a lot of money.
Robert Cop.
So I want to go back and watch just to get the logistics of RoboCop explained to me. So he gets shot to death and they bring him back to life as a robot. Do they tell him you can stay alive, but you have to keep working for the police department? Or, like, I just want to know some of those logistical questions. But now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea of what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford. We got the question of the day plus...
Alec, I've got a question of the day for you. For people that are texting in, what Peter Pan controversy?
No.
Do you think I should text them back?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you should.
Okay.
I think you should. I mean, that's what we're here to do. We provide information. We answer people's questions. We are the official show of Mailbag Record.
Back.
Yeah.
It's a Mailbag Record? Okay.
Yeah. See, I'm creating new things. That's what I do. I'm innovative. I was going to say innovation that excites, but I think that's trademarked. So we got the question of the day, plus one of my favorite stories from right here in Texas that I read this morning. Another reason why dogs are incredible in my mind. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but I was looking at the National Day calendar for this weekend, right? And I see that tomorrow is National Flash Drive Day.
Oh.
And that feels like one of those things that I never have when I actually need one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you guys in the Tolos, 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, Twitch, and YouTube as well. What is one thing that you probably don't own enough of?
Ooh, air filters.
That's a great one.
Because every time I get motivated to go change that, because ours is like up in the attic, and so every time it's like, oh yeah, we got to do that. I just wish we need to go to Costco or something and just buy, I don't know, like 20 of them. So they're just always there, because the motivation never matches having the thing. Because when we have it, I'm like, yeah, we'll do that later. And then I'm like, all right, let's get up there in the attic, and we don't have an air filter. Okay, crap.
I would just actually replace my air filter. I went up in the attic, and I thought I had them up there. Fortunately, Kevin, Milo insulation, my attic's beautifully cleaned up there.
That is true.
So I was able to kind of see everything, and I was like, oh, I don't have one. Went to the store, got one, came back, bam, done.
My attic before looked like a trash heap. It's much nicer now.
What do I not have enough of? It seems toilet paper. And that's because I feel like my kids just grab it and just let it go. You know, they're just like, and then they just shove it all in the toilet and then it's gone. You know, it always disappears. I feel like I'm having to go every week, even though, get the big giant case of it and everything.
Yeah. There's a few things that come to mind for me. I know when I was in college, especially being a broadcast major, never had enough SD cards. Knowing that I was going to have video classes and stuff. And I even took a photojournalism class, and it's like, that might be important to actually save your work and turn it in. So that kind of goes hand in hand with the flash drive. Also, snacks. I feel like I never have enough snacks in the house. I always run out in the middle of the week. And I'm like, and that's usually how I get through the show, because, with, 5 to 7 minute commercial breaks, you don't have time to eat a whole meal. And, it's like, I would like to meal prep and everything, which I probably will start doing, but then it's like, it's going to get cold eventually, or if it's a refrigerated item, it's going to get warm, it's going to sit out, I'm going to forget about it. So I usually go like the protein bar route, the fruit snack route, stuff like that. I've got like some dark chocolate covered almonds. I feel like I always run out of snacks at the worst possible time. And on top of that, for when I have people over for football games, baseball games, wrestling events, whatever, never have enough beer. I never keep enough in the fridge just ready for when people come over. And then it turns into the awkward text of, hey, can you bring some? Because I did not think to have any at the house, So, and, theoretically, it's like, I'm hosting you. You probably should bring something anyways. But I just hate being that person that's like, I'm going to ask you to spend money. So that always just feels awkward for me. So it's usually food related that I feel like I don't have enough of in the house.
Dude, snacks is dead on too. As much as I said toilet paper, my kids.
There's a cause and effect.
Dude, on Sunday, Adrian bought 2 boxes of Cheez-Its.
Oh.
All right. One, the wavy, white cheddar Cheez-Its box, and then the regular classic Cheez-Its. The white cheddar was gone on Sunday. Sunday! We don't have any snacks today. I had to bring leftover pizza because Lucy used all the bread for my tuna fish sandwich. Remember on Monday I told you 11:20's tuna time? And so I had to go with that. And I'm just like, what is happening here? But my kids go through snacks. Now, beer, on the other hand, that is something that you just I sweep through. I'll grab a 12-pack and just put it in the fridge. That way, just in case.
That's smart. I need to start doing that.
Yeah, that's that. But I do have the I do have the beer fridge in the garage because I've had to buy many fridges over my life now.
And tables.
Happens. Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of tables.
Ooh.
And so that does help. That does help having the beer fridge.
I like this one. Spoons.
Yeah, that's
Never
unique.
enough spoons.
That's unique, but it's relatable at the same time. It feels like they all end up in the dishwasher at some point, and you're like, how am I supposed to eat that? Okay, well, I guess God intended, he gave us hands for a reason. Nature's forks. There we go. So, that always turns out to be a weird situation, and it feels like that can be easily prevented as well. Lots of people going the smart route saying money. You can never have too much of that. Someone said cows from the 817.
Yeah, because you can get the milk for free.
Yeah. That process is, that's a unique one, I guess. How many cows do you own? 877-881-1053. And is it for tax purposes? I want to know.
Oh, yeah, I
want to know.
At least one Rangers
Kevin
player.
Pillar.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Allegedly.
I couldn't remember if we were saying that.
I think Coach Prime does, too.
My sister, I guess my brother-in-law's parents, I don't know exactly what to call them. My sister's husband, they live on a farm, and they started out with one cow.
Okay.
And now, on a farm, I guess they just have land. And now they have, I think they were 8 the last time I went.
Oh.
And I was just, as I was pulling up, I was just like, look at all these steaks and hamburgers. Like, just, because that's what they're doing with them. They're sending them to slaughter. It's happening.
I definitely want to go to a livestock auction.
Really?
Those seem very exciting.
Yeah, anytime the state fair rolls through and you go through the little petting zoo area and stuff, I always think that I'm like, that would be kind of fun just to go once, just to say, hey, I feel like I did something productive today, even though I'm never going to own any livestock. But real quick, talking about animals, these stories are always interesting to me whenever you see like giant drug busts. And this one actually happened in Texas. Twice in the past week, drug-sniffing dogs in Texas have busted smugglers trying to get into the country with narcotics hidden on their body. One of them was just kind of like run-of-the-mill, just had in some clothes or whatever. This one was unique. A man was found smuggling narcotics in between his cheeks. Now, I'm not talking about the one on the set on his face.
Yeah.
I'm talking about down south. And a drug-sniffing dog was heads up enough to give the alert to his handler, and he went straight to the source and found it right in between.
So that dog was just sitting there barking at this dude's butt.
Yep.
And he's just like, and the guy's like, hey, look, I didn't wipe. It's okay. And then they're like, hey, we got to check.
Yep, a 41-year-old man was trying to smuggle him in between his legs, and it didn't quite work out. And it ended up being a very rich amount of drugs. It was just under half a pound of fentanyl. So not good stuff, but hey, creative effort, I guess, but drug-sniffing dogs, they're still one of the most amazing things on the planet to me. The fact that dogs can find that stuff and be trained to do that. It's incredible.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
It is so glorious to see that people hate Altuve and the Astros as much as we do. Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Laser Bowl. Not Magnolia? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where right now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Now, I sent this over because I'm very excited about this. Altuve playing left field is my favorite part of baseball right
because
now.
He stinks
He's
at
not
it.
good at it. They're going to fall apart, and I'm kind of enjoying that. Hell, Ice Cube yesterday seemed very pleased with the fact that they're struggling. They're struggling, and he was like, you guys keep doing today is a good day. I appreciated that, dude, that he gave us the okay for it. We can take that audio with us. I'd explained the whole story arc to Adrienne yesterday so that she understood where we were going with that. But I really do love it. But he was up against the Minnesota Twins.
Okay.
And I do believe he'd had a few strikeouts already in the game. And it was his fifth strikeout. This is his fifth strikeout that he's going into on this at bat. Listen to this crowd pop.
Third strike. Altuve does go down and strikes for the fifth time today.
Man, they hate him.
They don't like him, and I love it too. And that, Kevin, is why the Rangers will go 160-2. Because
I mean, that would be great.
Alec looked happy. You don't look as happy. That's the first time you've said that would be great.
That would be great.
Every other time I've said it, you've gone, it can't happen. And now you're like, oh, that would be great. So this is interesting to me.
All right, so you think they're going to sweep Tampa and be 8-2 when we come back?
Yes, I think so.
All right, if they're 8-2, maybe I won't come back on Monday.
Oh, man. What are you doing right now? So that was the thing that I was very excited about there. But what I wanted to do, Kevin, can I interest you in golf?
Ooh, I don't know about that.
By providing you a list of guys who've never won the Masters. Now, you know that there are 4 majors in golf, aside, and then only 1 Corey Majors.
Probably.
There are 4 majors in golf, and I guess Liv also has their stuff going on. But there is a list of guys who've never won. There are 9 of the most successful players that have never won the Masters.
Okay.
And we will decide which ones we should root for and love and which ones we should hate.
Okay.
How about that?
All right.
Because I think you can always get down with some hate. Like you're always like, not that you're trying to put hate in the world, but anytime you can root against somebody, Kevin, I think you love that.
That's true.
So here is a list of the players who have never won it before. Rory McIlroy. Now, I have a hard time trying to decide whether to love or hate him. I think I'm rooting even harder for him because the man tried to beat him. The man screwed him over. The PGA came to him and they said, hey, we need you to really stand out in front of this, take all the arrows you can for us because everybody's taking Liv. They're all taking the Liv bait right now, and we need you to say no more. And he said, okay, guys, I will do it. Now, does that make him a sucker or a stand-up guy? This is a question because we also know once he did leave, he did send out invitations for save a date. And then
I
told
forgot
her,
about that.
Sorry, we're done. Never mind. But he
It really feels like he had to make that decision like right before those go out.
Yeah,
right?
maybe she forced it. Maybe she was pushing a little too hard. I don't know. But it seems like he's a bit of a stand-up guy in the instance where he was fighting for the PGA.
Okay.
And then they really stuck it to him.
Yeah.
He's finished in the top 10 7 times. Now, again, Masters next week, by the way. But runner-up 1 time, made 13 of 16 cuts. His odds are 13-2.
Okay. So we're thinking I should root for this fella.
His name's Rory McIlroy, Kevin.
Yeah,
so,
this fella.
We're going to say good guys.
I feel like that's what I said.
Bad guys.
Okay.
Do you feel like he's a good guy?
Yeah, I'll say good guy.
We're going to throw Rory into the good guys category. Alec, do you agree?
Yeah.
I'll go with it. He didn't sound very enthusiastic about that.
Some long odds, man.
That was a little weird. Give me 1 second here. The next one is Xander Schauffele.
Ooh, that's a neat name.
The name alone.
He went from being at the top of the best players to never win a major list to a 2-time major champion a year ago. Now fans want to see if he can add a green jacket to this thing. The question is, the opposite of Rory McIlroy, Xander has been unbelievably consistent in producing solid scores but rarely goes notably low. All right, so he never really drops off. 7 of 8 made cuts.
Okay.
Top 10 4 times. Runner-up 1 in 2019. Odds are 21-1. Xander Schauffele, good guy or bad guy?
I think good guy. I'm feeling good about this. And plus, his name is Xander, and it starts with an X. So I like him.
Xander with an X.
Yeah, because you'd think maybe a Z, right?
That's a good point. I never really understand how the X and Z get thrown into the conversation.
I'm with you.
It's never really truly made sense. So we're going to throw X Xander into the good guy category. Number 3, Cameron Smith. I do believe he did run off to the
top pick in the NFL draft, maybe.
No, not former sales guy
Ward.
either. I think he ran off to live for a little bit. But you know how they're kind of doing the thing. He's made 8 of 8 cuts, runner up 1 time, top 10 5 times, 55-1 odds. You're against?
Thumbs down.
Bad guy. Cam Smith. Sorry, Cam. This is tough right here because I just saw this guy on Kay Adams the other day.
Oh.
And he was talking about the Cowboys. And he was like, every time he mentioned the Cowboys, he said we. And so that's always a good feeling there. Will Zalatoris.
Will Zalatoris gets all of the thumbs up. I covered him when he was a junior playing in Plano, like a junior golfer playing in Plano. I thought this kid was going to be amazing. I remember talking to a coach when he was in middle school who said that kid would start on our team now. I am always rooting for him. And he kind of looks like the caddy from Happy Gilmore, right?
Yes.
The little scraggly guy.
Yeah, that did. Where were you on that one?
Or at least he used to more.
Where were you on that one, dip ass? Yeah, that's one of the greatest lines from that movie for sure.
No damn alligator bit my hand off. Oh my God.
Dude, it's so quotable. It's such a quotable.
It really is.
All right, so Will Zalatoris.
Super thumbs
because
up.
You covered
You know
him.
what? I hope he wins the Masters.
Ooh, we're going to rank him 1.
Just ahead of Xander.
Okay. Kevin Ludvig Aberg, 25-year-old Swede. So our friend Annika Sorenstam, she probably knows him.
Oh.
Because in Sweden, they measure twice, cut once, or something like that.
All right. Here's the problem I'm running into, and this is not fair. What's the name again? Ludvig
Aberg.
All right. So I just watched The Dark Side of the Ring this week about Ludvig Borga, and he had a Nazi tattoo. And I know that's unfair, but that's what's in my head right now. So I don't know about this one. And I didn't cover him when he was a kid.
Okay, so you're against him. You're against Ludvig.
You saw that. Did you see that episode? It's crazy.
I didn't.
They didn't know he had a Nazi tattoo because his boots were too high. Like, I don't know. But then again, I guess that's maybe not a question I would think would come up in a regular job interview.
Valid.
Hey, do you have any Nazi tattoos? Like, because you would just assume no. But that's a dangerous assumption.
Kevin from the 817, Aberg went to Texas Tech.
All right.
It's pretty much just
Then
the
I am
same.
definitely against him.
All right, Ludwig. Sorry, you're a techie.
Bet you thought I was going to go the other way there, huh?
This is an interesting one because I think we know somebody who's on his social media team. Brooks Koepka.
Okay.
And I will go ahead and tell you how I feel about this one.
Help me out again. Brooks Koepka and the other guy, who was viewed...
Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, who's viewed as the thumbs down guy in that rivalry?
That's tough. I think both of them come across really D-baggy.
Douchely?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good word. That's a better way to use it. So both of them kind of come across that way. I would say because of Bryson DeChambeau's venture where he was trying to hit a hole-in-one over his house for like 15 days.
Okay.
I'll give him the nod. After watching Full Swing with Brooks Koepka, he was in it. He just, even when he was at his worst, he still sounded like he was just kind of a jerk.
Okay.
Now, I could be wrong about that because I don't see him every day.
I'm going to consider reevaluating my entire strategy. If you are rooting for Oberg, I will root for him as well if you root for Duke in the Final Four. I know we're going to get to Final Four talk in just a minute, but here's what I've decided. Unless it's a mortal enemy of mine who I'll never root for, this is not the case, I'll root for your person if you root for my person.
Mm-hmm.
So if you tell me that you're going to root for Duke this weekend, I will also root for your golfer. when I'm told the final results on the end of next Sunday.
From the 817, both of those guys are good dudes, just made the villains. So that's interesting because golf kind of needs a villain.
Okay.
I need to ask that question too, because tennis, I just saw that a bunch of tennis players sent a letter and they were like, hey, we want more money. And I wonder what that's going to do to tennis.
Well, and the villain was built in Nick Kyrgios, and he had that flash, was it at Wimbledon when he made it to the final? And he couldn't hold it up.
I went ahead and put Brooks in the bad category. Colin Morikawa.
Oh, I like him.
You like him? Let's go ahead and throw him on the good then. Justin Rose. 2017-19 runner-up two times.
Is he a local too?
I believe he is, yeah. 16 and 19 cuts he's made, Kevin. So 19 times he has failed to win this tournament.
I give him a thumbs up.
All right, we're going to go with Justin in the good category. And then finally, Tony Finau. Now, Tony Finau's fascinating to me. He took his family on tour with him one year because his wife's mom had passed away, I believe, or maybe it was her father. And he said, come with me on tour. And it was a distraction. Like, it really is. Imagine having your whole family. And he has a large family. He is a rootable guy, Tony Finau.
I will root for him. I like Tony Finau.
All right there, Kevin. You are rooting against Cam Smith, Ludwig, and Aberg, and Brooks Koepka.
But remember,
if you're rooting for Duke.
Then I'm willing to change. And from the 817... I'll root for Duke for you, Kevin. Thank you. And then somebody said that Justin Rose is from England. So when I asked if he's local,
who was I thinking? Justin Ferguson?
Is no.
Maybe he was what I was thinking there. All right,
see,
so there you go.
I'm here to ask the question so I can learn more about golf.
So that is it, Kevin, and you are rooting for Will Z.
Look,
that is the one over Rory, Xander, Colin, Justin, and Tony.
And I'm not kidding about this. Like, I saw him when he played as a kid, and it was really cool to like just see this one kid always so far ahead of just everybody. And I've had the opportunity to see some other local golfers who have come through here and done very well, play in different events. And it's just really cool to be like, hey, I saw that kid when he was making his way, and to see him now potentially win a major, like, that's pretty wild.
Got any shout outs you want to get to, Kevin? I have one other question that I wanted to ask.
Yes, I do. From the 817, gonna get a shout out from my daughter Trinity. Man, she turns 14 tomorrow. And another shout out to my stepdaughter Cara, I'm sorry if I got that wrong. She scored a 1360 on her SAT, and
wow.
She's a junior. Holy smokes.
The kid just got his scores. It wasn't a 1360.
I mean, the 1360 is really, really, really high.
It is pretty high.
Back to you.
Last question here, Kevin. Y'all can take this amongst your friends and have this conversation for the rest of the day. What's a weirder way to respond to somebody? You've been on my mind, or I've been thinking about you. Which one's a weirder way to respond to somebody? Because go ahead and give your thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts here in just a moment.
I think it's you've been on my mind, because if you say I've been thinking about you, that feels like you didn't filter it through. You just said it because you thought it. You've been on my mind means you've been planning this text for 4 hours. You've gone through several variations of it, and that's what you came up with because you put way too much thought into it. So like, that feels closer to you have been obsessively on my mind.
Okay, all right. See, Alec, what's your thought on that?
I think you've been on my mind does feel like you've been plotting something, you know? Like, almost in a weird way, you know, in an evil way.
Yes.
You know, like, you've been on my mind. Like, it just feels incriminating in a weird way.
Yeah. So I always think I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Doesn't that sound weird?
I mean, here's the thing. This is the same thing that Jess and I talked about a long time ago. It depends on who the person is, because there's a fine line between like a guy who's sweet and a guy who's creepy. And it just depends on if you think he's good looking or not. Because if you don't, then him putting that note under your windshield wiper is creepy and weird. If you do, oh my gosh, let's swoon, because he's attractive. Same thing. If it's somebody that you want to be thinking about you, thumbs up. If it's not, you're probably going to think it's weird either way.
And that's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, prop bets and predictions for the Final Four, plus some Masterpiece of the Week. Next, right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious. Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, there's a lot of ways.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now it's Broom, just inside the arc right. Spin the face on Ocon, crosses him over, given the isolation. Backs him in, drops the shoulder. And a foul. Chance of an and one, and it's a double-double for the SEC Player of the Year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try to get a lot done right here. We're going to get to Masterpiece of the Week, talk about your final four prop bets and predictions, but also, Alec, I don't know if you knew this was going to happen. We're going to try to do a teeny tiny mini baseball nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC and repair replacement. All right, I got three things that I want to tell you. The A's have also been having some of their press conferences in a shed. Now, we talked about how
like a she shed?
Kind of. And so it looks really sad, and all these people are crammed into this little building because they don't have the space set up for the press conferences yet, just like they didn't have the bathroom attached to the dugouts. Gunnar Henderson is expected to return tonight for the Orioles against the Royals, and
it's a literal tool shed.
Yes, I know.
Gross.
They're probably like, nobody's going to cover this
it's
freaking
the media,
team.
Guys.
Yeah, So let's go to the Atlanta Braves, who they had started out the season, or they have started out the season 0-7. Did you know that no team has made the Major League playoffs after starting 0-7?
Yes.
And it's been 42 years since a team has even had a winning record after that kind of start.
I did know that about the no team ever doing it. It's
Will they break the
terrifying
streak?
for Atlanta. What team has any team ever gone undefeated in the first 8 games and then won the World Series or not made the playoffs?
I will have to go check on that for Padres and Dodgers purposes.
Yeah, I want to check in on that.
I bet they have. All right, now we're going to go to college basketball. I want to know what y'all's predictions are. What's your final? Who's going to be the champion for the NCAA tournament? I also have some prop bets for you if you want to run through those. Are you ready?
I got Florida winning this thing, Kevin.
Me too.
I had them winning over Alabama.
Oh.
So I didn't even have Houston in it.
Oh, okay.
Why'd you make that face?
No, I was just like, okay.
Oh, so you, because I'm rooting for Houston here, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. No, I have Duke and Florida in the final, and I pick Florida to win. Now, there's some strategy that goes along with this, because if Duke wins, I'll lose on the brackets, but I won't care because I'll be too happy. But if Duke loses, I'll be really, really sad, but hopefully the bracket can pick me up.
Yeah, falls in your
Yeah.
favor. That'd be nice.
From the 817, Duke and Florida final with Duke winning. Alec, what is your final, and who do you have winning in the NCAA championship?
On my bracket, I had Florida and Houston in the final, and
that's how it's gonna be.
I have Houston winning in my bracket, but I don't know how I feel about that.
By the way,
dude, Houston has a really good defense.
Their defense is awesome. And they can shoot the three.
And Florida has been shooting lights out. Like, maybe not in the tournament so much, but they've been, for most of this season, they've been shooting the lights out.
From the 2-4, Houston versus Florida, Houston for the win. Here's my programming update for you. If Duke loses on Saturday, I'll be here for Monday's show. If Duke wins on Saturday, it is very unlikely I will be here Monday or Tuesday.
Gotcha.
Because I'll be going down to San Antonio. Well, I'll be in San Antonio for the Final Four, and I'll stay there. Now, the only thing that could change it is
the show from San Antonio.
My son had to, my son had to go, my littlest had to go to the doctor this morning, and he has been coughing up a storm, and I think he has croup, and so we're just going to figure out, like, if we need to change up our priorities for that or anything
Hoping
like that.
the best for little Noah.
Yes, absolutely. What do you think
and his ark.
Yes.
Does he have an ark at home?
You know what? Actually, it's really funny that you say that. I thought he was going to be born a week earlier because it had poured rain for like 2 or 3 days, and I was like, now's the time. But he wasn't born then. All right.
That's great.
This is for all of the games. So Florida, Auburn, Houston, Duke, and the championship game. What do you think is the most points a team is going to score in a single game? in any of those 3 games?
94.
Ooh, okay.
That's a lot.
I
That's a
know.
lot of points.
I know it is. I usually go really low, though, and the last couple of years I feel like I was way off being way too low.
I'll go 82.
Okay, you guys are actually not too far off from meeting in the middle. It's 89.5.
Look at that.
Huh,
Look at
okay.
that.
And that's tricky because Duke has a very good defense. Houston's defense is excellent. So you would think that game wouldn't hit it, and then probably whoever wins is less than likely to hit it in the final. All right, let me give you the other side. Lowest points scored by any team in any of these games.
76.
Okay.
62.
65.5 is the low on that. Now, this one is really fun. What will be the longest unanswered run in a Final Four game?
In a Final Four game?
Yeah, so
I would say 14.
14? Okay. Well, I like that answer.
I was thinking 12.
Okay. Man, you guys are really close. It's 11.5. So y'all are both on the over, but Alec, you're teetering right on the brink.
I hate it.
What will be the largest comeback for either team in a Final Four? So a team that wins, what will be the biggest deficit that they will have to overcome?
8.
Okay. That's another good answer.
11.
9.5. So you guys would have to meet exactly in the middle right there. What will be the most points? You don't even have to tell me the player. Most points scored by an individual player in any of the Final Four games.
28.
Okay.
Cooper Flag.
Okay.
I know I didn't have to do
Yeah,
that. I just
but
felt
I
like that's
appreciate
where
it.
my mind went.
Alec?
26.
27.5. So again, Corey, you're right there. Alec, you're very close.
Because
as
we're
well.
good at this, Kevin.
You guys are really good at this. All right. Do you think either of the Final Four games will have a buzzer beater? Now, remember, they go very strict to the letter of it has to be no time left on the clock.
No.
Go ahead.
I'd say no.
I think you're probably right, but consider this. If you're looking for a little bit more of a long shot bet, either one of the games, buzzer beater in one of the Final Four games, 20-1 on your money if you hit that. If either one of the Final Four games goes to overtime, 6-1 on your money. So if you're looking for like some more longer shot bets, check those out. And then last question for you. How many times will they show Coach K during the Houston Duke game?
3.
4.
Once before the game, once at some point in the middle, and then once at the end when he's hugging John Cryer.
I'm going to say
That's
4.
John Shire.
Yeah.
It's 4.5. So
Please never tell Coach that I say that. When you see him in San Antonio, Kevin, don't go, "Hey, my co-host thinks you're an idiot," by the way, and call it. I don't think that.
Yeah.
But he's trying to call you John Cryer.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Ooh, from the 210. I live right outside of San Antonio. Feel free to give me a shout when either one of y'all are down here if you need anything.
I have a dude that has a house down there.
Well,
if you need a house to stay in,
those hotels
it's
are getting
beautiful.
Oh, okay. Right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
I'm feeling
Alec.
great, man.
Not gonna lie, this rainy weather has me really tired, but I'm getting amped up because it is time for Masterpiece of the Week. We revisit some of the wild, wacky, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program.
I know we don't normally do this, but my prediction, based on the information at hand, is that Brian Broaddus is going to be a part of the winning saying today, but not because of him.
No, not at all. Just reactionary.
By the way, you can catch them at the ballpark today, Globe Life Field, for the G-Bag Nation.
Okay.
Yes, they will be out there in center field at the Comerica backyard, but we're going to start with our favorite tradition, picking on people who are not here to defend themselves. We actually have 2 of those candidates. One of them was just in studio with us earlier, Tyler Wade. Yeah, he said this.
Well, how long is it?
Oh, he did do that. He did say that. I remember I was there when he did it.
And you know what? Tyler Wade definitely thinks that way.
Because there was something that Corey said that he's like, ha, the way you said that. That was before the interview started. So he definitely...
Dude, he was fun.
Yeah, he can go down that path.
I must say, he was awesome. That was really fun. And Corey's mooing is always
Your mooing is top down.
That's awesome.
The video is up on Twitter, and the video is on Instagram as well. Go check all those videos out. I got roped.
Oh, I don't like that phrasing. Kevin has a new tradition of getting sick of us, so he takes Monday off, and it sounds like that's a possibility next week as well. So Zach Wolchuk slid in his place, and we got 4 entrants from Zach Wolchuk in one day. That might be record numbers from him specifically. So I will start with him giving a very great description of what he does with Carter Freeman, I guess.
It's because Carter Freeman gave it to us yesterday.
Ooh, that's what Carter does. When we go out of town and Carter's with us, what does he do?
Pounds it.
Exactly.
Oh. I wouldn't know, so I'm trusting you here.
Oh, yeah.
You got to give me these great
He's making a
recollections.
stop off at Pound Town pretty much every time.
Wow.
I mean, Radio Row, that's not what Carter calls it.
No.
He calls it his playground, all right? He calls it the Carter Freeman Playground.
I'll give you some names later.
Wow. I'm really trying to go on these trips. This sounds amazing. I have a bit of a combo here. Corey and Zach Wolchuk.
All right.
Tag teamed on this one.
I'm not going to do this anymore. I don't want to just sit here and give up the booty like this. That is not the way that I want it to go.
That's not how I want to give up the booty.
You really wish you'd get a little bit more from Zach on that. How would you prefer?
Yeah. No, that's valid.
To give up the booty.
Yeah, we need more of a description there, Wooly. That would have been nice. That would have been my life, made my life a lot easier there. Kevin, you're not safe either. Yeah.
I was really hoping I could just coast through this section.
It is weird, though. It's like you miss one day, just one day out of the 4, and you only give me like 1 or 2 entrants to Masterpiece of the Week. One day, but we did have a short show thrown in there, too. You did say this.
It was just really firm, and I loved it. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I mean, look, but if that's what you're doing, obviously you want it firm. You don't want it just flopping around. You're like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that?
Kevin. The line.
How is that over the line?
He was talking about mattresses, people. He was talking about mattresses.
Man,
firm one.
That firm mattress we had in New York was on freaking point.
Yeah.
That's true, the firm ones.
Yeah, I don't want to know what you're up to in New York these days. All right. Talking back while I'm trying to set up another clip with something outrageous. Say it on air next time. I need content for next Friday. Since you're going to miss another day because Duke's going to win. I'm willing that into existence for you. Wolchuk said this.
Yeah, give it to me.
Oh,
give it to him.
He was
He's
so
a very
adamant.
open person.
But also he's a dad, and he's got a lot of dad responsibilities. But he does have the ability to say, you know what?
Look,
let's think about it.
You know what, Corey? I don't want to have a double standard. I've said this before. Now I'll play the other side. Dads can be sluts too. All right?
Oh my gosh.
That's a fact.
It is 1:36.
Okay, would you have preferred if I said trollops?
Yes.
Okay. I was trying not to besmirch his honor. And that's not about Zach. That's just about all dads.
Mm-hmm.
You could be a dad and still been a bit of a bimbo.
Yep.
That's a male bimbo.
Yep. That's true.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate the clarification. Corey, you said this. Maybe it has to do with what Wolchuk wants. I don't know.
At the top of it, it's a little thinner, and then it gets fatter in the middle of it. Mm-hmm.
That's got to be about the torpedo bat, right?
Yes. I was trying to describe the torpedo bat, I believe.
Yeah, you're a torpedo.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you watch Zach Wolchuk's face the whole time I'm describing that, he was just waiting to deliver a joke.
Yep.
Like the whole time.
He had a punchline ready, and Corey just kept going. That was the thing. He kept on he kind of knew that it sounded crazy, so he was trying to solidify that this is a baseball bat that he's talking about.
Yes.
But Corey works hard. I work harder to make this sound like something crazy. So there you go.
No, okay, yes, you do. I was like,
You thought he was about to play audio right there. I did too.
It'd be even more crazy than I ever
I'm
thought.
just letting you know that I put in some effort into making these things sound even crazier than they already are, including this one. Corey, you actually kind of helped point this one out to me.
I love the dong.
He does. That's Zach, by the way.
Yeah. Like I said.
And one day, he just laid all these out there for you.
Yeah, there's another one from him that's one of my favorites, but I got some other stuff too. Kevin, you said this.
She loves to do things.
I don't know why that was so funny to me.
What things?
What things? We need information.
What are her hobbies?
But see, that's the thing. That was about Jess. They can be any number of things. She likes like going out with the people. She wants to be where the people are.
Gotcha.
She wants to see
Everybody
what
wants
the
to be where
people
the people
see.
are, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sure.
What song is that?
That was from Little Mermaid.
Okay. I want to go where the people are. Yep, that's it.
That was kind of a good Disney like cadence there, Corey. I like that. You also said this. I don't think this is going to be Disney friendly.
This is going to take me a second. This one's long.
Hold on. I know that one. That was about like the different kind of cycles, right?
Yeah, there was a long story there I had to read. I forgot to read through that one all the way.
I do appreciate the people who sometimes post, I'm either sorry for you or congratulations for whatever you're going through. I'm not reading all
Who knows which one it is? Yeah.
That's fair.
Oh, I'm so glad I had this off. Another Adobe Acrobat notification. Thank you for that. Let's see. Zach Wolchuk said this.
Go ahead, peg him in the balls.
Okay. Kevin,
I don't think that's
this is a term that we have learned not to use. We thought Mike learned how to not use it, and here's Wolchuk just throwing it around. And you're right, that's not how it works.
That day we had to tell Mike what the other meaning of that was. That was awkward.
That was awesome. That was one of my favorite days on the job ever.
Yeah.
All right, Corey, save the best for last. Yeah. Save the best for last.
Oh, I came into a beard when Lucy was born.
What? All right, hold on. Play that again, and what I want you to really take note of is Brian Broaddus's because it feels like it says so much in that moment.
I came into a beard when Lucy was born. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, man.
Because it felt like it could have been hey, I'm just acting like I'm listening. It could have been hey, Nimrod, I know what you guys do. You're going to win Masterpiece of the Week.
And I don't want to be part of it.
Yeah. Or he could have just been like, you grew a beard when that happened.
Yeah, I did grow a beard while we spent 14 days in the NICU.
And then we know what he grew it for.
And you know what Broaddus's honest reaction is?
Because he knew. He knew right then.
I'm voting for
Tyler Durden.
No, for Corey and his love of beards.
I'm going to vote for it too. Corey, you may as well make it a sweep.
All right. I was voting for Tyler, but that's
no,
fine.
You're not. Yeah, this is our winner.
I came into a beard when Lucy was born. God,
you what?
That's not how that works either.
I like how you stuttered trying to find the words to say it correctly.
Whose beard?
Yeah. Like he still couldn't get it right.
I was trying to make it sound fancy. Like, I've come into this, but
there's nothing
doesn't
fancy
work
about
that
that.
way. So
Okay. Yeah.
here we are.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, next Friday.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey's ruining people's beards. It's a whole thing.
Stop
Coming up next.
Stop.
We will go out to Globe Live Field to chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Cooper Flagg has been named the AP Men's Basketball Player of the Year. He beat out Johnny Broome from Auburn. I still think if Broome wouldn't have gotten hurt earlier in the season, he could have had this award. Cooper Flagg, the fourth freshman ever to win this award, behind Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, and Zion, all of which went 1 or 2 in the draft. And the presumption, of course, is that Cooper Flagg will go #1 in the draft. But I think it's really cool that the only two who got votes for Player of the Year, they're both in the Final Four.
There we go.
And that could be your final matchup on Monday. Right now, let's take you to Globe Life Field, courtesy of D&M Leasing, for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. We're ready for a big Sports Friday here at the Globe.
I love it. Now, multiple people brought this up today. We haven't really got a chance to talk about it. Are you concerned at all that the Reds lost 1-0 again yesterday, and maybe that their offense outside of that first game against the Rangers is just not that good?
Are you suggesting that it could diminish Evaldi's shutout or Jack Leiter's amazing 5 innings?
Probably more the Leiter one than the Evaldi one, because if you throw a complete game shutout, I'm impressed no matter what.
Well, I do think it matters in the consideration of, how things have gone for the Rangers. I think you're fortunate of who you played to be sitting here at 5-2 for the amount of offense they've been able to generate. So, yes, I think maybe we got a little bit of fool's gold going on there, and, the Reds got to figure it out.
I believe this is just the second time in the last century that a team has lost 3 straight.
1960, the Phillies.
Yeah. That is pretty wild.
Wow. Yep.
What's your... All right, so we'll go from concerned back to excited. The Rangers are 5-2. Y'all pumped to be out at the ballpark, and what are you going to be looking for this evening?
Well, of course, tonight we're hoping that Tyler Mahle gets the job done and can start giving us confidence in another one of these starting pitchers. Hopefully his first performance was, just a blip on the radar. That's what I'm primarily hoping for. But, with Seager back there, he had 2 days to rest the calf. So we need to see him start hitting. along with Simeon. I mean, I don't know how much longer you can wait, but I figure he's on the clock. We got to see something before the end of the month.
Yeah, Heggie, we need really more importantly though, they got this baked potato thing out here that we need to try at Hurtado.
Oh yes,
yeah, and Eric is going to do it without a knife or fork, maybe even napkins. So this ought to be interesting. So really, that's the most important thing going on right now.
Do you guys eat all of the baked potato, or do you just dig it out?
Dirt's got iron in it and stuff like
I've heard
that.
the skin.
Yeah.
The skin's healthy for you. So I've definitely done that. Consume the entire potato.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard also we're not expecting rain out at the stadium today. So
well, we haven't.
It's a good thing that the roof.
Yeah, the roof
is
closed.
The
roof's doing a good job right now.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Thank goodness for that.
Probably wouldn't have baseball if it wasn't for this roof today.
No, I think they probably would have called the rain out already.
But yeah, usually I eat the entire potato.
Okay, is there a time limit on Chiafalo eating the potato today?
No.
Okay.
No, he just got to do it with his hands.
With all hands.
And not spill.
Right.
Brian and I both believe that he's going to lose quite a bit of brisket on this turf here.
Yep.
In the
and Eric will
backyard.
eat it off the turf that we're currently standing on right now.
Oh, yeah.
There's no question of that. And if, knowing Eric, there's never a time limit for Eric because Eric can finish food roughly in anywhere between 45 and 50 seconds. Easily.
In high school, dude took a chicken nugget off of the cafeteria floor, but not like from a random spot. This is in line where like 200 teenager sneakers have just gone
just went to the men's room kind of thing.
Yeah, but probably had pee and poo
at 105.3 the fan men's room.
Yeah, probably just had, I didn't even think about the men's room.
Yeah.
But he does, yeah, he'll eat
He's
it.
a caveman. He really doesn't care.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking, Hagee. Of course, it's a celebration of Rangers baseball in this big series against the Rays. It's Peagle Bobblehead Night, by the way, presented by Golden Chick. If you want to get out here just a little bit early, get you a Peagle Bobblehead. And Ari Temkin's going to join us and talk tournament at 4 o'clock. We have everything that's been breaking right out of the gates here in just a few minutes.
Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Globe Life Field. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
I came into a beard when Lucy was born.
You what?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3, the Comerica backyard out here, center field at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Please do come by and say hi if you're heading for tonight's series opener against the Rays with your Texas Rangers. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. You do have Ross Lebinsky in for Lucius one more time today. Good afternoon to you, sir, there. And we'll welcome Lucius back on Monday. Send that man some love on social. Let him know he's been missed. Now, Wolchuk is here. Salute to you, sir. Eric Chiafalo's coming in hot.
He is.
Coming in hot. He had some dad duties going on.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be joining us here momentarily. And you have Ruben Portillo, remote engineering, as we're in one of our absolute favorite places in all of DFW.
We are.
The Globe.
We are.
Had myself a great afternoon at the house, or actually morning at the house, running around with the 3.5-year-old. Just an absolute treasure, a treat to have a child at this age. They're so much fun, and they're energetic. So we got up in the attic, and we got down Abby's old bike. Okay, then we put the training wheels on that bad boy. She was good to go, but the inner tubes went bad. Okay, the inner tubes and the tires went bad, so when I went to pump those up, they just wouldn't take air.
Oh.
So I got a weekend project on my hands.
Two new tires need to go on a bike.
Yeah, probably need to either YouTube how to fix that myself or take them into a tire shop.
No.
Yeah, probably go tire shop. Yeah,
tire shop. Why would you even want to subject yourself to like having to deal with the chain and all that stuff like that? You know, oh well, hey, you have to have this kind of wrench, and oh, you have to. No, I mean
it's 5 hours to figure it out yourself.
Let me
probably
tell you
a lot
what,
of headache and some bloody knuckles.
Is it possibly just a new bike?
Well, that's what I was thinking as well. Like, what's the cost to put in the inner tubes as compared to just getting a new bike out of Walmart with the training wheels already on it? It would probably save me a lot of time.
Right.
Yep.
And, you know, those little bikes might only be $70-$80 as compared to probably $20-$30 per tire.
It depends on if they're tariff-related things or something like that.
We're going there.
You never know there. You never
I
know.
did see the Nintendo Switch 2 delivery now delayed, and they're having to reprice as a result of these tariffs. The stock market just like in the tank.
I wanted to retire.
Don't check your 401k today.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Are you looking to possibly gift that to like one of the kiddos, and then actually it's more of a gift for you that you can then end up having a lot of fun with?
That Nintendo product, I would be willing to. Abby's sort of grown out of that. She did have the first Switch, and we actually played it a lot, you know, there with the Minecraft and a lot of Mario Kart and stuff like that. But as usual, here in the G-Bag Nation, we open with winners, and your baseball team definitely qualifies. Rangers Rays coming up at 7 o'clock. Malley against Little. This evening with the pregame at 6:30. Game's actually on Apple TV tonight, which can be a little bit tricky. So great night maybe to keep it locked in here on the Fan with Nadell, Hicksey, and Sands on the call. Now, if you do want to watch, and I know some people, your life revolves around watching the local sports teams, and you don't want to buy the Apple TV subscription, what you'll want to do is get a 7-day free trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to come up with a trick-em plan.
Yeah, you got that. I just read about that, I think, in the morning news.
Sure.
The issue there is they have another Apple TV game coming up April 25th.
Oh.
So maybe then you'll do a different email sign up.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to track
Use
your
one of
IP.
the kiddos.
Just share with your friends, or maybe just change it and use
There you
wifey's
go.
email. There's always a loophole.
Yeah, I know my parents are always offering, do you need our Apple TV login? And, sometimes I do. Sometimes it comes in real handy. Eric Nadell's going to join us coming up at 5:20 today. Jared Sandler is going to join you coming up at 4:40. Our very good friend, Jared Sandler, will join us and talk Rangers at 4:40. It's a Nike City Connect evening here at the ballpark. Rodeo champion Shad Mayfield is going to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. The American Rodeo Championship is returning to the Globe coming up April 11th and 12th. So this is just to promote that. I love the rodeo guy names.
Yeah.
There'll be Tanner and Tough. Definitely some Codys out there. You don't see many Shads, but when you see a Shad, you know that boy can definitely buck some hay.
It's usually two initials and then like a kind of a tough guy last name.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
JB Moody, something
yeah.
something like that. You always get
And I feel like Mayfield applies there.
Yeah, Mayfield does apply.
They are going to have a pregame announcement that for every burger bomb that you get, for every Jake Burger jersey sold at Globe Life Field, they're going to be making donations to the Burger Family Foundation.
Well, you can bet we're getting a burger bomb tonight.
Yeah, he's due.
Put it on the call sheet
with extra mustard.
Yep.
And it is a retro arcade bucket hat night.
I love a good bucket hat.
Theme night purchase tickets through this offer will come with a retro arcade 8-bit bucket cap.
Wait a minute.
So I'm not sure how they marry those two ideas, bucket hats and retro arcades, but it comes together tonight, Brian. I know you're a bucket hat guy.
I am a bucket hat guy. Do you kind of maybe mosey your way over there and be real nice and hope somebody listens to the station and maybe get you a bucket hat?
I think
that's got to be my plan, right?
Do you get these in the mail? Do you get these special items that go through the box office?
So we're going to get the
Peagle bobblehead.
The bobblehead's the giveaway tonight.
Yeah, for the public.
I don't know about this bucket hat item. That's a good question.
Jeez. Okay.
Well, I do know you could get Pudge's autograph. He's you got a Hall of Fame autograph even in here with in the northwest corner of the ballpark behind section 101. This is for the first 225 fans starting at 5:15.
Okay, we got to line this thing up.
So you're going to have to be Johnny on the spot. I'd probably try to get in here about 4:30 or so. And
I know our buddy
luck of the draw.
Eric from CBD American Shaman McKinney has already been camping out starting at noon right across the street at Texas Live to try and get this Peagle bobblehead. This is going to be a hot commodity. The trolling's coming in pretty hard here, Gavin, on the text 877-881-1053. It's apparently super easy and very cheap to change out these inner tubes.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
A lot of positive feedback in terms of it's very affordable.
Good for folks.
See, and I can do this.
Yeah, come
All
on.
you need is a quarter wrench.
I put on the training wheels today, no problem. I didn't even have to YouTube that. I just looked at the parts and did it.
If folks can do that, God bless you. Really, I mean but have you ever had to deal with a chain and stuff on the bike?
Yes.
And then get it off and put it back on, and
that is more difficult than you think.
That to me, that's always like my finger gets pinched or something happens that's just not.
Yeah.
It's not right. So my theory was like if it can't, I was always the If it can't be fixed, if Sears can't fix it, it can't be fixed. I was sort of Sears Roebuck guy back in the day.
Adjusting the brakes, you'll never get them to where they're tight and not rubbing.
Right.
The guy.
You hate that.
The guy at the bike shop.
Got to be tight and rubbing.
You got to have a buddy like the great Ted Nichols Payne. Who used to grace these halls. He was a bike man.
He wore the yellow jersey. He was one of those yellow jersey guys. Yeah.
Well, Eric Chiafalo joining us now with the broadcast position here at the Globe in the Comerica backyard, buddy. Good to see you this afternoon.
Great to see you guys. Sorry I'm late, but
got the Napoli jersey on today, ready to roll.
Got the Napoli jersey on, ready to rock. I figure if I spill some of this baked potato brisket situation from Hurtado.
You were listening on the way in, huh? Kind of a challenge?
Then it'd be all good. Yeah.
You were.
Yeah, absolutely.
You were listening. You felt like that maybe you were going to drop half of it, but now we kind of challenged you a little bit, right?
Yeah, I'm going to make sure I'm as buttoned up as possible. You don't want to waste any of that Hurtado brisket. No. I'm not going to let any of that stuff fall by the wayside. But I feel like on a Napoli jersey, he would look at a stained up jersey and be like, "Hey, nice work."
Yeah, it's a good. I've stained the hell out of this polo already, so you can just match me.
The pits on this thing are actually pretty bad. That's why I had to wear.
Are they?
I had to wear the cover up deal. Just the sweat factor on this jersey. I know why these players back in the day, you're playing in the summertime at the Globe, outdoors. Just mowing through different uniforms.
It's a problem.
Well, you rocked that on the World Series run so many times, and those were high pressure games.
That's true.
I mean, you were intensely sweating.
But when
through
it's the only jersey
nail
owned,
biters,
you got to keep rocking it. And
I was wondering why you had the top over.
Hell of a run.
It is kind of chilly out there, though.
It is chilly.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It's cold.
I think it's the first time I've ever had to walk in here wearing
Eric
a jacket.
will have the Napoli jersey on and the lumberjack man shirt.
Just covering up the sweat stains, baby.
And I think it was warm enough for our bodies to be getting ready for the summer, and then bang, you plunge us back into the cold. I didn't handle that walk very well myself.
It's not been good.
Well, the Stars handled their stroll quite well last night through Nashville, doing it for Jamie Benn. Missed his first game in like 5 years, but they got him 5-1 after a slow start. They were actually down 1-0 in the second. But another lopsided win, another great game for Otter. Wyatt Johnston scored again, and that's 6 games in a row. This one was a freaking gem bro. I mean, he is looking every bit the superstar. I think he leads the league in goals since the start of the new year.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. The third period was great. That first period was god-awful.
Yeah.
They got terribly outshot. I think Otter had to make the first 17 saves before the 18th shot eventually leaked in there. If it weren't for him, this game could have gotten out of hand early. But I know Coach Pete DeBoer was talking afterwards. If they want to catch Winnipeg, they feel like they've probably got to win out. Well, they're doing their damnedest to make that happen, and they've got Winnipeg at home coming up next week. So you got some winnable games coming up on the schedule. That one could be for the division crown if they're able to keep taking care of business.
Well, they are doing exactly that, 7 in a row now, and they'll host Pittsburgh tomorrow.
Yeah.
The Blues have an 11-game winning streak going on right now.
Tied the longest of their for the franchise, yeah.
That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned Winnipeg. They did get a win last night, so you're 4 points back. Mavs visiting the Clippers tonight. Nobody really cares about the Mavs. It's a morgue there at the games. Few have been watching. So this is fascinating to me. I think last week they asked, please don't chant Fire Nico anymore, and the fans just said, fine, we'll just not come. That's the only reason we were there. But, I mean, will they have to be sold or relocate for anybody to ever care about basketball in DFW again? I think that's possible. That's on the cards. I don't know how this story ends, but it's incredibly sad. You know, how much I love basketball.
Yeah, you do.
I feel like we can't talk about it anymore.
I know.
Just nobody cares.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
This time of year, we would be, the rim sessions would be rapid and consistent and all week long probably. We'd be going 5 for 5 rim sesh,
especially
Monday through Friday.
You get your guys back. Gafford's back. Lively's back. AD's back. But, yeah, it's just
Doesn't
who the
matter.
hell gives a damn right now.
They sucked the fun out of it, man. They did.
Well,
And
screw you, Nico.
They're getting what they deserve right now.
He took basketball away from DFW.
We have one more game, and it's just next Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
When Luka comes to town.
And I guess a lot of people are rooting for Luka, so maybe they have their basketball like that. I'm currently having the most fun hate watching the Lakers than I've had in 20 years.
Yeah.
This is Kobe Shaq level stuff for me. So it was hilarious last night as Steph Curry put on another show. Luka only had 19 points. The Lakers fans are mad at LeBron and Reeves playing the two-man game buddy ball. They want the full Luka experience. And I think he only scored a couple of points in the second half, 6 of 17 shooting, 19 points. And they lost. But, yeah, they visit the Mavs next Wednesday, and I think that's going to be the last, lively basketball moment in the AAC, maybe in its history, if Rick Welts is right. And we got to, find a new spot by 2031. I think it could be around then by the time basketball is revitalized here in DFW. John Morant back to not giving a single bleep, and he's been fined $75,000 for going double handgun a gesture yesterday, a day after the NBA warned him not to.
Can't help himself.
This is like a couple of years ago when they were telling him to stop, and he was just like, okay, I'll pull out another gun on social media. It's not the end of the world. Wow, $75,000 for a hand gesture. I think there is a point, are we heavy-handed here on a gun gesture? But John Morant basically just turned his back on the king there by, doing that one day after he was warned. So
yeah, it's crazy. He was obviously at the height of competition, feeling himself in a huge way after hitting the walk-off game winner.
Yep.
But I guess just the emotions. I don't know. Is that something that he planned? But there's a defiance factor involved where it's childlike. How can you continue to do these things? And if you're Adam Silver, you're going, this dude has no respect for me. Yeah, I just gave him the warning, and he just gave me the double bird. Is what
could be
did.
A flex. I'll go ahead and eat $100,000 fine to pull this off because it's just such an amazing moment. But wow, that's just so much dang money. I don't know. I think there's definitely a case to be made for impulse control being lacked in a significant way. I'm just surprised that the throat slash has been outlawed for 2 decades, and the handgun thing's been going on for a couple of years now. I'm surprised that it took so long to get to this moment.
Sure, and obviously because it's John Morant is why it means a little more. If this was another player, I don't know if they'd care as much, but given his history, that's where the issue is here, and that he's been suspended for this already before.
Well, actually,
with that
real
video.
guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So he didn't seem to really care about the gun stuff then when he got suspended. I don't really know if there's any act that the NBA could do that'll get him to eventually snap out of this. He clearly just doesn't care.
All righty. Cooper Flagg named AP Player of the Year, fourth ever freshman to earn that honor. Rick Pitino, Bruce Pearl share Coach of the Year, so congratulations to them going into a big weekend here. Texas and South Carolina tonight at 6 o'clock, and UConn UCLA at 8:30 in the women's tournament. Flau'jae Johnson is opting to skip the draft, will return to college basketball.
News.
Congrats,
Wow.
Brian.
Yes.
Going back for her senior year.
Yeah, her NIL money would be better than what her WNBA money would be, so that's her thinking right there for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome that you can have that kind of choice, especially as the WNBA is trailing so far behind in the popularity compared to the college game. They just probably can't get the revenue going.
Well, and the WNBA, some of the players in that league are now really being outspoken about it. That how is NIL money better than what we get in a pro league? Some of these players are starting to really speak out of how, and like they're basically supportive of like, hey, well, I don't blame these gals for staying back in school if they're making money like this, because we sure aren't.
Yeah, I feel for those ladies. It's just the WNBA hasn't become relevant enough. Like the college basketball product is better, and with more ratings, there's more money to go around. So maybe now that the college stars are growing their brand when they enter the NBA, maybe they can grow that attention.
There's also a thought about with the new television deal kicking in after this season.
It's like quadrupling.
Yeah, that if you sign a contract that you might be at a certain level. If you wait till 26 to come into the league,
numbers going up.
The numbers go way, way up. But the NIL money is a lot of players are just saying, no, I'll stay in school and keep doing this. But yeah, a lot of them are also posturing for the television deal in 26 when it kicks in.
I got about 16 seconds on soccer here. Kevin De Bruyne has announced he's going to be leaving Manchester City at the end of the season. Second all-time Premier League in assists behind Ryan Giggs. In his 10 years with City, they won 16 trophies, including the Premier League 6 times, 2 FA Cups, and 1 Champions League. But he got up there and he gets hurt a lot, so it's time for him to move on. All righty, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Chuck Wagon next. Zach, where are we going?
We got dueling NHL power rankings, city councils, and F1 fires. That's next in the nation.
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here live at the Globe today. Game 1 against the Rays is tonight. Pregame at 6:30. G-Back today is coming up in 8 minutes. Time for a Chuck Wagon. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Zachary. Do it.
All right, so the NHL power rankings are out. We've got ESPN and The Athletic. Now, both have the Winnipeg Jets, the Stars' top competition in the Central, who they're chasing down as the number one team in the rankings. Now, The Athletic has your Dallas Stars at number 2, which remains the same. That was their number 2 team a week ago. It stays this. Now, they do also add in who's a team to avoid. And their team to avoid for the Stars would be the Colorado Avalanche,
Heck
who
yes.
are supposed to be playing right now. Like, if the season ended today, the Avalanche would be their first-round opponent. That's why they are trying so hard to go ahead and chase down Winnipeg, because in which case I think they'd be playing Minnesota in the first round. And that's one we're like, thank you very much. We'll take that. But barely 2 weeks ago, Dallas trailed Winnipeg by 11 and was far more focused on staving off Colorado, which was just 2 points back. You know what's better than home ice advantage against Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar? Not facing them at all, or at least not until the second round. This isn't to imply Colorado is some sort of unstoppable killing machine. The Avs were 9.8 seconds away from losing to lowly Chicago for the third time this season earlier this week. But after all, they are one of those playoff teams that are very scary, and the Avs remain very intimidating until proven otherwise. ESPN has the Stars behind Winnipeg and Washington as the number 3 team in the power rankings. But overall, you've got one of the best teams in the NHL. And to even have this thing close to where we're still talking about it with a week and a half or so to go in the season, credit to Pete DeBoer and what this Dallas Stars team has done.
Yes.
Right now. I mean, this run that they're on is truly incredible. And they might end up having their destiny in their own hands if they're able to keep on winning, keep getting points, and then they get Winnipeg at home next week.
I think they're better than Winnipeg. I think they're about to prove that. And I think it's lazy by these different media outlets, Wolchuk, by not recognizing Winnipeg had a hot start, but the Stars have been gaining on them for a long period of time. They're the better hockey team right now.
Well, are you guys okay with this? And I'm asking this in a way of, like, it's always the rest versus rust thing. Are you okay with Dallas having to play their ass off to try and get ahead of Winnipeg going into the playoffs, or would you have rather them kind of been able to kind of coast into this thing, and then now, because of what a grind the Stanley Cup playoffs are?
I mean, in my mind, I think avoiding the abs in round 1 would be a huge win and worth whatever
that scares
it takes,
the hell out of me.
Whatever
that
gas.
whole thing with Colorado with those guys.
Sure,
that
I mean,
scares
those are
me.
probably the 3 best teams in the West are in your own division there with Winnipeg, Dallas, and Colorado. The good thing is everybody else is also doing the same thing in the West. There's nobody that's being able to coast right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's like Winnipeg's trying to fight for the top spot.
Sure,
Colorado's also trying to keep pace with everybody. So it's not like you've got one team that is able to kind of take their foot off the gas right now.
No, that's
so that's
a good
fortunate.
Point. I just didn't know if you wanted to go into the playoffs. Just you have foot on the gas. I mean, we've seen teams in the NFL. The Giants that somehow are, remember they win the Super Bowl and they have to win all those games in a row. The momentum and all that. I don't know if that's a good thing, but in hockey, like I say, that the playoffs are just grueling in hockey. That's the only reason why I was asking the question.
So, Brian, did you see this? The Formula One practices in Japan?
Yeah.
They've had to stop twice because the track keeps randomly just catching fire. The incidents occurred toward the
grass
end of
fires.
the scheduled 60-minute practice session.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dry grass, I guess, combined with the sparks from the underside of the F1 cars hitting the track.
The floor of the car,
caused the areas to ignite, and then they quickly spread. It leads to F1 throwing the red flag. They got to stop the session. This is wild, and you just see like giant fire patches now inside the track where they're going to be racing there in Japan. It's, thank goodness nobody's been harmed by this, but that's got to be terrifying.
No, if you've ever watched a Formula One race and you watch the race, say from Singapore where they run at night, the sparks show is incredible. But you can see why that if you get a bunch of cars on the track with the sparks coming off the floor and then getting onto that dry grass. Usually, though, in Japan they do have rain. They've had a lot of.
Is that what the issue is?
Well, they've had rain during the race.
Okay.
So, or during practice and stuff like that. So, that's what they haven't had so far. But it's something that's kind of the cooler temperatures and stuff. They usually get rain, but this grass inside the circuit is extremely dry right now.
If you're hosting a race like this, though, you got to be more buttoned up than that.
Yeah, like
you got to know
sprinklers going or something.
Have some sprinklers.
Let's
running,
put down some fire retardant stuff.
There's
fire
so
retardant
much
stuff.
There's so much money that goes into this. I mean, and the sport's growing at a rapid race right now.
Where's your favorite place to go get fire retardant stuff?
I think Home Depot's probably got it.
You just walk in there and say, "Can I get the fire retardant?"
Yeah.
Where's the fire retardant aisle, ma'am, sir?
I mean, fire department probably help you out too.
That's true.
What do you consider? What do you consider fire retardant though? What kind of product is that? It's
like a foamy stuff.
I've looked at like the gloves you can wear for when you're barbecuing and like you got the chimney thing and you're kind of messing with coals,
anti-fire gloves.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You guys, there's actually some fire retardant stuff that we can use.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
it's the
probably.
This is the first. I think we've all heard of this in this segment. I never knew this.
I didn't either. That's why I'm asking.
This whole thing's been educational for me, thanks to Professor Dawson.
But I trust Gavin.
New vocabulary word. Fire retardant.
We got buckets of it.
We got buckets of it.
You can buy a 55-gallon drum of a fire retardant spray, Class A, for $3,000.
Wow, that's 3 Gbos.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
Some high-priced retardant.
That's impressive. So you guys mentioned the TJ Finley story, the Tulane quarterback. He's 23 years old.
Is he only 23?
He's 23.
I swear he was
I thought
33.
he'd be older too, right? Because he's on his 4th team.
Yeah.
This is his last year of eligibility. But
maybe
he gets. Well, this is for sure his last year of eligibility, unless I guess he gets kicked off the team and can't play anymore. But this has been sad because he gets arrested because he was driving what was a stolen vehicle. Now, his representative, the New Orleans-based attorney David Corsell and Scott C. Stansbury have said that TJ was a victim of a Facebook marketplace scam. He purchased a used pickup truck from an individual who presented himself as John Spillway, representing Mountain Adventure, LLC. Spillway presented TJ with both a bill of sale and registration, giving him every reason to believe the purchase was legitimate. Within 3 days of the purchase, Tulane police informed TJ that the truck had been reported stolen, and TJ looks forward to continuing to cooperate fully with the authorities in hopes of recovering the funds he lost. So you go on Facebook Marketplace, you're buying this used truck. Next thing you know, you're driving around, you're arrested because you're cruising around in a stolen vehicle. I'm kind of surprised this hasn't happened more often, but you got to be very, very careful in this instance.
Well, if they present the title and all that, how do you
You're thinking
know?
Everything's good to go, but I mean,
how do you know?
They could probably fake the titles.
That's what I'm saying. How do you know?
You don't.
I mean, you really don't.
No. In that scenario, if you really are just going to buy something off of marketplace, like a vehicle, you may want to try and welcome in a dealership just to sort of facilitate the deal, maybe especially if it's one where you want to get financing or something on it, just so that it can be much more buttoned up.
Can be traced and checked and all that stuff like that?
They would have a better understanding if something was a little wonky. Not that you can't pull a fast one on a dealership as well.
Get
but
the Carfax.
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff.
I mean, that's why you just go to D&M Leasing and you don't worry about this problem.
Yeah. You in and out of new vehicles every 3 years if you're like me. We love it. Thank you, Wool Chuck. It's, what is that, a Chuck wagon? That's just a Chuck wagon?
That was our wagon. We were wagoning.
All right, NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock.
Wagon.
It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Back into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lebinsky.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Awesome, you?
Great,
Happy
man.
Friday.
Man, Friday could not come soon enough. Ready for this week, and I don't know about y'all. But G-Bag of the Day here, everyone. Y'all know it. 2:30 right here on G-Bag Nation on 105.3 every single day. And per tradition, we start with our winner. And Bobby with the diss track, trying to make some history.
On the cheap, yo, free those spending cash figures, we need zero, hands down. I'll take Tommy Sledge or even Rigo, failing all the way through cross. Hey Joey, where did he go? What's up with this old phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me, f him, go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money, I'm gay plotting.
Yes, sir. Bobby Belt getting it done, looking for 5-time status right here, right now. The goal of every G-Bag of the Day is to make it to 5. And Bob's on the doorstep, Ross.
Yeah, he sure is. And my goodness, I was working really hard to try and find someone that could dethrone this clip. So I went with the most toxic clips I could find. And I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with this fellow named Aaron the Plumber.
No.
Nope.
No?
Haven't heard of him.
Okay, well, found this
Throw a
video.
wrench in this, huh?
Found this on World Star, and he's mid-interview, and his side piece calls him.
Hey, so I'm gonna put it on speaker. Hold on, we're gonna put the on speaker. Yeah. We're gonna put it on speaker. Bro, why are you still calling me? You did weird. You ran to the internet, made a fake profile. I was the realest. Shut up. Are you gonna listen? All right, that's it. That's it. Hold on. In a real way. Hold on, we finna mute this. So punk can't call a kid, man.
Toxic.
Just
Incredibly
toxic.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Let's be grown-ups about our breakups, you know?
Yeah.
Well, on the other end of the spectrum, so another video from World Star, and this clip is a little bit different in the sense that this fellow was dating this girl for several years, right? And, you know, like a lot of relationships, they take a break, right? Well, let's just say that, boys, if you are dating a girl or anyone long-term and y'all go on a break, just be careful what you do on that break, because the bill can come due as this man hides an 11-year-old child from his wife.
I've already explained what's going on. He's staying here now. It is what it is.
I'm not taking in no child that's not mine that I didn't know about.
You're not taking in no child. We're married.
I don't know this little boy. We married, but when did this happen?
We're going to get to know him. I'm trying to tell you, he's here now.
I don't even know that's something I want to do. Why would I want to get to know a child? He 11. That little boy ain't going to listen to me no way.
How you know that? Listen, we've been together for 13 years. Something has went down, and I have to get my son. It is what it is. He got to stay here now. You have to.
No, this too soon. I don't think I can handle this. I don't think that. No, this ain't right. This ain't right.
Who's not right about it?
Everything ain't right. We've been together 13 years. Who is your mama, baby? Who is his mama? Who the mama?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. This happened when we was together. We had our issues throughout these years. Yeah, but I need to know who the mama is.
I never told you for a reason, though.
What's the reason? You don't keep a child from nobody.
You didn't want kids. You didn't want nobody with kids, so I didn't want to mess up nothing. But now I have to put, you know what I'm saying, everything.
Baby 11, we got together 13 years ago. So what you just went and had a baby with somebody else?
No, it ain't nothing like that.
No, it's just like that. The boy is 11.
No, it's nothing like that.
Wow.
We've been together 13 years. The kid's 11. I'm not good at math, but I think I can math that.
Salute to that guy for battling to keep his family together.
He's trying.
He's believing.
No,
make
and
this work.
And that's something I appreciate too. I was like, you know what? He made the mistake, and not that it's okay, but like he's trying to like make up for it and be an active father in the kid's life. So that I kind of appreciated.
I appreciate these cookies that.
Wow, we just got the hookup, Ross.
One of the Rangers ladies just dropped off for us. What are these? These look like some sugar cookies
These
or
could
some
be-
peanut
Thank you.
butters? Oh, those are
Peanut
peanut
butter.
butters.
These are peanut
Oh my
butter
goodness!
cookies. I mean, that must be. That's 2 dozen.
Yeah,
that's 2 dozen homemade.
Look at these. Put these on the webcam.
Incredible
Look at that.
peanut butter cookies, courtesy of Guest Services, the MVP of Globe Life Field.
The Chiafalo ladies are feasting like queens this weekend. The queens they are.
This with our raw milk? Are you kidding me?
Ooh, that's
Put
a
some
win
ice
right
cream
there.
between those things.
Let's
I might,
party.
I might
yeah.
put them in the microwave for like 8 seconds each.
Okay,
you know, just
yeah.
warm them up a little bit. But
I
that's
dig
me.
it.
That is me. Okay, it's time to vote. We have a champ and 2 challengers. Is it our 4-time, probably soon to be 5-time champ? We'll see. Bobby Belt, dissing Peyton Russell and some other people. They're Sean and RJ 6 to 10 weekday mornings on the Fan. Aaron the plumber is in, and when breaks go wrong, whew, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, that was bad.
13
He's like,
years.
You're gonna get to know him now.
She doesn't even want kids.
No,
Right.
she doesn't.
And that's the only reason why he kept it from her all these years.
Wow, because I loved you, honey. I didn't want to ruin
What do
it.
you mean you're not taking him in? We're
But he's
married.
here now, so you're gonna get to know him.
yeah. What do you mean it's wrong? There's nothing wrong about me being a dad. Come on. It's beautiful.
Just accept it.
That is such a great clip.
Who you voting for, Chief?
I think I'm gonna vote for that clip. That's hilarious.
No, righty. How about you, Ross?
Sorry, B-Dot.
Yep, same thing. I'm going with the man hides the 11-year-old.
Okay. Wolchuk?
Oh man, I think I got to go with the 11-year-old child.
Brian?
We're gonna
I'm
keep
gonna vote for
Bobby.
Bobby.
We're gonna keep Bobby.
Bobby. Dawson's going to make him 5 times, so here
Bobby
we go.
Belt, now an honorary
Yeah.
5-time G-Bag of the Day champ. You will hear him again in the G-Bag of the Year, but he has been stopped on the doorstep of greatness by a viral relationship clip there. Nice job by Ross Lebinsky, digging deep to find your new champ. If you ever do miss the G-Bag of the Day champion, you can tune in during LA Live every night about 5:40. We replay the champ, and Lucius has a bunch of fun with you. Okay, NFL news of the day coming up next. Chuck, what's in store?
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll do that at 3 o'clock. I've got a lot of great NFL
my
stuff.
bad.
I think we got biggest dub, though, coming up.
Let's do it, man. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? Perhaps Dawson just did. But more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next here in the nation.
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Ross, in for Lucius. Big dub for us today. We're at the Globe here, Comerica Backyard. If you're coming to the game, you'll get a Peagle bobblehead, and you can come say hi to us. It'd be amazing to see you. My biggest L this week, a few Rangers fans on Twitter just crushing me, digging up some old stuff that we don't need to rehash, but it does pain my heart. I want to find a way to be healing, and heal this Ranger Nation.
No doubt. Would you like to tell us what they dug up?
Well, as I said, Brian, I don't really want to rehash it. Okay,
wow.
Here's
We're
the
here for you,
chief with
buddy.
your
We got
biggest
you.
hill and your biggest dub.
A little worried about you.
Thanks
now.
for respecting my privacy at this time.
Trying.
We love you.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Big L to Bobby Roberto Belt for not achieving the legendary 5-time G-Bag
That was shocking.
He's really upset
status.
about it.
He's ticked. He has texted me and Wolchuk. He's saying that he's never speaking to any of us again except Dawson.
Yeah, I voted for him.
You voted for him, huh?
No, it was me. I'm the one that
Bobby
voted.
gave the charity, or Broadus gave the
I
charity.
made it 3-2.
Yeah.
I don't want a charity selection, he says. He believes he just got named to the Pro Bowl because someone didn't go because of the honorary situation.
Yeah.
So he feels stabbed in the back by his own people.
An honorary champ has won G-Bag of the year before, so you could easily be vindicated.
And we've had honoraries that won twice, and then you went 4. You had a great run, Bobby. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Incredible run, but the inspiring father was too much to pass on.
Yep.
That was an incredible clip, but sorry about that, Bob. You know
guys
we love
just
you.
hate Bobby.
You
Just
know
say
we
it,
love
you
you.
know?
No Cinco.
I love
Bobby's genuinely one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, the whole planet. Bobby Belt, and it was worthy. I mean it's a great rap. I can't wait to relive it when we tee up the honorary selections at the new year. Okay.
Bet you don't vote for it.
817. I voted for it more often than I haven't. So, history says I probably will vote for it.
When the time comes to get the Hall of Fame vote, you're not going to be there.
Nobody can ever say that we just vote for our co-workers again.
Yeah, that's right. That's what
we're standing on business. I voted where I thought the vote should go.
Vote your conscience. That's what I always say.
817, biggest dub, just got a clean biopsy report at my 2-week checkup after my cancer surgery. I feel both relieved and blessed. That's because that's exactly what you are. You are blessed, 817. Congratulations, dude. That is wonderful, man. We have Daniel in Forney checking in. Biggest dub.
Salute.
For my boss, he says, I've been sick the last 2 days, and he has allowed me to work from home, even though nobody in our company is supposed to work from home. So Daniel and Forney, toluing and bleeding.
You've made
he
yourself
says.
valuable if
Daniel.
that's the case. You must do something that nobody else in that office can do.
Bobby is texting in now on the fan text, very emotional, and he's calling us fake friends. So I apologize, Bob. Hey,
might get a diss record about us next.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one guy you don't want to.
No, you don't want to upset him.
You don't want to pee him off, and I think he is peed off.
He's really upset. I think he's crying.
You mentioned Cooper Flagg, named AP Player of the Year.
Yeah, tears.
He'd probably drink over it.
Yeah, he probably.
What do you mean a drink?
8 shots in 20 minutes.
That's what I'm saying.
Bell.
Let's see how many shots we can do in 45 seconds.
Let's not challenge him.
That guy's battle tested. Yeah, don't challenge him. Dwight Howard scammer gets 12 years in prison for fake plot to buy WNBA's Dream.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Chandler Parsons was wrapped up in that one as well.
Yeah, Chandler Parsons was absolutely roped in it. And let's see, also James Wiseman, who was NBA prospect, big man, Golden State, never really panned out.
Talked about trade for him one time, didn't we? Like kick him into the deal. Wasn't Wiseman a guy that we always when you were dealing with Golden State.
Nico, for a long time, was trying to do Luka for Wiseman just straight up, but Golden State wouldn't do it.
Golden State said, no thanks.
No, thank you.
We've heard about his hookah.
Did you guys see Skip Bayless went viral last night just tweeting out Luka looking thick? That was the whole tweet. Luka looking thick. Thing just soared into the stratosphere on Twitter.
Man, you see him get cooked by Curry on that possession?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Curry doesn't stop running. He would be impossible to try and cover.
It's like the Rip Hamilton stuff or like Ray Allen, these dudes that just run in circles. Because all they need is just a split second of open to cash money on you.
The whole game he runs the whole time.
Got to do your cardio.
We might be getting Lakers-Warriors first round NBA playoffs.
Woo.
That's pretty exciting.
Yes, please.
There was an L given to a 41-year-old U.S. citizen who was trying to smuggle some fentanyl into America via the border at El Paso.
I'm glad this guy got caught.
He was subjected to a secondary exam following a short interview, and they were like, "Okay, we don't think you're doing legal stuff right now." So the drug sniffing dog searched the man, alerted the officers to the presence of narcotics. Upon further inspection, officers believed the man had drugs concealed inside his anal cavity.
Oh, he keistered it.
The booty.
He straight keistered that thing.
Up in the
That sounds dangerous with fentanyl.
The man would not consent to a medical exam, so a Homeland Security Investigations Task Force officer was called, and a special agent obtained a search warrant for the dude's beehole.
Wow.
I would just show him those clips of those guys that are getting sent to that place in Venezuela where we sending all those criminals. You seen those clips?
I don't know
that
if I've
prison.
I haven't seen it.
You guys never.
I gotta get that in my algorithm.
No. Oh my
Sounds
gosh,
fascinating.
Oh yeah, so they're deporting this. There was a country. What country just said that there was a country? I think it's Venezuela that came up and said we'll take all the criminals. And they've been loading them. Yeah, well, I'll show you on the clips. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
My gosh, it's a horrible.
How insane do you have to be though to risk putting what ended up being fentanyl?
Oh,
if that thing explodes inside your body,
you're done. Yeah,
you might have been made to do it. To pay off a debt
that sounds likely
to survive, stuff like that. I don't know. Those people that traffic are oftentimes under duress to accomplish that mission.
Gosh,
under fear of death.
It's ridiculous, dude. 940 biggest dub lunch beers on the work clock right now. Toloing.
Oh, that is a huge win.
Big time dub.
That's how you get it done on a what you drinking,
what you call the landman.
Yeah, Salvador.
El Salvador, yeah.
Salvador is where you're getting it done.
They've got this prison that they're loading people up and sending them over there, and El Salvador's like, yeah, we'll bring them all, and it's terrifying what they do with these people. I mean, really, I would.
Yeah, you watch that Locked Up Abroad show. Like a lot of those
you ought to see this, Dawson.
Foreign jails are just like wide open areas. Yeah. It's a lawless land in there. Yeah.
Biggest sell of the week goes to the mayor of one of North Dakota's largest cities, resigned
Fargo
after an investigation into him mistakenly sending a lewd video to the city attorney.
Oh, no.
He fat-fingered it on the contacts, meant to send it to somebody else, his girlfriend or whatever.
That's awkward.
And what did he send?
Here's the news report.
Oh, no.
From Minot, North Dakota.
In with a major shakeup in leadership in the city of Minot. Tom Ross resigning as mayor of Minot today. It comes after the release of a report on an investigation into Ross's conduct. Kiona Rivera covered a special city council meeting this afternoon and joins us in studio with more. Kiona?
Good evening, Joe. According to the investigative report, City Attorney Stephanie Stahlheim filed a formal harassment complaint on January 28th against Ross. The report states Stahlheim received a sexually explicit video over text 2 weeks prior. According to the report, when interviewed about the incident, Ross confirmed it was him in the video and he had recorded the video during his lunch break prior to sending it to Stahlheim. The reporter-writer says Ross intended to send it to his romantic partner, whose name begins with C, but mistakenly sent it to the contact city attorney.
Oopsies.
Is that not amazing? He's like, yes, I'm not lying about this. That is me in the video. I just clicked the wrong name, okay? And it just so happened to be
But he resigned?
the city attorney. Yeah, I mean, you have no choice but to resign
what are
after
you
that.
gonna
I
do?
mean,
There's
you're
no
done
coming back from
I
that
don't know,
one.
this seems like far worse things have been done.
We're going to need a new city to go work in, boys.
Yeah.
we're going to go have to
Hard to recover from that one.
pack our bags.
Going to be an awkward scene at
Going
town
to
hall.
my can.
Maybe he can head to Filthy, where the mayor has resigned there as well, I believe, because
So apparently
he's a Cowboys fan.
the
and they hate him.
Cowboys mayor might be stepping down as well. That could be
Get him
fake
out of
news.
here. Yeah. Oh,
But
really?
But honestly, if I was the Cowboys, why would you even want to be there anyway? Move the hell out of there. It's a
Yeah.
terrible place to be.
Amen. Hey, and big shout out to our guy in the 214, Woody, still sober, no opiates or benzos.
Look at that. In like 19 months or something now?
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Good
man.
run.
He's
Way to go,
absolutely-
Woody.
He's on fire.
Keep it up, Woody. Okay, now it is time for the NFL news of the day, Wooly Bully. Where are you
You're damn
taking
right
it?
it is, Gavin. Quarterback rumors are continuing to swirl. We just had the Shador Pro Day. And could this NFL team be on the move? That's next.
Commercial free.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Text just in from Bobby Belt to Broadus and Dawson says, I'm starting a new G-Bag group text for the people I'm speaking with on this show. Love you too. Love you too, Bob. Sorry about coming up short there in the G-Bag of the day at 2:30. Unbelievable. But a great song and a talented man there, that Bobby Belt.
Worthy of honorary 5-time champ.
Very worthy.
Definitely,
No question.
Definitely worthy of that. Okay, it's time now for Wolchuk's NFL News Today. Here's Zach.
All right, so we had the Colorado Pro Day today. It has wrapped up, and Shedeur Sanders, courtesy of our buddy Eric Galco, who runs the Shrine Bowl, was there. He said that, Shedeur went 58 for 63. 3 incompletions for clear drops on the receivers. Then went perfect in the 2-minute drill afterwards. It was an awesome performance for Shedeur. Travis Hunter was out there catching balls. He did not run, though. So we didn't get a 40 time or anything on Travis Hunter today.
That's
but
whack.
All in all, sounded like a good day for Shedeur. The Giants were in attendance there. Brian Daboll, their general manager, their assistant GM, all were there. The Saints had some representation, but it did not appear that Kellen Moore was in attendance. So Scott Tolzien, former Cowboys quarterback coach, now the quarterback coach there in New Orleans, along with their wide receivers coach Keith Williams, were there, and they're getting live looks at Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Now the stuff with the Giants, it's interesting. There are reports from certain insiders with the Giants. They don't believe they're going to get a chance at either of these quarterbacks. So they had an NFL executive is convinced that the Browns are going to take Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders, number 2, 1 spot ahead of the Giants. So the primary takeaway was the Giants don't appear overly confident they're going to find their quarterback of the future in this year's draft, which is why they've gone ahead and added Jameis and Russell Wilson, because they think that the quarterbacks are going 1-2, which has been my belief the entire time of the draft. Now, if the Giants are saying it, kind of makes me think that that's not going to happen, because the Giants have been proven to really not have a good understanding of what the hell is going to go on around them. But we also did have Deonte Banks, their corner. He was wearing number 3 last year. He gave the number 3 to Russell Wilson, and what is the new jersey that he pivoted to? Number 2. So Giant fans' takeaway is, well, what the hell number would Shedeur wear if he got drafted by the Giants? Because Shedeur wears number 2. So the Giants seem all in on the belief that they're not going to get a chance at either of these top 2 quarterbacks. They'll go 1-2 in this year's draft. We'll wait and see how it plays out.
It's honestly a heady play by that guy.
Yeah.
You switch to 2, and you get something for it
Get some more money,
if Shedeur ends up with the Giants.
Yeah. Today we've had, the workouts for the Cowboys. The first day is going to be April 14th, according to Nick Harris. Rookie mini camps will be May 2nd to the 5th or the 9th to the 12th. OTAs will also be in May 19th to the 20th, the 22nd. They'll have the mandatory mini camps on June 10th to 12th. Still don't have the dates official yet for training camp, but I'm sure we'll get those very soon, sometime after the draft. Now, this is also one that's a developing story where I saw The Athletic had a whole write-up this week about the Browns possibly tanking for Arch Manning.
I was going to bring that up.
So today we had
There
Adam
goes Krusty's
Schefter
corner
reporting.
No, I was going to bring it up when you started talking about the Browns potentially taking a quarterback at 2.
So, and maybe they will. Because maybe they're also getting word, and I know, what people that we've talked to at Texas have firmly believed this as well, but Schefter is saying that there's no guarantee that Arch Manning enters the draft after this year.
True.
So he might stay, and this is kind of in the plan, would be for him to start 2 years at Texas. And really, he has followed the plan that Sark and his dad had in place for him the entirety of the time. You don't transfer. You sit behind Quinn. You let Quinn do his thing. When your time comes, you're going to start for 2 years. You're going to enter the draft. Now, if he wins the Heisman, takes Texas to a national championship,
that's where the rub is.
Maybe something could pivot, right?
Yeah.
But if it doesn't happen, where it's like perfect storyline, maybe he does stay for 2 years.
Sure.
And it's draft 2027. So if the Browns are considering, you tank for Arch or any other team, you might not have the luxury of picking him next year.
No, and I think you're absolutely right. The thing that you have to keep an eye on is, does Texas make a playoff run? Does Texas get deep in the playoffs? And does Texas potentially win the national championship? If all those things were to happen, I think all bets are off for Arch coming back.
I also don't think a team like Cleveland can feel confident that, I mean, we've seen the Mannings strong-arm this thing before. The idea that you're just going to sit there at 1 and think it's all going to be gravy taking Arch Manning is probably fool's gold.
Yeah, I don't think I would let my kid go there. If in our family history we had successfully put Eli in New York, I'm doubling down on that strategy. There's no way we're going to Cleveland. There's no way we're going to the Jets. Anybody else who want to add to it? Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, at least those two. But other than that, I just think it's a testament to the Manning family, and nobody's perfect, but you set this kid up to have this tremendous experience where he gets to go to a college and stay there and be part of a program and not be jumping around university to university trying to start right out of the gates. You give him a normal experience, and it's difficult to do. I think in a lot of other family situations, you got money to worry about, and you got to make sure the kid's got the absolute best opportunity to get to the NFL. But obviously they have a lot of luxuries on their side, and as a result, I think they're doing it right. Kid gets to be a regular college student, kind of bide his time, not be in a rush, enjoy his process, and ultimately when he's done, he'll look at the University of Texas and Austin as a second home, right, and a place that he can always go back and have as this great part of his life, instead of this crazy hectic checkerboarding around the U.S. trying to find a starting job.
No, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how the season goes and then what the decision is for Arch, because I would assume he's the favorite to be the number 1 overall pick next year if he came out, but if he stays, it'll be interesting. So what do the Browns do? Well, here was Diana Rossini earlier this week, Scoop City podcast with Chase Daniel. There is a quarterback that still hasn't been traded that could make a lot of sense for Cleveland.
They still have so many questions at quarterback, which brings us to Kirk Cousins. Is that a real thing for Atlanta to trade Kirk to Cleveland? From my sense, yes.
Wow.
I don't know how far along it is right now. I just know there's enough smoke around this and enough conversations being had that this would not be a surprising move. Knowing Kevin Stefanski coached Kirk Cousins when he was in Minnesota, it makes a lot of sense on why that would work.
It does make sense. But what doesn't is taking on Kirk Cousins' contract when you're also paying Deshaun Watson a ridiculous amount of money to essentially not play for you. And that is the report today out of Cleveland, is that they are not going to trade for Kirk Cousins because they're unwilling to absorb his contract via trade. So now Kirk prefers to be cut by Atlanta. That is the new thing coming out of 92.3 The Fan. Kirk is asking to be cut loose, explaining that the Falcons would be expected to eat the majority of what's left on his deal, which is $180 million to facilitate any kind of trade. That, of course, would be pending Cousins' own approval of a move to Cleveland, considering the veteran has a no-trade clause on his deal. So they could just cut him outright, which they appear that they don't want to do. They'd rather have him there as a backup, even though he's already said, I'm not coming to the offseason stuff. I want to go play somewhere where I can start. So this is getting a little messy.
Well, yeah, they butchered that, too, because they had a roster bonus due in, like, March,
and
didn't
they? Picked it up.
They
gave it to him. They paid it.
$10 million. They really should have made something happen. And if you're Kirk Cousins, I don't think you can demand they release you. They have so much invested in you, so much to lose if they just move on from you. It's like, sorry, but what's in our best interest if nobody wants to trade for you in this contract is to have you as, a luxury backup. Maybe Penix has injury history. We have a lot of reasons for wanting to keep you around.
And if you're Atlanta, maybe you could just play this out until after the draft, see how the quarterback dominoes fall there, and maybe Pittsburgh's still looking for a quarterback, maybe Cleveland's still looking for a quarterback, New Orleans, name the team, and maybe they're able to get a team that plays ball, at least maybe not take on all of the contract, but make it to where it's not you're paying for the full 100% of it. Maybe it's a 50-50 kind of deal, but it'll be, I'm sure that'll be the quarterback everyone's targeting post-draft. Whoever doesn't get their guy, Kirk Cousins, will be the name that's floated around. This was stunning to see today that the Bengals stadium lease has given the franchise the option to leave Cincinnati after this year. So their lease expires on June 30th, 2026. They've been playing in that stadium since 2000. So after this expires, they now have the opportunity to move and leave Cincinnati if that's what they wanted to do. So they've tried to do an upgrade proposal of $1.2 billion that could take 4 years to complete. We'll see if the taxpayers in Cincy want to go ahead and do that to help out the stadium, and they end up getting a new term on the lease to keep the Bengals in Cincinnati. But we've talked a lot about Jacksonville. Like, maybe that's the team that leaves. But now Cincy could be the team that's on the move.
Where would it go?
I know. I'm trying to figure out where it makes sense.
Like,
is this Mexico City?
I don't know. I don't know if this would be like out of the country, or if this would be a sexy.
It'll be a domestic deal. I would
be local.
I would have to imagine. But what city? What state?
I don't think they leave.
I'd find it. Yeah, I think that they're going to work.
It's all
this
posturing,
out, right?
more than likely.
The
Yeah.
Brown family.
It's a threat.
The Brown family is Ohio based. This is a threat that they will move. Paul Brown would roll over in his grave if his family took that team out of Ohio. They're just posturing now. Katie Blackburn Brown, or I think it's Brown Blackburn, whatever. She's just posturing right now is what she's doing. She's trying to get and the people in the city council and everyone out of Cincinnati know that, and they're like, fine, you want to move your team, move your team. But that family is tied to Ohio.
Yeah,
and I feel like they have a
no
great
way
fan
they move
base.
that team. No way.
The fan base will approve whatever needs to be approved.
Sure. Katie's just right now, and she's got leverage because it's very rare that a team gets to the point where their stadium lease is up, and especially an NFL team. You know.
Now,
So-
I guess Mike Brown did flirt in '95 with moving to Baltimore. This is prior to the Browns doing it.
Yeah.
And then they stayed. They gave their stamp of approval to build a new stadium. So this is really kind of just history repeating itself, where they threatened, they got the approval, and so hopefully that's exactly what happens. Is I can't imagine. I don't want any of these NFL teams to leave their current cities. It looks painful to me. Like what the Rams fans dealt with, it sucks.
Unless we could move one to the fairgrounds or something, right? You know, have 2 NFL teams here in North Texas. That'd be pretty fun.
There was a time.
Mayor Johnson of Dallas floated that idea.
There was a time I would have said, go kick rocks on that.
The Dallas Bengals? Would it still be the Bengals, or would it be the Dallas Mountain Lions? Don't you guys get some Mountain Lions?
I don't know. You know,
Sunnyvale?
Yeah, I think we have had a couple, recently. Pretty
The
terrifying.
Wildcats.
Yeah, Wildcats kind of works. A lot of different things you could do. Wildcatting,
Be fun.
Might infringe on Jerry's brand, but
could.
that's exactly what you'd be doing.
The Lions president is hinting.
San Antonio would probably take a team.
San Diego would take a team right
there
now.
you go, San Diego. I was thinking Salt Lake City.
San Diego would probably love you to get a team back. Now, are they finally willing to get a new stadium?
Oh, yeah, they will.
I mean, because then we could finally get Super Bowls back in San Diego.
Yeah,
That'd be fun.
let's get San Diego back to football.
Go get Rangers.
Go get Rangers. The Lions president is hinting that they're going to be playing on Christmas Day.
And Thanksgiving?
Doubling down. He said, I know we're a big TV draw, so I wouldn't rule out that they might ask us to do it. I do think for our fans, asking them to give up Thanksgiving and Christmas to come to a game is a big ask, so I've tried to avoid it, but we'll see what the schedule comes out with.
Yeah, you can make that work. Either you sell your tickets, or maybe it's a family thing and you all go. Maybe you can Uber, get in, get out 3 hours. You can still take care of the Christmas in the morning and dinner at night.
He thinks they're going to be playing at home for both games. I mean, the NFL could say Detroit. Get your ass on the road.
I thought you were going to
Christmas
say
Day.
it's a bold assumption that all their fans celebrate Christmas. Well, Chuck.
Well, that's also true. That's also very true.
They have a pretty large Jewish fan base with the Lions.
Hey, they could. Muslim fan base, maybe. There's a lot of other religions that don't celebrate Christmas, but I wasn't thinking that. But that also is true. That's also a good
It's an
point
astute
there.
point.
Lamar Jackson is challenging Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s trademark claim for number 8.
Oh, that number 8.
Yeah.
He already went after our guy Troy.
Yeah, so last year he did. He challenged the 8-beer apparel on bags and whatnot. So now he's turned to Dale Jr., pending his trademark claim for his stylized number 8 Earnhardt has used for his junior motorsports race team. Jackson attorneys filed a notion of opposition yesterday with the U.S. Patent and Trademark offices, saying that Junior's claim would conflict with the 2-time NFL MVP's Era 8 brand. Is there not enough room for all of these 8s to just work?
I don't know how you can trademark a number. That's it seems off to me.
Sounds ridiculous.
I'm not sure how those trademark rules work.
Me neither.
But I don't know. I would say go be an iconic 8. Go own that thing. Go make yourself awesome. I don't think if you asked a lot of football fans right now what numbers Lamar Jackson, I don't think more than half of them would tell you 8. It's not like it's a 23 situation where you're like, wow, or a number 10 in soccer. You're trying hard to make this 8 a brand, but this is the first time I've ever heard of it. Is when you're going after Aikman, or now you're going after Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Well, and maybe it's get yourself a championship.
Yes,
and then we can really push for the branding of the.
But even beyond that, get you 3 if you want to even get neck and neck with our guy.
Can't trademark numbers.
No, we're not doing that. Last thing here to leave you with, Andrew Filipponi of the Fan in Pittsburgh. Former NFL GM told him that the Steelers are open for business on George Pickens. That's why they've brought in Matthew Golden for a visit. So not only did they trade for DK Metcalf, they could possibly, if a quarterback's not available, take a wide receiver there at 21 in the first round, and they're looking to get rid of the headache that some say George Pickens, their wide receiver, is. Might be worth noting.
Yeah, worth noting. Interesting. Filipponi's the guy who floated Najee Harris to the Cowboys.
He did. Now, he was right that Najee wasn't going back to Pittsburgh, but the Cowboys stuff wasn't real.
All righty, well, there you have it. NFL News of the Day is now in the books there with Zach Wolchuk here in the G-Bag Nation. It's a tournament weekend. It's a Ranger Series weekend here. Everybody coming out while supplies last. Going to get a Peagle bobblehead presented by Golden Chick tonight. It's going to be a great night at the ballpark. And Pudge is signing autographs for the first 225 fans coming up behind Section 101 at 5:15. If you're planning to come out early, might want to put that on your radar as well. Time for the C-Note Cowboys News of the Evening live at the Globe coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. I have to chat Frankels with you, though. It's slick out there, and when it gets wet, we could have almost a
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Now, so you might, if you're following along on social media and stuff, you might see Jerry Jones. These players love, even if they don't play here, get drafted here, they love to take a picture with Jerry, and he's more than accommodating for that. And so, yeah, it's they've had a couple of the Ohio State running backs had both been here. Judkins yesterday and Henderson today. So, they're working through that here the next couple of days. They got the Dallas Day stuff they got done, and then then it turns into, once you get past the 30 visits, then they start building that board. So we'll start kind of maybe hearing some things, some whispers that guys they like or where they have their stack on some of their guys, maybe here in the next week or so.
Next week or so, we'll start to hear whispers of how they got them stacked, who they like. There have been a number of reporters throwing out 30-visit reports. I know Todd Archer.
He's been really good on it.
Mentioned Ted McMillan,
yeah.
Matthew Golden, Luther Burden, the wide receiver from Missouri, who Dez says is special. That's the wide receiver Dez is picking.
He's my second best receiver on my board. But there's, Zach will tell you that there's teams, and this is where I got to get with Gang of 7, is to figure out what are the things. Is there something that is, I don't think there's anything criminal keeping him from getting drafted. I just wonder if it's from a management standpoint of the player that people are getting turned off. Yeah, that's the part that we need to get to. But I don't think it's anything that it's domestic violence or alcoholism or drug. I don't think it's any of that.
Yeah, you hear the diva word gets thrown. But, I mean, that's a receiver. So, I mean, to me, it's a little weird. I mean, he was a guy that was a consensus top 15 pick, it seemed like, and now he's kind of fallen out of the first round. So he certainly is an explosive playmaker. I've got him as my personal wide receiver 5. There's some guys that I just like better. But, I mean, if they want to add juice to the position, he certainly is a guy that's going to provide that.
A couple of Longhorns linemen have been scheduled for 30 visits or have already been here. The offensive lineman Kelvin Banks and the defensive tackle Alfred Collins. Siobhan Ravel, East Carolina corner.
This is an interesting one here.
Why is that?
Just because that's a first-round talent that's coming off a knee injury, and you wonder if he is going to get to you at 44. That's the, and I know that when they come on these 30 visits, the trainers will get to look at him a little bit more. They saw him at the combine. They go home. They do workouts and stuff like that, and they get ready. And then so Jim Maurer, Britt Brown, those guys, when these players come through, if there's any medical things that they need to check on, then they will get it done there. But this is a first-round talent
definitely
that might slide to you at 44, like what you did with Diggs.
That
Not
would
because
be exciting.
Diggs went from the possibility of 17 and went all the way to 60, but this kid will well, I'll tell you what, if he got there at 44, that would be really special for you.
They're bringing in the Aggies defensive lineman Shamar Stewart as well. Consideration at 12, right? He's not a 44 guy.
No, he's a 12.
Yeah, he's going to be probably a top 20 pick. I believe they had dinner last night with him, so he's come and gone. I think Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, is in today.
And that's interesting because Walter Nolan, guys, is a 3 technique. He's really, and then you've got, with Thomas, that you signed, and then also with Osa being redone, you would figure maybe they wouldn't be into that market, but it might be that Solomon Thomas just a 1-year deal, and could they? But it's. I personally, I wouldn't take him at 12 myself, but if he was there at 44, I'd absolutely make that call.
The other name on Todd Archer's list is the running back from Va Tech. Is it Basil Tootin?
Basil Tootin.
Yeah.
Have you guys watched him?
Yeah. He's a hell of a player.
He's an interesting guy because he ran. If you go to at the combine, he was like in the 4.3s.
Yeah, he was a 4.3 guy.
And so you're sitting there, and there's times where you feel like they go, wow, does he really have that 4.3 speed? And he's able to separate. So yeah, you do see him being able to do that. He's one of these guys too. He was one of the best in the country when it came to rushes of 15 plus yards.
He's a chunk guy.
He is. Like 54% of his runs were breakaway runs, what they consider breakaway runs. And so, man, the guy plays with contact balance. He can break tackles. He kind of plays sideways as a ball carrier. He's in that sidecar, and then they hand it to him, and then he just takes off because he's got the quickness, he's got the vision, and he's got the speed that he can make that work. He's 5'9", 206, so he's built really, really low to the ground. He's fumbled the ball 8 times, though, the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, that's an issue.
And so word from talking to some scouts about him is the majority of those fumbles came from second contact. So just trying to run tough, and then he loses the ball.
But he makes the first man miss consistently. I mean, he averaged 105 yards per game. So, I mean, it's really just the size is the question. If you remember Michael the Burner Turner, who played with the Atlanta Falcons and the Chargers, he kind of reminded me a little bit of him, and he also adds value as a kick and punt returner.
Yeah, but he does. The thing about Zach, I don't know if you saw this, they don't throw him the ball. He's not one of these, like there's some guys in this draft that you absolutely, I mean, they're receivers.
Yeah.
Like the Blues and guys like that. I watched the kid from Syracuse last night. That was
Allen.
Allen. He's got 60-something receptions to go along with the 1,000 and 1,200 yards he has running the ball.
Yeah, with Tootin, I don't think that's his fault, though, because you'll see some plays.
Oh, no,
like
they
he'll
just,
leak out, and they'll dump it to him. Yeah, they just don't throw the ball. He's not running routes down the field, but I think he's very capable of doing it.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. There's a little C-note for you. Cowboys news of the evening, most every day at 3:20 here on The Fan. We are at the Globe today, home of the Rangers, and they're going to take on the Rays coming up at 7 o'clock. We're just 3.5 hours from baseball, 20 days from the draft. Okay, and
it's a good time.
Obviously, the Dallas Stars kicking butt, taking names, winners of 7 in a row. There's a lot of great stuff going on right now in the world of sports. Sean McFarland has a piece up today on Sebastian Walcott trying to put on a show for the fans every night, and how one day soon he could end up being the top prospect in all of baseball. He's, consensus top 20 in some people's lists. He's a top 5, just depending on who you're looking at. But Walcott has all the makings of an absolute superstar. His quote in here, people think baseball is boring. I'm here to show people that it is not. So, he's got like this desire and this passion and love for the game, and he plays it with a tremendous amount of enthusiasm. But if he can get up here, pretty quick and start to give you options in your middle infield, I think you got to look at it. Right now we're dealing with another injury for Corey Seager. He's obviously getting up there. He's never been an above-average shortstop to begin with. And Simeon at second base. You have not had a teenager in the big leagues since Juan Soto in 2019. So, and he's actually the youngest player to reach Double-A last season. So this is like superstar trajectory type of stuff. If he does show up here as AAA gets going and absolutely dominates, I don't know how you can avoid this type of situation. As we're saying hi to all the Rangers staffers here. They're coming by. It's great to be back at the ballpark, but
it's a guy Justin, man.
Yeah, he's
a beast.
Yeah, big time Tolo. He'll be working the bar probably downstairs.
Might go pay him a visit.
But what do you think about that, Wolchuk? The idea of Wolcott, if he tears up the minor leagues, being a guy that, we're watching Young hurt, we're watching Evan Carter, career like fail to really pick up where it left off. I think if you really want to open this championship window with authority and be a dominant team, I don't think you should be waiting around too much longer for Wolcott.
Yeah, I guess you just wait and see, maybe second half of the season, and it could probably be an injury-related deal that would push him up. I'm not expecting to see him this year, but if he keeps performing, man, sometimes these guys are just special, and it'd be a hell of a story. And it would probably mean you're looking to retool some stuff with your infield. I guess there would have to be a conversation with Seager, like, do you move him to first base? I think he wants to stay at short as long as he can, but you got to know that, hey, if Sebastian Walcott's ready and able to come up, maybe there's something where he can play second for you if something's going on with Marcus Simeon. There's ways that you can get creative with this if indeed he forces your hand, but typically these things have kind of a way of resolving themselves. And that might be how this plays out in the second half of the season for the Rangers. It's a good problem to have.
Good article from McFarland today there in the morning news if you want to read it through your afternoon while you're getting ready for tonight's game here. It's an Apple TV game. Might be a little bit tricky, so maybe you just do like Broadus tonight and listen to all the games.
That's all I do. And no
Hicksey.
Disrespect to Dave Raymond and Mike. They do a fine job, but I do. I love listening to Eric and to Jared and Hicksey and those guys. I just kind of gotten used to it. So while I'm watching tape, it's an easy thing to do. So appreciate all the hard work they do.
I have had a calming presence when they're in Cincinnati. We get off at 5 o'clock, whatever, cruising home, listening to the game.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I like it for weekend games especially because I'm usually doing stuff around the house, playing with the kids. And just having it on, I don't know, there's something timeless about it. It's amazing. Brian, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, what are the teams that draft the best? We'll talk about those next.
But, Tolos, you don't need me to tell you your house is your most important asset, and you really don't need to be rolling the dice.
Uber Eats has a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
what's interesting about kids with bikes these days is once they get to about 10 or 12, they're not going to go anywhere near a traditional bike. It's all the motorized bikes.
Oh, really?
They're basically riding motorcycles around neighborhoods these days. Nobody's actually pedaling, which is a shame because it builds good cardio and leg strength.
Yeah.
For your youth sports.
I did have a mini bike. It was pretty cool. It was better than my regular bike. The mini bike.
Yeah. Like a little 80cc. Like a crotch rocket?
No,
like a
it
dirt
was
bike.
like a little dirt bike. But it was tiny.
Yeah, we call
and
them mini bikes.
Dad and I went to let's go get a football, and we ended up buying a mini bike.
Got a bike.
Like my dad just we didn't even get the football. He just saw the mini bike, and he's like,
he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't help himself. He's like, does it come as is? My dad again. He didn't want to put the damn thing together, and they're like, that's how it is. Dad goes, let's wheel it out. Let's go. He paid for it, and we had a mini bike for a long time. It's a lot of fun. All right. This is according to Pro Football Focus. Would you like to take a guess? And this is since 2020. And this has to do with their grades and whether you like their grading scale or not. This is their way of saying which teams draft the best. Would you like to take a guess?
Ooh, since 2020.
Rams?
Yeah, the Rams
Since 2020. Okay, now let me say this. I'm going to split it up for you.
Okay.
Offensively, which NFL team, according to Pro Football Focus,
Lions,
has drafted the best offensively? First-round picks.
Okay, just first-rounders.
First-round picks.
The Lions are
since
still probably
2020 NFL Pro Football Focus.
Because they got Penei Sewell.
You got Sewell. You got Jamison Williams. You've got Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jameson Williams was a first-round guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so, and now you don't get the Laporta love.
No, that was a second-rounder.
But
I think all of those are going to be challenging for other people to beat.
Bengals?
Bingo. The Bengals.
Chase.
Burrow.
Burrow was 2020.
Burrow's in there. Mims.
Yeah.
Amarius Mims.
Well, having Burrow alone is going to put you up there.
Yeah. Would you like to take a guess at number 2? Now, Detroit was number 3.
Okay.
Detroit was third.
3.
Yeah. This next team they have 4 players. And their PFF grade got them to 95-1. But it's 4 players on this team, and they're number 2.
Okay. I don't think it's the Eagles. I don't think they've had enough picks there because they traded for A.J. Brown. So I don't think it's the Eagles.
Houston.
Minnesota.
Ooh, Minnesota.
Jefferson, Darrisaw, Addison, McCarthy.
Yeah. We forget about
J.J. McCarthy is in there. Lions are 3, as you mentioned. The Atlanta Falcons are tied with this team at 4 at 91-3. Would you like to take one more guess at what the team would be?
Is it an AFC team?
Offense. No, it's an NFC team.
Seattle?
Not Seattle.
I think they
Green Bay.
Nope.
The Bears?
Your Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
They're giving you credit for CeeDee Lamb, Tyler Smith, and Tyler Guyton.
All right, so you've hit 2 of the 3, and we'll see if the third one hits.
Yeah.
What do they like about Tyler Guyton?
I think it's more about CeeDee Lamb. Let's see. The thing that they don't have a comment on, but the Cowboys tied with the Falcons. You tied with Pitts, London, Bijan Robinson, and Michael Penix.
Lamb and Smith are a couple of big hits. So I guess it's not that weighted for number 3.
Guyton's in there like Mims is in there for Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Neither were awesome their rookie year, but they've got potential.
Not
upside.
terrible. Yeah. Okay, on the team that's the worst, the teams that are worst, and I won't make you guess, but I'll just tell you, unless you'd like to guess who number 1 is. Since 2020, this team's offensive grade, but they've been the worst with offensive players.
Is it the Giants? Well, they got Neighbors was a hit for them.
Cleveland.
It's the Colts.
Ooh.
And they mentioned Anthony Richardson is the one there for them.
Yeah, that's
Tennessee would be the next worst. Then Cleveland with Wills. Then the Carolina Panthers and the Las Vegas Raiders would be the top 5.
That makes sense.
For the worst. Now, What team do you think drafts the best when it comes to defense?
The Ravens and the Rams. Is this
Eagles,
just first round?
But just first
Just
round.
first round
Ravens.
since 2020. PFF grades, defensive grades, first round pick since 2020.
Texans. Stingley and Will Anderson.
The Texans are number 4.
Where are the Eagles?
The Eagles are not on this list.
I mean, the Ravens should have Kyle Hamilton, Nate Wiggins.
Not the Ravens.
No, okay.
It's your Dallas Cowboys.
Because of Micah?
Micah and Mozzie Smith.
Oh, my God.
So it's basically weighted by one player.
Yeah.
Is what it is. If you have one or two players that are essentially like the best,
yeah,
you're getting moved up the board.
If you told me, who would you rather have as drafting? Would you rather have Micah and Mozzie or Stingley and Will Anderson?
Yeah, I'm taking the Texans.
Same here.
I don't know. Micah does make a tremendous impact, though. I think that's telling. Like, if you can get that one right, and he is that damn good, you got to build harder around this guy.
Number 2 for the defense also is the Rams. They got with Jared Verse. The Jets are number 3 with Sauce Gardner, Jermaine Johnson, and Will McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned about the Texans, and then the Broncos with Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
That makes them the 5th best team. Real quickly here before we get out of here, the worst teams: the Titans, the Chargers, the Saints, the 49ers, and the Raiders.
Yeah, makes sense.
Those are your top 5.
All those teams picking high in this year's
Those are the
draft.
worst, the best and the worst teams according to Pro Football Focus when it comes to first-round picks.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank
Krusty's
you.
Corner is in the book. Salute to Nate Devlin. He is the director of Authentics for your Texas Rangers. And he just brought a couple of a batting practice baseballs by. It's nice. See that right there? That's a circle change.
Yeah.
Can hear old Tim McCarver explaining it in my ears right now. Okay, baseball is in the air. It is back. Your Texas Rangers off to a 5-2 start. They host the Rays tonight, but it's an NCAA tournament weekend as well. And Ari Temkin joins us next to talk it here on The Fan.
But I got to talk Prize Picks with you. And on Prize Picks, you can mix and match player projections from
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you got it. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby, here we go. It's hour 3 of the nation. We're live at the Globe. And my bad, I mentioned Nate Devlin, director of Authentics here with the Texas Rangers, had dropped off a couple of baseball. I said they were like batting practice balls.
No.
These are actually game-used balls.
Yeah.
Okay, they got this little QR code on them. You scan that bad boy, and it tells you the actual pitch and moment in which game that it was used in.
These
That's
two
cool.
balls we have, and Ruby looked them up, they both were used in the Boston Red Sox series.
Yeah.
Oh, that's badass.
I love it. This one is incredibly rare because Garabito threw this and it resulted in an out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's one of the few.
That's historical.
You're holding it in your very hands right now.
A Garabito
you think
out.
You could get
dude.
a strikeout holding that right now?
Put this up for auction for swinging for a cause.
Definitely a one of one.
Okay, so we're having fun. Friday vibes in the air. Winning baseball team, winning hockey team. Cowboys draft 20 days away, and the tournament this weekend as well. And our buddy Ari Timken joins us now to talk some more tournament. Good afternoon, sir. In a second, good afternoon to Ari. But you know Ari Timken. You know him and love him. He worked at the Fan for probably 5 years or so. Did the Cowboys pre- and post-game show with Brian for a couple of years. And, you know, he's been working for satellite radio and then TuneIn. And he is an absolute wizard with some of this college sports stuff.
He knows his college sports.
Yeah. He might be the foremost expert as far as talk show hosts on the Big 12 in general.
Yes.
Yeah. You just wind him up and let him go. But we had him on a couple of weeks ago when the tournament was getting underway. And as always, it was very impressive.
Yeah, and he was peppering me before the season started. Hey, put a little something on the Houston Cougars coming out of the Big 12 and winning the whole thing. And now here we are, Final Four. This is a heavyweight bout. Tomorrow night, Duke and Houston.
Yeah.
Best offense versus the best defense. Two just extremely well-rounded teams. I got a feeling this could be one of those all-timers.
I hope it is for
is.
Houston, right?
I'm sorry?
In San Antonio.
A little bit,
Have a
yeah,
home
absolutely,
game.
no doubt. It's not a
Duke
far
will
drive.
travel now. Let's not get that twisted
But
either.
much easier to hop in the car, drive a couple hours than it is to get a plane ticket, no question. But with all number one seeds for just the second time ever, you're hoping that these games are just absolute nail biters, go down to the end. Maybe you get some overtime buzzer beater finishes.
I could go for a buzzer beater. I could go for some overtime Final Four action. Obviously, Cooper Flagg puts a little bit extra juice into the weekend. Having a team inside these borders and your Houston Cougars in there, that's great. I think the women's tournament is quite interesting as well, obviously with the Longhorns, but also Paige Beckers, the presumptive first overall pick of your Dallas Wings. That's going to be some good weekend sports watching as well, as Ari Temkin joins us now here on The Fan. And good afternoon, Ari. How the heck are you?
I'm great, man. Great to talk to you, General. How are you?
Outstanding. Have you enjoyed this tournament?
I mean, yes and no. It's been a chalky tournament, and I think there was certainly an expectation that we could end up with 4 1 seeds. But, just beyond that, 16 straight tournament games now have been – 16 games have been won by the favorite straight up. It's the first time ever that both the Elite Eight and Sweet 16 matchups, all of those matchups had the favorite going in won it straight up. So it's been a chalky tournament, and so that has people talking big picture narratives about what this means for the sport and how it's bad. And I certainly see that, but I think it's too early to kind of know for sure what this looks like. We had a 16 seed beat a 1 seed 2 years ago, so things can change and change quickly. I think this year though, we kind of knew these were the 4 best teams coming into the year. Some people predicted this would be 4-1 seeds, and so this isn't totally out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I know chalky for Kansas, right? Rock chalk.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. But you got to, hey, talk about, put your.
Oh, hey, I go to a terrible basketball school. I'm taking shots at anybody I can because my program is one of the worst. Yeah, we had Will Wade until we ran him off. We were just a year early on that NIL stuff, and he got wiretapped, I think there was some illegal stuff going on there with the wiretapping,
Yeah, maybe. There's a little bit of smoke there, but, at least now they don't have to wiretap in order to pay guys. That's the big thing. But I'll tell you this, Broadus, since you brought it up, Darren Peterson is one of the top players in the country. Him and A.J. DeBanza. Peterson's going to Kansas next year. You should watch him play. He's at a school in Napa, California, a prep school, and one of the best programs, high school programs in the country. So you should check him out.
It's Ari Temkin here with you in the G-Bag Nation. So do you have – let's talk about it this way. If chalk holds, what's that mean for this weekend?
What was that? I'm sorry?
If chalk holds and the best teams win, who wins this weekend and Monday?
Well, in that, look, there's a lot of ways from a trends perspective you can look at this matchup. Or this Final Four. But basically, this would be 14 consecutive years if either Duke or Florida win it, that the favorite going into the weekend, the top 2 favorites going into the weekend have won it. So, it's a long stretch of that. And so, based on that, you'd say Duke or Florida. Now, I'm Big 12 radio on TuneIn, so, heavily leaning into the Houston Cougars. But, look, this is... It feels like the right time for Kelvin Sampson, a guy that's never won a title. It's his 3rd Final Four, and he's had a lot of bad luck. So it feels like there's got to be some luck that falls his way. They have, an elite defense, as they always do, but they also have an elite offense. They're the best three-point shooting team in the country. They have 3 guys that shoot at least 42%. So this is a version of Houston that we've never seen before in terms of the Kelvin Sampson Houston Cougars. They seemed coming into the year like way better last year and then Jamal Shed got hurt in that Duke matchup. And you thought going into this year they weren't going to be as good, and they've turned out to be better because they just have so much more variety in their scoring. But the Duke-Houston matchup is the one I'm focused on, obviously, because you've got 2 top 10 picks. Obviously, Cooper Flagg is the number 1 pick. He's been legit if you haven't seen him. And, I just feel like if you stop everybody else, you can kind of let Flagg get his. But he just creates so much that's so much easier said than done. That's the reality of it is Knipple is as good off the dribble, and then Tyrese Proctor, he's been so deadly in the tournament, and he's so tough to corral. So I think those things like that's the matchup. But obviously the SEC on the other side, they're trying to win their first championship since 2012, and it's been even longer for the Big Ten when you think about it. 2001 was last national championship for the Big Ten, and it's going to be another year because they're not even in the Final Four.
Ari, okay, take the teams out of this, power rank the coaches. Who's liable to help their team and who's the one that might hurt their team?
It's a great question. I mean, look, Kelvin Sampson, I hold in high esteem, not just because of what he's done, but just who he is. I mean, he really is a culture builder, Brian. I mean, he really is. Like, sure. So he told a story about how, when he had young kids, he wanted to read to them at night, but on the night before games, he'd want to read to his kids before bed, but they had to watch film. They had to do things. They had to work. So his wife was like, well, just have them come to the house. Have the players come to the house. You can watch film here, and you can still read to the kids. So that's what he did. And to this day, they still have that. There's still like a revolving door in terms of family. He's just super genuine, and that's good and bad, right? I mean, he can be critical with guys, but nobody leaves his programs. I mean, in an era, I think if you like the old school era of college basketball, like that's Kelvin Sampson, because these guys, nobody works harder than these guys. We had them at Big 12 media days, and they had a full practice before media days. I mean, they have intensive practices, and the fact that they're able to keep guys, bring guys in, they never lose guys to the portal, despite all of the hard work that it takes to be great within the system. I mean, I love Golden. I love, obviously John Shire. I mean, these are two up-and-comers in the sport, and I think that they're very much part of the new age of, from an analytical perspective. I think last time I was out with you guys, we talked about Grant McCaslin and how he does that in terms of offensive systems. So I think there's a lot of that with those guys as well. And look, Bruce Pearl's another guy that's been here before. He's never been past this round. He's had a lot of success in the tournament. I'd probably go Sampson 1 and Pearl 2, just because they're the elder statesmen here. Mm-hmm. And from an analytical perspective, coaches going up against coaches in their first Final Four, coaches that have been there versus the ones going up against the Final Four tend to have a lot of success. And, I mean, in the case of Sampson, that's 2 more than Shire has. So I'd put Shire probably third and Golden fourth, but those are all 4 great coaches.
Ari Temkin with us in the G-Bag Nation. What did you think? First tie ever in AP history. We've got a tie for Coach of the Year with Bruce Pearl and Rick Pitino.
Is that which one is that? I feel like there's like a million awards. I don't know which one.
This is the Associated Press.
I know, I got that, but is that the right one? Or are there? I mean, college basketball has the weirdest award situation. I mean, they're all weird, but I don't know which one's the right one. I guess that's the right one. Is that what you're
which
saying?
one do you value more? I've always gone AP.
I'm lost in them. There's too many. Why can't we just have one?
It's a good point, Ari. Ari Temkin here with you on the Fan. Now, other than Cooper Flagg, who, by the way, Ari, I am fading as an NBA superstar.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he's going to be a good but not great player. But who other than him has NBA star potential here heading for this thing?
Well, and to your point,
sir,
Gavin, to your point, I've heard and seen people that are talking about next year's draft, which features A.J. Debanta going to BYU and Darren Peterson going to Kansas. I mean, they say Cooper Flagg won't be the top, barely be a top 5 pick in next year's draft. So to your point,
wow.
But I mean, we'll see. Time will tell. Who knows? They could have overrated this next class too. We'll see. But independent of that, So I mean, VJ Edgecombe. I mean, he's not in the Final Four, but this is the guy that played at Baylor this last year. He's an absolute freak in terms of his length and athleticism. I mean, Con Knippel for Duke is. I mean, I think he's super underrated. Kind of coming into the season, it was like, well, Flagg drives and Knippel shoots, but no, I mean, the dude can drive. I mean, he is so good at getting to the rack. I mean, that's why I think he's also a top 10 pick. I mean, he was huge. He was very highly recruited coming out. And Houston has Master Peason. He doesn't play a lot. He's a freshman. But Master Peason is on Houston, and he's going to play a lot next year. Mercy Miller is his name. And I mean, he's a decent prospect coming in, but he'll factor in a lot more next year. And Houston has 3 top 50 recruits coming in next year. Wow. So not only have they got the portal working, I mean, and look, guys, I mean, this is, a former commuter school. What Kelvin Sampson's done here, done at Houston, is insane.
Well said, Ari. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll catch up with you real soon.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Ari Temkin, Big 12 there on TuneIn. With you in the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan once again. Okay, you good, Brian?
I'm great.
Okay, we got a top 10 of 420 coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
All right, so we'll carry over our Wednesday conversation. I found the top 10 everyday items that can become weapons for self-defense.
Okay, well, let's make leasing... baby. We are at the ballpark. Doors are about to open here at the Globe. Home of the Texas Rangers, 105 through the fan. It's Peagle Bobblehead Night presented by Golden Chick. Pudge is here signing autographs coming up at 5:15. They got a lot of great things going on here as always, and tickets still available. The rodeo guy, Shad Mayfield's going to throw out the first pitch. The American Rodeo champion, as championship weekend is coming up next weekend. So get your tickets for that now. But it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. 877-881-1053. What are some everyday items that you could use as a weapon for self-defense? We'll get to that in just a moment. Had a lot of good feedback on this on the Twitters. I know some people get offended when you don't call it X, but I'm always going to call it Twitters. I don't give a darn. We did get some Cowboys news, though, that came down within the last hour. According to Mike Garafolo, Cowboys worked out veteran offensive lineman Sadiq Charles today, former fourth-round pick of the Commanders. Just 25 years old still. I did like me some Sadiq Charles coming out of your LSU.
Yeah.
Brian Broaddus did not work out with Washington. Might have some flex, though. Maybe he's a guy that you move him inside to guard. Could that end up prolonging his career? But I like the possible competition at offensive line. They haven't signed him, but they just brought him in for a workout. One to monitor.
Yeah, I don't know where he's how good he's been, but I love that they're kicking the tires on dudes.
Former fourth-round pick. He did start for a little while with Washington, but certainly he wasn't good. That's why they went ahead and moved on from him. But again, I mean, a lot of these guys the Cowboys have brought in, it's like second-chance opportunities.
You always want to look into these,
something.
And I'll tell you why, Wolchuk. It's the perfect moment in a career where a guy could decide to start getting a little bit of help from Vitamin S. You know what I'm saying?
There you are.
I'm washing out, Mom. I'm thinking about roiding. Okay, honey, well, you just make sure you get a good doctor.
You do what you need to do.
Okay.
Just make sure you inject it cleanly.
Yeah. Make sure he's monitoring your prostate and everything, honey. But you get real strong.
Yeah. I mean, in football, it's a couple
Make it happen.
games.
Make it happen.
You're good.
Yeah.
Baseball's where it's tough. That's where they're still cracking down in a big way.
Tyler Guyton made an appearance on the Know-It-Alls podcast. That's Know-It-Alls with a Z on the Alls.
Sure did.
He's talking about a variety of things. One was the new coaching staff, and just the vibes are immaculate already so far. The energy inside the building. Here was Guyton.
We have a new O-line coach now. I don't know if y'all,
Connor Riley and Clayton Adams. Yeah.
I think that they're going to be a really nice two-headed dragon. We also got Ramon Chin Young, our offensive line assistant. He's a great dude. I feel like we have a great offensive line room building over here, and I think that having these coaches with the 1-2-3 punch is going to help everybody out. And they're coming with a new intensity. They're coming with a new attitude, and I see it changing our room already, and the year hasn't even started yet.
Hey, you never know the new coaches, how that can help. It's the coaches. It's not the players. It's the coaches. Maybe Mike Solari, maybe that just wasn't a great fit for some of these. I don't think it was for Terrence Steele. So you get the new coaches in here, maybe you can see an improvement just from that point alone.
Even if the new coach isn't any better, the fact that this kid has enthusiasm about it, he's fired up to get into work, that's worth the cost of changing coaches right there.
You also had the rare Texas Longhorn. In this case, it's the Oklahoma Sooner advocating for a Texas Longhorn. Because Tyler Guyton was talking up Jahdae Barron on this podcast, too. He said, I was talking to him. He really, really wants to be a Cowboy.
Sure.
Mentions the loss of Jordan Lewis and one guy that he thinks could fill that void. I mean, he's out here scouting him out, too. Could be Jahdae Barron. I don't think that's the route the Cowboys go, but I do like the scout's eye there from Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I mean, I think he's paying attention. Barron is an outstanding player, and you could play him. No question, you could play him on the inside. You could play him on the outside. You could play him at safety. You want to play him down. It's not like your guy with the Brian Branch type of a thing. But I've compared him to our guy with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, Trent McDuffie.
That's the kind of player I see when I watch this guy play. Yeah,
able to kick inside, outside, versatility.
But parameters could very well get Barron, you're not selected with the Cowboys, and that's how they evaluate, and that's the way they do things. So,
I went down the rabbit hole pretty good trying to find some sort of evidence or history that the short arm there will get you in trouble, and there's just not a lot of it. I think it kind of logically you're like, well, long arms, he's going to be able to get to that football a little bit better. Just doesn't bear out historically though with the data.
Now the Cowboys are, they know what they want to play with, I guess. And
sure.
And then they want to go bigger on the outside. We'll see what ends up happening on draft day.
They like their guys.
All right, let's slide into the list. The top 10 everyday items that could be used as weapons for self-defense. 877-881-1053. We had the 817. So basically all barbecue utensils might as well be registered weapons while they're cooking.
Meat thermometer could definitely murder somebody. Heart shot, jugular vein.
Spatula across the dome. They say that could make some sense.
I would go into the throat area.
Yeah, it's got to be
spatula.
more of a slice.
Yeah,
I think
would go
catch that
right
fine
in the
edge.
throat with the spatula.
Let's attack the throat region. See that?
I mean, obviously the machete, a lot of garden tools.
Yeah.
Sledgehammer.
Are they talking about
axe.
like a ballpoint pen? Or like a cell phone.
Yep, pen will be on here. So smartphone is honorable mention. You paid a lot for it, but it could also save your ass when one of its hard edges make contact with the head of someone who means to harm you.
The temple. Just take it, slam it in the side of someone's head.
A lot of these water canteens, like the Stanley with a good handle, if you brought that around in a haymaker,
like a helmet.
Halo
Definitely.
spinner motion, you could do some damage there. It's a good bludgeon, especially if it's full of water. Talk about bringing the pain.
That's heavy. It really is. Danny Mitchell said a booger never killed anyone, but it'll make most people run away. Just kind of threaten with the boog. It's a little bit gross, Danny.
A little bit gross.
You're right. It's kind of like
at this point, it's self-defense. It's whatever it takes.
No, it is. I mean, it's like Kobe Sapp used to say, who no one wants to fight the naked guy. So you just go ahead and disrobe, and you've probably won the fight because most likely people are just going to run away.
Depends on where you are geographically, I think.
We've got the cell phone from Matt Owen was brought up, the belt from Aaron, unplugging a hot iron, whip that around your assailant. That's going to work pretty well from Chris. Your thumbs only takes 1 pound of pressure to pop an eye out of its socket from Skip.
Yeah, my dad informed us of that a long time ago. Get in a situation, you just put a little pressure on that eye. Everything will come to a stop.
Yeah, I could see that. Tolo Shane said body spray.
Okay. It's like a pepper spray, dude. You get Axe body spray in your mouth and your nose and your eyes.
Yeah.
It'd be hard to breathe.
I think in your eyes would really, and then you're doubled over, then you grab something else and then hit him with that.
Yeah.
We also have the flashlight. Even a small one can make the point. It's never a bad idea to have one handy. You just kind of whip somebody with a flashlight.
I think the ballpoint pen. I'm still going with the pen.
The pen's pretty high up here. Hornet spray or bug spray.
Like Raid?
Yeah, if it's a home intruder you're dealing with and your normal method of home protection isn't available, this stuff shoots from distance and can cause some serious eye issues for whoever is on the receiving end of it. So this could work like pepper spray, essentially. The belt, you didn't like it when your dad used it on you. Neither will an intruder.
Can you get it off fast enough to make a difference?
Maybe you can just grab one if you have one handy. That I got multiple belts that I've got hanging in the closet.
Well, you'd use the belt to choke somebody?
You choke someone, you can whip them with it. Several ways this belt can end up working out.
Yeah, I mean, if you're swinging a decent-sized buckle, that catches somebody in the face, that's definitely going to get some attention.
Definitely cause blood. Aluminum water bottles. It not only keeps your water cold, but it's also a solid object that can do some damage if used properly. If it's one with a key ring on it and you have the time, you can also loop your belt through it and make an old Indiana Jones caliber swinging object.
Yeah, you could.
So now we're thinking next level with this thing. We're combining household objects to make a killing machine.
That's hilarious.
I think you can go with car keys, in between the fingers.
The car keys are definitely
take one
a good
through
one.
the
gouge.
Fingers,
the wristwatch. Well, you might want to not want to damage your valuable timepiece. When push comes to shove, you might find it a handy brass knuckle substitute.
Oh, there you go.
I see. Wrap that band around your fingers.
The keys, for sure. Walk through a bad area with a few car keys sticking through your knuckles can be a warning sign that you're not an easy mark. Don't be sneaking up behind me. I'm prepared.
And I got my Honda key right here ready for you.
Done that from time to time, just in case with the keys. The pen, as seen in Casino, more of an instigator than a victim there, but in some instances the pen can be just as mighty as the sword. I mean, heck, if you saw The Dark Knight, show you a magic trick and make this pencil disappear.
Unbelievable.
I think the second to last episode of the original Dexter series.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
He did some pen stuff.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic move. I've seen stories about that with forks.
Oh,
the
yeah.
bar.
And people were texting in forks. Like, just, maybe you can just go ahead and use utensils in general. I mean, of course, the knives around the house.
I do think like a cast iron skillet of sorts, because now you have sort of like a shield protector,
Yeah,
but then it can also.
I saw my dad get hit in the head with a skillet one time.
Oh, yeah.
A flying skillet?
Yeah, my grandma, she was cooking breakfast. My dad said something about one of her friends, and she just turned and whacked him in the back of the head with the skillet.
What'd he say? Was it a compliment?
It was kind of an old, I can't say.
Was he disrespecting her, or was he
big time disrespecting her?
So it was kind of
Was she in the midst of cooking with that pan?
What?
Was she cooking with the pan?
Oh yeah, she was getting ready to put eggs, and she was at the stove.
Wow.
And that's like,
that's old school right there.
Old Betsy is kind of an old. And then she just wheeled and hit my dad, and he went down.
So that's grandma hitting dad.
Yeah, in the back of the head.
That'll get you. That'll get you. We've got shoelaces are being texted in. A fire poker being texted in.
That's like an assassin mentioning shoelaces.
Just
what are you,
Married?
MacGyver?
That movie, Just Married, they threw the fire poker. That thing looked painful. Or you've also got, now I don't know how many ashtrays we've got laying around now, but you throw an ashtray.
Throw an ashtray.
That could be weighted down.
My mom was on a jury one time. Kids killed mom with fire utensils.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Shovel, poker.
The shovel, the poker, yeah. Took them a while, too.
Oh, my God. Fire extinguishers on here if one's nearby and accessible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big bludgeon
you can
right there
definitely
with a nice
somebody on the
edge
head
to
with
it.
that. A coffee mug, like the coffee
I was about to
pot.
say, you could hit somebody with a mug or a cup.
The mug would work.
Like a glass. You could just take a glass and slam it off.
Yeah, the coffee pot and the coffee mug.
Yeah.
So, all if you're just in a pickle and you need to defend yourself, all of these household items could help you out in a pinch.
I think that's one of the
Or a
main
Glock.
principles of special forces is using the items around you in your environment to be as lethal as possible. Thank you for the reminder, Wolchuk, on some of those. I'll keep them in mind for the
You
weekend.
can never be too careful, especially with daughters.
Eric Nadell's coming up at 5:20. We'll talk with the Hall of Fame announcer, Jared Sandler, coming up next as we're live at the Globe getting ready for Rangers and Rays tonight. Pregame at 6:30, and we're back in the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll talk Rangers, Rays. Get your...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much. Ross Lubinsky in for Lucius today as Jared Sandler sits down with us. We're live at the Globe at the Comerica backyard out here in center field. And a good afternoon, Jared. It's great to see you at the ballpark once again.
What's up, fellas? It's great to see you guys. And I think there's a Peagle giveaway. I don't know. There are a lot of people lined up. Did you guys get one?
There's a Peagle bobblehead giveaway. Where are you with the Peagle?
I think the Peagle's cool. I was kind of hoping that the Peagle would take on kind of a life of its own. And I don't know. Do you guys feel like...
I think it's still it's a little bit niche, and I think aren't they doing away with it?
Well, yeah. So just to clarify that for people who I think ran in a direction with that, the City Connect uniforms all exist, I believe, on like a 3-year basis, and then you get a new one. So there was no like, hey, we are making the conscious decision to change. I think like this was always going to be a 3-year uniform. This is year 3. Now the Peagle could still exist.
Okay.
Like if there is a demand for the Peagle, even if it doesn't exist on a jersey, like maybe they could create a Peagle mascot. I don't know.
Because it feels like the Peagle demand is real tonight, like the Peagle bobblehead night.
But like, don't you think? I agree, but I feel like you could put anything on a bobblehead and people just like.
Yeah, you might be right.
The bobblehead demand is real.
But oftentimes, like they will come to us with whatever the giveaway is when we're here.
No?
And tonight they were like, "Hey, we just don't know if we're going to have enough."
Wow,
like I think they're expecting a pretty big turnout for it.
Maybe there's a way to like keep the Peagle alive, resuscitate the Peagle, even if I have no honest to God, I have no idea what the City Connects. I have told you guys this before. I am like very low on the totem pole and like the jersey beat writer, like familiar.
They don't ask
you know,
like, for recommendations for the
what's
fashion.
That?
They don't ask you the fashion recommendations.
They don't ask me for recommendations, but if they did, then that probably would not. I don't know. Like when I create a jersey in MLB The Show, like I think it's a pretty sweet jersey, but no one else does. I'm pro neon. Did you guys see the Stars? You know, like the jerseys they wore last night.
I like those.
The black with the neon. Like, I think that's pretty slick. It looks good on TV at least.
So you're submitting ideas off of MLB The Show to the Rangers, and they're shooting you down?
No, but not a bad idea. When you
show names, he's doing that too.
What's that?
Show names. You're recommending show names for your podcast and things like that.
Oh yeah. We'll see. We'll see what legal approves there. But no, in MLB The Show, there's a game mode called Diamond Dynasty. So this is my like on the road unplug after a game. I put quick pitch on, and then I play MLB The Show for like an hour, and it's actually like helpful because sometimes you get so tunnel visioned with your team and whoever the Rangers are playing. It like helps just. Hey, just a reminder, this guy's on this team now, whatever. But anyway, you can create jerseys because it's like a custom team. And so, I have some fun with that.
What's the buzz around the group right now? 2 series, 5-2, maybe fortunate to be 5-2?
Yeah, I mean, I think they know that, whatever level of offense they've had is not sustainable if they want to win games. But they're 5-2, and I think that they realize, like, one of the things that you hear pitchers say is you make 30 starts. 20 of them, are going to be, hopefully like a good representation of who you are. 5 of them, you're just going to be vibing that day, right? And then 5 of them, you might not have it. But, like, how many of those 5 can you figure out how to win? And I think from a team standpoint, over 162 games, you're going to have a certain amount of games where it's like, yeah, no one's beating us on this day. You're going to have, a large chunk of games where it's probably an average representation of who you are. And then you're going to have games where it's like, man, it's just not all clicking. But, like, how many of those games can we figure out how to win? And I guess you could chalk up the 2 wins in Cincinnati as games that maybe that you shouldn't win when you only score 1 run, but they were able to do it. But obviously this lineup needs to tick it up. And, you guys everyone asked last year, like, at what point are you concerned? And the common refrain was, this lineup's way too good. They're going to figure it out, but they never did, right? And so, but they're also not coming off a World Series this year. And so I understand if fans are like, oh, is it more of the same? And hopefully they can start to turn things around starting tonight.
How's Corey Seager's calf?
I think he's fine. Listen, this guy, they're guys who they do a lot of charitable work, like athletes, but you never know about it, right? Because they don't. And then there are guys who it's like, every little single thing that they do. With Corey Seager, he's more the former when it comes to health. I don't think we realize the extent to which he plays through things. And so I think the calf is something he's just going to have to monitor until it goes away. But so maybe day games after night games, stuff of that nature, they might, be careful early on. But, I don't think – I think he will tell you that is not a fair excuse if my production is not where it needs to be, because he has played through far worse and produced at a high level.
Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
What are we thinking about Tyler Mahle tonight?
Well, hopefully he gets more than 5 outs. But, the thing with Tyler Mahle, his last start, I'm not saying I would take that over what you got from Kumar Rocker, but kind of would. It wasn't like he was getting hit. He just a lot of long at-bats, and he couldn't throw strikes. And if that was a common issue for him, then it's like, oh, here we go again. Sure. But it's not. That's never really been a big issue. And for guys who largely didn't pitch for 2 years plus, it's understandable if there's a little bit of inconsistency with the command. But, what you would like to see is obviously a step in the right direction there, and, at least 5, maybe 6 innings, and just get the command back. But the good thing, if there is a positive out of an outing that was an inning and 2/3, and I'm not going to sit here and act like there are a lot of positives out of that, it wasn't like they were squaring him up. It just, it was some foul balls, and then walks and lengthy at-bats, and then strikeouts. He was missing bats, and those add up, and I think they're going to be cautious with him coming off of 2 years largely of not pitching from a pitch count standpoint, so they didn't feel the need to push it.
Do we have a Josh Young update?
Supposed to come off the IL on Tuesday, which is the earliest in which he could, so that's a good sign. He's going to probably get some at-bats, if not tomorrow. Sunday in Frisco's a DH, maybe play the field. He was taking ground balls earlier today, so I think he should be fine. And it's just at this point it's a matter of staying healthy, right? You can just tell when you talk to him, he's so frustrated. All he wants is just to stay healthy, I think obviously this lineup would benefit tremendously from having him in consistently.
Indeed. Okay, so speaking of this lineup and getting some runs across the plate, how do they match up with this Tampa pitching staff this weekend?
Well, Tampa, so first of all, Zach Littell, he was in camp with the Rangers in 23. Obviously, that year worked out just fine for the Rangers. He was really bad in spring training. It was like, gosh, well, this guy's on again. And then he went to the Red Sox. He went to AAA with the Rangers, went to the Red Sox, and then like a lot of pitchers, Tampa Bay gets him, and they figure it out, right? He's got this great splitter-sinker combo. He doesn't walk guys. He actually hasn't walked guys in 4 straight starts dating back to last year. Mm-hmm. But just in general, so Taj Bradley is going to throw tomorrow, and this is a Tampa Bay staff, like the Rangers starting staff, they strike a lot of guys out. I mean, it's early, but through the first week and change, these are 2 of the 3 best starting rotations in terms of strikeout percentage. So they'll miss a lot of bats. It seems like they pull pitchers out of the parking lot and they find ways to make them really good. And then from a lineup standpoint, nothing that really jumps out where it's like, wow, we got to get through this part of the lineup. Junior Caminero is going to be really, really good. He's super young, and so maybe not all the way there yet, but they're really athletic and they're going to run. And we've seen that teams can run on the Rangers, and until they prove otherwise, I imagine teams are going to remain aggressive there.
Why are teams able to run on the Rangers so much? Is that just not something they emphasize?
No, I mean, so I'll say this. Prior to the disengagement rule being enforced or put in place, a lot of teams didn't emphasize that because the running game was in a decline, and it's like, hey, you know what? Stop it. Who cares? We're just going to focus on the hitter. Well, now base running is back up from a stolen base standpoint. I thought Bruce Bochy had a really interesting point that because of the pitch comm, which is not just for calling pitches, but you can call pickoff moves or step up, whatever. A lot of these pitchers who come up, they become so robotic. They're not forced to think for themselves in terms of, okay, hey, I got to vary my time to the plate, or I'm going to step off, or I'm going to, if I'm a lefty, I'm going to change my leg kick, the slide step, stuff like that. All the little things you can do. It's not as natural for them to think about those sorts of things. And I get it. It's a lot to think about how I'm going to get this hitter out, but that's a part of pitching, right? The other thing is, with I guess I mentioned the slide step. That's a lost art right? There are a lot of pitchers that used to mix up whether the leg kick or slide step, and not as many pitchers use the slide step now. And then from a catching standpoint, obviously, it's also incumbent upon the catcher. But Jonah Heim's got a really good arm. Now, that's never been a huge strength of Kyle Higashioka's, but, he brings a lot of other things behind the plate. But, in a lot of cases, these catchers really haven't had a ton of opportunity because these pitchers are not doing their part in controlling the running game.
Jared, have you heard any discussion, at least early in the season, about scheduling quirks? Where you open a season 4 games at home, 3 on the road, come back for 3, then go back out on the road. Does that ever come up in conversations with, of how you get a start? I mean, I thought it was unusual with the 4 games at home and then you go on the road.
3 straight series that are. This is authenticated?
Yeah, it is. They were using the Boston game the other day.
Garabito out.
Garabito got an out with that ball.
One of one. A lot of money. So now. I know, like this Tampa team, for instance, this is their only road series for the first 3.5 weeks,
and they're playing at the Yankees
Steinbrenner Field.
Steinbrenner Field.
So I don't know if this has anything to do with it, Broadus, but you got 2 teams in unique ballpark situations: the Athletics
and the
sharing,
A's.
and then and with Tampa, they are front loading their home games to try and minimize the amount of home games June, July, August because of the rain and the inconsistencies with the rain.
Yeah.
Now, it's not like they aren't going to play home games, but they have a 14-day road trip, which we never have anything more than a 10-day road trip, right?
That's crazy.
So it's an additional series. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but yeah, this is odd. And then I think the Rangers will eventually get back into the week on the road, week at home flow with a few interruptions. But yeah, this is definitely kind of a choppy way to begin the season for sure.
Our guy Jack Leiter is the nickname Lights. Did I see that?
Lights.
I saw that. I was wondering if you'd seen that as well. No, no confirmation on that.
Lights out Leiter.
Is that what people are? I mean,
I
we're
guess
going
Sean
to do lights
Merriman
with
had
that
that.
jack-o'-lantern or something.
How's everything going with being on TV and radio at the same time?
I mean, it's fun. I think it's cool to connect with more Rangers fans. I do love how the visual allows you to kind of demonstrate and show things, and I think Basic's done such a great job at from an analyst perspective. We're having some fun. We got some tricks coming this weekend, which will be cool. We're obviously trying to be sensitive to the fact that there is a strong segment of listeners who are listeners only, and not trying to totally ignore them. So Broadus, exactly. And that's a balancing act. So appreciate people's patience with that. But it's been a lot of fun.
I love what the road elements can do to your hair from time to time.
Man, I like how you look
and
cold.
for the Evo interview too, right?
The wind and the cold looks like that plays on you sometimes.
Let me tell you something.
You looked cold the other day in the post game.
Ask Christy Sales for advice.
You pop on TV. You look damn good. Okay,
coming from the best-looking guy, second best-looking guy at the station, Eric. I appreciate it.
The crash
guys,
diet, intermittent fasting deal, the jawline. I mean, you look incredible.
Yeah. Nice man. It's a pity I'm not single. Otherwise, maybe
you'd be cleaning up with dudes
we do this
around
10
the country.
Years ago? Then Blake Lively would be,
right there.
Yeah, she would. I mean, like Ryan. At that point, Ryan Reynolds would have nothing on me.
No,
right?
he'd have no chance.
Because
was she with Gosling then? Wasn't she with both Ryans?
Well, they're both. First of all, they're both stunning.
Yeah,
right?
they don't take a candle to you, bro.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Eyes.
I try to forget. I don't think there was a Ryan Gosling era. There might have been. I mean, there was a Penn Badgley era.
Yeah.
I mean, she's had a few, but there's still also one coming in the future she just doesn't know about. What's that?
She's never had the Sandman.
Never had the Sandman, but that's okay.
Thank you, Jared.
And Emily would be okay with it too.
Have a great night.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here on your home of the 2023 World Series champs. The fans they're heading in. They got their Peagle bobbleheads. They're probably heading to Hurtado for a brisket baked potato, maybe some brisket nachos, some birria tacos, whatever you want. They got it down there for you at Hurtado. Okay, but we got 3 down, hour and a half to go. And football's finest coming up next with the Chief, buddy. Where are you taking it?
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
That's right. It's the G-Bag Nation, hour number 4. And it's essentially our opening day here at the ballpark. Our first of many shows this season on your home of the Rangers live at the Globe. The Comerica backyard, center field, suite level. You know, if you're on your way out here, we'd love to have you swing on by. They're handing out Peagle bobbleheads. The fans are psyched. The Rangers victorious in their 2 opening series and now hosting the Rays tonight. 6:30 pregame coming up with Sands. Tyler Mahle on the hill. We're excited to see, what he can do in his second start. But got to talk a lot of football between now and then. And here's the Chief with an edition of the finest.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the countdown to the loaded Hurtado baked potato is on. Ladies and gentlemen, as Ruben Portillo, our wonderful engineer, has scurried on over to the Hurtado concession stand, and he's going to be bringing back those loaded baked potatoes. I cannot wait to crush it with my hands and mouth only. I am very much so looking forward to that. Now, I was looking forward to getting the DeMarvion Overshow news today that he's been teasing for so long, and I'm wondering if we're getting ball sacked on this thing.
I don't think so.
You don't think we're getting Agent Zero?
Yeah.
I think you're on to something.
I thought I was too. I thought he was going back to the number 0 like he repped at UT. And yesterday he said tomorrow around noon, right at noon yesterday with the countdown clock. And then today I'm on the Twitter account. I see nothing. There's been no announcements made. So I don't know if he's pulling a fast one on us, or if plans got changed, or if they got delayed a little bit.
I think you're on to something.
We haven't gotten any updates of, like, my apologies, guys. I thought it was going to be a noon announcement, but it might be a different day.
Slight delay, stand by, none of that.
I don't think Overshown's the ball sacking kind of guy.
No, I'm sure it's just a matter of time. Maybe with the 30-day visits, they were like, hey, just give us some time. We'll make this official afterwards.
Sometimes you can get real enthusiastic and think something sounds like a great idea, and you're not a daily social media guy. Maybe you don't circle back around. Maybe you don't even think about it.
Really left the people hanging here on the edge of our seats. What's the Overshown?
I mean, you can only get away with it once, but that's a pretty good tease. Raised his brand awareness a little bit.
That's true.
I'd be looking for a payoff, and
I think it's going to happen.
I think
you're on to something.
Well, can somebody confirm whether or not this particular excerpt is a ball sacking, or if this is just tried and true football? Because I saw a quote from Peyton Manning about his brother Eli.
Be ball sacking if that's the case.
And we know how those guys like to poke fun at each other.
You sure do.
Yeah. If it's a compliment, it's a ball sack.
Okay, well, this is not a compliment, so maybe this is football. As the story reads, most people don't know that Cooper, Arch's dad, was the most talented athlete in the family. I was the best in school. Eli was different. We didn't think he had the cognitive capacity to play football. Peyton says of Eli, one time when we were kids, I took his tennis ball that Dad let him play with in the backyard. He became filled with rage. He picked me up and threw me clear across the yard in a perfect spiral. I've never seen such strength. Dad called it his quote-unquote special power. So we taught him how to throw, taught him a few sentences, and sent him off to Ole Miss. The rest is history.
I love it.
If he said it, he said it tongue-in-cheek, and it's brilliant. I hope it's real.
I bet it's real.
I hope that is
he's talked about Cooper being the best athlete
special
before.
strength.
So I think this is accurate.
Oh, how beautiful. Look how gorgeous this is.
Oh, we've got
double
potatoes.
fisting, hurtado loaded, baked potatoes
Attaboy,
here.
Ruben
at
Portillo.
Globe Life Field. Ruben Portillo bringing it strong. Look at that. Oh,
Dawson
my.
is now.
Oh, my.
Dawson is.
Gosh.
Is there anything on there like sour cream
Look
or
at
anything
the
like
size
that?
of that thing.
Dude, Dawson's
that's
not
Holy cow. And salute to Broadus for he's a jolly good fella.
They got to be injecting these potatoes.
Picking
with,
these up.
God knows.
I'm going to take a picture and post them at G-Bag Nation.
Extra large potatoes.
That's a roided baked
That's a
potato
monster.
right
That's a potato football.
Yeah.
That thing's put
not-
a business card next to it for scale.
Shout out to Rachel Ring, who's come firsthand to view this.
Rachel's the one who showed the
There's
photo
no
from
way in hell you're eating this with your hands.
opening.
You can't
week.
pick that up.
You can't pick it up.
I mean, you could maybe cradle it.
I was thinking this was your run-of-the-mill regulation potato.
No.
That's a potato on steroids.
I'm not
It
kidding
is a
you.
steroid
That's
potato.
probably 5 baked potatoes in one.
Can we show it on the
right?
camera?
Would you
Yeah,
guess
please.
that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Please
God,
do.
this
Good
is
idea.
Look how
amazing. Look at this.
the tonnage.
Oh, there's jalapenos.
Walchuk, you
Look
gotta
at that.
hold this.
Am I
thing.
holding it the right way there?
queso. Yeah, that's good. See, the queso is going to make that really hard. That's going to be a messy.
I think the general size of this thing, I might have bit off more than I could chew.
Yeah, you did.
Just, I mean, I didn't know it was a freaking football.
Yeah, that is the
football
size of a
baked
football.
potato. Hold that thing.
That is the
Please
size
hold
of a
it,
football.
Walchuk.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to two-hand
I almost fingered it. You do have to two-hand it. Oh, this is like at least 3 pounds.
I was gonna say,
at
dude,
least 3 pounds.
that's a newborn baby
Golly.
wrapped up in a potato sleeve.
This is gushing with God knows what's
Looks
all on
incredible.
this. It does look great, but that's a hefty. It's like a torpedo bat.
That's more than I signed up for.
Yeah.
But I signed up for it.
That's
so
large. And
here
in
we are.
charge.
I'm looking forward to that. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's talk some backs. Actually, first we have to acknowledge Julio Jones hanging him up.
Oh yeah, Julio Jones officially retired. Officially retired.
He's been unofficially retired for the last probably 3 or 4 years.
I guess he was like trying to maybe consider playing last year, but nobody called. So now he's officially retired. He's sending
You
his
hate to see it. I mean, the man was washed up for a good 4 years before he retired. That little self-awareness, Jules.
Man, tell you what, I'm hungry though.
13 seasons, 7-time Pro Bowler.
Go for it.
What could have been?
I'll go for it here in a moment. Now, we did have an anonymous NFL executive likening Ben Johnson to Sean McVay, and the void for the Lions offense is going to be huge.
Okay.
Ben Johnson took total advantage of the 4-down game management approach from Man Campbell because he's really, really good at play calling. He's an evil genius, is what he said. He says losing him would almost be like the Rams losing Sean McVay.
Wow.
Oh. If that proves true, I mean, that'll be an interesting case study. In the same division, how well can Ben Johnson acclimate to being the head man for what has been a disaster class of a franchise for many years? Can he propel them into some level of playoff conversation, all the while same division, now that the Lions have been torn down from a staff standpoint, because it's also Aaron Glenn on the defensive side? Man, we saw how tough that was for the Eagles the first time around.
You know, I like the comparison that it could be as bad as losing McVay. I just can't go to Ben Johnson's as good as McVay because what you mentioned there, managing the team and everything, it's tough. I think you could be tactically and schematically the best and fail as a head coach because of the responsibility of leading those men and all those other coaches. Mm-hmm. It's such a massive job, and a lot of people just don't have the fortitude, the character, the charisma, whatever it takes to be the leader of all of them.
The other news from earlier we mentioned, but the Chargers have signed former Cowboys backup quarterback Trey Lance to a 1-year deal worth up to $6.2 million. So he doesn't have to go to what was that, Saskatchewan?
CFL.
Yeah.
Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Harbaugh probably know what to do with him.
Yeah.
And that's to stop pretending like he'll ever be a good thrower.
Yeah, that's just to hand the ball off, really. That's what you do with Trey Lance. You give him the ball to hand it to another guy.
You run with him. You know, you throw sparingly and you hand off with him. And if you're doing that, then I think he's got a decent chance of getting you a win in the regular season if the schedule sets up while your guy's out.
Colorado Buffaloes had their pro day today, and Deion Sanders promised his son Shiloh a brand new car if he clocked in a 4.4 on his 40-yard dash. What do you think Shiloh ran?
4.50.
He was 4.5 plus, I'm sure, like 4.53.
4.52 and a 4.59 were the two times for old Shiloh.
4.52, 4.59. You split that. That's 7. That's 4.55.
Yeah. So
I'll take the over.
He will not be getting the 4.4 speed vehicle that his father promised him. It is crazy that Deion can be that fast, that explosive and athletic, and his sons, yes, they are for like general human population extreme athletes, but on NFL standards, they don't even come close. Like Shedeur Sanders is not some Lamar Jackson type. If you were telling me that Deion Sanders' son was going to be playing quarterback in the NFL, you'd be like, okay, is he Jaden Daniels? Is he Lamar Jackson? Is he Kyler Murray? It's like, no, he's not really super mobile. He's not a super speedster. Shiloh, who's a DB, same thing.
It just shows the genetic lottery that you got to hit, even if your parents got it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you still. It's so rare that a great has another kid that's a great. Like the Manning family might be the rare exception. You know,
the Griffey son
for
might
sure.
be better than the dad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Griffey Jr. better than Griffey Sr. Is there another Griffey coming?
No, I was just saying.
Okay.
I was just saying that.
I mean, the Kachucks right now in the NHL, that's a
The
heck of a
Kachucks
family
are. You're
line.
right about that. That's true.
But usually it's like 50-50, right? Like if you're super fast and your spouse is super slow, your kid's going to have average speed, right? Usually it doesn't like lock on to the best one.
It's funny you say that because Odell Beckham's mom was a track athlete at LSU.
Yeah.
And dad was a football player.
Yeah, you got to get both.
You got to get both. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Somebody said that
Poor Abby.
I did mention the other day, the 817, saying that once I looked at the potato, I'd be able to ballpark how many bites it would take. I'm thinking 25 bites on this.
25 bites?
Add a 1 to that.
Is
Brett.
that bigger than what you
It's
thought it was?
125 bites.
125? Yes, it's bigger than I didn't think it was going to be bigger than your dome, bro.
I'm so
I didn't
happy
think it was
right
going to be
now.
Bochy's size.
He did get the
dome.
bigger of the two, by the way.
Oh, man.
Brian.
Yeah, I did get the bigger of the two.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's fine.
as you should.
Now we're
He's
It's
used
fine.
to that.
Oh, my father-in-law just walked by.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that's who that was
Yep.
smiling at us?
Yep.
Salute to
Big
you, sir.
Tolo right there.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome, dude.
Thank God he walked away.
Congratulations
Okay,
on the son-in-law of the year.
we have some sound. Saquon Barkley.
What, did you just kind of wave him off?
I thought he was going to try and jump on air. I'm like, I don't need you telling any stories about me.
You kind of shoot off your
he
father.
did. He kind of gave him the wave like,
Get
out of here.
Step back, stay behind
No,
them.
he's awesome.
It's a
Stay
proud
behind the
grandpa
lines.
right there. You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah, he is, man.
man, he's like, what the hell are you doing here working?
Saquon Barkley was on
bum.
Hot Ones.
He was on Hot Ones?
He's on Hot Ones.
Nice.
And
That's a weak challenge.
Oh, jeez.
The Hot One sauces are actually
Weak.
not that
Weak. We've done
punishing.
this. We were eating them with steak. It was weak. Weak challenge.
We did enjoy them, but everybody handles
Bro,
heat
you
differently.
you did not have a problem with that.
No, we did.
Dawson, just cut it in half.
Ultimately, we were
You're
good.
going on the side. There you go.
Dawson's digging into the HGH, human
It's
growth
got to be like
hormone potato.
injected with something, man.
He looks
they don't
like
make
he
potatoes
just
like this
tasted a
normally.
little bit of heaven.
It's injected with barbecue brilliance.
And
Oh my
love.
gosh. Okay, here's Saquon Barkley talking on Hot Ones about his welcome to the NFL moment featuring Hall of Famer Julius Peppers.
Going from college to the NFL, like, were there any moments that stand out in your memory?
I kicked a little bit at the end.
Yeah,
Okay,
right. I think it heard you talking a little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you the story. Julius Peppers, obviously unbelievable talent. My rookie year, we had a play. I broke it outside and kind of got blown dead. I think it was a flag on it. And he had me, like, right here, like, had, like, by my shoulder pads. And, like, I'm like, he's trying me. So I went like this. Like, I try to hit his arm down and didn't move. And I try to hit it again and didn't move. And then I'm looking at him like, all right, bro, like, come on. Like, let me go. And then that's, like, when I realized that, like, there's a difference between, like, grown men strength and, like, being strong in the weight room. And, yeah, that was probably, like, my most humbling moment of my life, not just on the football field, but as a man too.
Dude, Julius Peppers is one of the biggest physical athletic freaks this world's ever seen.
No question.
Yeah. Two-sport athlete, UNC, incredible pass rusher for many years. But, I mean...
He won the Green Bay, we talk about the Green Bay-Dallas playoff game. That fumble he caused to DeMarco Murray.
That's right.
That really was the difference in that game.
Yeah.
Dallas was going in to score.
Big-time player. But they showed the clip of it where Julius Peppers is just not letting him go. And Barkley's like doing everything he can, bashing his hands off him. Let me go. And he's just not flinching at all.
That's the way I felt shaking Leonard Davis's hand back in 2010. I was like, good Lord.
That's a bear paw.
Yeah. Very.
With the big sweaty glove on?
Yes. Had a big sweaty glove on.
Yeah.
We'll close it down with
like a hockey locker room after that.
Your Ashton Genty stat of the day. He was met at or behind the line of scrimmage 347 times during his career at Boise State.
Never
so he's getting
loss.
the ball, and he's at the line of scrimmage, or he's in the backfield when he's being contacted by defenders. He gained almost 1,500 yards after contact on those runs, resulting in over 1,000 yards gained. Genty is the first running back to ever top 1,000 yards on runs where initial contact occurred at or behind the line of scrimmage.
He's special, man.
He is, dude.
Unbelievable. And
Julius Peppers wouldn't want anything to do with that guy.
I just can't believe we're at a spot now where it's considered just about a foregone conclusion that he will not be available. No way for the Cowboys at 12. It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while drinking. It's what you drinking and what you thinking here at 877-881-1053. Ross Lubinsky will get your phone calls screened up. We'll have a baseball chat with Eric Nadel, and then we'll jump into your phone calls here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I have to chat about another nation altogether, the Window Nation, because it is spring and April. Absolute machine, and I think he'd had to cut it in half, but he is doing it with his hands.
Well, so the back part fell off.
Oh, it broke.
So it broke in half, and honestly, the back part looked like a normal-sized potato.
But he is more than halfway through this thing, like 5 minutes into it, and an absolute monster of the cuisine world here. It's our very own Eric Chiafalo. Your phone call is coming up in just a second. It's a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. A lot of stuff to react to. And this segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts, but it is time now for the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Tylog Georgia Eye Care and by TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, Eric. How the heck you doing up there?
I am doing great. I wish I'd known you guys were out here. I would have wandered out to where you are. I'm sorry I didn't. Sorry I wasn't aware of it.
All good, man. It is always good to see you, but we'll have to catch up with you next time, or maybe we'll make our way up there during the game, Eric. But first question, if you were nervous about the offense this offseason, what did the first couple of series do for you there? Where are you at with it?
Well, it's interesting. The Rangers are in the same situation as a lot of other clubs in that they're not scoring runs. The league average for runs is barely over 4 runs a game. You know, over the course of the season, it'll wind up around 4.5 runs a game probably. You look at the team batting average at 192. Runs average just over 2.5 per game. They have some company down around there, including the Astros and Seattle in our own division. And you look at their earned run average at 290, which is third best in the league. You know, these are numbers that are not going to hold up either way. So you don't want to draw conclusions this early. But the most encouraging thing, I think, has been the performance of Jacob deGrom and Jack Leiter in the Ranger rotation, who certainly would have been considered question marks, you know, coming into spring training anyway.
Yeah, those couple of starts were so energizing for, you know, fans wanting to see this team have success this year. Now, put context around Leiter's 2 games here. Is it too early to say he's arrived?
I don't think it's too early to say. I think it's clear that he has calmed down now, which I think was the biggest problem last year. He looks like a different guy out there. He's not fidgety. He's not jumpy. He looks totally poised. You know, unfortunately, this blister of his may set him back a while. You know, Bruce Bochy was talking today about the possibility that Leiter might have to miss a couple of starts, might actually go on the injured list. They're going to make a decision sometime in the next hour on that. But, you know, he'll be back soon enough, and I'm very encouraged by what he's done so far. On the other hand, you know, Kumar Rocker had a rough start. His command was very poor. Tyler Mahle had a bad start. His command was very poor. And you need those 2 guys to turn it around, and we'll see if Mahle can do it tonight.
Eric, the big storyline first week of the season has been the torpedo bats. I mean, you've seen it all in your time in Major League Baseball. What's your takeaway? Is this much ado about nothing? Are you super intrigued by this? What are your thoughts on the torpedo bat?
I'm very intrigued by it. It's definitely not nothing. If a guy has the barrel where the trademark of the bat used to be, then it gives him an opportunity to get jammed somewhat and still get good wood on the ball. It seems to make a lot of sense to me. I know there have been variations of this bat going way, way back, but I think it was the success of the Yankees that has caused everybody to jump on the bandwagon. Apparently, the Rangers have received a couple of the bats. Jock Peterson is going to use one tonight. We know that much. We'll keep an eye out to see if other guys are using it too.
Eric, in your Hall of Fame career, would you have ever believed you would call games in 2 minor league parks during a regular season?
Probably not. Probably not. You know, we've played in some weird places. We played in Orlando one year. a few games where the Braves used to have their spring training.
Sure.
We played games against the Rays there. We've played in Puerto Rico in the regular season when the Montreal Expos were playing games there before they moved to Washington. And also we opened the season in San Juan one year as an international game. I'd like to see the Rangers get a chance to play in Mexico or some other foreign country, Dominican Republic, or go to Europe like some other clubs have gotten the opportunity to do, or go to Asia. The Rangers haven't been invited to do that yet, but playing in Tampa at Steinbrenner Field and in West Sacramento in Sutter Health Ballpark will certainly be an interesting experience.
It's Eric Nadel here with you on The Fan. Speaking of interesting experiences, historic runs of 1-0 games, Eric. You ever seen anything like this?
Not quite like this. I do remember some, really memorable 1-0 games. Most notably in 1980 was my second year on this job. On opening day, the Rangers played the Yankees, and the Yankees were a total powerhouse back then. And it was a 0-0 game until the 12th inning on opening day. John Matlack was the Ranger pitcher. He was the guy who always seemed to get no run support. Ron Guidry was pitching for the Yankees that day. Jeez. They went to extra innings, 0-0. The starters came out of the game, and in the 12th inning, the Yankees had Goose Gossage on the mound, future Hall of Famer. He gave up an infield hit to Mickey Rivers. The third baseman threw the ball away. Rivers wound up at second. Bump Wills bunted him over to third. And then the Yankees walked the next two batters intentionally. They walked Al Oliver and Buddy Bell intentionally to set up the force at the plate. Richie Zisk was at the plate.
Oh, let's go.
All the Rangers needed was a sacrifice fly or maybe a slow ground ball that they couldn't turn a double play on. Gossage uncorked a wild pitch. Richie never even got to swing the bat, and the Rangers won 1-0 in 12 innings before a sellout crowd. It was a nationally televised game, and that's the 1-0 game that really stands out in my mind that the Rangers won.
So a Greg Nettles era led to a Rangers victory here?
Yeah, it was actually Greg Nettles. That is correct.
Yeah. All right.
Eric, your hometown Mets are doing something amazing with ballpark food. Every other day we're seeing stuff that's like, talk radio worthy. What's going on up there? Are they trying to make that ballpark like a food destination?
I hope so. We're going there later on this year. I'm looking forward to trying out some of that stuff. We're not going there till September, so they should have all the wrinkles worked out by then, and it should be a gourmet feast when we go to New York.
All righty, sir. Well, enjoy the game. Thanks for your insights on all things baseball. Anything else before we let you go?
Well, we want to put in a plug for the birthday benefit concert. This year we're moving it to the Longhorn Ballroom on May 29th. Tickets are already on sale at longhornballroom.com. Shiny Ribs and Secret Sisters will be the groups performing, and all the money goes to the Grant Halliburton Foundation. So check it out, longhornballroom.com, May the 29th, which is an off day during a Ranger homestand.
The Eric Nadel Show brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. Have a great weekend, sir. Catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the game.
Salute. There he goes, the great Hall of Fame announcer of your Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel. And it is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Let's go around the room as Eric Chiafalo is in the last handful of bites of this loaded brisket baked potato from Hurtado at the Yard. I had half of one, split it with Broadus. Thank you so much for picking that up for us. I would say absolutely delicious. So what I'm drinking is a 20-ounce Diet Coke, and what I'm thinking is the barbecue that Hurtado was putting down here at the Globe is the best food you'll have at a sporting event anywhere. I think they've made history, and I think they have set a new standard for cuisine at sporting events. Hopefully the rest of the world follows suit, Brian, because I could use some barbecue like that wherever I go.
I'm going to second this. I'm drinking just currently a water, but I'm thinking also, too, though, it's rare that you go to a place and think, you have an idea of what you think it might be.
Yeah.
And then the expectations of it is kind of like, it's just going to be okay.
It exceeds everything you thought.
It's everything it's everything and more when it comes to the use of a giant potato with queso, chopped beef, all this, the scallions in it, everything about it. I was thinking, this is just going to be one of those things that's thrown together. This thing was made with some love. And I'll tell you what, it is worth every penny that you're going to pay to get one.
I think Brandon Hurtado might be the GOAT, Wolchuk. What do you think? What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I'd co-sign that. I've been sipping on some water, some high-quality H2O, trying to stay hydrated throughout the show. I am thinking about this game tonight. It is kind of sad that we're looking at a Rays team that has no idea where they're going to be playing because you don't know about this Tropicana Field situation. But I am putting in the call for the Burger Bomb. Pre-game, he got to go out there, take a picture with the daughter and the family. He was looking good during batting practice. I think you get your first Jake Burger homer here at home tonight. I'm looking forward to it right off Little.
Bag it up.
You all right? You about to take a nap?
Chief.
No, I'm really impressed.
I'm about to take something that rhymes with nap.
Wow, I think I see brisket in the whites of your eyes.
Yeah, that thing was incredible. It was daunting. It was heavy. I love that they're clearly injecting that thing with the queso.
Yeah.
Because you get to the middle of it.
You get to the middle of it.
Oh my gosh, this is
what
the queso
right. Cheesy
That's
heaven.
what it was.
That was really special. I'm thinking about our guy Kenny from Quinlan. Been seeing some stuff. People just talking about him on Facebook and stuff this week, and so I was like, man, we gotta show some love to our guy.
When is the 1 year anniversary? It's got to be kind of coming up.
The legendary Ken Dog. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I don't know what the. I don't know. I
thought it was during football season. Wasn't it in September?
We'll
we were getting ready to have a show. I know that.
Yeah, that's right. It was.
We were
It was a
getting
short show on a Monday or something like that.
we were
for
getting
Monday
ready to have
Night
a
Football
show
or
and-
something. Salute to you and you, and that's well said, Chief. Appreciate that. Everybody go out there and have a shot or two of rock and roll tequila this weekend and pour one out for your guy Kenny in Quinlan, an absolute legend. Let's go back into the Pimp Cup where Ross Lebinsky has been filling in for Lucius Alexander these last couple of weeks, doing a hell of a job. What you drinking? What you thinking, Ross?
Hey, fellas, this is actually Jacob. Ross is setting up the Rangers game. I'm drinking some high-quality H2O just like Brian is, and I can't stop thinking about what Chiafalo's eating over there. I'm just trying to figure out when I get myself to the ballpark and try out that baked potato.
All right, let's hit these phone calls then. You said your name's Jacob?
Jacob, yes, sir.
Right on. Thanks for helping us out tonight, buddy.
Absolutely.
Who are we going to first?
We got Polo and Garland first.
What up?
What up?
Evening, Polo. What you drinking?
Happy Friday, fellas. Hey, Chiafalo, you know you my dude, Chiafalo. But what you need to do, the next time you're in Oak Cliff, I don't know if you've ever been to Oak Cliff before, go over on 35 in Illinois to Cooley's Barbecue. I love Hurtado's because y'all turned me on to Hurtado's a couple months ago when I met y'all up there.
Yep.
But y'all need to go to Cooley's Barbecue if you want to get you one of the best baked potatoes in Dallas.
I love it. Thank you.
What I'm thinking is, fellas, I don't know if y'all ever seen Sydney Carter, the assistant coach of Texas, but that girl is bad.
She's a fashion plate.
I'm rooting on my Longhorns. I know we may not beat South Carolina, but I'm proud that y'all made the Final Four. Let's go, Longhorns. And Broadus, I see that your girl Flau'jae Johnson's coming back, but if she's coming back to LSU, that's not a guarantee yet. And it's sad that they're not paying these girls money, and these girls are coming back to school versus going to the WNBA. That's just messed up, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all have a good Friday. And what up, Kenny? I still love you, buddy. And Rodeo Ron, hey, man, I ain't supposed to cigarette in almost a year. I'm glad that you done trying to put that bottle down, my dude. I love y'all. Gotta go. Bye.
There he goes,
Yeah,
Polo and Garland.
Good for you, bro.
Have a good weekend. At 877-881-1053, that does open a line. Who else might we hear from tonight in this majestic Friday evening? You got the NCAA tournament going on, Mavs and Stars in action, Cowboys draft now just 20 days away. Thanks for staying up to date on all of it with us here on The Fan. Who's next?
We got Ryan and Richardson coming up next.
Hey guys, it's been a couple weeks since I called last. I'm drinking some water, and I will be drinking. I'm drinking when I get home tonight.
That's right.
Some Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah.
I'm also. Oh yeah. My heart has not exploded yet, so I'm gonna keep going. So, anyways, what I'm thinking is, man, these Rangers. I've been able to watch the games on Channel 33. I think it's only been one or two. But I've been listening to it on The Fan and keeping up with it. And, man, I thought Jack Leiter was going to be a bust, but these last two starts, he's looking sounded really good. And I got the feeling that if our bats could open up like they did in 23, we have a really, really good shot at making the World Series again. Because I don't know. I mean, we might be the best team in what's the American League.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. We lost him.
Oh, there we go. Thank you,
Richardson. Thanks for the call. I'm feeling World Series as well.
I am too, man.
I just hope Jack Leiter's blister is all right. This is a pretty serious blister here.
That sounded serious.
A couple of weeks.
Annoying.
I don't know what happened to Ryan's call there, but it's good to hear from you. This guy is holding it down for the Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew, though, isn't he?
He does.
He loves
every
that.
week.
Jack
He
loves that
baby.
cocktail. And I was surprised. We looked into it a couple of months ago. It's like that's
Made
kind of
for
what
each
it was
other.
originated for.
Absolutely.
Mountain Dew was built to be a mixer for JD.
It's crazy.
He would have thought it.
Just a heart attack away, aren't we?
We respect his consistency.
That's
though.
a Southern legend if I've ever heard one right there.
I'll tell you what, man. My guys in the pit crew, that's all that Mountain Dew, that keeps them up for those 24-hour races.
Yeah. My cousins, they worked at restaurants in rural Indiana, and they just be buzzing around that place, hopped up on Mountain Dew like crazy. It is the official soda of the Midwest. I know that much. Where are we going next, Jacob?
Up next, we got Dulsac in Dallas.
Oh.
What's up, Dulsac?
It's Dope Sick Dave. What's going on, guys?
Oh, Dope Sick Dave. What's up, homie?
Dave. What up, dude? What you drinking? What you thinking?
Just some water right now. We'll, driving home. We'll crack one open later. Two things. One quick thing about the Mavs and then about the Cowboys. I don't know if y'all have been to a game, a Mavs game since our Lord and Savior was traded to the Lakers. And I know I've been optimistic about the Mavs season playoff chances, but I went to the game the other night because a friend bought the tickets, and I won't support the Mavs financially. It is not funny. I didn't even have to hold myself back from clapping. I didn't clap once. I'm slightly holding my breath every time Anthony Davis is falling on the ground. He barely got nicked on the nose and on the face by Gasser. Next thing you know, he's got a fat Band-Aid over his eye. I mean, he is street clothes Davis, and yeah, great game-winning shot, but it's not the same. But I'm going to the game next week. It's going to be NBA Finals vibes with Luka, and I'm cheering for Luka. And one thing about the Cowboys, real quick,
I think we lost you, Dope Sick Dave. I don't know, something I could barely hear the phone call there a couple of times, but I did get in some good Mavs talk from you there.
Yeah,
and appreciate that. I that's coming across the television. It's a Morgan there. Nico totally zapped the soul of basketball out of DFW.
Yeah.
So I think people that are going there are just like, wow, kind of stunned with how flat the building is. I don't know to what extent next week Luka brings that back temporarily, but that is the funeral.
Well, Dave,
next week is the official funeral and the end of the Mavs in Dallas.
I think I heard Dave say that it was going to be kind of electric there. Did I maybe not the word electric, but he was
it'll be
playoff
Finals
intensity
atmosphere.
basketball. That's what I think he was saying. I'm like Dawson. I had some problems here and there a little bit.
Yeah, but it's going to be a weird thing where a majority of even the home crowd is rooting for the road superstar.
God, there's no way
who knows?
The Lakers. Just no way.
The fans might get whipped up into a frenzy to cheer for Luka. Because they hate Nico so much. I don't know. I think it's going to be surreal.
It is.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of like quiet, too, and just people are stunned with what they're actually observing.
It's going to be weird.
Is it the biggest sports tragedy in DFW sports history now that we have a couple of months' perspective on this? I don't think that's overstating it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have deaths. You have
or just like
Jerry
heartbreaking
Brown.
losses in big moments where you let things slip away.
Player in his prime like that, I don't think that's ever happened.
I don't know how you recover from that.
What hurts worse? No doubles, Nelly Cruz, D Wade parade to the free throw line, or trading Luka. I think those are.
Yep.
Dwight Clark the catch.
Dwight Clark the catch was pretty. I cried that day.
Romo PAT fumble.
That's Seattle.
The Jimmy Jerry divorce.
Yeah,
that's a big time. What could have been?
Tom Landry getting let go. That was sad for me too.
This is but it's going to be amazing because next week will, I think bring a little bit of closure to it, but the wound will never totally heal, and it's I think indefinite what happens with the future of this organization. Okay, let's go back to the phone calls as we're in the midst of what you're drinking and what you're thinking here at 877-881-1053. If you want to try to get in, we'll take as many as we can as LA will make his return next week. And I've done a horrible job fumbling LA Live for 2 weeks, so out of respect for him, we're just going to take phone calls all the way to the top tonight, and you'll get LA back next week, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Where are we going next with these phone calls, buddy?
We got Reggie in McKinney.
Reggie.
What's up,
What's
Reggie?
up, my brother?
Yeah.
Evening, Reg. What you drinking?
Little shot of Crown followed by a cold Heineken.
Ooh.
Lit it up. What you thinking?
I'm thinking that the Rangers are going to be okay. We will probably win the West. And as far as the Cowboys, I'm really concerned about who's going to draft and how effective that person that we draft is going to be.
Appreciate the call and the thoughts, Reggie. I agree. I think the Rangers are going to be okay. You know, and a lot of that's because the division is not good. And you get me to the playoffs healthy with Eovaldi and DeGrom, I think they're winning the World Series if they make the playoffs. That's what I think, Brian.
I like what you're saying.
And I know you're a little concerned the Cowboys won't get a good player.
Well, I'm concerned that, you know me, I'm selfish. And I'm concerned they're going to take a guy that I have others above.
Yeah.
I mean, the guys they're talking about are in the level of where I would take, you know, what I consider. But I think I'm going to have some others higher. I think they'll make the right pick. I really do.
How's that baked potato sitting with you, Chief? It's heavy. It's absolutely heavy. I'm going to be either using these particular Ranger facilities, but I don't want to do that to the fan base. So I'm going to try and make it home.
Eric?
It's going to be touch and go on the ride home.
This.
A lot of jalapenos in that bad boy.
Eric, you know what you need to do is go into the family area.
Oh, just paint the walls in there
The
for the next
family
mom
area,
who's got
you
to
can
change
lock
a
the
diaper.
door. Yeah. I mean, they're used to, like, baby smell.
We got one right around the corner here.
Yeah. They're used to baby smell. You can do it.
All right, back to these phone calls. Where are we going next?
We got Big Jim coming up next.
Oh,
Big Jim. What you drinking? What you thinking, Jim?
Well, say, fellas, whiskey this afternoon brought us. I want to give you kudos on your Joe Milton report, and I think you were the only person that was sort of calling that, so kudos to you. I know you did some hard work up there getting Patriots. I want to say, too, I thought it was a good trade, so as much as we beat on Jerry and Steven, probably less on Will, give them credit for that. Boy, I want to say something. I tell you that it's a treasure to hear Eric Nadell on an interview with you fellas. You know, you look at Eric Nadell and Brad Sham, what we got there in the Metroplex with those two great voices, legendary, just pure legends. It's so good to have them. So I really appreciate you guys giving him some time on Fridays, and we get to hear from him. He's a cultured fella too. That's the thing I like about Sham. They're not one-trick ponies. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the joy this week, and we'll talk to you next week.
There he goes, Big Jim.
Thank you, Big Jim.
Always bringing it.
Maybe fighting those allergies like Wolchuk or whatever that is. There's
Drinking
some crud
whiskey,
going
though.
on out there.
Drinking whiskey.
The whiskey might help.
Whiskey's flowing down there. Big Jim. I imagine Jim on a ranch, you know, like Dallas, the opening scene of the TV show.
Yeah.
That's where I imagine Jim calling in from. He just got off a horse.
Maybe sitting out on the porch making the call to us.
Absolutely.
In a rocking chair.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Where are we going next?
We got Rodeo Ron.
Here we go.
Another one. What you drinking? What you thinking, Ron?
I'm drinking that Zero Sugar Fruit Punch Body Armor.
There you go.
Kenny passed away August 21st of last year, gentlemen.
Thank you, Rodeo Ron.
There we go. Thank you for that, sir.
And I'm thinking it's crazy. It's already April. We got the Final Four. We got WrestleMania. The draft is right around the corner, and hopefully Jerry Jones won't screw it up or the season up like Nico did with the Mavs in their future. But thankfully we have the Stars that are playing great. The Rangers are off to a good start. And thankfully I'm 25 days sober. And remember one thing. If you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, listening to that G-Bag Nation sober, then where the F you at, baby?
Yeah, Ron.
Good stuff, Ron.
Great call, Ronnie. Keep it going, buddy.
Congratulations. Coming up on that 30 days. I think you get a coin for that. I don't know if he's for an Bill W or anything like that, but I think you do get a coin 30 days.
That's a good deal for him, man.
Year,
Sounds
5
good.
years.
Sounds good.
I'm coming up on 10 in September.
10 years.
I'm just
man.
right ahead of Fred Davis.
That's amazing.
Matter of fact, which is crazy.
Did you ever do any type of, was it just a
cold turkey?
A solo mission, cold turkey? There wasn't any like
treatment
AA meeting situation, something
Way
like
back
that?
in the day, I went to like 5 AA meetings once.
Okay.
When I passed out and missed out on a chance to go courtside to an NBA game.
Wow.
Oh,
I was like,
that's rock bottom.
I was like, yes, that might be a sign I got a problem here.
Yeah.
I kind of got drunk.
That's a
and
rough one.
Didn't go to the game. So, and then but that was a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
I learned some stuff there. I would recommend it for people. There's some value.
It was helpful.
Oh, I've heard great things.
Yeah, where are we going next, buddy?
We got Brian in Rockwall.
What's up, Brian?
What you drink?
What's
What you
up,
think,
fellas?
Brian?
How are y'all?
Awesome,
Good,
you.
bro.
Excellent. Thanks for having me on. What I'm drinking is some ice water right now, fixing to get me a little bit of Angel's Envy here in just a minute. In the meantime, what I'm thinking is I wanted to call and clear up something from last week. You guys keep talking about my